Chapter 1. Castle Academy, the young prodigy Yubai. In the world of Douluo Continent, strength reigns supreme. Here, only the powerful capture the attention of all. They are collectively referred to as soul masters. The potency of their soul power and martial spirits signifies their prowess. Located within the borders of the Heavenly Dao Empire, the city of Kalang lies in proximity to the capital, Heavenly Dao City, nestled between it and the Sunset Forest. Perhaps due to its geographical positioning, a multitude of soul masters frequently traverse Kalang City to hunt for soul rings in the Sunset Forest. Consequently, while the city's vibrancy slightly lags behind that of the capital, it is home to Castle Academy, a renowned institution even within the Heavenly Dao Empire. At this moment, within the second class of new students at Castle Academy, a strikingly attractive teacher, around 30 years of age, stood at the podium passionately. Elucidating the intricacies of soul ring hunting. It is well known that the criteria for obtaining a soul ring, aside from its age, primarily hinge upon the type of martial spirit possessed by the soul master. Only by selecting soul beasts that resonate with one's martial spirit can one fully harness its unique attributes, she explained, as most students attentively absorb her lecture. In the back row, by the window, a 12-year-old boy with short silver hair lay sprawled upon his desk, fast asleep. His tousled bangs partially obscured his brows, and the smooth, fair complexion of his youthful visage bore the faintest hint of downy fuzz, a testament to his tender age. The midday sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon his silver locks, illuminating the classroom with a touch of brightness and warmth. As the shadows on his desk gradually receded under the sunlight, suddenly, the bell for class dismissal rang out sharply. In an instant, the boy, whose eyes had been shielded by his bangs, shot upright, his handsome face etched with terror, beads of cold sweat forming upon his forehead as he gasped. For fresh air, huh. He breathed heavily. Beside him, a plump boy with glasses appeared unfazed by his classmates' peculiar behavior. Calmly, he retrieved a bag of snacks made from some unknown type of soul beast jerky from beneath his desk, skillfully tearing it open. While munching on the jerky, he turned to the drowsy boy and nonchalantly remarked, "Awake now, little boy. Speaking of which, I genuinely envy you. Your daily schedule consists solely of morning academic classes and afternoon practical training sessions. Yet, since the start of the term a month ago, you've managed to sleep through every single cultural class. The teachers don't even seem to mind. Is this the kind of treatment reserved for a prodigy with innate soul power at level 9, who is nearly 12 and already possesses a soul power level of 27? How infuriating. I'm so envious, alas. What can I do? I'm merely an ordinary food-type soul master, with a soul power level of only 21, Yubai replied, still shaken by the sudden awakening, as he instinctively retorted at the familiar yet annoying chatter of his companion. Be quiet, you incessant blabbering fatty. As the words fell from his lips, Yubai finally discerned the scene before him. The expression on his handsome face froze instantly, his eyes filled with confusion as he murmured, "Where is this? Didn't I just see a little girl fall into the river and jumped in to rescue her? How could this happen?" Beside him, the chubby boy munching on jerky, upon hearing Yubei's muttering, merely rolled his eyes in disdain before responding nonchalantly, Yes. You were saving the little girl for 30 days in a month. Every morning you dream of rescuing a little girl who has fallen into the water. By the way," as he spoke, the chubby boy Shizheng turned around, his plump face adorned with a gluttonous gleam in his small eyes, as he leaned closer to Yubai and whispered, "Is that little girl exceptionally beautiful? Otherwise, how could you possibly dream of saving her every single day for a month?" As he said this, the lewd grin on Shizheng's face grew even more pronounced. Just as Yubai, still in a daze, was about to inquire further, a flurry of unfamiliar yet familiar memories surged into his mind. Once he swiftly assimilated all the memories, Yubai comprehended that he had been reborn into the world of a novel he had once read, known as the Douluo Continent. Moreover, he had only begun this existence a month prior, and it was only just now that he had fully regained all his memories from his previous life. The mere thought of being so fortunate as to be reborn into this well-known realm, the loved Douluo Continent, ignited within him a fervor as he recalled the magnificent soul, abilities, and extraordinary martial spirits he had encountered while reading the novel and watching the anime. Why Yubai felt no desire to slowly sift through the other unfamiliar memories of the nearly 12 years since his rebirth. Instead, he immediately began to explore the state of his martial spirit and soul power. My martial spirit is actually the eternal sword, and astonishingly, my innate soul power is at level 9. Most importantly, At not even 12 years of age, I am already a 27th level Great Soul Master with a 400-year yellow First Soul Ring and a 700-year yellow Second Soul Ring. Such talent makes the prospect of ascending to godhood not merely a distant dream. As the notion of achieving divinity in this world flashed through his mind, a bright gleam of ambition ignited in Yu Bei's youthful eyes. Although in his previous life, he often derided the martial prowess of this world online, now that he found himself immersed within it, Yu Bei could not suppress a fervent shout of delight. After all, though the martial power may be low, it possesses the gift of longevity. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? You're drooling. Wake up. Just as Yu Bei was lost in thoughts of the splendid life that awaited him after achieving divinity, a sudden shout pierced through his reverie. Snapping back to reality, Yu Bei instinctively turned his head, his focus drawn to the source of the voice. What met his gaze was an exceedingly plump face, mere centimeters from his own. Who are you? Startled, Yu Bei instinctively recoiled, his hand rising to firmly push against the chubby face before him with a resounding slap, sending it away. Shi Zheng was momentarily taken aback by Yu Bei's abrupt action. Once he regained his composure, he forcefully pushed aside Yu Bei's hand that was covering his face and looked at his childhood friend and loyal companion with a bemused expression, exclaiming, "Xiao Bai, have you lost your mind? You don't even recognize your most esteemed fat Lord Shi Zheng, do you? Should I fetch you a revitalizing meat snack to wake you up?" Upon hearing the phrase fat Lord Shi Zheng, Yu Bei instinctively responded, "Oh, it's just a little chubby one." In that instant, memories flooded Yu Bei's mind. It turned out that Shi Zheng, along with his parents and Yu Bei's own parents, had been teammates since they began attending a junior soul master school. After marrying, they settled as neighbors, which meant that Yu Bei grew up alongside Shi Zheng, this chubby peer, forming an inseparable bond from childhood. Moreover, Shi Zheng had inherited his mother's food-type martial soul, which made delectable jerky that perfectly suited Yu Bei's taste. The two had thus formed a small duo, with Shi Zheng as the powerful attacker and Yu Bei as the supportive partner. After fully assimilating these memories and feeling an unprecedented surge of strength within, Yu Bei eagerly wished to harness this newfound power. He turned to Shi Zheng and urged, "Come on, little chubby one. Class is over, we should hurry and grab some food. If you're not eager to eat, there must be something wrong with your head." Shi Zheng, whose corpulent body swayed unsteadily as Yu Bei pushed him, looked at his friend with a mix of exasperation and disbelief, retorting, "Have you truly lost your senses? Have you forgotten what day it is?" Before Yu Bei could ponder, Shi Zheng stared at him, shaking his head in resignation. Today marks the monthly screening of the past and present heavenly rankings. The Spirit Hall and the two great empires of Tiandou and Xinglua have jointly decreed that every month, during the lunchtime screening period, all Soul Master Academies across the continent must gather to watch together. Our academy mandates that lunch must commence only after the heavenly ranking screening concludes. As he spoke, the chubby Shi Zheng retrieved a piece of jerky from a pouch in his attire and popped it into his mouth, mumbling while chewing. Moreover, although the likelihood of you and I being featured in the past and present heavenly rankings is almost non-existent, one must still dream. What if we actually become the protagonists of the heavenly narrative? That would be exhilarating. As he spoke, Shi Zheng's round face was filled with yearning, as if he were anticipating some divine opportunity. A monthly screening of the past and present heavenly rankings? What on earth is that? Is there such a plot in the Douluo Continent? Instinctively scratching his silver-white short hair, Yu Bei's handsome visage was marked by confusion. However, just then, another unfamiliar memory surged within his mind. After a swift review, the bewilderment in his expression faded, replaced by an inexplicable smile as he murmured to himself, "The past and present heavenly rankings screening? How intriguing indeed." As they conversed, Yu Bei reached out and retrieved a handful of jerky from the pouch held by the chubby Shi Zheng, savoring it slowly. Shi Zheng, unfazed by Yu Bei's actions, casually grabbed a piece of jerky for himself and chewed while nodding in agreement. Indeed, it's just like those two protagonists from the past life broadcast a few years back. They nearly had me in stitches. Clearly, in the scenes from the Tao of Heaven rankings, those two were embroiled in a deadly feud over a courtesan. One of them ended up being stabbed by the other, and the survivor met his demise that very night upon the woman's belly. In this life, however, it soon came to light that these two have actually become a couple, with the one who died on the woman's belly now being the spouse of the other. Goodness, it's truly a case of you stabbed me in the past life, and he'll repay you 1,000-fold in this life. Although Yu Bei had already seen the related events in his memory, he couldn't help but twitch his lips at Shi Zheng's teasing words. Damn, is that really how repay 1,000-fold is supposed to be used? Unaware of the change in his friend's expression, Shitang's face brightened with a hint of hope as he continued. However, I sincerely wish that I could be among the characters on this month's list, and that my past life would show a bit more promise. Just like that Qiang Douluo, who, despite being merely a soul sage, experienced a tremendous surge in power upon the revelation of his past life as a title Dao, instantly unlocking his martial spirit's true form. It is said that he didn't even need to hunt for spirit rings, as his martial spirit, the Qiang Vine, naturally granted him the most suitable 8th and 9th soul skills. Similarly, with my innate soul power being at level 7, the most I could hope for in this life is to reach the status of a soul sage, just enough to independently unleash my martial spirit's true form. If my past life was also a soul sage, or even a soul Dao, or a title Dao, then when I first activated my martial spirit's true form, I could channel all of my past life soul power and directly ascend to the ranks of a soul Dao, or even a title Dao. TSK, what a beautiful dream. It's almost too good to contemplate. Observing Shitang's chubby face, which radiated desire despite his words of caution, Yubai rolled his eyes at his contradictory friend. Leaning back against his chair, he casually remarked, "Don't think too much about it. Perhaps this month's Dao of Heaven rankings will be empty again, just as they have been for nearly a year. Moreover, even if one is fortunate enough to be listed, it doesn't matter if their past life was lacking in strength. While the increase may not be substantial upon becoming a soul sage and first activating the martial spirit's true form, one must not forget that the moment they're listed, all knowledge and experiences from their past life will be directly imparted to them. This, too, is a considerable foundation." As the two conversed, their classmates in the classroom eagerly anticipated the arrival of noon, the moment when the past and present would be unveiled in the Tao of Heaven rankings, while all beings across the Douluo Continent, including humans and soul beasts, engaged in animated discussions. Alas, the hour is drawing near. This month's unveiling of the past and present heavenly rankings is finally upon us. I hope this month does not result in an empty list again. If no one else makes it, I wish to claim a spot for myself. What a preposterous notion. As a mere son of a count, I, a proud member of the Heavenly Dao royal family, shall undoubtedly take my rightful place on the list. You may simply admire the grandeur of my past exploits. In the Spirit City, within the Pope's Hall, Pope Bibi Dong reclined gracefully upon her throne, clad in an opulent black robe adorned with golden patterns. Upon her head rested the intricate 9-turned purple gold crown, and in her hand, she held a scepter approximately 2 meters long, encrusted with an array of shimmering gemstones. Her skin was fair, her visage nearly perfect, rendering her strikingly unique. Especially at this moment, as she leaned elegantly against the throne, her alluring leg crossed, her delicate yet elongated hand clenched into a fist, resting against her enchanting face. Her slanted eyes were half-closed, seemingly lost in contemplation. The air around her exuded an invisible blend of languor and regal sanctity, evoking a deep-seated reverence in those who beheld her. 003 The stance of the major powers. Before the Pope's throne, 2 men stood on either side of the steps. On the left stood a man clad in black, with dark hair and 2 black streaks across his face, resembling a specter from the underworld, emanating an aura of chilling gloom. In stark contrast, the man on the right donned golden attire, his hair equally radiant, and his features enchanting, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, exuding an irresistible charm. Had it not been for the unmistakable masculine traits, one might easily mistake him for a captivating beauty. These two were none other than the most renowned title Dao under Pope Bibi Dong. The Ghost Dao, a 95th level title Dao with the unique martial soul ghost, and the Chrysanthemum Dao, Yu Guan, also a 95th level soul master, wielding the super martial soul of the wondrous Tianju Chrysanthemum. Creak. As the door to the Pope's hall emitted a subtle sound, a captivating figure entered. It was none other than Hulaina, the sole female among the golden generation of the Spirit Hall and the only direct disciple of Bibi Dong. Approaching the Grand Hall, Hulaina bowed slightly before the meditative Bibi Dong on the throne. As she rose, her enchanting eyes, filled with admiration and reliance, gazed upon the Pope, and she reported, "Master, the monthly unveiling of the past and present heavenly rankings is about to commence." Above, Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes, her aura of authority intensifying. Within the depths of her pink eyes lay an insatiable desire for the annihilation of all creation. Only when she turned her gaze upon the young girl below did a flicker of warmth and affection arise. Her crimson lips parted, and her melodious voice resonated. "Oh, has it come to that time again? Then, how are the arrangements for the statistical personnel progressing?" We must not allow talent to escape the spirit hall. As by Dong's words echoed. The chrysanthemum nodded in agreement, casting a playful glance at Hulaina in the arena. He concurred. Indeed, Your Highness the Saint says. It is well known that, based on our spirit hall statistics and assessments of those exposers over the past 11 years, their future achievements will undoubtedly reach at least the level of Soul Emperor. Such formidable individuals, even within our spirit hall, would constitute a substantial force. We certainly cannot allow such talents to slip away to the two great empires. Beside them, the ghost Dao, arms crossed and bearing a countenance of indifference, also nodded in affirmation. In the face of the gazes from the three titled Douluos, a confident smile blossomed on Hulaina's exquisite visage as she chuckled softly. Please rest assured, Master and Grandpa Yuiguan and Grandpa Gueme. Just a day ago, I had already issued orders to all branches and affiliated academies of the Spirit Hall across the continent, including the Spirit City Spirit Hall Academy, ensuring that there is a dedicated steward in each class to conduct inspections. I believe no exposer will be overlooked. Saying this, Hulaina pursed her red lips and continued. However, due to the lack of new exposers in recent years, the two empires have not strictly enforced the previously issued decrees. In the past year, the academies affiliated with the two empires have even stopped enforcing the decrees that were signed together with the Holy Court. Most of them have treated the monthly exposure on the Heaven ranking as a form of entertainment. Bibi Dong raised her hand to stop Hulaina's report, snorted coldly. Her eyes filled with disdain and disgust. Slowly standing up with her staff in hand, she sneered. Indeed, the two empires have already rotted. They no longer even value talent. For such an empire, I can already foresee their demise. After saying this, Bibi Dong turned her gaze back to Hulaina below, her pink eyes regaining their gentleness. All right, since we have arranged matters for our Spirit Hall Academy, let us sit down and wait for noon to arrive. I have a premonition that there may be a new exposer today. In the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the elder with a skeletal frame larger than an average person's looked at the handsome, confident, middle-aged man seated above him. "You Feng," has Zairongrong replied recently. Beside him, another elder dressed in a water blue robe, with silver hair and an aura as sharp as a sword, silently looked at the middle-aged man, his meaning clear. These three were the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, the 95th level defense type Super Dao Bon Douluo Gurong, and the 96th level assault type Super Douluo Sword Douluo Chun Xin. As for the Zairongrong they referred to, she was the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong, facing the gazes of his two protective Douluos. Ning Fengji's handsome face was filled with speechlessness, even feeling a bit of a prickling sensation on his scalp. With a bitter smile, he sighed and looked at the two elders whose ages combined were nearly 200, saying earnestly, "Uncle Bone, Uncle Jian, you both know that Rongrong just signed up for Shrek Academy yesterday and finished writing her reply. How could she write back today? I think you two are too indulgent with her." Before Ning Fengji could finish, the expression of Sword Douluo, who had initially been hopeful, turned cold and emotionless as he snorted. "Humph. I say, our Rongrong should stay in the sect, grow up happily and carefree. Do you think the teachings of two super Douluos like me and Old Bone are not as good as a Wild Chicken Academy, whose highest strength is only Soul Sage?" When it came to Ning Rongrong, even Bone Douluo, who usually didn't get along with Sword Douluo, nodded repeatedly, fully agreeing with his words. Once again witnessing the attitudes of these two uncles towards his daughter, Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, couldn't he help but sigh deeply in his heart, then quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, regarding this exposure on the Heaven ranking, my spirit, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, has shown some unusual movements, and it feels more obvious than the 20 or so times over the past decade. This means there will definitely be a new exposer today." Seeing the slightly surprised expressions of the two titled Douluos, Ning Fengji's face grew serious as he added, "Moreover, I estimate that this time's exposer may be related to our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." As soon as his words fell, Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo instantly became serious. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Lumian looked at his elder brother sitting on the main seat, the clan leader Yu Yuan, who was dressed in golden soft armor and had short white hair. He asked, "Elder brother, the time for this month's Heaven ranking exposure has arrived. Do we need to go out?" As Yu Lumian said this, he looked at Yu Yuan, knowing that his elder brother understood what he was implying. "No need." Yu Yuan waved his hand, then spoke in his aged voice. Only those who had the blue lightning tyrant dragon in their past lives or have become part of our blue lightning tyrant dragon family in this life should be concerned. After all, the entire continent is vast, with a population that may exceed 10 billion, and the number of soul beasts is even more. How can we possibly find that one exposer? The Spirit Hall has spent nearly a decade collecting fewer than 20 exposers. The resources used could have produced twice as many strong ones. We of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family will not engage in such a losing business. In the Heaven Dao City, at the Prince's Pavilion in the Royal Palace, a young man, elegant and exuding an air of nobility, gently placed his teacup down with a faint smile on his face. He slowly stood up, left the stone table of the pavilion, and turned to gaze at the nearby sea of flowers, muttering to himself, "This time, I will definitely find the exposer before you and conquer him, making him work for me. It's time for you to taste the bitterness of failure, my dear sister." Meanwhile, in a small village outside Soto City, under the jurisdiction of the Barak Kingdom, a crooked little wooden sign hung at the entrance of a house with the word Shrek Academy written on it. In the lower right corner of the sign was a crude drawing of an ugly green monster-esque face, marking the location of this academy. With only a row of rural wooden houses inside, it would be more appropriate to call it a village than an academy. At this moment, on the playground of Shrek Academy, Flinder looked at the 7 students in front of him, nodding in satisfaction, especially when his gaze fell on the 4 new recruits from yesterday, a smile almost breaking out on his face. Goodness, for people have come. One is the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. One is the Miss Zhu from Starfall. And the last pair of children are not only innate full soul power geniuses, but the boy among them is also the son of the famous Haotian Douluo. This is almost enough to gather nearly half of the major powers offspring from Douluo Continent. At the same time, this is the only time in the past 20 years that Shrek Academy has managed to assemble a team of 7 students, and with the talents of these little monsters. It's even possible to participate in the Continental Soul Master Academy competition 2 years later. By then, with the talents and reputation of this group of little monsters, they will definitely attract a large influx of new blood for Shrek Academy. Ahem, clearing his throat and forcing himself to control the corners of his mouth that were about to curl up, Flander pushed up the square glasses on his hooked nose and swept his cat-eagle-like gaze over the 7 boys in front of him, saying lightly, "First of all, as the principal of Shrek Academy, I, Flander, a rank 78 soul sage, congratulate you on successfully passing the selection and joining Shrek Academy. However, the training should have started now, but today is a bit special. As you all know, the reveal time for this month's past and present Heavenly Rankings is coming up. Therefore, I have decided that after we all watch this month's Heavenly Ranking reveal together, we will start today's training course." After speaking, Flander clasped his hands behind his back and stopped talking. "TCH, what's so good about being exposed? If my past life was a bit dirty, wouldn't I just directly die socially in this life?" As Flander's direct disciple, the chubby Ma Hongjun scoffed. Thinking about it, if his past life was like this life, drilling into a grass nest every day, if that scene were to be exposed, Ma Hongjun felt he might as well go live on another planet. Nearby, Oscar and Dai Mubai, who were both friends of Ma Hongjun and already knew about his thoughts, exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You're just afraid that the scene of you dying in a woman's belly in your past life will be exposed, right? As best friends, nothing is more enjoyable than revealing each other's secrets." The newly enrolled Tang San and his 3 companions were also drawn in, curiously looking at the 3 senior students, wanting to know what they were joking about. If one looked closely, they would notice an inexplicable expression on Tang San's face, seemingly a bit unusual. At this moment, Ma Hongjun, hearing these 2 annoying guys not only exposing him in front of the younger students, but also laughing so recklessly, was immediately furious and turned to scold them. "You 2 aren't any better. Xiao Ao, you have a naturally lewd face if you have a past life. Who knows where you might have been a pretty boy? And Dai, you have a nerve to laugh at me. I at most just drill into a grass nest. But you, Dai Xiao, are rumored to have done it 7 times in one night, and even have twin sisters to play with. That's way worse than me." Dai Mubai watched as the fat Ma Hongjun blurted everything out and immediately stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Ma Hongjun's neck and covering his mouth to stop him from talking. At the same time, Dai Mubai turned to look at Tang San and the others, his expression somewhat flustered, and he forced a smile to explain, "Haha, the fat guy is just talking nonsense. It's not true. It's not true, ha ha ha." While laughing, Dai Mubai's gaze was primarily directed at Zhu Zhuqing, paying attention to her expression changes. However, throughout the whole time, Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face remained cold, seemingly showing no signs of anger. Her expression was emotionless. Next to Zhu Zhuqing, the little witch Ning Rongrong, who was also somewhat aware of adult matters, although she hadn't revealed her true character yet, still looked at Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun with a disdainful expression. Even Oscar, who was a bit better, was also looking at them with disdain, saying, "EW disgusting." The little dance hugging Tang San's arm also nodded in agreement, casting a disdainful glance at the three of them, saying, "Exactly, old pervert, rogue, dirty." After giving Dai Mubai and the others a tongue lashing, Xiao Wu finally withdrew her gaze, looking at Tang San with satisfaction and smiling. "My brother San is the best. Pure and clean, never does that kind of thing." Tang San gently patted Xiao Wu's little head, signaling her not to talk nonsense. However, seeing Xiao Wu's playful tongue out and funny face, Tang San couldn't help but smile. After retracting his gaze, Tang San's expression gradually became complex as he silently pondered. "In my past life, as an orphan, I was raised by the sect and became an outer disciple. Although later, in order to study and research more profound knowledge about hidden weapons, I secretly learned the sect's treasure, the Tang Sect's Xintian treasure record. It was only for deeper knowledge to bring back various powerful hidden weapons that had not been made for nearly 100 years, ranking high among the hidden weapons. I did nothing wrong. Moreover, not to mention that I did not leak the contents of the Xintian treasure record to others. In the end, even the first hidden weapon that had not been crafted for nearly 100 years, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lian, was successfully recreated, appearing in the world. In the end, I just jumped off the cliff bear without taking a single thread from the sect. From this point of view, I owe nothing to the sect. Rather, the sect should thank me for bringing the first hidden weapon that had not been crafted for nearly 100 years back into the world." Thinking this way, Tang San's heart gradually calmed down. Instead, his gaze caught Dai Mubai and the others' embarrassed expressions from the earlier incident. With a light chuckle, Tang San immediately helped them out, changing the subject. "However, speaking of this so-called exposure of past lives, the biggest benefit it brings to the exposer is nothing more than the past cultivation and knowledge, experience. For us, it should be just that. After all, according to my teacher's research, as long as the innate soul power level is above level 9, there's a chance to achieve the title Douluo in the future. Why does the principal want us to pay attention to such matters?" After understanding yesterday, Tang San knew that everyone present had excellent talents, almost all above innate level 9. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly be accepted by Shrek Academy. However, Tang San somewhat forgot that Zhu Zhuqing, who had a very low presence and hardly fit in, only had an innate level of 7. He also didn't know that the Qibao Liuli Pagoda Martial Soul could only achieve a maximum of Soul Saint. Nonetheless, Zhu Zhuqing, with a cold expression on her pretty face and eyes filled with dead silence, did not actively say anything. As for the little witch Ning Rongrong, who could hardly see anyone and didn't want anyone to know about her martial soul flaws, she also didn't refute anything, only feeling a bit uncomfortable towards Tang San in her heart. She coldly scoffed in her heart. "Is achieving the title Douluo that easy? Do you think you can achieve it just by relying on talent? Simply Navi. Also, a bumpkin is just a bumpkin. Do you really think the past and present heavenly rankings are just those things? You really have no experience." Glancing casually at Tang San, who was being hugged by Xiao Wu, a trace of disdain flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes. However, she couldn't be bothered to educate Tang San, this bumpkin, on anything. She just stood there with a Navi and cheerful expression, laughing with Zhu Zhuqing, not far away, having been rescued from the awkward situation by Tang San's words. Dai Mubai first glanced gratefully at Tang San, then followed Tang San's lead to shift the topic, saying, "Although what you said is right, Xiao San, regarding the past and present heavenly rankings, it isn't that simple. What you just said, Xiao San, is merely the public version that almost everyone in Douluo Continent knows. However, in reality, all the major powers have tacitly concealed the true terrifying aspects of the Heavenly Dao Ranking." Hearing Dai Mubai say this, Tang San was immediately taken aback. And even Xiao Wu looked surprised, curiously asking Dai Mubai, "Hey, Color Tiger, is there some secret behind the exposure of the Heavenly Dao Ranking?" The others were indifferent, as Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others had long heard Dai Mubai mention it, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had also learned about those secrets in their families long ago. Only Tang San and Xiao Wu were completely unaware of anything. Ignoring Xiao Wu calling him Color Tiger, Dai Mubai then explained to the two, the biggest benefits actually come in two forms. both of which have been leaked from the Spear Hall. First, you only know that if the exposer's strength reaches Soul Sage, after activating their martial soul for the first time, they will receive the soul power cultivation from their previous life, appearing the most suitable soul rings and soul skills for themselves. However, what you don't know is that this imparted soul power can also be used to choose foundational building, enhancing physical strength. You see, ordinary people might only have one red soul ring when they achieve the title of Douluo. Yet, if a genius uses those previous life cultivation powers to enhance their physical strength, they may lose the most suitable soul rings, soul skills, and soul power level. But they can choose to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast at the 8th ring, obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. This is far more advantageous than the soul rings and soul bones generated themselves. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes immediately lit up. He murmured, "I didn't expect it to be operable like this?" Achieving the title of Douluo through this method would be much stronger than an ordinary title Douluo of the same level. It wouldn't even be impossible to fight across levels. However, while saying this, Tang San didn't notice that Xiao Wu, who was holding his arm, shivered slightly. Seeing Tang San's shocked expression, a sense of pride inexplicably rose in Dai Mubai's heart, and his smile widened even more as he continued. Moreover, the biggest benefit is actually the second one, which is that the exposer has a very high chance of either evolving their martial soul or, after the heavenly ranking exposure ends, immediately reawakening their previous life's martial soul within their body, becoming a rare dual martial soul possessor. So, everyone on this continent, even someone like Fatty, who claims they don't want to become an exposer, would definitely be overjoyed if they really became one. As soon as his words fell, the desire in Dai Mubai's eyes almost overflowed. The others felt the same. Martial soul, evolution, dual martial souls. Hearing such statements for the first time, Tang San and Xiao Wu were both stunned. However, just then, a loud sound suddenly echoed from the sky, as if celestial music was playing in harmony. At this moment, the entire Douluo Continent fell completely silent, with no sound other than the natural sounds of water, fire, wind, and thunder. In the next moment, 2 golden dragons appeared simultaneously in the minds of all living beings on the Douluo Continent, slowly moving to the sides, as if drawing back a curtain. Following that, a line of large characters directly appeared on the light screen in the minds of all living beings. The Exposer 006 is actually, it has begun. At this moment, all living beings on the Douluo Continent instinctively held their breath. In Keilang City, at the Castle Academy, Class 2 of the new students, Yubai looked at the sudden images that appeared in his mind. Even though he knew from the merged memories that the Heavenly Dao Ranking would appear like this whenever a new exposer emerged, he still felt shocked. Moreover, according to his memories, Yubai learned that the Heavenly Dao Ranking first appeared at the same time as his birth, not a second off. Perhaps he wouldn't have thought much of it before, but now that he had completely awakened his past life memories, Yubai was 100% sure that the appearance of the Heavenly Ranking was absolutely related to his rebirth. As his thoughts flipped, Yubai saw a few grand characters slowly appearing on the light curtain in his mind. Tang San of past and present. Tang San? Is it him? At the moment he saw this name, Yubai's eyes narrowed slightly. Tang San. This is the true protagonist of the entire Douluo Continent, who would even break through to level 100 and become a god in the future, achieving both the sea god position and the dual divine position of the law enforcer. However, just thinking about how this guy would enforce the law fairly after becoming a deity, how he would tightly control the Douluo Continent, and how he would turn the Douluo divine realm into the Tang family big family, Yubai knew that if he couldn't achieve the position of God King before Tang San, with this guy's nature, his desire for longevity would truly just be a dream. Of course, there was another path, but that was one Yubai would never choose. Thinking of Tang San's existence, Yubai gradually pulled himself back from the joy of rebirth, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. No, he must obtain the inheritance of the God King before Tang San. Otherwise, even if he ascended to the divine realm, he wouldn't escape being schemed against by this dirty thing. With this thought, Yubai raised his eyebrows and began to calculate in his mind. There were still 2 years until the next Continental Soul Master Academy competition. By then, Tang San should only be around 12 years old, and he might just be joining Shrek Academy. If that were the case, the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Wells Celestial Herb, the Azura God's inheritance in the City of Slaughter, and the Sea Goddess inheritance on Sea God Island could be intercepted in advance. Just as Yubai was calculating how to intercept Tang San's chances of becoming a god, All the major forces across the continent almost simultaneously issued the same order. Investigate. Investigate the history of a person named Tang San on the Douluo Continent to see if such a powerful individual exists. Even ordinary people were discussing it, curious about who this Tang San really was in history. Of course, more people were staring intently at the images in their minds, eager to see if this Tang San's life was exciting. At Shrek Academy, when the name Tang San appeared, everyone instinctively looked at the Tang San standing among them, their expressions filled with shock. Hey, brother, this exposer's name is the same as yours. Maybe you're the main character this time. Little Wu, who was hugging Tang San's arm, jumped up and cheered, breaking the silence in the atmosphere. Others also came back to their senses, their gazes towards Tang San turning envious. Wow, I have a feeling that this exposer Tang San might really be you. This is too lucky. Why isn't the main exposer me? Although I said I didn't want to be an exposer before, that was just talk. Oh heavens, I'm actually not afraid of being exposed. Why don't you change the main exposer? At least I'm a rare genius with a phoenix martial soul. Exactly. And me, I'm a never-before-seen, innate, full soul power food system user. Looking at the people he knew becoming exposers was even more uncomfortable than not being an exposer himself. Even Zhu Zhuqing, whose face was full of coldness, couldn't help but glance at Tang San before attracting her gaze, her expression still as cold and lifeless as before. Even Flinder looked deeply at Tang San, then scolded the other three boys who were howling. Shut up. Quietly watched the following images on the Heavenly Dao Ranking. Faced with the envious and jealous gazes of everyone, as well as little Wu's proud and arrogant gaze, Tang San's expression became somewhat strange. However, after recalling his earlier thoughts, he eventually calmed down. Forget it, being exposed is fine. After all, I didn't do anything wrong in my past life. However, unbeknownst to him, outside Shrek Academy in the woods, a middle-aged man dressed in a tattered cloak, looking extremely disheveled, slightly moved as he raised a wine bottle to drink. The wine jug fell from his hand without him realizing it, and his weathered, numb face was filled with disbelief and pain. A reborn person with past life memories. So that's how it is. But does that mean Tang San is really my child? At the same time, in Nodding City, at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Tang San, as one of the two most outstanding graduates in the Academy's history, was indeed a true celebrity. Wow, it's Big Brother Tang San. It must be Big Brother Tang San. Cut. Who said that? There might be many people named Tang San in this world. How do we know it's the one from our academy? You disrespect Big Brother Tang San too much. Be careful that little Wu hears and comes back to deal with you. I just don't think so. In the faculty dormitory, Yu Xiaojiang looked at the name that appeared in the images in his mind, and after a slight daze, his expression immediately turned ecstatic. Tang San. This Tang San must be my disciple. It can't possibly be anyone else named Tang San. No wonder this child always acts like a little adult. So that's how it is. This is simply wonderful. With Tang San's current dual martial soul talent, if he gains the accumulation from his past life, and even awakens his martial soul again, becoming an unprecedented 3 martial soul awakened person. Thinking of this situation, Yu Xiaojiang's face turned red with excitement, and he couldn't control his emotions, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. I indeed did not misjudge him. Tang San, you are truly my direct disciple. This is the real genius that has never existed in all eternity. Wuhuan Palace, Bibidong, and those who once looked down on me. Just you wait. My disciple will prove that I am not a waste. You will regret it forever. Hong Kong Bai Dang Lan, Dang Shan, under the gaze of all living beings. The grand characters on the light curtain slowly disappeared, and then a scene appeared. In the scene, the sky was overcast with dark clouds, and a fierce wind howled, seemingly about to rain. In the evening, a row of thatched cottages in a small village nestled in the mountains was ablaze with fierce flames. Thick white smoke rising and swirling in the wild wind, resembling the end of the world. Inside the village, villagers lay sprawled on the ground in disarray, their cheeks, chests, and necks covered in deep wounds from slashes, blood flowing freely. Everything in the village, including furniture and pots and pans, was casually thrown by the roadside, and there were unfamiliar tire tracks and hoof prints appearing, with some grain scattered around from time to time. All these traces seemed to lead to the village entrance. There is no doubt that this small village in the mountain forest has been attacked by bandits, and they're the kind that are extremely ruthless, killing anyone they see. In Douluo Continent, everyone who had originally been excited was horrified at this scene. Many ordinary people turned pale and even vomited. Hiss, coming in with such a big scene? This guy named Tang San seems to be in a terrible situation. TSK, a village massacre. And looking at the scene, it seems they encountered a group of robbers, right? These guys are really ruthless. Huh. In this situation, could it be that this guy named Tang San is one of the villagers who were slaughtered? If that's the case, isn't this guy named Tang San about to die? That's too tragic, right? Just as everyone was speculating in their hearts, the image on the screen suddenly changed. At some point, an old man dressed in white with white hair appeared in the center of the village. He looked around at the tragic scene with a face full of anger. Damn it, it's this notorious 9 Alliance bandits again. These scum who kill without blinking and take pleasure in killing have actually robbed and slaughtered a village again. In my lifetime, I will definitely eradicate you thieves. I will avenge these innocent people and those 4 disciples of the Tang sect. As the old man's voice fell, the screen on the heavenly list conveniently displayed his identity introduction. On the side of the old man, a line of large characters appeared. Elder Tang Lan of the outer sect of the Shushan Tang sect. The moment everyone in Douluo Continent saw the old man's identity introduction, all forces were stunned. Shushan Tang sect is a hidden force on the continent. In the Hall of Spirits, sitting on the Pope's throne, Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the 4 characters Shushan Tang sect, but her beautiful brows furrowed again. It seems that the one who exposed this time is this so-called Tang sect person. Fortunately, this time the exposer is not a remnant of Hao Ian's sect otherwise. I would have to consider whether to find a reason to wipe out Hao Ian's sect before the soul hunting plan begins. However, this so-called Shushan Tang sect, I seem to have never heard of it. Elders, do you know anything about this force? Below, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged puzzled glances. And after a moment of hesitation, Zhu Douluo stepped forward and looked at Bibi Dong above, his voice slightly hesitant as he said, "Your Holiness, we have also never heard of any information about the Shushan Tang sect. Moreover, currently, there seems to be no mountain named Shushan on the entire Douluo Continent. Therefore, I suspect that this so-called Shushan Tang sect is likely a force from at least tens of thousands of years ago in Douluo Continent's history. Perhaps back then, there really was a peak called Shushan, but it was renamed as history progressed. And that force called Tang sect probably perished over time as well. After all, if there were a force that could continue from tens of thousands of years ago to the present, with our spirit hall's power and intelligence capabilities, it would be impossible not to receive any information at all. After pondering for a moment, Bibi Dong nodded, acknowledging Zhu Douluo's words, but then still ordered Zhu Douluo, however, still arrange some personnel to thoroughly investigate the historical data of the continent and try to find information about this so-called Shushan Tang sect. At the same time, organize the information about the sects that appeared in history. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's orders, Zhu Douluo immediately nodded and went down to make arrangements. For this newly emerged sect, all major forces on Douluo Continent took similar measures to Spirit Hall. Just as the entire Douluo Continent was buzzing with discussions about the word Shushan Tang sect within Shrek Academy. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar old man on the screen, Tang San felt a jolt, his expression somewhat dazed, and he couldn't help but murmur softly. It's old Master Tang Lan. His voice was very low, low enough that even Xiao Wu, who was holding Tang San's arm, didn't hear his murmuring. However, not far away, Flinder's expression suddenly stiffened, and his heart trembled violently. As a high-level soul sage at level 78, his hearing was terrifying beyond what ordinary people could imagine. It was precisely because he heard Tang San's low murmur that Flinder's heart began to shake wildly. The smile at the corner of his eyes was almost uncontrollable. Sure enough, Tang San is the exposer this time. Ha ha, struck gold. Really struck gold. Given the current situation, this little guy Tang San will definitely achieve the title of Douluo in the future. At that time, Shrek will truly be famous on the continent. Ha ha, Xiao Gang's vision is indeed as sharp as ever. Xiao Gang can finally realize his dream. Perhaps the former Golden Iron Triangle can reunite again. However, suddenly, Flinder seemed to think of something, and the smile that had just appeared at the corner of his eyes gradually froze on his face. No, didn't the exposer's memory only get infused into the exposer's brain when the heavenly list exposure ended? Why does Tang San recognize the old man on the screen now? Hiss. In that moment, Flander quietly turned to the side, his expression changing rapidly. The light curtain continued to display the scene. Just as the old man named Tang Lan, filled with murderous intent, was about to pursue the group of thieves known as the Juin Alliance, a faint sound of a baby crying suddenly came from the village. Hearing the baby's cry, Tang Lan's expression changed, and without a second thought, He quickly moved in the direction of the sound. In just a few leaps, he arrived outside a wooden house engulfed in raging flames. Right here, listening to the baby's cries from inside the house, Tanglon didn't hesitate and directly ignored the fire and thick smoke on the roof, rushing into the house. In an inconspicuous corner, he found a tattered cloth, and the baby's cries were indeed coming from beneath it. He quickly pulled back the cloth, revealing a crying baby lying in the swaddling. Bending down to pick up the baby in the swaddle, a kind smile appeared on Tang Lan's aged face, especially as he looked into the baby's pure eyes filled with curiosity. He couldn't help but chuckle. "You little guy, you truly have a connection with this old man. From now on, you shall be called Tang-san." As he spoke, Tang Lan suddenly heard a creaking sound from the roof and instantly realized that the house was about to collapse. Without a moment to lose, he quickly left the house, holding the baby Tang-san in his arms. As this scene unfolded, the entire light screen gradually dimmed. All the beings in Douluo Continent watching the first scene were filled with interest, discussing among themselves. It seems this baby is the protagonist of this exposure. Looks quite tragic. Yeah, just making an entrance and the whole village gets slaughtered. This is just like those protagonists in the novels on the continent, starting with their family. No, the whole village being sacrificed, boundless power, right? Some people initially felt a bit sad for the exposer named Tang-san, but after hearing your words, they couldn't help but want to laugh. So annoying. In contrast to the casual discussions and laughter of the masses, some attentive viewers were becoming serious. Something's not right. Based on that old man Tang Lan, who could single-handedly hunt down a group of murderous thieves, he should be a powerful figure. But in the previous scene, the old man's actions didn't show any soul rings at all. That's right, and the speed he displayed was only at the Soul King level. However, judging by the murderous intent Tang Lan showed towards the thieves, that should be his full speed. But why didn't any soul rings appear? This doesn't make sense. It's well known that soul masters must have soul rings appear when they unleash their full power. And the absence of soul rings indicates that this old man hasn't used his true soul power. But that doesn't match the rage he displayed towards the thieves. What on earth is going on? Just as everyone was puzzled, in the Wuhuan Hall, inside the worship hall, Qian Daolu, who had been sitting in the main worship position with a calm expression, suddenly showed a trace of surprise on his youthful face, as if he had thought of something. Below, an elder who looked even older than Qian Daolu, seated in the second position on the left, couldn't help but look up at Qian Daolu and curiously asked, "Elder brother, do you know something about the situation in the scene?" The other major worshippers also turned their curious eyes towards Qian Daolu. Seeing the curious gazes from the worshippers below, Qian Daolu didn't hide anything from these old brothers, and with a hint of reminiscence, he spoke lightly. "Well, when I was young, I heard a certain high-ranking angel worshipper talk about some matters. At first, I thought it was just a story made up by that person and never took it seriously. However, it seems that the stories he told are indeed true." Upon hearing the high worshipper's words, the curiosity on the faces of the other worshippers intensified as they wanted to know what the previous high-ranking angel worshipper had said. Watching the expressions of his old brothers below, Qian Daolu smiled and continued. "Once, he told me that our Douluo Continent is actually just one of the 3,000 small worlds managed by the divine realm. Around our Douluo Continent, there actually exist other worlds with different cultivation methods, belief systems, and so on. I initially thought this was just a story, but looking at the old man in the scene, the way he channels his power is clearly different from ours. So now I can confirm that what he told me is true. Clearly, the world where this exposer, named Tang-san, came from in his previous life must be one of those other small worlds." Hearing this, the worshippers were all shocked, clearly taken aback by the information Qian Daolu had revealed. Soon, the second worshipper, Jin Iduo, reacted and immediately stood up, quickly looking at Qian Daolu and saying, "Elder brother, it seems we must find this reincarnated exposer and extract from him the cultivation laws of other worlds. It might help you achieve godhood in a different way." The other major worshippers also reacted to the second worshipper's words, their eyes brightening as they all stood up in agreement. On the main seat, a hint of surprise also appeared on Qian Daoliu's face. In the depths of the Star Do Great Forest, in a special space, a middle-aged man dressed in black stood respectfully to the side, seemingly narrating something, his face filled with barely contained excitement. In front of him, a massive silver-white dragon hovered in midair, quietly suspended. "My lord, this is absolutely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our Soul Beast clan. As long as we find this exposer and extract from him the method of increasing strength without needing to absorb soul rings, and then improve it, we can spread it widely among humans. If we succeed, we won't just stop being hunted by humans for our soul rings and soul bones, but we can even counterattack the humans. Let our soul beast clan become the overlords of Douluo Continent once again. After quietly listening to the black-clad man's narration, the silver dragon suddenly spoke. Dune, you are too Navi. Its voice was crisp and pleasant, cold yet captivating. This is actually a female voice. These two are none other than the black-eyed golden dragon king Tion, who possesses the title of beast god and has attained an 80,000-year cultivation level, and the silver dragon king, one of the dragon god's avatars. Tion, who was full of excitement, was immediately stunned upon hearing the silver dragon king's words. The excitement on his face faded, replaced by confusion as he looked at the silver dragon king. Do you know that under the management of the divine realm, each small world has its own reincarnation rules? Generally, beings from each world can only reincarnate within their own world and are not allowed to reincarnate in other worlds. This is one of the rules of the divine realm. That guy, Shura, is specifically responsible for overseeing the operation of the divine realm's rules. Now, with a soul from another world reincarnating in the Douluo Continent, it's easy to imagine that it can only be that damned Shura plotting something in the shadows again, not knowing who he intends to harm this time. As for our soul beast clan falling into such a predicament, Shura's involvement is undeniable. He even modified the cultivation rules of the Douluo Continent specifically to exterminate our soul beast clan. Do you think this exposure he brought in would be beneficial to our soul beast clan? Upon hearing the Silver Dragon King's explanation, Tion felt a chill all over and immediately understood. This exposure is definitely a scheme laid out by the Azura God to further exterminate his own soul beast clan. Just thinking about this, the killing intent within Emperor Tion uncontrollably erupted, and then he looked up at the Silver Dragon King and requested, "My lord, please use your means to mark the identity of this exposer after his reincarnation. I will find a way to secretly eliminate him in advance. We absolutely cannot give him a chance to grow." 009 Stealing. Just as the entire Douluo Continent was buzzing with discussions, a new scene appeared on the light screen. Under the arching crescent moon and a sky full of stars, a group of ancient-style buildings stood majestically among the mountains. The overlapping peaks, with wisps of white mist, created a dreamlike atmosphere, as if not of this world. Between several peaks, the positions seemed to form a cluster of stars surrounding the tallest and most magnificent peak in the center, as if guarding it. At the highest cliff of the central peak, the four large characters Shu, Mountain, Talman were carved. Moreover, there were several iron chains connecting the peaks, forming the only passageway between them. Below this iron chain path was a bottomless chasm shrouded in mist. If one were to fall, there would be absolutely no chance of survival. On each peak, there were clusters of buildings. Although they were not as exquisitely laid out or grand in style as the central mountain structures, they were still suitable for habitation. At this moment, in front of a chain bridge on a mountain peak, a figure dressed entirely in black night gear, with only a pair of youthful eyes exposed, suddenly appeared. Without any hesitation, the black-clad person quickly leaped onto the chain bridge and ran swiftly towards the central mountain peak. As they moved, it seemed as if there were multiple phantoms appearing. The target was a majestic pavilion on the central mountain peak. Just at that moment, when the black-clad figure and the pavilion appeared together on the Heavenly Rankings screen, the screen enthusiastically provided a text introduction for both, labeling them as Tang San after adulthood in the Tang sect's scripture pavilion, which houses all the important cultivation techniques and hidden weapon manufacturing methods of the Tang sect. Disciples who wish to cultivate must exchange sect contribution points for access. Upon seeing the final text label, everyone's heart couldn't help but murmur quietly. This guy named Tang San. Could it be that he wants to steal the sect's cultivation techniques? No way. After all, this guy named Tang San was saved and raised by the people of the Tang sect. He shouldn't choose to repay the Tang sect like this, right? A person should not. At least should not repay kindness with malice, right? At Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai and the others couldn't help but glance at Tang San, their expressions becoming somewhat subtle. Especially Ning Rongrong, who spoke up for the sect, now looked at Tang San with a hint of vigilance. At the same time, they had all confirmed that this new exposer was their new classmate, Tang San. After all, they had seen with their own eyes yesterday that the movement technique used by Tang San in the current scene was exactly the same as the one used by their classmate Tang San beside them. It seemed to be called Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps, right? Tang San naturally noticed these gazes, but at this moment, he had already figured everything out. He didn't care about the looks from his companions. He believed that once everyone watched all the memories from his previous life, they would surely recognize him. He was not wrong. Only the truly inexperienced Xiao Wu, until this moment, still did not understand what Tang San in the picture was doing. But instead, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Look, this is Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps. It's Xiao San's unique movement technique. I knew it. This exposer is definitely Xiao San." He. Just as everyone was muttering in their hearts, the explanatory text on the screen slowly disappeared, and the scene continued to play. The black-clad Tang San quietly entered the central peak, skillfully avoiding various terrifying traps and patrolling disciples along the way, and finally arrived at the shadowy corner outside the scripture pavilion. After easily evading the guarding disciples, he came to a door on the top floor of the scripture pavilion, took out a piece of iron wire, silently opened the door, and instantly slipped inside. Inside the top floor of the scripture pavilion, there were shelves made of 9 layers of wood placed against the surrounding walls, each layer filled with bamboo slips. The scene quickly swept past, revealing several names on the bamboo slips. Poisonous Material Collection, Tang, Sect Poison Techniques, Advanced Hidden Weapon Techniques. In the scene, after the black-clad Tang San stealthily infiltrated, he didn't even look at the bamboo slips on the shelves around him, but instead made his way directly to the center of the loft, in front of a counter made of white jade. What came into view was only one book placed in the center of the jade platform, with the word Xuantian Treasure Record written on the cover. The moment he saw this manual, the excitement in the exposed eyes of black-clad Tang San surged, and he whispered, "Xuantian Treasure Record. It really is the highest cultivation manual of the Tang sect. Only inner disciples are qualified to cultivate the Xuantian Treasure Record. I have finally found it." As he spoke, the black-clad Tang San directly reached out and grabbed the Xuantian Treasure Record, flipping it open to read, "Internal Skill Method, Xuantian Gong. Lightness Skill, Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps. Hand Techniques, Xian Jade Hand. Eye Techniques, Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Capture Techniques, Controlling Crane and Capturing Dragon. Hidden Weapon Techniques, Hidden Weapon 100 Solutions." Ha. It really is correct. It is said that the Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps cultivated by our Tang sect outer disciples is indeed a part of the true supreme treasure of the Tang sect. This is the real supreme treasure of the Tang sect, the Xuantian Treasure Record. Excitedly flipping through the manual, the black-clad Tang San directly opened the last section, Hidden Weapon 100 Solutions, looking at the directory of Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, Guanin's Tears, Raining Pear Blossom Needles, Yama's Note, looking at the hidden weapons detailed in the Hidden Weapon 100 Solutions, which are almost legendary, and the detailed manufacturing methods above. The eyes of black-clad Tang San were almost bloodshot with excitement. After flipping through everything, black-clad Tang San finally tucked the Xuantian Treasure Record into his chest, and then carefully slipped away again. The scene gradually darkened. Compared to the discussions at the end of the last scene, this time, there were waves of scolding voices across the entire continent. A white-eyed wolf. A true white-eyed wolf. This guy named Tang San is simply a bad seed. I guessed earlier that this guy might want to steal something from the sect, but I didn't expect him to directly steal the highest treasure of the Tang sect. Old Tang Lan really shouldn't have saved this traitor of the sect. Exactly. From the explanation of the Heavenly Dao Ranking, it is clear that those so-called cultivation techniques require disciples to make sufficient contributions to the sect before they can learn. And this Tang San actually chose to steal directly is simply disgraceful. Now that it has been exposed, I hope this guy's reincarnator can hide his identity well. Otherwise, there shouldn't be a major force in this world that would dare to accept such a person. At this moment, in the hall of the Haotian sect, seeing the scene just now, the most irritable 7th elder, Liang Duo, directly started cursing scum. He is simply bringing shame to our Tang surname. Fortunately, there are no ungrateful white-eyed wolves like him in our sect. Otherwise, even if he is the exposer, even if he is extraordinarily talented, I would personally kill him. Such a white-eyed wolf who repays kindness with malice, selfish and self-serving, will sooner or later become the second disaster star for a sect. In the main seat of the hall, Tang Xiao, once one of the Haotian twin stars, and now the sect master of the Haotian sect, listened to the 7th elder's indirect insults. His face was extremely uncomfortable, but he couldn't say anything. After all, the 7th elder's son died in the battle against the Wuhuan temple back then, and the direct cause of that battle was his brother. The first disaster star mentioned by the 7th elder, Tang Hao, and that woman named Ain in his memory, thinking of his brother's current miserable state, and the gentle woman in his memory being forced to sacrifice, Tang Xiao's hatred for the Wuhuan temple increased. He wished he could take out the Haotian hammer and smash the Wuhuan temple to pieces immediately. In the second row of seats, the second elder, with white hair and a very old face, glanced at Tang Xiao's dark face at the top position, knowing that Tang Xiao's anger was rising. He then turned his gaze to the seventh elder, signaling him to shut up, and then spoke regarding the handling of this new exposer Tang San. I believe that if he is a disciple of the sect, as long as he is willing to actively submit the techniques from the Xiantian treasure record to the sect afterwards, the sect will still forgive his previous life's actions, and will not allow other disciples to use this matter to speak out. After all, this is all from his past life, and has nothing to do with this life. However, if he conceals it and does not report it, and if he's found out later, then it will be enough to prove that this person is no different from his previous life. So don't blame the sect for being merciless. As for if he is not a disciple of our Haotian sect, then if we encounter him, we will just invite him to the sect as a guest. Sect Master, what do you think? Saying this, the second elder turned his gaze to the Tang Xiao on the main seat. Tang Xiao looked at the other elders below, all with approving expressions, and after pondering for a moment, he nodded in agreement with the second elder's suggestion. After all, the second elder's suggestion was almost the best handling plan. As for the second elder's final remark about inviting him to the sect as a guest, how to invite him and how to be a guest after he comes, everyone tacitly did not mention. At this moment, other major forces on the Douluo Continent were also making similar arrangements, either openly or secretly starting to deploy. Moreover, the scale was larger than any time during the previous 11 years. After all, the major forces have almost confirmed that this time the exposer, in their previous life, was definitely someone from another world, and the cultivation methods from other worlds are absolutely the greatest treasure in this world. Not to mention anything else, just the ghost shadow stealth step used by the black-clothed Tang San during the infiltration of the scripture pavilion. This skill, even the titled law experts are extremely envious of it. After all, they only need one glance to determine that this kind of step can definitely enhance their combat strength. Not to mention, ghost shadow stealth is just a small part of the Xiantian treasure record. If they could obtain the entire Xiantian treasure record, it wouldn't be impossible to establish another spirit hall on the Douluo Continent. After today, perhaps the entire continent will become lively because of this exposer named Tang San. In the Coring City at the Castle Academy, within the new student class 2, TSK. This Tang San is too hateful. Isnt. Exactly. Yes, simply trash. A thankless, white-eyed wolf. Extremely shameless. Listening to these classmates' friendly evaluations of Tang San, Yubai felt very calm, even wanting to laugh. Young people are just young people, bursting with a sense of justice, unlike those dirty adults. Their minds are definitely focused on how to find Tang San and ask about the contents of the Xiantian treasure record. Although I also want a part of the Xiantian treasure record, but unfortunately, he has a titled Douluo father guarding him. Otherwise, I might expose Tang San's information. As thoughts flipped through his mind, Yu Bai's eyes slightly narrowed. Just at that moment, a voice came from beside him. It was the chubby Shi Zheng cursing, damn. This guy named Tang San is really disgusting. If I find out who this thankless white-eyed wolf has reincarnated as, he should be thankful that the heavenly ranking revealed his past life appearance. In this life, only those who knew him in his previous life can recognize him. Otherwise, if I find him, I will definitely punch him until he shits, then beat him into the shit, and finally use his shit to hit him. How can there be such disgusting people in this world, really? Glancing sideways at the chubby guy beside him who was munching on jerky while cursing others as disgusting. Yubai rolled his eyes in silence, then curiously asked, Chubby, don't you want to get that Xiantian treasure record? Of course. Hearing Yubai's question, the chubby Shi Zheng looked at him with a puzzled expression and said, just looking at that ghost shadow stealth step, even my sexy fat body is about to fly with envy. Not to mention there are other cultivation secrets in the Xiantian treasure record. As he spoke, seeing Yubai wanting to say something, the chubby guy instantly understood what Yubai meant and calmly waved his chubby hand, saying, wanting is one thing. But if I were in the same situation as that Tang San in my previous life, there were still ways to obtain the Xiantian treasure record for cultivation, right? As long as I get a few points from the sect, isn't that enough? Or even if there is no Xiantian treasure record, I would still contribute to the sect to repay the life-saving grace, rather than living like that Tang San, taking without asking. Isnt that's stealing. And it's stealing from one's own family. Tang San should be thankful or praying that when the heavenly ranking ends, there is no one around him. Otherwise, at the latest by tomorrow, he would be invited by those major forces to drink soup. Listening to the chubby Shizhing's words, Yubai was taken aback, then smiled and patted Shizhing's shoulder, ignoring the puzzled look from Shizhing, and said, "I believe you." After that, he refocused his attention on the light screen in his mind, while secretly thinking, moreover, Tang San is not so easy to be invited to drink Meng Pa soup. After all, Tang Hao's hammer is not so easy to handle. Soon, a new scene appeared again, and the previously noisy crowd quieted down once more, wanted to see the subsequent development of the exposer Tang since stealing the Xiantian treasure record. In the scene at this moment, Tang Sin stood on a mountain peak, staring blankly at the sea of clouds below. Not far down the mountain, several figures dressed in white were rushing toward this place, like streaks of flowing light, leaving behind trails. This could only be achieved by mastering the Ghost Shadow Stealth Step, combined with strong internal strength. In the entire Shushan Tangmen, only a few elders and the sect master, Mr. Tang, could achieve this. Noticing the people coming from below, Tang San suddenly turned around, then stepped on an iron chain bridge, quickly flying toward the back mountain of the central peak, leaving behind trails of afterimages, his speed not at all slower than the elders pursuing him. Down below, the high-ranking members of a sect had come to investigate the theft of the sect's supreme treasure and recognized that the fleeing figure ahead was the sect traitor Tang San, and they also accelerated to follow. Soon, when a group of sect elders tracked Tang San to the cliff top of the central main peak Ghost Sea Trouble, they all stopped. Especially when looking at the traitor standing naked in front of Ghost Sea Trouble, sect master Mr. Tang and the elders were puzzled, not knowing what this guy was up to. Before Mr. Tang could ask, the naked Tang Sin spoke up. "I know, breaking into the inner door and stealing the sect's ultimate skill is an unforgivable crime against the sect rules. But Tang San has never forgotten his roots. Everything about Tang San is given by the Tang men." Speaking calmly, until a loud explosion sounded and a white light enveloped Tang San's body. Mr. Tang couldn't help but exclaim, "The Xiantian treasure record. You even learned the highest internal skill from the Xiantian treasure record." The other elders immediately became alert, and Tang San looked at the shocked high-ranking members of the sect. He smiled, a brilliant smile, and said to himself, "Coming naked and leaving naked, being able to let Buddha's Wrath Tang Lien reappear in the world is the last gift I leave for the sect. Now, aside from myself, I have not taken anything else from the Tang men. The secret techniques are under the first brick inside my room." Tang San is now returning everything to the Tang men. Ha ha! As he laughed, Tang San leaped off Ghost Sea Trouble and took out a dazzling golden lotus flower from behind, activating the switch with the other hand. In an instant, an incredibly bright light illuminated the Ghost Sea Trouble that had not seen light for years. Under this beam of light, the light screen gradually darkened, and a large in character appeared on the screen. Then, a light group of this statement detached from the light screen and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, after watching the life of this exposer, everyone felt able, didn't he know whether to speak, even feeling a bit confused about Tang San's final actions. Not understanding what he was doing. What was that guy doing in the end? Did he commit suicide under pressure? Or jump off the cliff to make a statement? Cough. I can't understand, but looking at Tang San's final expression, it should be considered a statement by jumping off the cliff, right? Just can't understand what he is trying to express. My Tangmen heart, I really only secretly cultivated the sect's treasure, and I didn't pass it on to outsiders. Even though I am a genius capable of creating the long-lost hidden weapon Buddha's Wrath Tang Lien. Besides stealing the sect's treasure for cultivation, I absolutely adhere to all sect rules. I'm still pure and innocent. You guys are really hilarious. But honestly, I don't understand this Tang San's thought process. Since he ultimately shows such love for the Tang sect, why would he jump off a cliff? Given his ability to create that so-called secret weapon called the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, and the reactions of those sect masters and elders upon hearing its name, I can conclude that if Tang San chose to accept the sect's punishment with his talent and importance, those high-ranking sect members would definitely let him off easy and even reuse him in the future. Then he could repay the sect well, strengthen the sect's power, and teach more disciples how to make those so-called secret weapons. Wouldn't that be better for the Tang sect? Why jump off a cliff? And in the end, he comes back completely empty-handed, returning everything to the Tang sect? Isn't that a joke? He was saved by the Tang sect and then raised by them, during which the Tang sect taught and trained him. In a sense, his life belongs to the Tang sect. What right does he have to jump off a cliff? What qualifications does he have to do so? This guy is simply clueless. At the spirit hall, Bibi Dong, sitting on her throne, coldly uttered 2 words after watching all the light screens. Trash. She then looked at her disciple, Hulaina below, whose pretty face was full of disdain, and instructed, Nana, don't ever think of learning from this Tang San, who is clearly not right in the head. Hearing her teacher's admonition, Hulaina immediately stood up, her charming face serious, saying, Disciple understands. Everything I have is given by the Spirit Hall, before I'm killed by the enemy. I will definitely keep myself useful and fight for the glory of the Spirit Hall. I will never be ungrateful like Tang San. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, a beautiful smile appearing on her exquisite face. On Sea God Island, the high priest Poseidon called several sea god worshippers and instructed, such a person will never have pure faith. In the future, warn all the citizens of Sea God Island that one should not be like Tang San, and that Sea God Island will not welcome such people. At the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji ordered a disciple. Spread the word that the 7-treasure glazed tile school is very interested in the Xuantian treasure record and is willing to trade with Mr. Tang San. As for the initial intention to win him over, it has now been completely abandoned by me. What a joke. What benefit could recruiting such a person bring to the sect? In the Heaven Dao Imperial Palace, the Crown Prince's mansion, TSK. This Tang San seems to be not just a white-eyed wolf. The main issue is that he has a problem with his brain. I originally thought of using my identity as the Crown Prince to win him over, but it seems even my father wouldn't allow it. Forget it. Although I'm curious about the contents of the Xiantian treasure record, judging by the strength of those high-ranking Tang sect members, it's probably similar to the soul skills of all titled Douluos, just like some inheritable self-created soul skills. It probably won't help me achieve godhood. Then forget it. Uncle Snake Spear, give the order that if we find this Tang San, we need not worry about his life or death. If we can obtain the Xiantian treasure record, that's great. If not, then forget it. In Nodding City, at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, in the faculty dormitory, Yu Xiaojiang, after reading about Tang San's past life, wore a face of regret and helplessness, mixed with a hint of acknowledgement, muttering to himself, Tang San is indeed the disciple I, Yu Xiaojiang, have high hopes for. Even in his past life, he was so clever, with a strong character yet knowing how to be grateful. In such a world, no, or rather, in any world, to live according to one's own wishes, the most important thing is strength. Therefore, at all costs, by any means necessary. As long as one can become a true powerhouse, there's no problem. Just like in this world, justice will inevitably triumph over evil, because only the winning side has the right to speak of justice. Otherwise, it's evil, it's incompetence, it's worthless, just like me now. However, this kid Tang San is still too strong-willed and too grateful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to jump off a cliff to make a statement in the end. Sigh. I hope that in this life, Tang San could be a bit more tactful. As he muttered to himself, other teachers and students at Nodding Academy gradually came back to their senses, discussing among themselves, and even those who were originally proud that Tang San, the exposer, was a student of Nodding Academy, were now mostly cursing. Bah, an ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. I can't believe such a person came from our Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. It's simply a disgrace. Back then, he helped Xiao Wu become the big sister of the academy and was always running around with Wang Sheng and Xiao Laoda, bullying others without care. Exactly. And that Wang Sheng, ever since he got close to Xiao Wu and Tang San, has almost forgotten who he is. A bunch of scum. Hearing the students outside the school cursing, Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned angry, filled with disgust, simply clueless, at most a waste with the potential of a soul master. Yet they dare to insult my disciple Tang San. Forget it. Anyway, with Tang San's future talent, these people don't even have the qualification to look at Tang San's back, living in 2 different worlds with this group of untalented trash. I don't need to be angry about it. Saying this, Yu Xiaojiang picked up a letter on his desk, signed by Flander. There was no point in staying here any longer. He should go to Flander and continue teaching Tang San. After packing his things, he left the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy without saying goodbye to anyone. At Shrek Academy, seeing that Tang San's past life ended with a cliff jump, Xiao Wu couldn't help but hug Tang San, crying with heartache. Tang San, why are you so foolish to choose to jump off a cliff to express your feelings for the sect? Wu, you're too silly. You big fool. In this life, I won't allow you to do that again. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. Looking at the girl who was crying with her small head buried in his chest, fearing that she would disappear like in the images, Tang San's heart softened, and a warm and tender expression rose on his otherwise ordinary face. continuously comforting the person in his arms. Beside them, Dai Mubai watched Tang San, who was comforting Xiao Wu, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth, sighing. Tang San, little brother, is indeed a ruthless person. Ghosts fear him because he really jumps when he says he will. Hearing Dai Mubai's sentiment, Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. However, what Ma Hongjun didn't notice was that a hint of vigilance appeared in Oscar's peach blossom eyes. Not far away, the cold and lifeless Zhu Zhuqing moved slightly, murmuring to herself, jumping off a cliff to end one's life? Ending a life like this seems quite good. However, at that time, I must take this guy along. With that thought, Zhu Zhuqing's icy gaze swept over Dai Mubai's back. She had just heard what Ma Hongjun said. At the same time, Zhu Zhuqing completely gave up on Dai Mubai. In his heart, there was only the thought of dying together with him. Dai Mubai suddenly felt a chill run through his body and couldn't help but shiver. Among the group, only Ning Rongrong, who was born into a sect, furrowed her brows tightly as she looked at the others who had no objections to Tang San's past actions. What on earth is wrong with this group? Do they really not think Tang San's behavior is problematic, or are they all pretending not to see it? This guy is clearly a thoroughly self-centered petty person. Anyway, I will tell my father to never allow this guy to enter the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. At that moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky above Shrek Academy and shot directly into Tang San's forehead, who was talking to Xiao Wu. In an instant, all the memories of his past life became clear in Tang San's mind. Even many techniques, medicines, and knowledge that he had forgotten reappeared in his brain. At this moment, Tang San was stunned. Looking at this bizarre scene, everyone confirmed that the one who was just exposed was indeed Tang San. At this moment, seeing everything settled, Flander stepped forward. When Flander returned to the front of the crowd, the seven from Shrek Academy stood in formation again. Satisfied with their performance, Flander nodded and then addressed them. All right, we have finished reviewing the Heavenly Dao Rankings just now, and now there are a few things I need to say. Upon hearing this, everyone became serious, waiting to listen. First, the content exposed by the Heavenly Dao Rankings is merely from your past life. No matter what status you held in your past life, be it a noble, a prince, or a high-ranking member of a sect, that is all in the past. Now, you have only one identity, and that is a student of Shrek Academy. Aside from this, you have no other identity. This rule applies not only to the exposed Tang San, but also to any of you who may become exposed in the future. Is that understood? Understood. The crowd shouted in unison. At the same time, everyone understood that Flander announced this rule to eliminate any potential rifts in the team caused by the exposure of their past actions. Second, seeing that the Academy members had no objections, Flander continued. The news of any student becoming an exposed person within the Academy must not be disclosed to anyone else. This time, Ning Rongrong beside him directly retorted, impossible. I was born into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and everything will naturally focus on the prosperity and flourishing of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. All major forces pay great attention to any exposed individuals, let alone someone like Tang San, who is the first from another world in his previous life. As a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I cannot betray my sect for a school I've just entered for a day, and for almost unfamiliar students. I can't do it. 013 Path of Death. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Tang San's expression suddenly stiffened, and he secretly thought, damn it, I actually forgot that everyone present already knows my identity as an exposed individual while comforting Xiao Wu just now. Once my information is leaked, those major forces will definitely pounce on me like sharks smelling blood. Just like Ning Rongrong said, an exposed individual, especially the first exposed individual from another world like me, is extremely important to forces like the Spirit Hall, the three upper and lower sects, and even the two empires. What should I do now? If the news gets out, not only will I be in trouble, but Xiao Wu will also be implicated. No, I absolutely cannot let any information leak from here. Suddenly, the rules of conduct from the Tang sect in his past life flashed through Tang San's mind. The third rule of the Tang sect's Xintian treasure record states, determine if the opponent is an enemy, as long as they have the path of death. Do not show mercy, otherwise it will only bring trouble to yourself. In an instant, Tang San slightly lowered his head, his entire upper face hidden in shadows, making it impossible to see the expression in his eyes at this moment, while his hands quietly reached behind him. However, at that moment, Flinder suddenly spoke up, "Oh, do you really think that reporting the situation here to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will bring prosperity and flourishing to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Hearing Flinder's words, Ning Rongrong's beautiful brows furrowed, and a look of confusion appeared on her pretty face as she asked, "Director Flinder, what do you mean by that?" At this moment, even the other few people, including Tang San, looked up expressionlessly, their gazes fixed on Flinder. Seeing this, Flinder knew that certain things might not be hidden anymore, so he directly looked at the several students and said, "I know that many of you have significant identities, such as Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's master, the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Dai Mubai, a member of the Star Luo royal family, the second prince of Star Luo, Zhu Zhuqing, a member of the Star Luo Zhu family, the third miss of the Star Luo Zhu family. Your identities are not simple, and it's normal for you to have thoughts similar to those of Ning Rongrong. However, do you really think that reporting this news to your families and sects will be a good thing for them? No. I can responsibly tell you that the only consequence of your actions will be to bring unbearable disasters to your sex." Looking at Ning Rongrong's disdainful smirk upon hearing this, and Dai Mubai's surprised expression as he looked at Tang San, Flinder pursed his lips and finally spoke. "Because your families and sects will definitely attract the revenge of a titled Douluo powerhouse, or even multiple titled Douluo powerhouses, and they are not ordinary titled Douluo powerhouses." "What? Titled Douluo?" At this moment, a group of students, including Tang San himself, shouted in astonishment. That was a titled Douluo, a true powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of this world. Unexpectedly, Tang San had such a powerful backing behind him. Tang San, with the surname Tang? Only Ning Rongrong, who had also seen a titled Douluo, seemed to have thought of something at this moment. Tang San, with the surname Tang, and there were several titled Douluos behind him. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up as if she had thought of something, and then she looked at Tang San in shock. After pondering for a moment, she finally looked up at Flinder and said, "I see. All right, I promise. I won't take the initiative to tell anyone outside of here about anything that happened today. Is that acceptable?" Seeing that Ning Rongrong was so perceptive, Flinder nodded in satisfaction, adjusted his glasses, and then looked at the other students before continuing. "All right. Since that's the case, let's talk about the next matter." Flinder's voice awakened the dazed Tang San, who ignored the others and directly looked at Flinder, speaking anxiously. "Wait. Dean Flinder, did you just say I have a titled Douluo powerhouse behind me? How is that possible? I'm just a kid from a small village. How could there be a titled Douluo supporting me, even risking offending other major forces?" While speaking, Tang San didn't notice that the small dance beside him was pale, her body trembling slightly, and her eyes were filled with fear. A titled Douluo behind Tang San. Did that mean he had already been discovered? Should she hurry and run back to the Stardow Forest? However, thinking that if she left, she would never see Tang San again, Xiao Wu's heart became even more conflicted. Looking at Tang San's anxious profile, Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and ultimately made up her mind to stay at the academy. Little did she know that just a moment ago, Tang San, who almost chose to leave, was now staring intently at Flinder, wanting to learn the truth from him. He even wondered if that title Douluo was related to his mother, whom he had never met. Seeing this, Flinder felt a bit of a headache, but thinking about the possibility that Hao Hianduo was observing from afar made his scalp tingle. However, recalling Hao Hianduo's instructions from last night, Flinder had to shake his head. Then, looking at Tang San, he said, "Tang San, you must understand that some things are not for you to touch before you reach sufficient strength." Having said that, he ignored the dejected Tang San and turned to all the students, saying, "All right, we've finished watching the Sky ranking list. Now let's start the first class of enrollment. Except for Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar, everyone else, return to your own places and start cultivating immediately." As soon as Flinder's order was given, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing each chose a suitable place in the school to meditate and enhance their soul power. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San with worry before also choosing to leave. At the scene, Flinder told Tang San, "We'll talk about your matters later." Then turned to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, saying, "Oscar, Ning Rongrong, do you know what the first thing is that you must learn as a support on the battlefield?" "Ning Rongrong, you go first." Just as Flinder was about to let Ning Rongrong answer, she suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a minute, Dean. Haven't you noticed that the light curtain from the Sky ranking list hasn't disappeared even after such a long time?" "What?" 3. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, the other 3 present were all astonished, and then they discovered that the light curtain in their minds had not disappeared. At this moment, a familiar scene appeared on the dim light curtain. A few sparkling golden characters slowly floated into view on the curtain. Xiao Yin, Gu Suner, Kai Lin from past and present, 014, Bai Bai Dong, Zhu Zhuqing, seeing that the sky ranking list actually had new exposures, and this time 3 appeared at once. The entire Douluo Continent was in an uproar. Wow, I didn't expect to see new exposures today. This is something that has never happened before. TSK. 3 new exposures at once. Based on the past patterns of the sky ranking list, these 3 definitely have intricate connections from their past lives. I just don't know if their past lives are part of our Douluo Continent's history or from a new different world. Anyway, I really want to see that different world, especially if it can detail the cultivation methods of that world. Perhaps I can create new soul skills from it. Oldly just bragging. You're already so old and only a soul emperor. Don't you know your own qualifications? Even the major forces that were busy arranging for people to search for Tang turned their gazes back to the sky ranking list, each person filled with anticipation. At this moment, in Kailang City, at the Shrek Academy cafeteria, Yu Bai, who had just taken a bite of his food, spat it out after seeing the new text that appeared on the sky ranking list. Opposite him, the chubby Shizheng, who was sprayed all over his face, looked pale, his teeth clenched, glaring fiercely at Yu Bai, as if he was ready to jump up and slap Yu Bai's small white face. However, considering his martial soul and soul power level, Shizheng could only silently wipe the rice grains off his face, thinking angrily, "All right, Yu Bai, just you wait. You actually sprayed rice on my face without any apology afterwards. Very good. Just wait when you next want to eat my dried meat. See if I add some seasoning to it." Thinking of a certain scene during the future soul fighting, a mischievous smile suddenly appeared on Shizheng's chubby face, making the other students around him shiver in fear, as if they had seen a pervert, and they quickly left with their trays. In an instant, at the long table in the cafeteria, only Yu Bai and Shizheng remained, while everyone else kept their distance, completely unaware of everything around him. Yu Bai stared blankly at the newly appeared text on the screen, his heart surging with waves. What the heck? Xiaoyan, Gu Suner, Kai Lin. Aren't they the main characters from the neighboring battle through the heavens? How could they appear on this sky ranking list? Could it be that they got tired of staying in the endless fire domain and chose to reincarnate together to experience life? But that doesn't make sense. They're not even from the same universe. Damn, with these 3 around, wouldn't my path to becoming a god become dozens of times harder? Just as Yu Bai's thoughts were racing, the golden characters on the screen slowly disappeared, and a new scene gradually appeared. What came into view was a vast square, crowded with people, most of whom were boys and girls under the age of 16. In the center of the square stood a high platform, and on the platform was a large, pitch-black stone tablet, which, judging by the wear and tear on its surface, had been there for quite some time. At this moment, on one side of the Heavenly Dao leaderboard, a few large characters slowly appeared, the head of the 3 major families of Wutan City, the Shao family, indicating the site of the family's young generation cultivation test, which takes place every 3 months. Upon seeing this, everyone seemed to vaguely understand the situation in the scene. The scene shifted, revealing a high platform at the back of the playground, where several middle-aged and elderly individuals were seated, each exuding a formidable aura. Following this, each person's name was appropriately labeled on the Heavenly Dao leaderboard. Oh, this group of people is quite powerful. The chief, named Xiao Zhan, is in the center, and judging from the aura he exudes, he is almost at the Soul King level, even approaching the Soul Emperor level. Not bad. And along with several elders of the Soul Sect to Soul King levels, it seems this family is doing all right, qualifying as a second-tier small family. However, it seems there is no city called Wutan City on the Douluo Continent. It appears that this time, the world where the exposer previously resided is yet another different world. In Spirit Hall, the Pope's throne, Bibi Dong glanced disdainfully at the figures of Xiao Zhan and others displayed on the screen. Weaklings. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall on the Douluo Continent, she achieved the title of Douluo in her 30s, and at just over 40, her soul power has already reached level 98. And she is a genius with dual martial souls who has inherited divine legacy, making her the true first extraordinary woman of the Douluo Continent. She indeed possesses the strength to overshadow the entire Douluo Continent. However, Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixed on the screen, and at this moment, she was certain that this exposed world was definitely another new world. Bibi Dong was curious to know if this so-called new world had any powerful individuals who could rival her. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, in a certain dense forest, Zhu Zhuqing, who was originally sitting cross-legged in meditation and preparing to start cultivating her soul power, was forced to abandon her original plan for cultivation after the Heavenly Dao leaderboard began broadcasting again, and could only watch the scenes being played. However, for some reason, since the start of this broadcast, Zhu Zhuqing felt her heartbeat uncontrollably quickening. It was as if something very important to her was about to appear. Raising her delicate hand to press against her rapidly beating heart, suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through Zhu Zhuqing's mind. Could I be one of the exposers this time? Just as she was thinking this, the scene on the Heavenly Dao leaderboard shifted, and the perspective suddenly turned to an inconspicuous tree in the corner of the square, where a young man was leaning against the trunk with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. The moment she saw the young man's appearance, both Bibi Dong and Zhu Zhuqing felt their hearts tremble. It was as if a sense of inexplicable familiarity and closeness surged within them, as if they were seeing someone very dear to them whom they hadn't seen for a long time. At that moment, Bibi Dong and Zhu Zhuqing finally confirmed that they were definitely one of the exposers. Moreover, she had a close relationship with the boy in the picture. The thought of a certain possibility made Zhu Zhuqing's originally cold and lifeless pretty face suddenly flush with a hint of red, making her incredibly adorable. Meanwhile, far away in the spirit hall, Bibi Dong, who was originally sitting high on the Pope's throne, now had a pale complexion. Her powerful soul force swept across the surroundings, forcing everyone inside and outside the Pope's palace to lower their heads, their faces pale and cold sweat pouring down. Master! At this moment, the weak voice of Hulaina suddenly came from below, finally waking Bibi Dong up. After forcibly controlling a certain thought in her heart, Bibi Dong then withdrew her imposing aura, restoring her previously expressionless demeanor, as if nothing had happened. 015 zu Zhuqing, ich Sune. Let's continue watching. After Bibi Dong calmly finished speaking, she directly withdrew her gaze, then fixed her eyes tightly on the Dao list, fearing she would miss any scene. Her heart was in turmoil, wanting to escape, yet also wanting to keep watching. Below, Hulaina, whose face was pained, and Zhu, who also looked pale, exchanged glances, then stood up in tacit understanding to continue looking at the Dao list. Not daring to say much, anyone with discernment could see that Bibi Dong's condition was clearly problematic at this moment, if they didn't want to suffer. The best way was to keep quiet. As Bibi Dong's direct disciple, Hulaina understood her better than anyone else. Despite the blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, her originally beautiful and alluring face was incredibly pale, and her expression was filled with worry as she looked up at Bibi Dong on the throne, wanting to say something. However, seeing that Bibi Dong clearly did not want to be disturbed at that moment, she ultimately suppressed her worries and, after wiping away the blood at the corner of her mouth, once again shifted her attention to the Dao list. She really wanted to know what was going on that caused her beloved master to be so emotionally disturbed. In Keilang City, at the Castle Academy cafeteria, when Yu Bai saw Xiao Yan's appearance on the screen, his originally handsome face almost twisted, and the corners of his mouth twitched crazily, because, while others might see the boy in the picture as just a somewhat handsome youth in Yu Bai's eyes, the face on the screen was none other than his own handsome face. Plus, with the previous rumors about the Dao list stating that only exposers could see the true appearances of everyone on the list at this moment, Yu Bai could confirm 100 that he was that exposer. Furthermore, Yu Bai was even more certain that this so-called Dao list was definitely the golden finger that brought him to Douluo Continent. Moreover, this so-called exposure of his previous life was definitely a projection of the story from the anime Do Po Sang Qiong that he had watched in his past life. Just thinking about one day encountering the so-called ancient Sunner and Medusa Queen exposers arranged by the Dao list made Yu Bai feel so embarrassed that his toes were about to dig out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in the cafeteria. Isn't this just ridiculous? Just as Yu Bai was feeling awkward and mumbling to himself, the Dao list continued to play. Although the whole square was lively, perhaps due to being in a corner, the boy leaning against the tree in the corner was rarely in a relatively tranquil and comfortable state. The summer sunlight filtered through the dense branches and leaves overhead, sprinkling dappled sunlight on the boy, adding to a sense of comfort and peace. Xiao Yan Gij, are you slacking off and sleeping again? A crisp and pleasant girl's voice suddenly rang out from beside him, waking the half-asleep Xiao Yan, slowly opening his drowsy eyes. What came into Xiao Yan's view was a girl's face that was stunningly beautiful with a hint of a playful smile, captivating like a first love. At the moment he saw the girl's smile, suddenly 80 of the people on Douluo Continent felt like they might be in love. In the dense forest of Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing looked at the girl appearing on the screen, unable to help but cover her small mouth with her hand, her big eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This long face looks exactly like mine. In other words, my previous life was that girl in the picture. looking at the face on the screen, which is clearly identical to her own, but currently adorned with a charming smile that is both sultry and delightful. Zhu Zhuqing's heart becomes increasingly unsettled. Can I really have such a smile? For a moment, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but be lost in thought. At the same time, the scene continues. The lazy-looking young man, gazing at the exquisite and ethereal face before him, feels the gloom in his heart dissipate significantly, and he chuckles, "Oh, so it's you, little Sunner." Hearing the young man's words, the girl with the delicate face slightly pouts as if in feigned anger and says, "Xiaoyan, what's with that tone? Are you not welcoming Sunner?" Hearing the dissatisfaction in Sunner's voice, Xiaoyan gets up, somewhat distressed, then raises his hand to ruffle the girl's head, saying irritably, "You little girl, you know I didn't mean it like that." Oof. After the girl haughtily snorted a couple of times, she brushed aside the young man's hand that was messing with her head, then hugged his arm and sat down under the tree with him, watching the cultivation test taking place in the center of the square ahead. Not far away, due to Sunner's appearance, many people's gazes were drawn over, and they naturally noticed Xiaoyan, who was leaning against the tree. Some were driven by jealousy that a waist like Xiaoyan could attract the family's top beauty, Sunner. Others were venting their frustrations at the once exalted genius of the Xiao family, and many began to point and mock Xiaoyan loudly. "Look, that's the former #1 genius of the family. Who would have thought that now, almost 15 years old, he still only has 3 segments of fighting spirit? It's simply tarnishing our Xiao family's reputation. Yeah, what a so-called #1 genius. I think he must have accidentally consumed some heavenly materials or pills that exhausted his potential, which is why he set the record for being a fighter at 11. Otherwise, how could his cultivation regress? It's been almost 3 years now, and he's still a waste with only 3 segments of fighting spirit. I really don't understand why Miss Sunner would like such a waste." Listening to these familiar, humiliating remarks, Xiaoyan's expression remained remarkably calm, as if those people were not cursing him at all. "Xiaoyan, I heard those vicious insults too." Sunner glared fiercely at those people, and only after they turned away did she look worriedly at the young man beside her, her pretty face full of pleading. "Xiaoyan, why don't we just go back? Let's skip this family cultivation test." Hearing this little girl's words, Xiaoyan couldn't help but pinch Sunner's milk-like smooth face and smiled as he teased her. "You silly girl, how could you give up on participating in the test for my sake? You know that after each cultivation test, the family rewards excellent disciples. Moreover, with your talent, Sunner, you should already be a fighter by now, right? With such strength, you would definitely be the most dazzling genius in the family. How could you give up?" Listening to Xiaoyan's words, Sunner's beautiful little nose wrinkled. Then she shook her head and said, "What the most dazzling genius in the family?" In Sunner's heart, only brother Xiaoyan is the most dazzling genius. Although those people slander you, saying you took drugs and whatnot, Sunner knows that brother Xiaoyan is a proud and very smart person. How could he do something that would ruin his foundation? Brother Xiaoyan, you achieved the status of a fighter at 11 years old, and you were famous throughout the entire Jia Ma Empire. Compared to you, Sunner's current level of cultivation is nothing at all. 016 quick-witted Hulayina, jealous Sunner. Watching the discussions on the screen, many clever people on the Douluo Continent became intrigued at this moment. A once genius, for some unknown reason, has regressed in cultivation, unable to improve for 3 years. Interesting. However, based on the previous exposure of the Heavenly Dao Rankings, this Xiaoyan will definitely recover his talent and cultivation later. Otherwise, he wouldn't be connected to another exposure. But how on earth will he restore his cultivation and talent that have shown no progress for 3 years? Fighting spirit? Fighting energy? Fighters? Is this the power and cultivation realm of the New World? Looking at the pressure and aura of the Xiao family head and elders, it's clear that there are other realms, yet it's unknown who is stronger, the top powers of the New World or the title Douluo from our Douluo Continent. However, this young man's temperament is quite good. Even when insulted, he can remain calm and unperturbed. Such a person will surely become a great powerhouse in the future. Compared to the recently exposed Tang San, he is simply thousands of times better in temperament. Wait a minute. When the Heavenly Dao Rankings were first introduced, it seemed that this girl named Sunner had the surname Gu. Yet now she's in the Xiao family and is called Miss Sunner. This is very similar to the plot of a novel where the protagonist and his stepsister are in a relationship. Right. At the Wuhuan Temple, on the Pope's throne, Bibi Dong deeply gazed at the calm-faced boy in the picture despite the ridicule from others, her heart involuntarily trembling. In his past life, this boy, named Xiao Yan, also went through a period where he was called a waste, and he fell from being a genius known throughout the empire to the lowest level of waste. Why is it that even with such experiences, this boy can still face everything in the world with calmness? At the same time, Bibi Dong couldn't help but compare the boy in the picture with the person who left an indelible mark on her in this life, especially recalling that person, upon hearing the rumors from Wuhuan City, fled in embarrassment without even coming to verify with her, and later, on the day he accidentally married his cousin, only found out about their relationship and fled in embarrassment again, leaving his cousin to face all the scorn and accusations alone. At that moment, Bibi Dong suddenly felt as if something in her heart had shattered. At the same time, her gaze lingered on the boy in the image, especially when she saw the girl beside him, who was hugging his arm with a radiant smile on her face. Bibi Dong couldn't help but furrow her brows, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart, as if she was somewhat displeased. She couldn't help but ponder, in her past life, what exactly was her relationship with him? Why did she feel anger when she saw those people in the image humiliating the boy named Xiao Yan? And why did she feel displeasure when she saw the girl named Sun getting close to him? Could it be that, as she thought of a certain possibility, Bibi Dong's expression changed several times, and then she forcefully suppressed that thought deep in her heart? She didn't even dare to imagine that if that thought were true in this life, with her broken body and shattered emotions, what face would she have to meet this boy? Raising her head, Bibi Dong stopped thinking in that direction and instead looked down at her direct disciple and the two titled Douluo under her command, saying, "Speak up, what have you discovered?" As soon as Bibi Dong's voice fell, her direct disciple Hulaina stepped forward, disregarding her pale and weak appearance, and began to analyze seriously. "Teacher, first of all, just from the power and level of cultivation displayed by those people in the image, we can determine that this is yet another new otherworld. Secondly, in this new otherworld, there seems to be something called medicinal pills that can enhance a person's cultivation, which is similar to our world's soul bones. Moreover, it seems that our world also has various rare herbs. If we can learn the methods of refining medicinal pills from other worlds, our spirit hall will undoubtedly gain a deeper foundation. Finally, regarding the girl in the image named her identity does not seem simple. Just like our world, generally, the highest talent within the same generation of family is within a certain range, but Sunera's talent is clearly a whole level higher than others. Additionally, her surname is different from the Shao family, which gives me reason to suspect that the family Sunera belongs to is a powerful force that far exceeds the Shao family. Likewise, based on the above judgments, the guy named Xiao Yan, whether from his previously dazzling talent or his current stagnant cultivation, indicates that Xiao Yan is also not a simple young member of the Shao family. After hearing Hulaina's analysis, both Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo below nodded in satisfaction. Up above, Bibi Dong was equally satisfied with this disciple, both in talent and intelligence. However, looking at Hulaina's pale and weak face below, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of guilt in her eyes. She then directly called for a healing-type soul master at the soul Doa level from the spear hall to heal Hulaina's injuries before allowing her to continue sitting down to watch the Heavenly Dao Rankings. In the image, the cultivation test of the young generation of the Shao family continued. At that moment, the tester standing by the testing stone tablet shouted name, Xiao Omei. Immediately, a charming-faced girl leaped onto the high platform with a cheerful smile, then stretched out her hand and pressed it on the testing stone tablet. In an instant, the stone tablet flashed with golden light, and a line of golden characters slowly appeared. Fighting Qi, 8th stage. Seeing this result, the tester's smile widened even more, and he announced loudly, Xiao Mei, Fighting Qi 8th stage, advanced, cultivation qualified. Hearing the tester announce her success, Xiao Mei immediately turned around and showed a radiant smile to everyone below. Although Xiao Mei's appearance was not as stunning as Sun Er's, her youthful charm naturally exuded a seductive aura, instantly causing the boys below to cry out in admiration. In a corner, Xiao Yan, who was lying in the shade of a tree, also noticed Xiao Mei on the high platform, looking at the girl shining with glory at that moment. He recalled the memories of the little girl who used to follow him everywhere, clamoring to marry him, and he silently smiled and shook his head. Just then, Xiao Yan suddenly felt a pain in his arm that Sun Er was holding, and he turned his head to find himself staring into Sun Er's bright eyes, which looked as if they were jealous. All right, I won't look anymore. Is that okay? I was just reminiscing about the past. However, the past is ultimately the past. Now, it has become the joke of the entire Wutan city, and only Sun Er is still willing to accompany me. I'm already very content with that. Saying this, Xiao Yan's calm expression suddenly took on a teasing tone as he turned to look at the beautiful girl beside him and chuckled. I only just found out today that our Miss Sun heir is actually a little jealous pot. Ha ha. Watching the hearty laughter of Xiao Yan, Sun heir's delicate face, like a flower, flushed with 2 shades of red, and she hurriedly raised her jade hand to cover Xiao Yan's mouth, fearing he would say something embarrassing again. Xiao Yan Gij, you mustn't talk nonsense. Sun heir is not a jealous person. Humph. In the real world of Douluo Continent, in the forest behind Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing looked at the image of herself on the screen, her originally cold face now completely turned into a red apple, instantly alluring. Is this really me from my past life? I actually have such a girlish demeanor. Also, looking at this, the one called Xiao Yan should be my other half from my previous life, and he has also been reborn into this world. How should I face him then? Thinking of her family situation in this life, Zhu Zhuqing fell silent again. On the other side, in the spirit hall, in the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong watched the interaction between Xiao Yan and Sun heir on the screen, and she unknowingly tightened her grip on the scepter, causing her fingers to sink into it, slightly deforming the scepter without her noticing. Her flawless face showed no excess emotion, but her purple-pink eyes seemed to turn into flying daggers, wishing to stab the 2 people on screen. The atmosphere in the entire Pope's hall once again became eerily oppressive. Below, the confused Duo curiously turned to look around, wanting to see what was wrong when a gaze like a knife shot down from above. Duo, why are you still here? Hearing Bibi Dong's cold voice mixed with some irritation, Duo looked up at Bibi Dong on the throne with a bewildered expression, meeting her knife-like gaze. Duo instinctively shivered and then asked with a trembling voice, Pope, where should I be right now? Bam! Bibi Dong, gripping the scepter, slammed it hard onto the ground, her temper flaring as she shouted, what did the saintess just say? Didn't she say we could research alchemy? As the elder most familiar with heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the spirit hall, how dare you still be dawdling here in the Pope's hall? Hurry up and go study alchemy. Duo shivered again, quickly nodded in response, and disregarding the pleading gaze of his good friend Ghost Duo beside him, he slipped away. Ghost Duo, hearing Bibi Dong mention his name, Ghost Duo swallowed hard and immediately rushed forward to bow and apologize, reporting to your holiness before I came here. I assigned some tasks to Yin and the others, and I need to check on them now. I hope your holiness will allow me to leave. After saying this, Ghost Duo, with cold sweat on his bowed head, realized that Bibi Dong was just venting her anger and didn't want to see anyone else. Sure enough, as soon as Ghost Duo finished speaking, Bibi Dong coldly spat out a single word, get out. At that moment, to Ghost Duo's ears, it sounded like a heavenly decree, and he instantly turned and chased after the direction Jude Douluo had left. In the Pope's hall, only Bibi Dong and Hulaina remained. Below, Hulaina, whose complexion had turned rosy after being treated by the healing spirit masters of the spirit hall, was now cautiously looking up at Bibi Dong, her pretty face filled with confusion. However, being clever, she also sensed that Bibi Dong seemed to want to be alone for a while, so she quietly suggested, Master, should I go out too? Above, after venting her feelings, Bibi Dong, feeling much better, heard her disciple's request and waved her jade hand to stop her, saying, no need. Just stay here and continue watching the Heavenly Dao Ranking with me. Hearing Bibi Dong's tone return to normal, Hulaina silently sighed in relief and then focused on watching the Heavenly Dao Ranking. The commotion around Xiao Yan ultimately caught the attention of many, especially seeing the most beautiful girl in the family being so close to the so-called waist, which made many people even more jealous of Xiao Yan. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei, who had just stepped off the high platform, also noticed this side, and especially after seeing Xiao Yan's appearance, a complex expression appeared on her charming face. Ultimately, she chose to ignore Xiao Yan, thinking, in the future, with the gap in our talents, we will be people from 2 different worlds. With this thought, Xiao Mei's charming demeanor returned, and she began to chat and laugh with other talented members of the family. The testing continued, with one Xiao family disciple after another going up, some coming down happy, others disappointed. Zun, Xiao Xun Ea. When this name was called by the tester, the entire square fell silent. Even the high-ranking members of the family above couldn't help but cast their gazes over. Go. Good luck. Seeing that it was finally Sun Heir's turn, Xiao Yan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up for encouragement. And he also wanted to know how strong this little girl had become now. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, Sun Heir playfully stuck out her tongue and said, you'll know soon. Xiao Yan Gij. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, she lightly approached the testing platform, gracefully leaped, and landed softly in front of the stone tablet, like a gentle breeze caressing the willows. Without saying much, she raised her jade hand and pressed it down. The next second, the testing stone tablet suddenly burst forth with unprecedented golden light, illuminating Sun air like a goddess. Soon, the golden light faded, and 4 golden characters slowly appeared on the testing stone tablet. Fighter 1 star. Upon seeing this, everyone in the square erupted in excitement. After a long time, when Xiao Yin was mentioned as the last name, he, as always, stepped onto the testing platform under the mocking and disdainful gazes of everyone. When he placed his hand on the testing stone tablet, the familiar words 3 stages of Do Chiri appeared. His expression slightly fell for a moment, then returned to the calm demeanor he always had. Accompanied by Sun Air, he left peacefully under the gazes filled with ridicule, disdain, and jealousy. The scene gradually darkened, and people on Douluo Continent began to discuss 018, don't underestimate the young. TSK, it seems that this family called Xiao isn't all that great. Although the survival of the fittest and admiration for the strong are the norms of life, to kick their own kin when they are down, especially targeting a young boy, such a family is destined not to last long. Indeed, however, this little guy named Xiao Yin seemed to have had very strong talent in the past. Just look at the screen earlier. Those who were clearly 15 or 16 years old only had the cultivation of the so-called 7 or 8 stages of Do Chi. And this was still considered a genius, apart from Sun Air. One can imagine that Xiao Yin, at 11 years old, could reach the next major realm of fighter, which shows how terrifying his talent was. What a pity, a fallen genius is no longer a genius. At the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong's pink-purple eyes slightly narrowed as she silently thought. Then, as a ways too, let me see what choices you will make. At Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing pursed her lips and finally murmured in a cold voice that only she could hear, "Come on, don't give up." The scene reappeared, late at night, when all the other members of the Xiao family had extinguished their candlelight. In the room of the Xiao family's 3rd son, Xiao Yin, he was seen sitting cross-legged on the bed, his eyes tightly closed, a faint stream of energy enveloping his body. Boom! It seemed that a sound came from within Xiao Yan's body. And in an instant, the aura around him suddenly became much stronger. Opening his eyes, Xiao Yin calmly murmured, "I broke through again." The next moment, however, his cultivation aura began to strangely weaken until it completely vanished. At that moment, Xiao Yan's expression was slightly dazed. After a long while, he finally let out a long sigh and resumed his meditation. Outside the video, within the Pope's hall, seeing Xiao Yan's slightly dazed expression at the end, Bibi Dong felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. She thought to herself, "This is you, isn't it? Every time you improve your cultivation, your strength mysteriously disappears, enduring the title of waste for 3 long years." At this moment, Bai Dong admitted that he was the boy from his previous life. With this thought, Bai Dong's heart suddenly started to beat rapidly. But upon recalling his dirty life in this lifetime, he felt a sudden wave of inferiority. At Shrek Academy, in the dense forest, looking at the image on the Heavenly Dao Ranking, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes turned slightly red, as she thought of her own tumultuous life and that of Dai Mubai, who had fled here and chosen to live in indulgence. A thought suddenly arose in Zhu Zhuqing's heart. "I cannot give up. I will not give up, even if Dai Mubai has completely chosen to give up and live carelessly. So what? My life, my destiny can only be determined by me. I will cultivate diligently, live well, and break through to level 70 as soon as possible. By then, I'll be able to find you." Looking at the image in her mind of that boy who repeatedly lost his cultivation yet persevered, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to finally find her life's goal. In the imperial palace of Tiando City, Qian Renxue, disguised as Xue Qinghe, sat at her desk, watching the images of the boy who failed repeatedly yet kept trying again. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but show approval. Such a resilient character, with such extraordinary talent. As long as the issue of his lost cultivation is resolved in the future, he will definitely achieve great things. As for the so-called loss of cultivation, since this cultivation hasn't directly dissipated into the heavens and earth, it can be inferred that it must be accumulating somewhere. Once it reaches a certain threshold, it will surely explode, soaring into the sky. Such a person is the true talent that our spirit hall needs. No, he should belong to me. I will definitely find you, reclaim you, and make you useful for me. The scene shifted to the next day, when people from Yunlanzong arrived. It turned out that in the past, when Xiao Yan's talent was still present, Nalan Jia from the Gamma Empire heard about Xiao Yan's achievements. Given that the two families had a good relationship before, they arranged a betrothal. Now, Nalan Jia's daughter, Nalan Yanran, who was engaged to Xiao Yin, not only joined the #1 sect of the empire, Yunlan Zone, but also became a disciple of the sect master, the Do Huang strongman Yun Yun. This time, she came to the Xiao family to annul the engagement with Xiao Yin. Facing the lofty girl and seeing his father trembling with anger, along with the clan members begging for mercy, at this moment, the boy's calm eyes finally turned fierce and crazed, as if all the anger and hatred accumulated over 3 years erupted at once. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the young and poor. Nalan Yinran, 3 years from now, at the peak of Yunlan Zhan, all grievances will be settled. The vow of the 3-year agreement thus emerged. At this moment, the entire Douluo Continent was boiling with excitement. Hiss! Goosebumps are rising. I really want to ignite. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river. Do not bully the young for being poor. This Xiao Yin is indeed not simple. The future will definitely be extraordinary, I tell you. Indeed, this young man's pride has never disappeared. Inside the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong's eyes rippled with waves. This is the kind of young man I admire, proud and unyielding, never giving up. At this moment, what masters what you Xiaojiang are simply not worthy of carrying shoes for this young man. And this Nalan Yinran simply does not recognize good from bad. The scene shifts to the back mountain of the Xiao family, where Xiao Yin sits at the mountain peak, looking at the sea of clouds below, and can't help but murmur, "Damn it, you brought me to this world, but my life has been full of ups and downs. Are you playing a joke on me? Or treating me like a monkey to toy with? The humiliation of today, I never want to experience it a second time in my life." As soon as the boy's words fell, a figure of an old man rose gracefully, floating in front of the boy. "Young man, it seems you need help." It turns out that this old man is the former #1 alchemist on the continent, a 9-star Do Zun expert, the master of the Starfall Pavilion, and also the culprit behind Xiao Yan's loss of cultivation. At the same time, the Heavenly Dao Ranking list reveals the cultivation levels of the Douluo Continent for the first time, starting from Do Shi and ascending to Do Shi, to Do Shi, Do Ling, Do Wang, Do Huang, Do Zong, Do Zun, Do Sheng, and Do Di. There are also 9 minor realms between each major realm. After some back and forth, Xiao Yin finally chooses to apprentice under the old alchemist and promises to refine a body for him in the future. The scene darkens, and then various images appear. In each image, under the guidance of the old alchemist, the young Xiao Yin is either battling various fierce magical beasts in the magical beast forest or maneuvering against enemies, counter-killing them. At the same time, Xiao Yan's cultivation is rapidly increasing. 1-star Do Shi, 2-star Do Shi, 3-star Do Shi, 1-star Do Shi, 2-star Do Shi, 3-star Do Shi. Nich Anna Divit Bibidon. Humph. Little thief. Hulaina. Who guessed the truth of the matter? Finally, the scene arrives at the depths of the Tegel Desert, outside the city of the Snake Man tribe, where several powerhouses with cultivation above Do Wang are in stalemate with a group of strong snake men, ready to fight at any moment. At this moment, in the shadowy corner under the city gate, a figure cloaked in a black robe, covering his entire body and revealing not a trace of skin. Xiao Yin seizes the opportunity to carefully infiltrate the city, quickly approaching the queen of the Snake Man tribe. Queen Medusa's palace tried to take advantage of the chaos to quietly retrieve the ranked 19th on the list. The teacher, I'll be counting on you soon. In front of the palace of the Snake Man queen, Xiao Yin cautiously transmitted a message to the old alchemist in his ring. "Don't worry, leave it to me. I will conceal your aura. Even if Queen Medusa has now advanced to Dozong, she won't be able to detect you." The old man's voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. Hearing the old alchemist's words, Xiao Yin finally made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and chose to sneak in. At this moment, in the largest palace of the Snake Woman Queen, a flame resembling a lotus quietly burned in the center of the celebration, magnificent and stunning. On the large bed at the back of the palace lay a woman who was charming and alluring, possessing unparalleled beauty that could ensnare any man with just a glance. Dressed in a luxurious purple brocade robe. Beneath the robe, her body was plump and exquisite, like a ripe peach, exuding a hint of seduction. Her 3,000 strands of hair cascaded casually down her fragrant shoulders, falling gently around her slender waist, and beneath the brocade robe, a purple snaketail peeked out, swaying slightly, exuding a wild and enchanting allure that made one feel inexplicably hot. The Heavenly Dao Ranking list also marked her identity, the queen of the Snake Man tribe. Queen Medusa, the last exposer, Kai Lin. Upon seeing this scene, the entire continent was completely stirred up. Is this really Queen Medusa? She's so beautiful. What's going on? Why do I feel like if Queen Medusa is willing to look at me, I would be willing to die? Hiss. Am I sick? So beautiful. Is this kind of beauty really something that should exist in the world? Wow, I dare say that on the entire Douluo Continent. Perhaps only the Pope can compare to her. In the spirit hall, inside the Pope's chamber, looking at the beauty in the image, Hulaina, sitting below, felt a wave of envy in her beautiful eyes and sighed. She is truly too beautiful. Such features and figure, even in her snake-tailed form. She is still full of allure, even more so than I am after awakening my martial soul. I wonder if I can match her allure after I awaken my martial soul true form. While speaking, Hulaina did not notice the dazed expression of Bai Bai Dong on the Pope's throne above. Perhaps hearing the murmurs of her disciple, Bai Bai Dong finally came back to her senses from the image of the woman's beauty, and after hearing Hulaina's murmurs clearly, a proud smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Being the most beautiful among women, this is the greatest pride of a woman. On this point, even as the Pope, Bai Bai Dong cannot avoid it when facing her direct disciple. Coming back to her senses, Bai Bai Dong looked at the image of the Queen Medusa, who looked just like her, and at this moment, she was completely certain that she was the last exposer. Queen Medusa? A queen? It seems that my identity in my past life isn't bad. Oh, by the way, just now, in the image, it seems Xiao Yin has already sneaked into the palace and is trying to steal the call in the center of the palace. In other words, that little thief is currently hiding somewhere, peeking. Just thinking about the fact that Xiao Yin is currently somewhere peeking at her past life in such an alluring state, Bai Bai Dong's heart suddenly raced, and her stunning face uncontrollably flushed with a hint of pink. Realizing her unusual state, Bai Bai Dong instinctively crossed her long, beautiful legs. Quickly reflecting in her mind, what is wrong with me? In the past, if I knew a man was peeking at me, even in my past life, I would have wanted to kill him on the spot. Why is it that knowing it's that little thief, Xiao Yin, instead makes my heart race? Even if I was in love in my past life, but the exposure hasn't ended yet, and the feelings and memories of my past life haven't been infused yet. I shouldn't be like this. While pondering like this, Bai Bai Dong didn't notice that her crossed long legs had unknowingly started to shake rapidly. Her mind still racing with thoughts. Could it be that I really liked this little thief so much in my past life? Just as she was thinking this, Bai Bai Dong saw the image of the Heavenly Dao Ranking list shift to a corner of the Queen's palace that was not easily noticed, where a figure cloaked in black robes was peering into the palace. The person was Xiao Yin. When Xiao Yin cautiously poked his head out, he immediately saw in the center of the palace. The moment Xiao Yin saw the fire lotus, he recognized that this was the goal of his daring adventure into the Snake Woman Queen's palace. After calming his emotions, Xiao Yin then withdrew his gaze from and cautiously scanned other parts of the palace, and the next moment he saw the breathtaking figure leaning against the large bed. At this moment, even with Xiao Yan's mindset, he couldn't help but be stunned, and 2 streams of nosebleed suddenly flowed out. When he regained his composure, Xiao Yan's old face couldn't help but flush red, and he hurriedly began to clean up silently. Seeing this scene, a playful smile unexpectedly appeared on Bibi Dong's beautiful face, with a hint of amusement and pride deep in her eyes. He really is a little thief. While thinking about this, Bibi Dong didn't notice that Hulaina, who had been drawn to attention by Bibi Dong's suddenly shaking long legs, was now staring at her with a dazed expression. My goodness, Master actually has such a girl-like smile. Is Master falling in love? At the thought of this, Hulaina quickly averted her gaze and shrank her little head, fearing that Bibi Dong would discover she had seen that scene and silence her. However, the flame of curiosity in Hulaina's heart was growing stronger and stronger. Master, has she fallen for the boy in the picture? No, it seems that since this exposure began, Master has been a bit abnormal, especially when she inexplicably got angry back then. Upon careful reflection, it seemed that the exposed scene featured this boy named Xiao Yin and that girl named Suner playing around together. And now, Master suddenly shows such a smile. But in the picture, it is Xiao Yin bleeding from his nose while peeking at Queen Medusa. Wait a minute. Hiss. Master can't possibly be Queen Medusa in the exposed scene, right? 020 exposure ended. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the direction of the city gate. Inside the sleeping palace, Medusa understood that the human strongmen outside had already begun their attack. Then, without hesitation, Medusa stood up, swaying her serpent tail to the heart of earth fire, her beautiful eyes gradually becoming resolute and fierce. Then, under the astonished gaze of Xiao Yin, She reached out her jade hand to grasp the heart of earth fire and directly forcefully devoured it. In a shadowy corner not far away, Xiao Yan's face twitched fiercely. This Queen Medusa is indeed ruthless. The heart of earth fire, although ranked 19th on the, could easily trigger tremors in the earth and volcanic eruptions. Even ordinary high-level Douzong experts would find it extremely difficult to reclaim it, and it could be called a life and death situation. Yet this Queen Medusa, with her strength only at the peak of Do Huang, not even reaching Douzong, had chosen such a brutal method to devour the. This is truly a fierce woman. I can't help but wonder what kind of life her husband will live in the future. With such thoughts, a mischievous smile suddenly appeared on Xiao Yan's face. As if he were gloating. Inside the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong watched this scene and couldn't help but bite her silver teeth tightly, her beautiful face cold, and cursed fiercely. Humph, this damn little thief. How dare he arrange things like this? Humph. Realizing that her disciple, Hulaina, was still present, Bibi Dong forcibly stopped her words and refrained from cursing out loud. Below, at this moment, Hulaina wished she could cover her fox ears. Is this something I can listen to myself? As Xiao Yan's voice fell, the voice of Yao Lao immediately followed, saying, in my travels across the continent, I have heard of the Medusa Queen of the Serpent People, who can evolve her 7-colored, sky-devouring python bloodline by devouring strange fire, thus stimulating her potential to break through to the Do Huang, fighting emperor, realm, and reach the Douzong, fighting zone level. However, while this method may have a chance of success, the probability of success is akin to a life-or-death situation. If she fails, her body will be blown apart by the powerful and volatile energy of the on-the-spot. Just as Yao Lao's voice fell, a blue light beam shot directly from Medusa's body, piercing through the roof of the palace and shooting towards the sky. Outside the city, a group of human powerhouses saw this scene and immediately understood that the Medusa Queen had chosen to forcibly break through the shackles of the Do Huang realm using. Quick, we don't have much time left. In an instant, everyone stopped holding back and began to use all their strength, quickly breaking through the blockade of the Serpent People and rushing towards the city. On the other side, in the Medusa Queen's palace, the originally enchanting Medusa suddenly transformed into a giant python, then struggled for a moment. Boom! With a loud explosion, violent explosive energy swept out from the center of the palace, turning everything in its path to dust. Seeing this, Yao Lao immediately acted to protect Xiao Yan, so that until the explosive energy completely dissipated, the entire queen's palace, along with everything within a 10-mile radius, was left with nothing but a bare ground, except for Xiao Yan. In the Douluo Continent, people were dumbfounded by the scene. What happened? The explosion of a peak Do Huang powerhouse has such destructive power. Yeah, it seems to have annihilated everything within a 10-mile radius. Even a title Douluo might not be able to achieve such destructive power. Absolutely not. I was fortunate enough to witness a battle between the sword Douluo and a 90,000-year-old 9 nether dragon beast in the Stardow Forest, and even at full strength, their destructive range was only about 100 meters across the continent. Perhaps only the rumored grand priest of the Wuhuan Temple, the angel Douluo Qian Daolu, could have such destructive power. But what a pity. Such a beautiful woman as the Medusa Queen is lost just like that. Sigh. Inside the Pope's palace, Hulaina looked at this scene with immense surprise. The Medusa Queen is gone just like that? No, that's not right. Looking at Master S' current situation, there must have been many love stories between the two in their past life. She should be with Xiao Yan later, so Medusa shouldn't have fallen just like this. I just don't know how she survived. With this thought, Hulaina watched with great interest. Above, Bibi Dong was also surprised by the sight of her past self-destructing. But she was not worried about her past self falling. Instead, she was curious about what Xiao Yan, this little thief, would choose to do next. After the explosion completely disappeared, when Xiao Yan saw everything around him, he was momentarily stunned. At this moment, Yao Lao's voice sounded again. Strong foes are approaching. They will be here soon. Disciple, quickly collect the green lotus earth heart fire, and then hurry to escape. Hearing Yao Lao's voice, Xiao Yan immediately came to his senses, hurriedly ran to collect the scattered on the ground, and just as he was about to escape, he suddenly noticed something wriggling under a charred snake belly nearby. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Yan lifted half of the snake body, revealing a small snake that was colorful and only about the thickness of a thumb. Unlike other snakes that give off a feeling of disgust, this little snake looked very cute and had a charming appeal. Xiao Yan became interested and slowly placed his hand in front of the little snake, chuckling, "Hey little guy, do you want to come with me?" I can guarantee you'll have delicious food." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's voice, the little snake tilted its head as if in thought. The next second, before Xiao Yan could react, the little snake suddenly appeared on his wrist and coiled up, seemingly falling asleep. Although surprised by the little snake's terrifying speed, and also realizing that this little snake was not simple, Xiao Yan noticed a powerful foe quickly approaching not far away. He had to abandon other thoughts and immediately made his escape, disappearing with Yao Lao's help. The scene rapidly played back, and when Xiao Yan first absorbed it to practice, an accident occurred, and the little snake suddenly transformed into the Medusa Queen. Then, under mutual threats and compromises, Xiao Yan and Medusa began their journey together for life. From shopping together in the marketplace, to the 3-year agreement where Yun Lanzong made a grand entrance to save Xiao Yan, to returning to the Xiao family to help Xiao Yan eliminate the other 2 major families in Wutan City, to re-entering Yun Lanzong to resist Yun Shan for Xiao Yan, escorting Xiao Yan through the Black Corner region, and further to the Jialan Academy, where they unexpectedly combined in the belly of a fallen heart flame beneath the burning Heaven Chi Tower. In each segment of the footage, their relationship developed significantly until finally, Xiao Yan achieved the title of Flame Emperor, sealed the Soul Heaven Emperor, and even the 5 emperors soared into the sky. The screen gradually darkened, and this exposure ended. The Heavenly Dao Rankings withdrew. 021 Do Zone powerhouses. How terrifying they are. At this moment, the entire Douluo Continent fell completely silent. So, unparalleled shock. A peak Do Huang powerhouse's full explosion can be comparable to, or even exceed, the strength unleashed by a level 99 top Douluo. Do Zone powerhouses can even begin to manipulate space, walking through the void as if on solid ground. Do Zone powerhouses can tear apart space at will. Walking in a void, a casual strike can overturn mountains and rivers, causing the void to collapse, turning tens of thousands of miles into dust. Do Sheng powerhouses can even casually open up a small world millions of times larger than the entire Douluo Continent, and can also destroy such a small world with one blow. Do D powerhouses can destroy heaven and earth, sweeping through a Duki world that is tens of thousands of times larger than the Douluo Continent with a single thought, and in a single confrontation, can easily cause a continent that is tens of thousands of times larger than the Douluo Continent to collapse. Is this really something a person can do? Just as everyone was staring blankly at the Heavenly Dao leaderboard slowly fading away, 3 streams of light suddenly appeared from the leaderboard and then vanished. It was only at this moment that all beings on the Douluo Continent gradually came to their senses, and then the atmosphere became completely heated. Hiss, was I just dreaming? How could I see someone casually creating a small world that is exponentially larger than our Douluo Continent? Damn, a king-level expert can stand shoulder to shoulder with a title Douluo. If that's the case, then wouldn't Dozong-level experts and those above be considered divine-level experts? Dozong experts are terrifying indeed. Oh my, the world where the exposer lived in their past life is too terrifying. Yes, especially in the later scenes, where the Soul Heaven Emperor, in order to achieve the Do Emperor realm, not only blood sacrificed the entire Duki continent, but also sacrificed billions of his people. My goodness, it scared me to death. Luckily, I didn't live in such a world. Same here, goodness, I almost peed my pants. Divine-level experts are really terrifying. However, this Xiao Yan is truly amazing. For being a waste at the beginning, he eventually became the Emperor of Fire, commanding all fires in the world. That's just too strong. While everyone was discussing on Sea God Island, after watching the final segment of the battle between the 2 emperors, the sea girl, Douluo, looked terrified and stutteringly asked the High Priest Poseidon above, "Great High Priest, can a sea god really fight against Do Emperor-level experts?" The reason the sea girl asked this was, of course, because the second exposer and the others all achieved Do Emperor-level strength in the end. Now that these 3 exposers have been reborn on the Douluo Continent, with the exposure from the Heavenly Dao just now, their past life talents, cultivation experiences, and knowledge will be infused back into them by the golden light that just left the Heavenly Dao leaderboard. If these 3 have not yet become soul saints, then regardless of their current talents, with the backing of their past life as foundation, they will definitely grow into soul saints in a very short time. And then their past life, Do Emperor cultivation will be restored instantly. If they have already become soul saints, then they will soon directly recover all Do Emperor cultivation. From the situation on the Heavenly Dao leaderboard, it can be seen that the Do Huang realm is already comparable to a 99 level title Douluo, which is the level of top Douluo experts like the High Priest. And Do Emperor experts can probably only be contended with by gods, right? At this moment, the sea girl Douluo was praying fervently in her heart that the sea god she worships would be able to battle with the Do Emperor. She also prayed that these three exposers would definitely not be enemies of Sea God Island. At the same time, while others were also praying in their hearts, they couldn't help but look up at the High Priest Poseidon, eagerly hoping for the answer they desired. Seeing the expectant gazes of the guardian Douluos of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, the High Priest Poseidon's eyelids twitched, and he did not give a direct answer. The sea god is going to battle with the Do Emperor level experts? This might be the sea god's impatience. There's no need for a Do Emperor to take action. Even a Do Zun could make the sea god unable to find the north. A slap from a Do saint could turn the sea god into dust along with the Douluo Continent. A Do Emperor, haha, as the High Priestess of Sea God Island and a 99th level title Douluo, only someone of her level truly understands the power of a god. But precisely because of this understanding, she also realizes how weak their revered sea god is in front of a Do Emperor. However, as the High Priestess of Sea God Island, she certainly cannot voice such thoughts. So she quickly changes the subject and orders the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, you few, each take a squad of purple-clad sea god guards and 100 yellow-clad sea god guards to the Douluo Continent. Gather intelligence and see if you can encounter Xiao Yan, Gu Suner, and Kai Lin's exposer. Also, find out if any of them were soul saints before the exposure. If any one of them was a soul saint, then if you meet them, try your best to invite them to Sea God Island. Do not force them. However, if none of them are soul saints, then if they are willing to come to Sea God Island, everything will be negotiable. If they are unwilling, as she spoke, a fierce look flashed in Poseidon's eyes. How could someone who became the High Priestess of Sea God Island truly be merciful? Even back then, her friend subordinates were annihilated by the High Priestess, let alone an ordinary soul master with some background now. Meanwhile, the Xingluo royal family, Tiando royal family, 7 treasure glazed tile school, blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, and even the Hao Ian sect issued similar orders at the same time. As for Tang San, what Tang San? Who is Tang San? Does he deserve our great power's attention? In a certain space within the center of the Star Do Great Forest, after watching the final battle of the dual emperors and the might of the 5 emperors, even the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, the overlord of soul beasts, couldn't help but swallow hard. Then he looked at the silver giant dragon in front of him and asked, Master, which is stronger, the Do Emperor or the God King? Hearing the words of Emperor Tian, the Silver Dragon King fell silent for a moment before finally saying, a Do Saint, even the lowest 1-star Do Saint, can wipe out the entire God realm with a single slap. So, who do you think is stronger, a Do Emperor or a God King? Upon hearing the Silver Dragon King's clear and pleasant voice, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King trembled all over and muttered, is it really that terrifying? However, the appearance of these 3 exposers might not necessarily be a bad thing for us soul beasts. At this moment, the Silver Dragon King suddenly spoke. Hearing the Silver Dragon King's words, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Tian, brightened up and quickly turned to the Silver Dragon King, saying, Master, do you have an idea? 022, call me Guyuna, the scheming Hulaina. You should have noticed that the 2 other worlds revealed today do not have the notion that one must kill soul beasts to absorb soul rings in order to break through cultivation bottlenecks. The Silver Dragon King said in a deep tone, the reason the cultivation system in Douluo Continent is like this is that those high and mighty gods in the divine realm modified the rules of Douluo Continent, wanting to use human hands to eliminate our soul beast clan. Hearing the Silver Dragon King's words, Tian couldn't help but clench his fists, his face filled with rage. These things he actually already knew since the fall of the dragon god. However, lacking strength, he could only shrink back to this point, powerless and furious. The only hope is that the Silver Dragon King before him can recover from the injuries left by the Dragon God War as soon as possible and lead the remaining strong members of the Soul Beast clan to break free from the constraints of the Divine Realm, so as to avoid the fate of the complete extermination of the Soul Beast clan. The Silver Dragon King's huge eyes glanced at Emperor Tian, and then her entire body radiated a brilliant silver light. Soon, as the light gradually faded, a stunning woman's figure slowly appeared. She had long silver hair that flowed neatly down her back to her ankles. Not only was her hair smooth, but it also had a texture akin to silver crystals. Her beauty was beyond any verbal description, and all descriptions fell short of capturing her exquisite appearance. Her skin was slightly pale, paired with a pair of bright, icy purple eyes that added an undeniable, noble aura. She was the human form of the Silver Dragon King. Raising her hand to stop Emperor Tian from asking anything, the Silver Dragon King continued, "Moreover, in the world of Shaoyin, although there is mutual killing between magical beasts and humans, it is merely a form of life and survival needs. The true high-level magical beast families and human strong families, generally, do not infringe upon each other. This is the way of life and survival that we soul beasts pursue. Furthermore, in that world, transforming magical beasts can also fall in love with humans and unite. Just like Xiaoyan's wife, the last exposer, Queen Medusa, Kailin, with such a prerequisite, at least the attitudes of Xiaoyan and the others towards a soul beast will not be directly hostile. Therefore, we can find these 3 exposers and form an alliance with them. We can provide them with protection before they fully grow up, ensuring they can grow smoothly. What we need in return is merely that they provide some cultivation methods suitable for our soul beasts. Additionally, once they grow up, we will create a method that allows continuous cultivation and breakthroughs without needing to absorb spirit rings." As she spoke, the Silver Dragon King's purple eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. Moreover, this Xiaoyan is a top-tier alchemist. If his reincarnated strength is fully restored, it should be very easy for him to refine a pill to heal the injuries within me. Listening to the Silver Dragon King's narration, Emperor Tian's eyes brightened, and he immediately said joyfully, "That's great. If forming an alliance with them can really realize your vision, then our Soul Beast clan can at least avoid extermination. Moreover, if your injuries are healed and your strength restored, we could even launch a counterattack against the Divine Realm." At this point, joy was evident in Emperor Tian's golden eyes, and he directly said, "Master, I will go out to find Xiaoyan and the others right away. I won't hesitate to scour the entire continent for this." Who would have thought that the Silver Dragon King would suddenly raise her hand to stop the eager Emperor Tian, who was about to turn and leave? No need to be like this. Just now, I have already learned the locations of these 3 exposers. This time I'll go personally. Hearing the Silver Dragon King's words, Emperor Tian was taken aback and quickly began to persuade her. The Silver Dragon King became a bit annoyed by the persuasion and gave Emperor Tian an unhappy glance, causing him to quiet down immediately. However, his golden eyes kept watching the Silver Dragon King, hoping she would change her mind. After a slight pause, the Silver Dragon King, looking somewhat displeased, coldly said, "All right, then Emperor Tian, you can come with me. Let Xiong Jun and the others guard this place. Summon them only if necessary. Let's go. By the way, once we enter the human world, don't call me master anymore. My name is Gu Yuna." A few minutes earlier, amidst the discussions across the continent, a golden light appeared in the dense forest on the back mountain of Shrek Academy, flashing and directly shooting into Zhu Zhuqing's forehead, unnoticed by anyone. A few minutes later, Zhu Zhuqing finally opened her eyes, her gaze filled with joy and shock. Emperor-level bloodline talent. Earth-level low-tier technique, 9-fold Phoenix Fire Decision. Low-tier high-level technique, Heavenly Fire Burning City. Celestial Dragon Immortal Classic, high-level technique of the Ancient Emperor. High-level Mystic-ranked combat skill, Swallow Counterattack. Earth-level high-level combat skill, Emperor Seal Decision. Celestial-level combat skill, Great Annihilation Finger. Ancient Emperor's Finger, 7-colored Divine Pattern. These, it seems I can really cultivate and use. This feeling is too incredible. As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt a powerful force surging in her right hand, as if it wanted to burst forth. Noticing this anomaly, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brightened, and her heartbeat uncontrollably quickened. Could it be? She murmured, extending her right hand, and her soul power surged uncontrollably towards her palm. In the next moment, a gigantic goddess phantom appeared directly behind Zhu Zhuqing. The goddess's appearance was exactly the same as that of the grown-up Gu Suner from the previous image. Turning around to look at this goddess phantom, which bore a striking resemblance to her, but appeared more mature, Zhu Zhuqing's mind went blank, and she instinctively murmured, This is my second martial soul? I can actually have a second martial soul." At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt that everything seemed to become easier. At the same time, in the Spirit Hall inside the Papal Palace, a flash of golden light shot into Bibi Dong's forehead under Hulaina's gaze. And then she watched Bibi Dong slowly close her eyes. As expected, my previous guess was correct. The master is indeed the exposer. Hulaina focused, protecting Bibi Dong while involuntarily thinking of another matter. It seems that Xiao Yin has also been reborn in the Douluo Continent. I wonder what he is like now after his rebirth. Will he be an old man? Or a messy big guy? Or perhaps a vagabond? Could it even be a girl? If she really is a girl, how should I address her when I meet her in the future? Should I call her sister? Or master? As if imagining a funny scene, Hulaina couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh out loud. Just at that moment, on the papal throne, Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes, a flash of evil and bloody aura flickering. However, in the next moment, a massive aura, as if the heavens were collapsing, suddenly erupted from Bibi Dong's graceful body. In an instant, all living beings on the Douluo Continent, Sea God Island, and even on the future Sun and Moon Continent that would appear thousands of years later, knelt down on the ground under this inexplicable pressure. All living beings in the world knelt on the ground, unable to lift their heads under this momentum. However, among them, some wise ones quickly reacted after a moment of confusion. This imposing presence is the rumored pressure of the Dao Emperor. One of the three exposers before being exposed was already at the Soul Sage level, even a powerful being above Soul Sage. Now, with the strength of the Dao Emperor from the previous life, all memories and emotions from the past life have been fully infused and awakened. On Sea God Island, the high priest Poseidon, kneeling on the ground, tried to rise, but felt as if the entire world was pressing down on him, unable to move. He felt deflated and stopped resisting. At the same time, he communicated with the other holy pillar guardians below, indicating that the ambush plan could now be declared a failure. From now on, all residents of Sea God Island should not venture out lightly. I have a premonition that Douluo Continent will undergo unprecedented turmoil due to this exposure, and we can only pray that this turmoil will not affect Sea God Island. While transmitting, Poseidon lowered his head, his expression filled with unprecedented disappointment. After personally experiencing this pressure, Poseidon can now confirm with 100% certainty that even if the sea god were to issue a divine decree or personally descend to Douluo Continent, if he were to encounter or provoke this exposer who inherits everything from the previous life, he would have to suffer 2 hard slaps to leave. Just thinking of such a scenario fills Poseidon with a sense of despair as his faith collapses. The other guardian Douluos felt the same way. In the city of slaughter, a world originally filled with brutality, noise, and the cries of battle, is now eerily quiet. All the thugs in the city of slaughter are now kneeling on the ground like quails, trembling. In the palace of the king of slaughter, the king of slaughter is curled up on the ground as if meeting a natural enemy, looking extremely terrified, almost not resembling a human. At this moment, controlling the body of the king of slaughter, which belongs to Tang Chun, the ancestor of Hao Yin sect, is the ancient beast, the 9-headed bat king. This is the aura of the Dao Emperor, a powerful aura far surpassing that of a top-ranked title Douluo. Among those 3 individuals, one has already inherited all the power from the previous life. Moreover, this aura does not carry the intense and violent feeling from the scene where Xiao Yin becomes the Flame Emperor, so it should be one of those 2 human women. Therefore, this Flame Emperor is still growing. If he needs to cultivate flying combat skills, wouldn't he eventually come to kill me to seize my wings for refinement? No. Absolutely not. I don't want to die yet. Just thinking about a future scenario where a human comes to the city of slaughter for training and directly chooses to kill me to refine my wings makes the 9-headed bat king's consciousness hide in fear, and its body is once again controlled by Tang Chun's consciousness. Damn beast, how dare you control my body and act as the king of slaughter in this city of slaughter? It's simply unforgivable. I have finally regained control of my body. Huh, what's going on? Just as Tang Chun regained control of his body, he suddenly felt this overwhelming pressure, still powerless, kneeling on the ground. His mind instantly returning, horrified, saying this pressure? Could it be that someone has already become a god? Not good. It seems the continent will undergo great changes. I wonder how Hao Yin sect is doing now. Once this pressure dissipates, I must hurry to Hao Yin sect to take a look. In Martial Soul City, if it weren't for Bibi Dong intentionally retracting over 90 of the pressure enveloping the entire Martial Soul City at the moment of its eruption, the entire Martial Soul City would have already been destroyed by this aura. However, if that were the case, everyone in Martial Soul City would kneel down like everyone else on the continent. Inside the Pope's hall, all the pressure avoided Hulaina, which is why she survived. However, looking at Bibi Dong above, enveloped in an evil, dark, bloodthirsty aura, Hulaina's eyes were filled with worry. Just then, Bibi Dong, surrounded by the evil and dark aura, finally spoke. So that's why I care so much about that cowardly waste who only knows how to run away. And why my personality has become so extreme. It turns out you're behind this. I never expected it, Rakshasa God. As Bibi Dong's words fell, the evil and dark aura around her gathered, ultimately forming a blurry human figure. Ha ha ha. Even if you discover it, what can you do? Do you really think you can live a good life with your man from your previous life in this life? Ha ha, don't be naive. Your body has already been defiled by another man, and you even have a daughter. Where do you get the courage to meet that man? Moreover, since you chose to accept my divine inheritance, the Rakshasa divine position has already bound to your soul. Unless you fail the inheritance and die, it will always cling to you. Rather than this, you might as well harbor hatred, despise, and destroy everything in this world. Come on, accept my divine position. And with your current strength, you can even achieve a new divine king. Hearing this, Hulaina finally understood that her master had long accepted the divine inheritance. But it seems that this god is an evil god skilled at manipulating people's hearts. And what she said about her master. She quickly shook her head to cast these thoughts away and looked up, just as she wanted to stop the Rakshasa god from continuing to manipulate her master. She saw her master gently raise her right hand and then grasp the void. In an instant, the Rakshasa god's phantom that was still manipulating Bibi Dong became extremely terrified, and with a tragic wail, it disappeared. At the same time, it seemed that something shattered within the hall. Suddenly, another scream echoed in the hall. Ah, Bibi Dong, you actually shattered my divine position. In just a moment, this voice also vanished. Above, on the Pope's throne, Bibi Dong withdrew her Do Emperor's majesty and then spoke to herself, fool. The strength of a Do Emperor is not something a mere god can imagine. 024 Bibi Dong, the injured god. The submission of the worship hall. Teacher, did you just slay a god? You easily killed a god. The dignified Rakshasa god actually had no power to resist at all. Is this the strength of the teacher nowadays? It's truly impressive. After a moment of shock, Hulaina quickly stepped forward, her pretty face full of joy and excitement as she said, "Disciple congratulates the teacher on regaining her former strength. The god of killing is like a butcher, and from now on, our spirit hall will truly become the #1 power in Douluo Continent, unbeatable by anyone. Even if a god descends to the mortal realm, they will crawl at the feet of our spirit hall. Master, your wish can finally be truly fulfilled." After saying this, Hulaina looked up at Bibi Dong on the papal throne with great joy, thinking that her master would be elated by her words and would immediately start arranging the previously planned soul-hunting operation. However, after waiting for a while, Hulaina still did not hear the laughter she had imagined from her master. She couldn't help but raise her little head in confusion and looked up at the papal throne. What she saw was her master seemingly lost in thought. Then a slight smile appeared on her enchanting face, as if she had seen something interesting, only to quickly fall back in an endless sorrow, difficult to extricate herself from. Watching her master's beautiful face go through a series of expression changes, ultimately ending in loneliness, guilt, and heartache, Hulaina couldn't help but raise her voice slightly. Her tone filled with concern and worry as she asked, "Master, what's wrong? Do you have something on your mind?" Above, on the papal throne, Bibi Dong, who had absorbed all the emotions and memories of the perfect Queen Medusa, immediately used her soul power to scan the entire Douluo Continent world and instantly found the reincarnated Zhu Zhuqing and the reincarnated Xiao Yan. Looking at them, who were the same age as in their previous lives, and both were youthful and vibrant at this moment, she felt a stark contrast to herself, who was already over 40, and because of a certain beastly teacher had already lost her purity, as well as due to a certain cowardly scum. Her emotions had become tattered. With such a self, what face does she have to meet her past love and sisters? Thinking of this, Bibi Dong's expression fell, and her hatred and murderous intent towards a certain deceased beast and the cowardly scum who had caused her to suffer increased fiercely. At this moment, filled with pain and despair, Bibi Dong suddenly heard her disciple's call from below, which made her collect her emotions and look gently at her disciple. Then she shook her head with a bitter smile. Some pain and troubles she could bear alone without increasing the worries of those who cared about her. Just as Bibi Dong was about to say something, Douluo and suddenly rushed in quickly, saluted, and reported, "Your Holiness, the Grand Offering is bringing a group of offerings and is on their way to the papal hall." Upon hearing their report, Bibi Dong's beautiful face regained its previous indifference. She waved for Hulaina, Douluo, and Guetao to stand aside and coldly gaze at the entrance of the papal hall, her murderous intent boiling. Moments later, A group of powerful individuals, led by a strong old man with white hair, entered the papal hall. Above, Bibi Dong looked at the offerings below and smiled mockingly, saying lightly, "I wonder why all of you offerings are not staying in the offering hall, but have come to my papal hall?" Below in the past, the other offerings would have looked at her with disdain, contempt, or even ignored her. The irritable second offering might have even stood up to scold her. But at this moment, everyone only focused their gaze on the foremost grand offering, Qian Daolu, not daring to show any other expressions. At the forefront, Qian Daolu observed Bibi Dong's casual attitude on the papal throne and sensed the terrifying aura within her that seemed boundless like the universe. Confirming that Bibi Dong was the one who had just released the overwhelming aura, he fell silent for a moment and finally spoke in a deep voice. "The offerings belong to the offering hall and will follow the papal dispatch from now on." Upon hearing Qian Daolu's words, the other offerings instantly understood that Bibi Dong was indeed the one from earlier, just thinking about how, under that aura, they as the top powerhouses of Douluo Continent, had all knelt down, and even the angel statue had suddenly shattered at the knees and fallen to the ground. They all fell silent and did not voice any objections. Above, after listening to Qian Daolu's words, Bibi Dong did not express her stance, just calmly watching Qian Daolu below. Below, seeing the scene, Qian Daolu understood Bibi Dong's murderous intent towards him, but he still spoke. "Also, I know you want to kill me, but my life is a necessary sacrifice for Schwerer to become a god. Even if you awaken all from your past life, it cannot be denied that Schwerer is your own daughter." Boom! Before Qian Daolu's words could finish, he seemed to have suddenly received a heavy blow and was violently thrown away, crashing into the wall beside the entrance of the papal hall. Hiss! In an instant, everyone in the papal hall, except for Bibi Dong and Hu Laina, who had already witnessed Bibi Dong's ability to destroy deities, gasped in shock. Is this the Do Emperor powerhouse in the picture? This group of at least 95th level title Douluos didn't even see how Bibi Dong made her move. The grand offering was sent flying. From the looks of it, he must have been severely injured. Who is the grand offering? He is known as invincible in the sky, surpassing all powerhouses on the entire Douluo Continent, a demigod powerhouse. How could he be so easily injured by someone? At that moment, the small thoughts that the group of worshippers had were completely suppressed. In the arena, the second worshipper, Gold Crocodile Doa, quickly appeared beside the wall, supporting Qian Daolu as he left the wall. Looking at his imposing elder brother, who was now severely injured, blood dripping from his mouth, and seemingly having broken countless bones within, his tiger-like eyes welled up with tears as he said, "Elder brother, you." Qian Daolu coughed up blood and raised his hand to stop Gold Crocodile Douluo from speaking. He knew that his old brother, Gold Crocodile Doa, sincerely called him elder brother, and at the same time, Gold Crocodile was the one who loved the Wuhuan temple the most. Therefore, Qian Daolu did not want his old brother to be killed by Bibi Dong's anger directed at him. Cough. Don't say more, Gold Crocodile. This is something I owe to the Pope. After saying this, Qian Daolu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at Bibi Dong on the Pope's throne. But don't forget, as a mother, you also owe Schwerer. In an instant, an aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth filled the entire Pope Hall, except for Hulina, who was deliberately bypassed by Bibi Dong and Ghost Daw and Chrysanthemum Daw. All the worshippers at this moment fell to the ground, their expressions twisted, and blood pouring from their mouths. After a full quarter of an hour, this aura gradually dissipated, and at the same time, only a chilling voice echoed throughout the hall. Get lost. A moment later, outside the Pope Hall, Gold Crocodile supported Qian Daolu, followed by a group of worshippers, heading toward the worship hall. Elder brother, what does Bibi Dong mean by this in the end? Also, she shouldn't harm little Schwerer, right? When it came to little Schwerer, even Gold Crocodile Douluo couldn't help but show a loving expression on his old face, which quickly turned to worry. Behind them, a group of Douluos perked up their ears, listening intently. Of course, although they were also extremely fond of the little princess Qian Renshua, at this moment they were more concerned about the first question, as it related to their lives and the lives of their families. Who could have imagined that the Pope's previous life was such a powerful being? Who could have imagined that something like the Heavenly Dao Ranking would appear in this world, allowing people to inherit everything from their past lives? Cough, cough. In the front, Qian Daolu couldn't help but cough a few times. His baby-like smooth face had become aged at this moment. A flash of pain crossed his face. And then he said, "Don't worry. She is after all Schwerer's biological mother. This kind of blood relationship, even if she awakens everything from her previous life, she cannot sever. That's why I was not killed today. Because she also knows that Schwerer will need me when she becomes a god in the future. As for you old brothers, you have no hatred with her. In the future, apart from needing to obey her commands, everything else will remain the same as before. Hearing Qian Daoliu's words, the group of worshippers finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the strength that the current pope had just displayed was too terrifying. Even now, thinking about it made them feel a bit cold down their backs. Only Gold Crocodile Douluo, after hearing Qian Daoliu's words, couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness, then hesitated for a moment and said, "Elder brother, you should have noticed that the Pope's strength has already far surpassed the level 100 godhood that we titled Douluos are striving for. Such events may no longer be the only one in the future continent. So, why must you insist on letting little Schwerer become a god? What if she could obtain other powers from other future exposers? Not only could it allow Schwerer to become a god on her own, but even surpass the gods. And at the same time, elder brother, you wouldn't have to die. Wouldn't that be?" Gold Crocodile's words were interrupted by Qian Daolu. "Gold Crocodile, you don't understand. In the face of faith, life is actually nothing." Upon hearing this, Gold Crocodile Douluo fell silent. In the divine realm, the Azura divine palace bang. My strength, my power. Damn it, you should die, BB Dong. A figure with disheveled hair was crazily venting, smashing everything around her. She was a level 1 deity, the Azura goddess. However, even so, the aura on the Azura goddess continued to drop until it fell to the moment of level 89 Soul Douluo, and only then did her aura stabilize. "Break my divine status, BB Dong, you should die. This goddess will not rest until I see you dead." After a bout of venting, the Azura goddess's eyes were filled with venom and malice, murmuring, "By the way, the divine realm rules state that one cannot randomly shatter a deity's divine status. Otherwise, one will definitely face severe punishment. Moreover, BB Dong and the few who were previously exposed, they were not from the Douluo Continent's native world in their past lives, nor were they from any world under the jurisdiction of the divine realm. Thus, they're outside evil spirits. Azura seems to be specifically responsible for cleaning up these outside evil spirits." At this thought, the Azura goddess's eyes narrowed with malice and coldness. And as she was about to seek the Azura god to request him to enforce the law, a voice suddenly rang out at the door. So, it was you who broke the divine status, Azura." Hearing the familiar sarcasm in this tone, the Azura goddess clenched her teeth, and at this moment, to seek revenge. She had no choice but to turn around, looking at the Shura god who walked in with a face full of flattering smiles, saying, "Lord Shura god, you came just in time. I have important matters to report." Looking at the Azura's current appearance, the Shura god, dressed in blood, narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh, I remember. You seem to be searching for divine inheritance in the Douluo Continent, right? What happened? Did something big happen in the Douluo Continent?" At this moment, a flash of killing intent flickered in the Shura god's slightly squinted eyes. In the Douluo Continent, he had a hidden backup that he kept from the other gods, violating the rules of the divine realm by secretly leaving behind. He did not want the Douluo Continent to be exposed to the eyes of other gods at this moment. Thus, he had to silence her. At this moment, the Azura goddess, who had not yet detected the crisis, directly opened her mouth. "Lord Shura god, I discovered the outside heavenly demon in the Douluo Continent." Just as she was speaking, the Azura goddess suddenly noticed a flash of bloodlight in front of her. And then everything went dark. With a flick of his sword, the Shura god sheathed it, looking at the corpse of the Azura in front of him, secretly thinking himself lucky. Fortunately, he had just completed tasks in other worlds today and was resting nearby. Even more so, he eliminated this guy before other gods arrived. Otherwise, if other gods, especially destruction, discovered that he had brought Tang San's soul from another world to reincarnate in the Douluo Continent, it would really be disastrous. Yes, the Shura god believed that the outside heavenly demon mentioned by the Azura was Tang San, so he had to take the initiative and silence the Azura goddess. After standing still for a moment, several figures quickly flew across the clouds and directly landed at the entrance of the Azura divine palace. Soon, the four gods of destruction, life, goodness, and evil arrived together. The god of destruction stepped forward, looking at the dismembered corpse of the Azura goddess on the ground. His entire body filled with destructive divine power surging, as if it could erupt at any moment, coldly staring at the Shura god, saying, "Shura, did you kill the Azura? Today, if you cannot give me a satisfactory explanation, I will not rest until I see you dead." Behind the god of destruction, a group of first-level gods, Second-level gods and third-level gods from the seven deadly sins also had cold eyes, wishing they could eat the Shura god alive. After all, the Rakshasa god is a level 1 deity just like them. If they do not seek justice for the Rakshasa god today, could it be that they themselves might be killed at will in the future? Even the other three great gods are now focusing their attention on the Asura god, wanting an answer from him. Surrounded by the masses, the Asura god calmly glanced at everyone before saying lightly, "I am merely strictly enforcing the laws of the divine realm, eliminating those who are not divine." Upon hearing this, the four great gods quickly reacted, and it was the kind god who stepped forward and looked at the Asura god, asking, "Are you saying that the Rakshasa god's divine rank was not shattered by you?" Looking at the destruction god, whose destructive power had not yet dissipated, as well as the gazes of the other deities, including his own subordinates, the Asura god coldly replied, "I, the Asura god, swear by the Asura divine rank to the creator god that the shattering of the Rakshasa god's divine rank has nothing to do with me." Seeing the Asura god directly swear to the creator god, everyone finally set aside their suspicions about him. After all, according to rumors, the five great gods of the divine realm are all incarnations of the creator god. Therefore, when the Asura god chose to swear by the creator god, even those unwilling to believe had to abandon their original thoughts. So, the question arises, who exactly shattered the Rakshasa god's divine rank? Meanwhile, in the Douluo Continent, in the small forest outside the cafeteria of Castle Academy in Keilang City, after realizing that he was the exposer, Yubai hurriedly pretended to have a stomach ache and bid farewell to the chubby Shi Zheng before rushing out of the cafeteria towards the deserted small forest. And as it turned out, Yubai's choice was correct. Just as he hid in the small forest, the heavenly list happened to conclude, and a beam of golden light appeared directly above Castle Academy. Although it was just for an instant, it still attracted countless gazes. Soon, everyone recognized that the golden light was the one rumored to be emitted by the heavenly list, containing the exposer's previous life's talents, knowledge, and experience. This meant that one of the three exposers just revealed was from their academy. In an instant, the entire Castle Academy erupted. "Oh my god, the exposer is actually my schoolmate. Is this real? Damn it, stop dawdling. Finding this exposer is the most important thing." Any one of these three exposers was a Dou Emperor in their previous life. That's even stronger than a title Douluo, as long as we can follow him, her. Who in this continent would dare to provoke us in the future? Hiss, that makes sense. At the same time, in the dark corners, there were people whose eyes flickered with unusual light. Likewise, at that moment, countless carrier pigeons flew in all directions, hiding in the small forest. Just as Yubai had fused all of Xiao Yan's cultivation techniques, methods, alchemical knowledge, and combat experience in an instant, he opened his eyes filled with joy and shock, only to hear the entire academy boiling over in search of the exposer. Hiss, these guys are going crazy. Moreover, if he was directly discovered to be the exposer, that would really be a disaster. As a seasoned bookworm who had read thousands of novels in his previous life, Yubai knew well that without a developed genius, one is nothing. Once exposed, all the forces across the continent would definitely turn their gaze towards him. At that time, even if his father was a level 70 soul sage, it wouldn't matter. Just as Yubai was pondering how to resolve his current predicament, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, forcing him to the ground. Damn, who's sneak attacking me? Have I been discovered? Perhaps because Yubai was solely focused on resolving his current predicament. He instinctively thought he had been discovered when hit by this pressure. However, soon, as he felt this pressure, a familiar sensation surged in his heart. Is this the pressure of a Dou Emperor? Moreover, from this feeling, it should be the imperial might of the Medusa Queen from the memories and experiences infused in me. Hiss, that lucky individual chosen by the heavenly list. The reincarnation of the Medusa Queen is at least a soul sage level powerhouse. Now she has directly infused Dou Emperor strength and leaped to become a Dou Emperor level powerhouse. Thus, she has directly become the strongest in this Douluo world, including the divine realm. At this moment, Yubai admitted that he felt a bit sour. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and it seemed he had found a way to solve the predicament before him. A hint of a smile gradually appeared on his handsome face. Of course, if Yubai were not lying on the ground at this moment, he would definitely attract a wave of screams from female soul masters. After a moment, when Yubai felt the pressure on him lift, he quickly got up, rubbed his face to make his expression look more fervent, and prevent his facial muscles from stiffening and looking awkward, and then he hurriedly left the grove, heading towards a more crowded area. Perhaps due to the earlier intimidation from a pressure, many teachers and students in the academy had become somewhat clear-headed and chose to give up, but there was still a large number of teachers and students who remained enthusiastic, still searching for the exposer within the academy. At this moment, Yubai saw a large group of people wearing Castle Soul Master Academy uniforms, including freshmen and sophomores, mixed together, searching for something as they approached. His eyes immediately lit up, and then he controlled his facial muscles, making his expression equally excited as he walked towards them. On the other side, the group of Castle Soul Master Academy freshmen and seniors saw a handsome guy approaching, and most importantly, he was alone. Their eyes brightened, and just as they were about to step forward to confirm whether he was the exposer, they saw that his gaze was actually directed towards them as well. Seeing this scene, the group could almost confirm that the person in front of them was just a guy with the same mindset as them. Although they were a bit disappointed that he wasn't the exposer from the academy, they thought it was still possible to exchange some information. With this mindset, they also approached him. Before getting close, Yubai's voice, filled with uncontrollable excitement, rang out, "Hey, brothers, have you found that exposer? Or do you have any news?" Seeing Yubai's expression of fervent excitement, which was no different from theirs, the group didn't suspect anything and directly replied, "Not yet, but we just swept through all the groves and paths behind us and can confirm that the exposer is not in that area. How about you? From your expression, it seems you received some good news?" In response to the leader's probing, Yubai proudly said, "Although I haven't found any news about the exposer either, I just got some incredible news from another group of girls." Hearing this, the group immediately brightened up and urged him, "Good brother, you have to share the news." Yeah, hurry up and tell us. You're amazing, brother, come on, spill it." This group of people was not surprised at all by the rumors that Yubai could get information from those female Soul Master students. After all, Yubai's appearance was indeed very pleasing to the eye. Normally, when this group saw Yubai, they might have secretly mocked him as a pretty boy behind his back. However, at this moment, in front of such a life-changing opportunity, they couldn't help but wish Yubai could be even more handsome. So the information they received from the girls would be even more accurate. Seeing the group urging him on, Yubai felt secretly pleased, but on the surface, he still pretended to be just as enthusiastic about finding the exposer as they were, his voice gradually becoming fervent as he excitedly said, "Did you all forget that terrifying pressure just now? The girls just said that they heard their teacher analyze that the aura of pressure we felt earlier was very likely one of the 3 exposers who, after being infused by the Heavenly Dao Ranking, directly became a Dao Emperor. 027 couldn't beat them, so they joined." Wow. Upon hearing that the previous pressure was actually Dao Emperor pressure, everyone's hearts couldn't help but beat wildly. After all, that was a Dao Emperor. Just thinking about the apocalyptic scene from the final battle of the 2 emperors in the Heavenly Dao Ranking made everyone's emotions surge uncontrollably. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Yubai secretly laughed to himself, and he almost frantically said, "Moreover, everyone knows the relationships of those 3 exposers in their past lives. They were either husband and wife or sisters. Under such circumstances, do you think the exposer who has already inherited Dao Emperor strength would secretly, or even openly, take care of the other 2? Hearing Yubai's suggestive words, the crowd's eyes lit up, and they all nodded in agreement, definitely. Whether the exposer who has become a Dao Emperor is Xiao Yin, Gu Suner, or Queen Medusa, the other 2 have either a husband-wife relationship or a sister relationship with this Dao Emperor. Furthermore, when the Heavenly Dao Ranking infuses power into soul saints and above, it also infuses past memories and emotions. That's right. In such a situation, the Dao Emperor would definitely take care of the other 2 exposers until they also became soul saints, subsequently regaining all their past memories and emotions. This means that as long as we find this exposer from our academy and choose to follow him or her, we would already have a Dao Emperor stronger than a titled Douluo backing us up. Thinking about it carefully, it really is like that. So what are we waiting for? We should hurry up and find this exposer, our future boss." Watching this group of people who could think of this even without his hints, Yubai nodded in satisfaction. Then, under Yubai's further persuasion, this group of people began to search everywhere for this exposer, as if they were enchanted. Meanwhile, Yubai himself, after elegantly picking up a few 2nd and 3rd year school badges near a small grove where couples were dating, coincidentally encountered several groups looking for the exposer and secretly told them the news he had heard, before finally heading back to his dormitory. At the same time, within the entire Castle Academy, The news centered around their exposure within the school as a Dao Emperor backing began to spread everywhere. In an instant, all the dark-minded individuals who were originally planning something immediately ceased their activities. After all, they had all seen the might of a Dao Emperor in the Heavenly Dao Ranking. If they really targeted the exposure within the academy, the Dao Emperor would surely be enraged, and it might even sink the entire Douluo Continent with a single slap. Just thinking about such consequences made these dark hands hope that the exposure within the academy would never be found. Otherwise, if some brainless individual chose to take action against him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not long after, the Dean of Castle Academy, a rank 81 assault type, Douluo, stood up to stop the students from searching for the exposure and issued a strict order that within Castle Academy, a student's identity is only one, that of a Castle Academy student. Aside from that, there is no other identity. Therefore, searching for the exposure within the academy is prohibited, and violators will be expelled from Castle Academy. In the past, some top-tier, talented students and noble students in the Academy Wunti have taken the expulsion from Castle Academy order seriously. After all, with their talent and family influence, joining a better or more prestigious Soul Master Academy than Castle, such as the Four Elements Academy or the Tiendo Royal Soul Master Academy, would not be difficult at all. However, these students were not fools either, as they knew that at this moment, or by tomorrow, once the news that one of the 3 Dao Emperor-level exposers was studying at Castle Academy spread, Castle Academy would soon become the highest-ranked Soul Master Academy in the Tiendo Empire and even the Douluo Continent. If they were expelled from Castle Academy at this time, it would be the greatest failure of their lives. For this reason, the search for the exposure within Castle Academy came to a direct halt. At the same time, as a high-level Soul Master institution, Castle Academy also does not require its students to study and cultivate within the academy. Therefore, students can choose whether to stay in the academy to cultivate or leave the academy for training at any time. As a result, many noble Soul Master students, as well as those from family powers and sects, hurriedly left the academy, heading towards their families or sections. Such news must be reported to the family, sect, at the first opportunity. The Castle Soul Master Academy, as a higher-level Soul Master Academy, does not lack money due to the substantial financial subsidies from the Tiendo Empire and the Spirit Hall, in addition to tuition fees. Therefore, the dormitories for students are not just simple rooms, but standard 2-bedroom apartments with a living room and a bathroom. Every 2 students share one apartment, and each student has their own room, ensuring that they are not disturbed while practicing in the dormitory. At this moment, Yubai returned to the freshman dormitory, sat down in his room, closed the doors and windows, and then laid down on the bed, letting out a long sigh. Closing his eyes, Yubai began to review his previous actions in his mind. Using rumors to make everyone think that behind the exposure is a powerful Douluo who can suppress the entire Douluo Continent with sheer momentum, and can easily wipe out the Douluo Continent with a single move, ensuring that no major powers or strong individuals would dare to recklessly search for the exposure within the academy. This way, he could temporarily delay the threat from major powers and top experts. However, they would definitely choose to send someone into the academy to investigate secretly or bribe the academy students to gather information. But just moments ago, as a fervent seeker of the exposure within the academy, I should be considered to have infiltrated the enemy's ranks, and for a short time, I shouldn't be suspected. Adding to that, the unexpected joy brought by the old principal's final prohibition means that for the time being, my identity should not be detected. However, this can't be hidden for long, and my current strength is only at the Great Soul Master level. Even with the upgraded Heavenly Tier technique, the Burning Formula, it is impossible for me to become a Soul Sage in a short time. Therefore, to break the deadlock, I must take the initiative before the Dao Emperor threat diminishes and my identity is discovered by others. Only then can I have a glimmer of hope. With this in mind, Yu Bai's eyes began to flicker as if brewing some earth-shattering plan. The major powers are on the move. A world of great contention. However, everything still needs to be discussed with the old man and the others first. Thinking this, Yubai temporarily set this matter aside and became even more interested in watching the cultivation experiences and the burning formula from his previous life. He wanted to see what differences existed between the cultivation methods of the Douluo Continent and the Dochi Continent. Suddenly, the entire dormitory fell silent, with even a pin drop being heard. As time gradually passed, Yubai's brows furrowed. At this moment, a piece of news quickly spread throughout Kailang City, and even to some surrounding cities and major powers on the Douluo Continent. One of the three exposers last revealed on the Heavenly Dao ranking is studying at the Castle Advanced Soul Master Academy in Kelang City. At this moment, the news was like a vortex, instantly drawing the attention of everyone on the Douluo Continent to the somewhat renowned Kaiser Advanced Soul Master Academy. At the same time, countless people, both openly and secretly, surged towards the Kaiser Academy like wolves smelling meat, especially those who felt that overwhelming pressure at noon, when everyone understood, and even personally experienced the might of the Dao Emperor from the Heavenly Dao ranking, were now even more eager to find the other exposer studying at Kaiser Academy. As for the threat from that Dao Emperor at noon, in the face of power that surpasses the gods, life is not something one cannot sacrifice. Moreover, if hard tactics don't work, can't we resort to softer ones? The most important thing right now is to find that exposer as the primary goal. Chibaodudi sect, Fengji. Have you received the latest news? Outside the main hall, with the voice of Sword Douluo. Both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo arrived together at the conference hall of Chibao Liuli's sect. Upon seeing the two arrive, Ning Fengji elegantly stood up and gestured for them to take their seats before sitting back on the sect masteress throne, his expression calm and confident, saying, I didn't expect this news to summon both Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu at the same time. This is truly rare. Seeing Ning Fengji's demeanor, Chun Xian and Gu Rong understood that this sect master had not only received the news, but was also prepared to make arrangements. However, because of this, both Chun Xian and Gu Rong's expressions became more serious. It seems that Fengji, you must have some plans, Chun Xian said, taking a sip of the fine hot tea offered by the maid before putting down the cup and looking at Ning Fengji with a sharp gaze. However, I must remind you, in this matter, you must act cautiously, even more so than when facing the spirit hall. You have also felt the aura of the Dao Emperor today, and you should be even more aware of the relationships among the last three exposers. Today's Kelang City, or rather, Kaiser Academy, is like a real powder keg with various components mixed inside. If someone accidentally ignites it, then faced with the wrath of that Dao Emperor from noon, all involved parties or forces could be burned to ashes. If that anger falls on us from Chibao Liuli's sect, relying only on myself and Bone Rong, we won't be able to withstand it. Bone Dao Gu Rong, who had been listening to Chun Xian with a serious expression and nodding along, suddenly glared at Chun Xian when he heard himself being called soft egg, and immediately retorted angrily, You actually called me soft egg? You swordman. If you have the ability, go practice outside and see if your weak sword can pierce my skin. Upon hearing Bone Douluo call him swordman, Chun Xian immediately did not back down and shouted that he would go out for a 300-round duel. Facing the scene of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo preparing to spar again, Ning Fengji chuckled twice, but had to quickly advise, Uncle Gu, Uncle Jian, you two should calm down. ISNT our most important task right now to discuss the matters of Kelang City. Once the two protective Douluo stopped their advancing steps and sat back down, Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he spoke confidently and steadily. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, you should know that since the appearance of the Heavenly Dao ranking, our Douluo Continent is no longer the simple Douluo Continent of the past. Especially today, with the exposure of two new other worlds, this means there are other worlds beyond the Douluo Continent, and they can interact with each other. The safest and most likely way to find a way to traverse different worlds is through strength. The world today is truly a time of great contention. In such a grand situation, retreating or waiting idly will result in being left behind and lost in the sea of people. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, I have already sent some of the sect's outstanding disciples to attend Kaiser Academy in Kelang City. At the same time, I have arranged for some soul saints, soul Douluos, and 30% of our intelligence personnel to enter Kelang City. Seeing Chun Xian and Gu Rong's expressions change slightly upon hearing that he had arranged so many people to get involved, Ning Fengji continued, Rest assured, the reason I arranged these personnel to go to Kelang City is only to maintain the stability and safety of Kelang City and to eliminate any ill-intentioned individuals. According to intelligence, other forces, whether it be the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the Heaven Dao Empire, or the other three sects from the lower four sects in Xinghua, even the reclusive Haotian sect has secretly sent people out. Their arrangements are similar to mine, although the Spirit Hall has only sent some personnel to Kelang City, seemingly without the intention of entering Kaiser Academy. It is difficult to grasp, but in the face of that existence, the Spirit Hall cannot and dare not do anything excessive. Therefore, regarding Kelang City, The major forces have tacitly chosen to maintain stability together and work hard to eliminate the unstable elements within, to prevent anyone from provoking that Do Emperor's wrath. As for the exposure, it will be left to the students of the major forces who join Kaiser Academy to compete for. At this point, Ning Fengji thought of his precious daughter Ning Rongrong and sighed. Actually, in terms of identity, sending Rongrong to Kaiser Academy would be the best, but that girl has personality. Sigh. Seeing Ning Fengji sighing over his precious Rongrong's personality, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo immediately stood together, expressing their dissatisfaction in unison. Humph. What is wrong with our Rongrong's personality? Is there a problem? Rongrong is so innocent, lively, and cute, so likable. What does your expression mean, Fengji? Humph. It seems that when Rongrong comes back, we need to have a good talk with her. On the other side, at Kailang City, Kaiser Academy. Before long, the sun was setting in the west, and the sky outside was gradually dimming. So that is how it is. In the new student dormitory, Yubai finally slowly opened his eyes, filled with complexity and mockery, comparing the cultivation process and experiences of Xiaoyan, who grew to become a Do Emperor on the Douluo Continent as instilled by the Heavenly Dao Ranking. Yubai finally understood how the cultivation system of the Douluo Continent works. First of all, there is the so-called rule that one does not need to cultivate before the age of 6 and awakens their martial soul at 6. Normally, unless in higher-level worlds with various energy material levels, in general energy-level worlds, children's early years are also not conducive to cultivation. Not to mention that the early years make it hard to understand cultivation knowledge. Mistakes in cultivation may harm their fragile bodies, even if they can understand cultivation knowledge. The young and fragile body is still in its first growth stage, with bones and muscles not fully developed, too weak to withstand the brilliance of the energy produced by cultivation. Therefore, before the age of 6, whether in the Douluo Continent or the Douluo Continent, children are not allowed to cultivate. However, compared to the relatively weak and even rough cultivation knowledge of the Douluo Continent, the more mature pharmacology and alchemy techniques of the Douluo Continent allow many children from cultivating families to strengthen their bodies from a young age through methods like medicinal baths. This makes their bodies stronger, with muscles, bones, and blood vessels becoming thicker and more robust, which is beneficial for their future cultivation and growth. In contrast, there's been no research in this area on the Douluo Continent, leading to countless years where children could only play and waste time and talent until the age of 6. In this regard, the cultivation on the Douluo Continent is even inferior to many martial arts worlds. Next, there's the so-called soul awakening at the age of 6. Simply put, this involves using an awakening stone to guide the latent soul within each person. This is one of the main characteristics of the Douluo Continent. However, the strength of one's cultivation talent, or even the ability to cultivate, still depends on innate soul power. The so-called innate soul power is essentially the amount of soul power the child's body can initially accept during the awakening process, facilitated by the awakening stone and formation. Under the activation of a soul master's soul power, it essentially assesses the strength and size of a child's natural meridians and the blockage of acupoints. However, compared to future cultivation, during the awakening of the martial soul, there is no need to open the acupoints. So the level of innate soul power in the meridians is divided from 1 to 10, representing the range from level 1 innate soul power to full innate soul power. Yet, since children on the Douluo Continent do not understand how to nourish their meridians before the age of 6, the strength of their meridians is generally similar. Although there are still differences, this leads to situations where even children with the same innate soul power may have varying cultivation speeds and strengths. Of course, children without innate soul power have completely blocked meridians, making it impossible to connect with the soul power of heaven and earth. For Yubai, who possesses knowledge of top-tier alchemy, resolving this is quite easy. In other words, as long as Yubai is willing, he can refine some elixirs or concoct medicinal liquids at any time to enhance the so-called innate soul power level. The so-called meditation cultivation method is essentially about calming the mind and reaching a state of focused tranquility, resonating with the soul power of heaven and earth, allowing it to flow into the body for natural accumulation. Of course, during this accumulation process, it requires repeated cleansing to open and maintain the smoothness of the meridians. Only after achieving this can the soul power begin to accumulate. Each level of restriction corresponds to a shock to the acupoints within the body. However, The firmness of each acupoint in the human body is like dirt blocking a water pipe, while the accumulation of soul power in the meridians resembles the natural flow of water into the pipe. However, this results in the soul power cultivated in such a manner being as unstable as floating duckweed, leading to an unsteady foundation. In comparison, the accumulation of Dao Qi from the Douluo Continent, through cultivation methods forcibly drawn from heaven and earth, is fundamentally incomparable in strength. Therefore, when faced with significant boundary barriers, cultivators on the Douluo Continent can rely on the accumulation of Dao Qi in the early stages and various techniques as a foundation, making it easy to break through when exhausted. On the Douluo Continent, however, without a sudden influx of powerful soul power, relying solely on naturally cultivated soul power through meditation will not break through the blockage of acupoints. Moreover, the martial soul seems to have some mysteries. It appears as if each major realm has a lock added to the martial soul. This prevents a person's soul power from cultivating until they absorb a soul ring. Therefore, killing soul beasts and absorbing soul rings not only satisfies the breakthrough requirements in terms of soul power, but also unlocks that lock on the martial soul. Interestingly, the soul rings generated after the death of soul beasts contain soul skills, which, when absorbed, become tailored to the human martial soul, transforming into corresponding soul skills. Therefore, Yubai has reason to believe that the anomalies of the martial soul and the generation of soul skills seem to be related to some dark forces behind the scenes. This dark hand is likely the gods of the divine realm. After sorting all this out, Yubai couldn't help but look up, as if his gaze could reach the heavenly realm, seeing the gods and murmuring, "I'm just glad I haven't inherited any unusual flames. Otherwise, I would definitely set the entire divine realm ablaze." After saying this, Yubai retracted his gaze, inwardly examining his own meridians, noticing the ethereal, unrefined soul power, and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder many readers in my previous life referred to the strong ones in the Douluo Continent as hydrogen people. This soul power in the meridians is like air, flowing naturally into the meridians during meditation. Isn't it just like being filled with hydrogen-like soul power, a hydrogen person? It makes sense now why a certain god king was almost crushed by the sea god trident, as heavy as a steel roll. A full force strike could only create a small hole in the city wall. However, for the sake of not wanting to be embarrassed like that god king in the future, it seems I need to refine my soul power again." With this thought in mind, Yubai wasted no time and directly crossed his legs to sit on the bed, activating the Imperial Burning technique. In an instant, Yubai's soul power at level 27 began to rapidly shrink. At the same time, outside in the new student dormitory, the vast soul power of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by Yubai's body, forming a visible vortex that surged wildly into Yubai's body. During this process, after the soul power within Yubai completely vanished for the first time, it began to grow rapidly again, quickly rising from level 1 to 10, 20, 27, and then easily breaking through the previous 27 level bottleneck, as if the so-called soul power bottleneck no longer existed, reaching level 28, then continuing to grow to level 29, and finally stopping at level 30. However, at this moment, Yubai, while refining his soul power, could clearly sense that if it weren't for the restrictions imposed by the rules of the martial soul, his first surge of soul power could even exceed level 30. This means that without certain actions from the divine realm, Yubai's soul power could have broken through level 30. However, Yubai wasn't particularly surprised by this. After all, he had anticipated it earlier. Then, as the Imperial Burning technique continued to operate within Yubai, his soul power at level 30 began to vanish once more. For a period of time after that, the soul power within Yubai fluctuated like a seesaw, constantly disappearing and then rapidly growing back to level 30, cycling repeatedly. However, in this process, with each cycle, Yubai's aura increased by 10% over the last. Time flowed slowly, and before he knew it, the setting sun had vanished, and the full moon hung high in the sky, casting a silver screen over the world. Suddenly, while immersed in cultivation, Yubai heard a sound at the dormitory door and slowly opened his eyes, two flickering flames seemingly burning within them, which gradually dimmed. At the same time, the overwhelming pressure of his aura, which had intensified nearly tenfold since noon, also dissipated. After collecting all his aura, Yubai hurriedly used soul power to internally examine his changes, having completed 1/5 of the refinement of his entire soul power. His strength had already increased nearly tenfold compared to before. The potential for improvement is indeed quite substantial. However, even after thoroughly refining this body using such methods, its strength, as well as the internal meridians, bones, muscles, and other aspects, are still quite inferior compared to Xiao Yan's condition when he was a fighter. It seems that the first thing to do after resolving the current troubles is to prepare for a medicinal bath and physical training. Otherwise, with the current body strength, it would be impossible to perform combat techniques like 8 extremes collapse or 3,000 thunder movement. Thinking of this, images of the ice and fire two-eyed heavenly eye and the various precious herbs growing around suddenly appeared in Yu Bai's mind. Coming back to his senses, Yu Bai hurriedly wiped away the tears that had unknowingly flowed from the corners of his eyes and continued to take stock of the gains from half a day. The biggest gain should be this dual flame, I'm martial soul. While muttering to himself, 2 flickers of flames reappeared in Yu Bai's eyes, and as he infused soul power, the flickering flames in his eyes instantly turned blue, taking on the shape of a blue lotus. It was indeed the blue lotus earth heart fire. Yu Bai had a premonition that if he continued to input soul power into the dual flame, something terrifying would happen. Therefore, Yu Bai directly withdrew his soul power, and the blue lotus earth heart fire in his eyes transformed back into the previous small flame before disappearing. This dual flame, I'm martial soul, should be one of the rumored benefits of the exposure from the previous life. Moreover, this martial soul formed by the Heavenly Dao Rankings seems to be free from the restrictions of awakened martial souls, meaning that even without absorbing soul rings, one could continuously cultivate soul power levels. However, this point is of little use to me at the moment. However, this dual flame, I'm martial soul, needs a name change. Otherwise, if I ever use a small account or a disguise, revealing this name would be like seeking death. Thinking this way, various names floated through Yu Bai's mind, and suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. How about calling it Fire Burning Eye? After deciding on the name, Yu Bai was about to get up. Bang bang. Xiao Bai, what are you dawdling about? Hurry up and go to the battle spirit arena to compete. I don't know what our old folks are thinking, making us compete at least once a day. You know, I'm a food type soul master. If it weren't for you torturing me as a reluctant companion, where would I find someone to team up with? Hearing the chubby guy outside, nagging endlessly, Yu Bai shouted back irritably, I got it. Stop urging me. Wait a moment. After quickly tidying up, the two of them walked out of the academy as usual, heading towards the great battle spirit arena. On the way, they casually ordered some food at a bustling street-side snack stall, and seeing the increased foot traffic on the streets tonight compared to usual, the chubby guy Shizheng couldn't help but exclaim, wow, I didn't expect these forces and nobles to act so quickly. In just half a day, they've already arranged for so many people to come to our Keilang city. These guys must have dog noses. Hearing Shizheng's seemingly sarcastic yet somewhat gleeful tone, Yu Bai rolled his eyes at him but felt a heavy weight in his heart. I didn't expect that in just half a day. So many strangers have already come to Keilang city. Most of these people have various special symbols hidden in their clothing, which should be personnel from various major forces. Pagoda, Blue Dragon, Wings of Angels, Hammer, TSK, the upper 3 sects, lower 4 sects, Spear Hall, it's almost a full house. It seems that after today's match, I need to discuss things with the old folks quickly. Just as Yu Bai was pondering, the chubby guy suddenly seemed to have opened up a topic, turning his head and whispering, by the way, Xiao Bai, I saw you searching for that exposer all over the academy today. What was the result? Did you find any news? Hearing this guy ask such a question in public, Yu Bai sighed inwardly, then leaned closer, as if not wanting others to know, and whispered, Sigh, don't mention it. Ever since that golden light from the Heavenly Dao Rankings flashed and disappeared in the academy, you know, our entire academy has been in an uproar. Everyone wants to cling to that big shot, and of course I do too. After all, that S.A. future Dou Emperor powerhouse. However, although I've searched everywhere and exchanged information with many seniors who are also looking for him, I still have no clues. Then, as you know, our principal took action. However, I did see the approximate location where that golden light flashed. It should be around the cafeteria where we had lunch today or near the dormitory building of the seniors. I plan to go there more often in the future. After all, walking around doesn't violate the principal S rules, hee. While chatting, the food was quickly served, and, after finishing it in no time, the two paid the bill and headed towards the nearby Keilang Great Battle Spirit Arena. Not long after they left, several people who had been sitting nearby and eating immediately left, blending into the crowd and disappearing. Upon arriving at the Battle Spirit Arena, Yu Bai and Shizheng had already put on masks at some point. Avoiding the crowd, the two expertly approached the front desk, each taking out a copper Battle Spirit badge to hand to the staff. Hello, please sign me up for a one-on-one match in the gambling category, as well as a two-on-two match with him. After saying this, Yubai thought for a moment and added, by the way, please update my registration information. I am now a 30-level Great Soul Master. Upon hearing Yubai's words, Shi Zheng, wearing a tiger mask, widened his eyes in disbelief. Turning to look at Yubai, Shi Zheng wanted to ask something, but considering the inappropriate setting, he suppressed his curiosity and didn't voice it. The staff, upon hearing Yubai's words, immediately took out a crystal ball for testing from under the counter and handed it to Yubai, fighting back a smile as he avoided looking at the masked face. Directly saying, this smiling face battle spirit master, please place your hand on the crystal ball to test your cultivation level. Seeing this, Yubai didn't hesitate and directly placed his hand on the crystal ball. In an instant, the crystal ball burst forth with brilliant light. Seeing this, the staff confirmed Yubai's true cultivation level and immediately updated Yubai's personal information at the workstation. After confirming the match schedule, Yubai was led by another staff member to the one-on-one Battle Spirit Arena's 12th area. However, since there were still 4 matches ahead of Yubai, he was directly taken to the resting room of the 12th area to wait. And since the 2-on-2 match was after the 1-on-1 match, the chubby guy, Shi Zheng, followed Yubai into the resting room. Once the staff left, Shi Zheng immediately took off his tiger mask and leaned close to Yubai, his face filled with disbelief as he asked, Hey, Xiaobai, what is going on? Last night, when we came to the Battle Spirit, weren't you only at 27 level soul power? How did you jump straight to 30 level today? Did you take some medicine? For Shi Zheng's curiosity and disbelief, Yubai had already anticipated and thus was not surprised, instead smiling and saying, Chubby guy, do you remember what happened at noon today? For this little chubby one, Yubai had no intention of hiding the fact that he was the exposer in the academy. After all, not to mention the life-and-death relationship between the two families. Just the friendship of growing up together with this little chubby one, which was closer than that of real brothers, made Yubai feel there was no need to keep a secret. Moreover, both of them knew each other's childhood bedwetting episodes very well, so there was absolutely no need to hide anything. This noon, hearing Yubai's words, the little chubby one was taken aback. Then his eyes gradually widened, and his mouth opened uncontrollably, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Watching this little chubby one, almost unable to control himself from wanting to scream, Yubai quickly grabbed a fruit from the table in the lounge and stuffed it into Shi Zheng's mouth, preventing the words he wanted to shout from coming out. Woo-woo. Seeing Shi Zheng flustered and trying to fish the fruit out of his mouth, Yubai leaned back against the sofa and looked at the busy Shi Zheng with annoyance, saying, You little chubby one, don't shout randomly. You've seen the situation in the academy and the city now. If we're not careful, both our families could be finished. It's only because you're my buddy that I'm telling you this. Otherwise, I wouldn't. Upon hearing Yubai's words, the little chubby one, who had just swallowed the fruit in one go, quickly stopped making noise. He leaned closer to Yubai, excitement still evident on his face, and whispered, Wait, Xiaobai, is it really today? Then you were still in the academy during the day. Oh, I understand. You're using a feint to draw me in, switching the bait, mixing pearls with fish eyes, and sneaking in through the back door. Indeed, if we're talking about cunning, you Xiaobai take the cake. Hearing the little chubby one's unusual flattery, Yubai was not impressed. Instead, he crossed his arms and looked self-satisfied, saying, That's called wisdom. Moreover, I now have the advantage of my past lives foundation. Just give me a few more years, and achieving Soul Sage will be a piece of cake. By then, I'll directly channel my past life as cultivation and become the top powerhouse. At that time, you'll be able to walk sideways with me. Upon hearing Yubai say this, a radiant smile appeared on the little chubby one's face, and his eyes were filled with longing for the life described by Yubai. Seeing the little chubby one so easily satisfied, Yubai felt a bit exasperated, saying, Is that all it takes to satisfy you? You little chubby one, I have the cultivation experience and memories from my past life. I eat meat. Can't I spare you a sip of soup? Once I discuss this with our families tonight, I'll give you a surprise that will surely double your cultivation speed. And you'll even be a unique food spirit master with an unprecedented strong attack system. By then, don't say growing into a title though. Even a divine position is within reach. I'll help you snatch one if necessary. Instantly, the little chubby one did a 180-degree turn and directly hugged Yubai's leg, respectfully saying, Wow, big brother, you're my real big brother. Time passed quickly as the two played around, and soon staff members came to inform Yubai that it was time for him to enter the arena. Leaving the little chubby one, Shi Zheng, behind, Yubai followed the staff to the entrance of the competition track. After testing his cultivation again to ensure it matched the registration information, he began to wait quietly. At this moment, the little chubby one also walked out of the lounge and came to the viewing area, looking up at the arena. All right, now let us welcome the participants of the one-on-one soul battle of the 12th division. The 5th match, the enthusiastic commentator on stage announced. First up is our battle master, the beast spirit master with the serpent spirit, disaster of the python. With a soul power of level 29 and a record of 23 losses and 39 wins, he has achieved a 4-match winning streak in one-on-one battles before this match. If he wins this match, our disaster of the python will earn the silver soul badge. As the commentator's words fell, a large door slowly opened on one side of the battle platform, and a robust young man, under 20, jumped onto the arena. Roar! With the roar of this big man, the atmosphere on the 12th soul battle viewing platform instantly heated up. Disaster of the python. Smash your opponent. Disaster of the python. Crush your opponent. Tear apart everything in front of you. On the stage, seeing the atmosphere so lively, the host took the opportunity to say, and our other contestant, smiling face, has a weapon spirit named Eternal Sword, a sword-type spirit with a soul power of level 30. His previous record is 14 losses and 32 wins. Coincidentally, this smiling face contestant also has a 4-match winning streak, and this one-on-one match is also a promotion match for the Soul Battle Badge. It seems that today we will witness an unprecedented exciting event in our 12th Soul Battle Division. Now, let us welcome smiling face contestant to the stage. 032 Soul Battle begins. Testing physical strength. As the host's voice faded, on the other side of the battle platform, a contestant about 7 meters tall, with short silver hair and a comical, smiling mask on his face, jumped onto the battle platform. This person was none other than Yu Bai, titled Smiling Face. However, the previously enthusiastic atmosphere in the audience turned into laughter as soon as they saw the comical, smiling mask on Yu Bai's face. What's up with that mask? Is he planning to make his opponent laugh to death? TSK, TSK, TSK. With that physique, even if his soul power level is one higher than Disaster of the Python, he probably won't last long against a few hits. After all, beast spirits have an inherent advantage over weapon spirits. Let us give it a shot. I choose to bet on this. The big brother is right. This kid looks like a comic character. He shouldn't be too strong. I'm betting on Disaster of the Python. Meanwhile, hearing the overwhelming support for Disaster of the Python from the audience, the little chubby one, Shi Zheng, quietly lowered the sign he was holding for Smiling Face, then let out a long sigh. When he looked back at Yu Bai's smiling mask on the battle platform, he couldn't help but cover his face, thinking, come on, you could have picked a more normal mask. It's not like all the audience is betting against you right now, in a state of sadness and anger. Shi Zheng quietly pulled over a passerby who was placing bets and directly threw all his gold soul coins, as well as the gold soul coins Yu Bai had given him, onto Smiling Face winning on the battle platform as the host shouted, 1 minute to summon the spirit and prepare. Yu Bai and Disaster of the Python simultaneously summoned their spirits. Spirit. Possession. With a shout from Disaster of the Python, a massive, earth-brown serpent phantom, about 1 meter in diameter, suddenly appeared behind him. Its small, earth-brown eyes emitted a venomous chill, and its forked tongue flicked out, ready to attack at any moment. At the same time, 2 yellow soul rings rose from Disaster of the Python's feet, and the aura pressure of a great soul master suddenly spread across the battle platform. In contrast to the exaggerated summoning of Disaster of the Python, Yu Bai simply stretched out his right hand in a sword-holding gesture when summoning his spirit. In the next moment, a long sword that appeared to be crafted from high-quality jade slowly materialized. The sword had an elegant body, yet retained a sharp aura, and the hilt was perfectly grasped by Yu Bai's right hand. At the same time, 2 yellow soul rings also appeared, in the center of the soul fighting platform. The referee, seeing that both sides had summoned their martial souls, immediately took the microphone and shouted loudly, begin. At the same time, he stepped on a flying soul guide and quickly left the soul fighting platform. Perhaps noticing the comical mask on Yu Bai's face, the Serpent Calamity's expression turned disdainful. And he directly spoke, kid, you might as well just surrender now. This kind of soul fighting match is not a game of house for you. As he spoke, the disdain on Serpent Calamity's face vanished in an instant, and his body suddenly charged towards Yu Bai. At the same time, his first soul ring lit up, and he unleashed his first soul skill, Serpent's Charge. In an instant, his speed while rushing towards Yu Bai nearly doubled, and he advanced in a serpentine manner, creating afterimages on the scene, as if 2 Serpent Calamities were simultaneously appearing and charging towards Yu Bai, who was still standing in place. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Yubai. Meanwhile, his right hand was already clenched into a fist, fiercely striking towards Yubai's side face. As for the serpent calamity's own body, it was now darting towards Yubai's side like a snake crossing the land. This is the special combat method of the serpent disaster. If the opponent is hit by the first punch, regardless of whether they are severely injured, they will instantly face the next attack. In the spectator area, many viewers familiar with the combat style of the serpent disaster are now excitedly shouting. Just like that. Take down that little brat. Defeat him. Hurry up and defeat him. Yes, quickly finish him off. Serpent disaster. In the corner, the chubby Shizheng silently rolled his eyes at this group of spectators, then looked down at the battle soul platform. The corners of his mouth gradually curving into a confident smile, as if he was certain that Yubai would definitely defeat the serpent disaster. Choosing to fight Yubai at close range? Isn't that asking for death? No opponent at the same level, or even a much higher level, can withstand Xiao Bai's first soul skill in a one-on-one match. Just wait to be dumbfounded by the loss. It's getting closer. It's happening right now. Just as the chubby Shizheng was sneering softly, he suddenly saw that the serpent disaster was already in the perfect position to unleash Yubai's first soul skill, yet did not use it. Instead, he gripped the sword hilt with one hand and crossed his arms to take the punch from the serpent disaster head-on. Boom! With the sound of a massive punch, Yubai's body showed no signs of retreating at all, actually receiving the first punch from the serpent disaster right there. The serpent disaster, now beside Yubai, was surprised that Yubai could take his punch. As he turned his head to look at Yubai's side profile, he saw Yubai's eyes slightly squinting. Is it an arm injury? Well, of course. But a weapon soul master can actually take my punch with his body without getting hurt. That would be strange. Thinking this, a victorious smile appeared on the serpent disaster's face as he inwardly thought, although you took my first punch with the next strike, I'll send you directly off the stage. At the same time, the serpent disaster's second soul ring suddenly lit up. Second soul skill, serpent tail strike. In an instant, the serpent disaster, already beside Yubai, suddenly performed a 360-degree turn, using his sprinting speed combined with the rotational force. His right leg transformed into a giant serpent tail and fiercely swept toward Yubai's side waist. Such a powerful blow would be difficult for any defense-type soul master under level 32 to withstand, even when using defense soul skills. However, facing this strike, Yubai merely lifted his right leg to block. Bang! A powerful force erupted from the collision of their legs, blasting outward in all directions. Feeling the strength of this strike, Yubai frowned slightly and thought to himself, indeed, so weak. If this strike had happened before I refined my soul power, had I chosen to meet it head-on, I would probably have been kicked off the battle soul platform by now. But for me now, it can't even make me feel pain. Is this the difference between refined soul power and the soul power absorbed through meditation? Thinking this, Yubai felt even more eager to rush back and finish refining the remaining 4/5 of his soul power. However, at the battle soul site, in order to avoid causing a huge commotion and attracting too much attention, Yubai slightly exerted his left foot and suddenly flew backward. It looked as if he had been kicked away by the serpent disaster. However, with a beautiful aerial turn, Yubai landed steadily on one knee at the edge of the battle soul platform, his long life sword firmly embedded in the platform. Second soul skill, sword control technique. Seeing this guy with a smiley face mask miraculously block his attack for the second time, the serpent disaster couldn't help but stare at the smiling face slowly rising from the edge of the battle soul platform, sneering, "You can't withstand my attack. You might as well jump down. Otherwise, your little arms and legs will be broken by my next attack." At this point, the serpent disaster suddenly looked stunned, as if recalling something not right. Something feels off. The last defensive soul master at level 29 who faced my combo could block the first strike. But when faced with my second strike, enhanced by the combination of my first and second soul skills, even though he used a defense soul skill, he was still sent flying. The most important thing was that guy's arms were directly fractured while trying to block my second strike. But what is up with this guy wearing a silly smile mask? Although his soul power is one level higher than mine, his martial soul is a weapon martial soul, a long sword, and during our collision just now, he hasn't used any soul skills, relying solely on soul power and physical strength to counter me. Thinking this, the serpent disaster's pupils shrank, his back hair stood on end, and he immediately assumed a defensive posture. In the spectator area, the audience saw the serpent disaster suddenly go on the defensive, exchanging glances. While most of those who bet on the serpent disaster to win suddenly felt a bad premonition, only a few in the crowd had a strange expression. But when they saw that everyone else looked uneasy, they refrained from shouting. In a corner of the spectator area, Shijing turned to glance at the solemn-faced crowd and couldn't help but chuckle maliciously, then turned his attention back to the battle soul platform, inwardly thinking, Xiaobai should end this battle now, right? After all, the opponent has seen through him, and if he continues to play around, the more exposed he becomes. It could be troublesome if it gets out. On the battle soul platform, beneath the smiley face mask, Yabai saw his opponent's posture and understood that he could no longer test other improvements on him. Therefore, after standing up, Yabai didn't waste any words. His second soul ring lit up and second soul skill, sword control technique, with Yabai's right hand forming a sword gesture. The long life sword that was originally stuck in the ground instantly soared into the air. Then, as Yabai pointed toward the serpent disaster, the long life sword seemed to receive the command and swiftly flew toward the tense-looking serpent disaster. The air was even filled with the sound of slicing through the air, as if the air itself was being split. Seeing such an attack, the serpent disaster swallowed hard. Then his first soul ring also flashed, and his body moved like a serpent, skillfully dodging the long life sword's attacks time and time again. In the audience, those who had bet on the serpent disaster to win saw that although he was in a suppressed position, he could still dodge the smiling face's attacks again and again. Their initially angry emotions eased, and they began to cheer loudly for the serpent disaster again. Just like that serpent disaster, hold on. Then look for an opportunity to punch the smiling face down. Go for it, serpent disaster. I bet on your win. Defeat him, serpent disaster. Keep going. Covering his ears that were almost blown apart by these shouts, the chubby Shijing thought with annoyance. Let the serpent disaster win? He asked the one who will win. You have to know that Yabai's second soul skill, sword control technique, is controlled through his mind, with a range of 100 meters, hitting wherever he points. At peak speed equivalent to Yabai wielding his long sword with full force. And the power depends on how much soul power Yabai uses when striking. However, according to Xiao Bai's usual habits, he should be able to finish off his opponent with one sword right now. Shouldn't he? Why wouldn't this guy's sudden increase in strength after being infused with the Heavenly Dao Rankings be something he can't fully control, fearing that he might accidentally kill someone? That's why he is honing his current power through this battle, right? Thinking of this, the chubby stone couldn't help but take out a piece of jerky and start gnawing on it. He grumbled in his heart, humph, they're all just cheating dogs. Aren't they letting ordinary soul masters like me live? Humph. In my lifetime, I hate two types of people the most. One is the cheating dogs. The other is the dogs that don't let me cheat. Humph. On the soul fighting platform, Yabai indeed confirmed the little chubby's speculation. With the combination of mental power and soul power, along with the lifetime cultivation experience of Xiao Yin infused by the Heavenly Dao Rankings, he had completely mastered his enhanced strength in less than a minute, watching the soul fighting platform while continuously dodging the eternal life sword. The rampant python was also trying to get closer to where he was. Yubai's eyes suddenly burst with a sharp sword light, and then he suddenly exerted force with his feet, propelling himself like a bolt of lightning towards the rampant python, which was less than 7 meters away. In an instant, before the rampant python could even react, Yabai had already arrived in front of it, his right hand forming a sword finger, swiftly extending out. At the same time, behind the rampant python, the eternal life sword also surged forward with a buzzing sound. Buzz! In that moment, the serpent disaster stood with its hair on end. Cold sweat dripped from its forehead, its face pale, and its heart raced uncontrollably. It would die. It would die. It would die. As the wielder of snake-type martial soul, at this moment, the serpent disaster could only repeat those two words in its mind. Before the serpent disaster could react, Yabai's sword finger was already aimed directly at its throat, as if with a slight push, it could pierce right through. Gulp! It swallowed hard. Cold sweat streamed down the serpent disaster's forehead, falling to the ground without it realizing. At this moment, the serpent disaster felt that what was pressed against its throat was not a finger, but a sharp sword glinting with a chilling light. It felt as if it could be pierced at any moment. At the same time, it sensed a coldness rising from the back of its head, as if it were facing certain death. Thus, the serpent disaster dared not move, standing helplessly in place. What the serpent disaster couldn't see was that at this moment, the tip of the Changsheng sword was aimed directly at the back of its head. This meant that if Yabai wanted to strike in just an instant, both the serpent disaster's throat and the back of its head would be pierced simultaneously, dying on the soul fighting platform. Outside the soul fighting platform, The supporters who were stunned by this scene came to their senses and immediately grabbed the microphone, excitedly shouting, "I announce that the soul fight is over. The winner is Smiling Face, now achieving 5 consecutive wins, with a record of 14 defeats and 33 victories. Let's congratulate Master Smiling Face on his promotion to Silver Soul Fighting Badge. 034 First Soul Skill. In the 2v2 Soul Fight, 7 Soul Fight Subfield, go. Double gun combination, blow up the opponent. Smiling Face Swordsman, go. 1 sword per person. Take down the double gun combination. Come on, keep the fighting spirit." On the Soul Fighting platform, the little chubby Shizheng hid behind Yabai, and 2 soul rings lit up one after another. First soul skill, Hungry Meat Jerky. Second soul skill, Illusory Meat Jerky. In an instant, a reddish-brown meat jerky and a burnt yellow meat jerky appeared in the little chubby Shizheng's hands, exuding a fragrant aroma. "Xiaobai." Next, saying this, the little chubby directly threw the 2 meat jerkies towards Yabai's back. Wrinkling his nose, Yabai's eyes lit up, and with a sudden force from his right hand holding the Changshang sword, he slid down the shaft of one of the double guns in front of him. Sparks flew as the blade passed through. In an instant, the sharp blade of the Changsheng sword was about to slide to the hand gripping the gun of its owner. Perhaps this person didn't expect Yabai to suddenly execute such a move, and in a panic, instinctively loosened his grip on the long gun to dodge the blade of the Changsheng sword. However, he did not notice that Yabai's eyes suddenly sparkled, and then he swiftly closed in, unexpectedly grabbing the person's collar with his left hand, and without saying a word, executed a violent shoulder throw. Boom! The ground of the Soul Fighting platform was instantly smashed out of a dent, and the person lay in the dent with their eyes glazed over, fainting, likely unable to recover to normal for about a week to participate in soul fighting again. Yang Hao, another martial soul wielder with a long gun, saw his partner being beaten so badly and immediately rushed to the dent on the soul fighting platform, quickly checking his teammate's condition. Meanwhile, Yabai had unknowingly arrived at the side of the little chubby Shizheng, eating the Hungry Meat Jerky and Illusory Meat Jerky together, replenishing his stamina and soul power while kindly saying to the person, "Don't worry, that guy looks seriously injured, but actually, he will recover to normal after resting for about a week. If the healing soul masters in the soul fighting arena intervene, he could be back in just a day." Hearing Yabai's words, the worry on the person's face dissipated, and he then called for staff to carry Yang Hao away, asking the healing soul master for treatment. Before getting up and solemnly looking at Yabai and the little chubby Shizheng, seriously requesting, "I want to have a serious fight with you. I noticed from the beginning that you didn't use any soul skills during the battle with my brother. So, I know your true strength must far exceed mine. However, if I can't even force out my opponent's true strength in a soul fight, wouldn't it be too regrettable, and it would make me look too incompetent as an opponent? So, Smiling Face, use your full strength to defeat me. Of course, I know this is a 2v2 match, and inviting you to a one-on-one duel is too shameless, especially since my teammate has already been eliminated. So, I state in advance that no matter the outcome of my challenge to Mr. Smiling Face, this soul fight match is a loss for us. I hope Mr. Smiling Face can accept my challenge." Upon hearing the contestant say such a thing, the host showed an awkward expression, wanting to say this was against the rules of the soul fighting arena, when they suddenly heard waves of shouts from the audience area. "This is a man's battle. Accept his challenge. Yes, accept his challenge. Even if we lose again, let's have a passionate battle between men. Fight, fight, fight. Let's fight without regrets." On the soul fighting platform, the little chubby was also startled by the audience's shouts, instinctively looking at Yabai, wanting him to decide. "Little chubby, I'm a bit interested in this guy. Can I take on this battle?" Although Yabai often joked verbally with his brother, he respected each of his choices and never made decisions for the little chubby, as that was the minimum respect for a brother. Therefore, in such a situation, Yabai would always seek the little chubby's consent. Hearing Yabai's request, the little chubby rolled his eyes in annoyance. "You guy, don't waste too much time." Saying this, he directly jumped off the soul fighting platform while eating the jerky. "I'll treat you to a big meal later." After shouting at the little chubby, Yabai turned to face his opponent, his gaze sharp as he stared at him, saying, "You're not bad. Before the battle, tell me your information. You have the qualifications to be remembered by me." Hearing Yabai's words, the young man opposite also focused, saying, "Yang Yu, 29th level Great Soul Master, Martial Soul. Breaking Formation Gun. 14 years old, second-year student at Castle Academy. Please guide me." Hearing that this guy was actually a senior from the academy, and looking at his stature and appearance, Yabai was somewhat surprised that he was only 14. Although he knew that the development of young boys and girls in the Douluo Continent was different from his previous life, this guy looked too mature. Suppressing the urge to complain, Yubai swung the Changsheng's sword and shouted, "I remember you. Then let's see if you can defeat me now. This time, I will use my full strength, don't die." Hearing Yubai's seemingly dismissive words, Yang Yu did not take it lightly at all, as both the previous battle and the current aura of soul power emanating from his opponent told him that the opponent was very strong. However, that just perfect. Thinking this way, Yang Yu also unleashed the soul power within him, stepping forward with his left leg and holding the gun in his right arm. Taking an offensive stance while shouting at Yubai, "Be careful." As the words fell, Yang Yu's left leg suddenly exerted force, and with a burst of powerful soul power, he leaped towards Yubai, swinging the long spear in a powerful chopping motion. At the same time, the first and second soul rings around Yang Yu lit up. First soul skill, charge strike. Second soul skill, breaking heaven strike. In an instant, the breaking array spear Wuhuan in Yang Yu's hand emitted an incredibly sharp and domineering aura, as if it could break everything in front of him. Seeing the strike from Yang Yu, a glint of battle intent appeared in Yubai's eyes beneath the smiling mask. In an instant, the first soul ring around Yubai shone brightly, and he also leaped into the air, shouting, "First soul skill, celestial, flying immortal." In an instant, a chilling sword aura erupted from the eternal life sword in Yubai's hand, transforming the surroundings into a world of sword energy. Striking from the air, flawless and untainted. Below the arena, the chubby boy saw that Yubai had indeed used his first soul skill and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the first soul skill of this guy. Shout by a locking skill that instantly unleashes 200 of his power. With this soul skill, it's not difficult for Xiao Bai to fight beyond his rank. That guy over there should be convinced this time." 035 Old 6U fan. Boom! A black shadow flew out accompanied by a huge roar, being sent flying over 20 meters and crashing down from the other side of the fighting arena. This person was none other than Yang Yu. Meanwhile, on the fighting arena, Yubai had already retracted his Wuhuan, casting a glance at where Yang Yu had fallen, his eyes flickering with interest. Although he had only drawn upon 30% of his soul power when using his first soul skill, the power was still formidable. In fact, Yubai was worried that if his last strike landed on Yang Yu, it might directly kill him, which is why he changed the attack direction of the Eternal Life Sword at the last moment to collide head-on with Yang Yu's breaking array spear. In terms of the outcome, there was no doubt that Yubai won, and it was a clean victory. However, what truly piqued Yubai's interest was the power of Yang Yu's final strike. This guy's last strike had definitely reached the level of an ordinary assault-type soul master, and even high-ranked soul masters. Moreover, considering this guy's willingness to attack stronger opponents, if placed in the Douluo Continent, he would definitely not be an unknown figure in the future. It's a pity that in the crude cultivation system of this Douluo Continent, his soul power cannot be refined further, and he can only rely on soul rings to obtain soul skills and spear techniques, without knowing the deeper meanings of spear momentum, spear intent, and spear way. In the audience seats of the fighting arena, the spectators were stunned to see Yang Yu being sent flying over 20 meters and falling off the arena. However, soon after they regained their senses, everyone blushed and shouted loudly, smiling face. The host was also awakened by the cheers of the audience and hurried to the other side of the fighting arena, calling for a healing-type soul master. After checking that Yang Yu had only fainted due to the backlash of the immense force and would be fine after some rest, he let the healing-type soul master take Yang Yu away for treatment. Meanwhile, suppressing the shock in his heart, he put on an excited expression and raised a microphone, shouting, "All right, in this 2v2 fighting match, the winners are our Smiling Tiger duo. Let's congratulate them." At the same time, the audience cheered, "Smiling Tiger, Smiling Tiger, Smiling Tiger." As the audience's cheers filled the air, Yubai and his partner left the fighting arena, and after the staff finished calculating the scores, they headed home. In the Yu family, both families gathered in the main hall. At the long table, on the left side, sat two middle-aged men, one refined and composed, the other muscular and robust. They were Yu Bai and Shi Zheng's fathers, Yu Fan and the chubby boy's father, Shi Quan. On the right side were two beautiful women who looked to be in their 20s, who were Yu Bai and Shi Zheng's mothers, Luo Ling and Xiero. At the end of the long table, the chubby boy, Shi Zheng, was vigorously gnawing on a chicken leg, showing no signs of restraint. After Yu Bai finished recounting the events of the afternoon, he looked at the four adults and said, "I should be the one who exposed Xiao Yan, so Grandpa, Uncle Shi, and Mom, Annie, what do you think we should do about the current situation?" Yubai initially thought that after mentioning such a life-threatening matter, both families would have solemn expressions, pondering over how to resolve the current predicament. However, unexpectedly, after Yubai finished speaking, he was met with 4 pairs of eyes that looked at him as if he were a rare treasure. Even Luo Ling and Xie Ro directly came to Yubai's sides, disregarding the chubby boy's resentful gaze, and began to pinch and play with Yubai's cheeks, occasionally glancing at each other in astonishment, exclaiming, "Hiss! Xiaobai is actually the one who was exposed at noon today. Hiss! So this is the reincarnation of the Flame Emperor? No wonder his talent is so good. Even his appearance is so outstanding." Yubai never expected that at this moment, when he was deeply entangled in a crisis, potentially facing detection from various powerful factions. His mother and the chubby boy's mother would be so out of tune, even more interested in pinching his cheeks than ever before. It was simply incomprehensible. Quickly breaking free from the control of the 2 pairs of claws, Yubai, after a strong condemnation and refusal of the 2 women's continued advances, ignored their tearful performance beside him and approached Yu Fan and Shi Quan, saying solemnly, "Dad, Uncle Shi, do you have any solutions?" Although he said this, Yubai's main focus was still on his father, Yu Fan. After all, according to what his father and the others said, they had formed a team at the Soul Master Academy, and everything significant was usually decided by his father, Yu Fan. In Yubai's impression, his father had always been very steady, even to the point of being cautious. Who could have imagined that when he awakened his Wuhuan and tested his innate soul power to be at level 9? In order to prevent his talent from being exposed and attracting the attention of the Spirit Hall or the Sword de Law of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, his father actually kept him confined for half a year. During that half year, he had already reached level 10 in the first month, but his father still didn't allow him to go out. Therefore, he spent a full 5 months undergoing various physical training, until half a year later, my father finally took me to hunt for my first spirit ring. As for this process, my father explained that, based on his observations, the City Lord's little girl with innate spirit power of level 8 only cultivated to level 10 within 6 months. So he planned to fill in my talent in the Spirit Hall's documents as innate level 8. This way, it wouldn't attract too much attention. Therefore, my bona age when obtaining the first spirit ring should be 6.5 years old. This way, when I go to the Spirit Hall with you to fill out the Spirit Master information, no one will suspect us. After all, in this world, individuals with innate full spirit power are 1 in a million. Those with innate level 9 talent are 1 in 10,000. But those with innate level 8 spirit power can only be considered 1 in several hundred miles. Although still rare, they're not lacking for those major powers. This way, we can hold on to the identity of a genius without attracting too much attention. You must know that in this world, if there is no strong power to protect you, having too much talent is a crime. How dirty-minded these adults are. Moreover, to keep the speed of spirit power level advancement normal, my father stipulated that before becoming a spirit king, I should not cultivate spirit power too much. Therefore, from the time of my spirit awakening until now, nearing 12 years old, compared to the meditation cultivation of spirit power, my father has focused more on my practical combat training and physical fitness training. Thus, at noon today, before the announcement of the Heavenly Dao Rankings, Yubai, with a spirit power level of only 27, which is equal to Zhu Zhuqing, who has the same age and innate spirit power of level 7. Of course, in actual combat, even if 10 Zhu Zhuqing attack together, they might not be able to defeat me. However, even so, my father still stipulated that except during training at home, I am not allowed to use more than 70% of my strength in any other combat situations, including competitions at the academy or battles in the spirit arena. According to my father's words, I must always keep some hidden cards that others do not know about. This way, I can live more safely. All of this is just the tip of the iceberg. At the scene, unexpectedly, after hearing Yubai's words, Yu Fan and Shi Quan, the 2 big men, exchanged glances and then looked at Yubai in unison, saying, "Is this even a problem? Go find your wife. Your wife is a Dou Emperor powerhouse. Who would dare to touch you? At that time, I and your mother, Aunt Jia, can also enjoy our old age." Hearing their words, Yubai's mouth twitched fiercely. Then his expression became excited as he said, But do you know who she is? What is her current situation? You all know that to inherit her past cultivation, she must at least be a spirit saint. And on the entire continent, those who generally reach the spirit saint level must be at least over 40 years old. If she is a spirit Douluo, or even a title Douluo, wouldn't that mean she is around 60 or 70 years old? A woman like that could be your mother. Can you really call her daughter-in-law with a clear conscience? As he said this, Yubai was so agitated that he was gesturing as if describing something. Oomph. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body, as if he vaguely heard a woman's cold snort filled with gritted teeth. Puzzled, he scratched his head and glanced back at his mother and Aunt Jia, finding they were still acting out a tearful scene. So he withdrew his gaze and looked at his father and Uncle Sure, noticing they had no unusual reactions, which made him feel relieved. He secretly murmured, "It must have been that I was scared by the scene I described myself, causing me to have an illusion." With this thought, Yubai didn't take it to heart and directly threw it aside, completely unaware that at this moment in the Pope's palace of the Spirit Hall, someone was gritting their silver teeth, wishing they could give someone a good beating. In the Yu residence, in the hall, after Yubai finished speaking, he looked at the two people across from him with hopeful eyes, hoping they would change their minds. However, the next word from Yu Fan directly shattered Yubai's expectations. Yu Fan casually waved his hand and said, "So what? For us cultivators, the stronger the power, the longer the lifespan. Titled Douluos can live for 300 years, and 99 level titled Douluos can live for 1,000 years. Not to mention those Do Emperor powerhouses. Such powerhouses can almost maintain their youthful appearance." As he spoke, Yu Fan crossed his hands on the table, resting his chin on his hand, staring intently at Yubai, and advised, "So, son, for the happiness and well-being of our families in the future, you should hurry and find your wife." Meanwhile, unknown to Wen, Yubai's mother, Luo Ling, and the chubby mothers, Jie Ro, were also sitting across the table. The four of them nodded in tacit agreement, then looked at Yubai with eager anticipation. Seeing this scene, Yubai couldn't help but widen his eyes, his mouth trembling as he said, "You, how can you bear to say such cold-hearted words with your 37-degree mouths?" However, the four people across from him remained unmoved. Even the chubby one, who had been gnawing on a chicken leg, had unknowingly stood behind the four and was now looking at him with eager eyes. Buzz. Yubai felt a buzzing in his head, then angrily shouted, "Enough. Can't you all think for me? What if she is a 1-meter round pillar person? What if she's an old granny selling candied hawthorns next door? What if she... Yubai had no idea that 1,000 miles away in the Spirit Hall, in the Pope's palace, someone was currently turning red with anger. Every time Yubai spoke, the temperature around that person dropped a few degrees, until they saw that Yubai seemed to want to keep tarnishing their image. They could no longer control their temper and angrily shouted, "Bastard! Damn little thief! Despicable guy!" As they cursed, a cold glint flashed in their beautiful eyes, and then they raised their right hand as if swatting a fly, and slapped it in the air before them. In the Yu residence in the hall, just as they were speaking, the leg of the chair under Yubai suddenly broke for some reason, causing him to fall directly to the ground. And during this process, a crisp applause sounded. Then, mixed with the sound of the chair breaking and Yubai falling to the ground, it created a symphony. However, at this moment, the four people at the table exchanged glances, their eyes shining, and after seemingly confirming something with each other, they nodded subtly, the worries deep in their eyes dissipating, and even a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Meanwhile, the bewildered chubby one witnessed this scene, and, although not understanding what the four adults were doing, it didn't stop him from realizing that Xiao Bai had been jointly plotted against by these four. Unable to help but shiver, the chubby one took another bite of chicken leg meat, mechanically chewing while secretly thinking, "Is this what the terrifying adults in the rumors are like? Their hearts are truly dirty." But fortunately, this time the target of the scheme is Xiao Bai, not me, the fat lord. Thinking this way, the little chubby one couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Yubai, who was lying on the ground with stars in his eyes. Under the table, Yubai, feeling dizzy, lifted his hand to remove the half-chair leg that was pressing on his head. After seeing what was in his hand, he threw it far away, muttering to himself, "No wonder my head hurts a bit. It turns out I was hit by a half-chair leg," rubbing his slightly reddened head. Yubai got up and walked towards his room. He couldn't even be bothered to look at the four annoying adults behind him, thinking to himself, "I'm also drunk." I actually thought about listening to what solutions they had for the current predicament. A bunch of unreliable parents and uncles and aunts. Looks like I have to figure it out myself. 037, doing something big by the table, seeing Yubai turn around and leave without a word. The little chubby one didn't think much and directly chased after him. "Hey Xiao Bai, wait for me." In the hall, after watching the two kids leave, the four adults burst into laughter together. "Xiao Bai is too miserable, huh? Yeah, especially with that last pitiful little look. It's just too cute. Haha. By the way, isn't it a bit too much for us as parents to pit a little guy like this?" Although maybe this little guy's mindset has inflated a bit after becoming the exposer today, thinking he could be the boss. After a burst of laughter, Yu Fan, who was being held by Luo Ling, put away his smile and resumed his usual calm demeanor. His eyes sparkled with wisdom as he said, "However, one thing can be confirmed, just as we thought in our hearts. That is, one of Xiao Bai's wives from his previous life has probably been paying attention to him ever since today, when she was completely infused with all emotions and memories. As for why she hasn't appeared in person, it might be because she's waiting for Yu Bai to grow up. Yes, in every sense of the word. However, with this, we can basically not worry about the safety of Xiao Bai and the safety of our two families. These four individuals were born into ordinary families and grew to become the powerful three souls emperor and one soul saint. Over the decades, they have faced countless difficulties and crises, and during this process, the tacit understanding among the four is unimaginable to others. Therefore, when they noticed Yu Bai's unusual behavior today, they were already alert. Then, when Yu Bai proactively mentioned that he was the reincarnation of the Flame Emperor among today's exposers, the four of them immediately understood the crisis they were about to face. Among them, Yu Fan, as Yu Bai's father, was the first to think of countless countermeasures. The simplest and safest one was to confirm whether the daughter-in-law who unleashed the Dou Emperor's pressure at noon today was paying attention to that little brat, Xiao Bai, regardless of her current identity and whereabouts. This process turned out to be unexpectedly simple. Beside him, the burly Shi Quan nodded, glanced at his wife Jia Ro, and smiled. Otherwise, our two families might have to quietly sneak out of this Koling city through the underground tunnel in my house. Then, using Roair's soul skills, they could change their appearance and live incognito for a while. Sitting next to Yu Fan and hugging his arm, Luo Ling suddenly had a complex expression and said, "Speaking of which, who would have thought that the little brat I gave birth to and raised to be 12 years old would be exposed as the reincarnation of the Flame Emperor from another world in his past life? Fortunately, this little guy, Yu Bai, hasn't inherited all the memories and emotions from his previous life yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't know if he would still call me mom like he does today." Hearing his wife's concerns, Yu Fan reached out to pat Luo Ling's head. Reincarnation and rebirth are things that perhaps only true top-tier powerhouses can truly comprehend. But since reincarnation exists, it's possible that all our souls have been reincarnated, just without being exposed on the Heavenly Dao list. So, there's no need to dwell on this matter. He paused and continued. Moreover, from what just happened, it seems Xiao Bai is a bit resistant to actively seeking out his two wives from his past life. Is it because he hasn't awakened his memories and emotions from that life, combined with being in a rebellious phase now, that he shows such an attitude? On the other side, the gentle and water-like Jiao suddenly spoke. Could it be that Xiao Bai has a girl he likes? As soon as she said this, the hall fell silent. After a while, under the surprised gazes of the four, the little chubby boy excitedly asked Jiao for 2 chicken legs made with the 6 soul skill. He then casually tossed down 2 books and a note, and without saying a word, he slipped away. Yu Fan and the others curiously gathered together, looking at the note on the 2 books that the little chubby boy had left on the table. They saw it had written, "These are 2 high-level earth-ranked cultivation techniques, suitable for Grandpa and Uncle Shi to practice the Zixiao True Method, and suitable for Mom and Aunt Jia to practice the Chuchun Treasure Record. You all practice these first, and when you meet the conditions to cultivate heavenly ranked techniques, I'll switch your techniques. Now, the little chubby boy and I are going out to handle something big. Sigh. I'm really worried for these 2 families." After reading this note, the 4 picked up the 2 high-level earth-ranked cultivation techniques on the table and exchanged glances for a moment, but it was Yu Fan who spoke first. "It seems we need to change our plan. Thousands of miles away, in the Wuhuan Temple, in the Pope's Palace, someone's anger had crystallized at some point. Staring blankly ahead, eyes vacant, with only a pair of beautifully crafted jade hands tightly clenched in a fists, then releasing and clenching again. In a shadowy corner of the street, 2 figures clad in black robes suddenly appeared, looking at the nearby carriage business. The 2 black-robed figures exchanged glances and nodded in unison. It seemed they pulled something out from under their cloaks and began to eat with their heads down. However, due to the black cloaks and the darkness of the night, no one saw what they were eating. A few minutes later, as if they were ready, the 2 headed straight towards the nearby carriage business. Inside the carriage business, it was brightly lit, but perhaps due to the late hour, few people came to rent or hire carriages. Therefore, the young attendant watching over the carriage business was sitting at the counter, nodding off, seemingly at any moment about to fall asleep. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, the counter was knocked on, startling the young attendant awake, who immediately opened his eyes and hurriedly said, "Boss, I wasn't sleeping. I was just meditating." As he spoke, the attendant was fully awake. Upon seeing that the two people in front of him were a tall and a short, plain-looking middle-aged man, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Phew, you almost scared me to death." The short middle-aged man, seeing the attendant's reaction, couldn't help but tease, "Hey, little brother, you don't even have soul power. What are you meditating for?" Hearing the customer's banter, the young attendant wasn't angry and said with a wry smile, "Hey, I'm just not giving up. I want to see if I could suddenly absorb soul power one day. Then I could become a soul master." As he spoke, the attendant looked at the two men across from him and curiously asked, "Is it so late already? Do you two want to hire a carriage?" The tall, middle-aged man nodded and then hired a carriage, taking the tall and short middle-aged men out of the city towards the direction of Tiando City. The next morning, in a hotel room in Tiando City, bright sunlight poured in through the bamboo windows, illuminating the table covered with a pale yellow piece of paper, an inkstone nearby, and several brushes in a pen holder. A beautiful pearl plum was planted in a porcelain basin by the window. As the view shifted inside, a large bed came into view, everything exuding an ancient charm. However, if the hotel staff came in to take a look, they would find that everything in the room had hardly moved at all. Even the bed and bedding looked perfectly tidy. On a luxurious sofa in the room, a tall and thin middle-aged man sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly meditating. After a long time, perhaps hearing a clanging sound from next door, the tall and thin man finally opened his eyes, a flash of youthful brilliance fleeting across his face. Looking inward at his own soul power, the tall and thin middle-aged man couldn't help but feel delighted, murmuring softly, "Great. All the soul power in my body has finally been refined. With the current strength of my soul power, I feel like I could even take on a soul king." That's right, this ordinary-looking, tall and thin middle-aged man is the transformed Yubai, and the short and chubby middle-aged man living next door is the little chubby boy Shizhong. The reason for their drastic transformation lies in the 2 chicken legs made with the 6 soul skill that the little chubby boy had asked from his mother last night. The effect was that after taking a bite, one could change their appearance, voice, and all physical characteristics at will. The effect lasts for 24 hours. After tidying up a bit, they set out together with the chubby little guy who had turned into a short and plump middle-aged man. After finishing breakfast and checking out, the two walked on the wide main street of Tiando City. As the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City was indeed more prosperous than the nearby Keling City. At this time, the sun had just risen to the middle of the sky, and the air still faintly felt the morning mist. But the entire Tiando City had already regained its vitality, with people coming and going on the streets, and vendors and patrolling soldiers everywhere. On the street, the chubby little guy, who had turned into a short and plump middle-aged man, had unknowingly taken out a piece of jerky to eat while curiously observing everything along the street. He then asked the now slender and middle-aged Yubai, "Hey Xiao Bai, what are we going to do now? You only said last night that you would take me to do something big, and then without saying a word, you dragged me to Tiando City. Now you can finally tell me what big thing we're going to do, right?" While recalling the route map he had inquired about from the hotel staff, Yubai followed the directions on the map and replied to the little guy, "Of course. We are looking for help. Given our current situation, we can only find a powerful ally with enough strength to help us through this difficult time. And if we talk about deterrence, no other title Douluo on the entire continent can compare to him." Upon hearing this, the little guy was taken aback, his eyes widening involuntarily. He quickly walked to Yubai's side and, with a slightly trembling voice, whispered, You wouldn't be going to find the poisoned Douluo Dugabo, would you? You must be looking for trouble, right? Is he someone we can even approach? What status do we have compared to him? Moreover, it's rumored that the poisoned Douluo Dugabo is extremely sinister. Aren't you afraid he might do something reckless to us?" Saying this, the little guy made a gesture as if foaming at the mouth. Ignoring the little guy's antics, Yubai continued walking and said, "Don't worry. Since I dare to come here, I have the means to handle him. Besides, don't you want to refine your body's qualities, quickly improve your cultivation, and become a god in the future? If you want to achieve such a dream, we have to go through this today." Upon hearing Yubai's words, the little guy finally suppressed his fear, gritted his teeth, and chose to follow along. Becoming a god and an ancestor in the so-called primal world, in other words, is to achieve sainthood. This shows how alluring becoming a god is for all beings in the Douluo Continent. Therefore, even though his heart was racing and his face was pale, the little guy still chose to follow Yubai without hesitation, following the route in his memory. The two made several turns and finally left the crowded city, arriving at a beautifully decorated, spacious, and tranquil residential area. Soon, they found their destination. Looking up at the plaque that read Douluo, Yubai exchanged a glance with the little guy, then with determined eyes, stepped forward and knocked on the door of the Douluo mansion. Knock, knock, knock. Creak. After a short while, the door opened, and an elderly man appeared, looking sprightly with white hair, a kind face, and suitably dressed. Seeing the strange combination of the tall, thin man and the short, plump man at the door, he curiously asked, "What can I do for you, gentlemen?" Upon seeing this elderly man, who seemed to be a butler, Yubai was taken aback and felt a surge of spirit, secretly muttering, as expected of the residents of a titled Douluo. Even just a butler should have the strength of a soul emperor. Yubai had reason to guess this. Firstly, due to Yubai's unique situation, it was generally difficult for anyone below the Soul King to escape his detection. Even Soul Kings could only be slightly sensed. However, when facing this old butler, although he couldn't sense his soul power level at all, he could feel a strange danger. If the old man's cultivation was above Soul Sage, he should be able to detect the abnormalities in Yubai and the little guy. Yubai observed carefully, although the old butler was somewhat surprised by their unusual combination. He did not detect any abnormalities in their behavior. At the same time, Yubai noticed that the little guy's calves seemed to be trembling slightly. To avoid raising the butler's vigilance, Yubai stepped forward to draw the butler's attention to himself and directly said, "We have come to visit the poisoned Douluo. May I ask if he is at home? Could you introduce us?" Although the butler couldn't perceive the abnormalities in Yubai and the little guy, he could easily see through their cultivation levels. Two mere great soul masters had no right to visit his master. Outside, Yubai seemed to sense that the old butler wanted to refuse, and his heart jolted, as this indicated that the old man Douluo was indeed home. Thinking of this, Yubai quickly continued, "I heard that the poisoned Douluo studies countless poisons, so please help us ask him about this. On rainy days, I experience a sour and numb sensation on my sides, which occurs once at noon and again at night, lasting over an hour each time. Also at night, I feel sharp stabbing pain on my head and soles, each time so painful that I wish to die. What kind of poison could cause such symptoms? Is there a second way to resolve this? The poisoned Douluo would definitely choose to meet us, brothers. This matter, I hope the old sir can help us ask, otherwise, two people with very important identities will die because of this. In this consequence, even the poisoned Douluo, as a titled Douluo, cannot afford to bear." Originally planning to close the door and ignore Yubai and the little guy, the old butler was slightly taken aback after hearing Yubai's words, showing a difficult expression. As a well-known figure whom 99 of people in the Douluo Continent feared, the butler, based on his master's interests, also had some research on medicines, especially poisons. No. In fact, compared to many healing-type soul masters, the butler had encountered more types of poisons. However, after listening to the symptoms described by Yubai, the butler furrowed his brow in contemplation, but still couldn't think of what kind of poison could cause such symptoms. Clearly, the poison described by the tall man in front of him was at least a rare type, and his master's greatest hobby was collecting the world's rare poisons and then researching and concocting the ultimate poison. If his master heard about this person, he would likely invite him in. On the other hand, although the last sentence from the man seemed to vaguely threaten him, and even his master, the butler, seeing the man's earnestness and the lack of any signs of evasion in his eyes, didn't really believe that someone could threaten his master. However, as the butler, he didn't want to cause trouble for his master. Thinking this, the old butler did not hesitate too much. He told the two to wait a moment and then directly entered the mansion, quickly walking toward his master's alchemy area to report the situation. Outside, after the little guy saw the old butler close the door again, he let out a long sigh of relief and then turned to Yubai beside him. "Xiaobai, do you think that the poisoned Douluo will really be willing to meet us? Also, Xiaobai, who exactly were those people you mentioned at the end? What do you mean by being poisoned and dead? The most important thing is those people are dead. What does it have to do with poisoned Douluo? Just look at the old housekeeper's expression. It's clear that the poison wasn't inflicted by poisoned Douluo. With poisoned Douluo's strength, it shouldn't concern him, right?" While he was rambling on, the chubby boy suddenly froze, stopped talking, and his expression became intriguing. His chubby face, with small eyes, was fixed on Yubai's eyes, incredulously saying, "Xiaobai, don't tell me the poisoned person." Yubai, who was surprised by the chubby boy's self-talk, didn't expect him to figure out the truth of the matter so quickly. Seeing the change in Yubai's expression, the chubby boy took a deep breath, glanced nervously at the big door in front of him, then looked at Yubai with a tense expression, whispering, "Xiaobai, Do you really have a way to treat that kind of poisoning? You should know. Even the renowned poison Douluo was helpless against it and could only endure extreme pain to get through it. If you can't do it, why don't we run away while poison Douluo hasn't arrived yet? We're here to recruit strong people, not to offend them. Listening to the chubby boy's words, Yubai glanced at the direction of the Douluo mansion's door and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his best friend, his heart, while saying, "Don't worry. Have you forgotten? When the Heavenly Dao was exposed yesterday at noon, I was the Flame Emperor in my previous life. Besides being excellent with fire, my alchemy skills are also top-notch. Do you understand the value of an Emperor-level alchemist? If I were to regain all my powers now and refine an Emperor-level pill, regardless of its effects, the Emperor-level pill would directly take form, possessing intelligence, with strength at the pseudo-do Emperor level. This is the awesomeness of an Emperor-level alchemist. Although I haven't regained my previous strength yet, all the cultivation knowledge and experience from my previous life have been instilled in me, including an understanding of various medicinal materials and Emperor-level alchemy. So, in front of me, on this small Douluo Continent, there is no poison I can't resolve. Just rest assured." Feeling the originally weak yet deadly killing intent behind the door dissipate completely, Yubai couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking, as expected, once this old poisoner knows that his hidden secret has been discovered, his first reaction will definitely be to kill to silence. Only afterward will he consider how to detoxify. Moreover, if it weren't for his granddaughter Douluo, with this old poisoner's pride and eccentricity, he would definitely choose to eliminate anyone without a second thought, not willing to be threatened. But now, it's all under control. In fact, things were indeed as Yubai had guessed. In the alchemy room, upon hearing the housekeeper's report, Douluo couldn't care less about the poison he was refining and rushed directly toward the door without saying a word, occasionally showing flashes of killing intent on his face. He feared that the two people outside who knew the secret of his family's martial soul would escape. And if they leaked the secret, he might not have much trouble, but his granddaughter Yin would definitely be in danger. Moments later, upon arriving at the door and sensing that the two were still outside, Douluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he began to carefully ponder the other information conveyed by the housekeeper, and he instantly had a vague guess. These two outside should have a solution to the poison problem affecting himself and his granddaughter. However, according to the housekeeper's description, these two guys outside should be middle-aged men. Could they really solve the problems in his body with such a little soul power? Could they be two frauds? Should he just kill them? Just as Douluo's eyes were uncertain, he heard the conversation between the two outside. Then, Douluo's mouth slowly opened wide, his dark green eyes filled with disbelief. One of those two outside was actually one of the 3 Do emperors exposed just yesterday, and moreover, it was the reincarnation of the main character, the Flame Emperor, Tang San. Thinking of the terrifying alchemy skills of the Flame Emperor in the video exposed yesterday, especially how he easily solved the problem of the cursed poison body that he thought could only wait for the entire continent to perish before even reaching his peak, Douluo's mind instantly became active. After calming down, Douluo happened to see the housekeeper rushing over. When the housekeeper reached the door, he proactively walked over, whispered a few words, and then headed toward the hall inside the mansion. Meanwhile, the old housekeeper used his soul power to wipe away his sweat, and after seeing his master's back disappear completely, he then turned and slowly opened the door. He then smiled and said, "Gentlemen, my master is quite curious about the poisoning symptoms you described, so he has agreed to your visit. Please come in." Not long after, when Yubai and the chubby boy followed the old housekeeper into the hall, they saw an old man at the top position, holding a cup of tea, his eyes slightly closed as if savoring something. The old man had long dark green hair, wore a dark green robe, and appeared somewhat aged, with a small artificially drawn red mole on his forehead, adding a hint of wickedness to his appearance. This person was none other than the legendary titled Douluo powerhouse known as Douluo, with the title Poison. Upon entering the hall, a strange yet indescribably pleasant aroma wafted into their noses. In an instant, Yubai had already checked Douluo's condition thoroughly. "Guests, please." Seeing that his master Douluo still maintained that posture, seemingly not noticing Yubai and the chubby boy, it wasn't surprising. Instead, the old housekeeper guided Yubai and the chubby boy to sit at the guest table, then poured tea for them before leaving. The chubby boy, who had been pretending to be calm, secretly glanced up and immediately looked away. He turned to Yubai, his eyes seeming to say, "What should we do next?" Seeing this, Yubai gave the chubby boy a reassuring expression of "Don't worry, everything is under control." After receiving Yubai's signal, the chubby boy's heart, which had been racing, finally relaxed a bit, and he shifted back slightly. Feeling a bit dry and thirsty, he subconsciously picked up the tea to drink. However, at that moment, Yu Bai's voice suddenly rang out from the side. Poison Douluo, you were the one who eavesdropped on our conversation just now, weren't you? This is the situation. What do you think about this deal? Ah poof. Hearing Yu Bai's words, the chubby boy instantly spat out a mouthful of water and, not bothering to wipe his face, turned to glare at Yu Bai, his eyes seeming to say, "Isn't this what you just said to let me relax? And everything is under control. Damn it." However, when he saw that Yu Bai was calmly picking up his teacup to drink and not even looking at him, the chubby boy then withdrew his gaze, feeling almost like crying inside, muttering to himself, "Damn, I ultimately trusted too much, otherwise, how could I have ended up in this dead end? Sigh, there's no way out of this. It seems that soon, I can only desperately act as a stand-in for Donggu Bo, so that the future Donggu Bo can come down and accompany me. Damn it, Xiao Bai, you should be grateful in this lifetime to have met a great brother like me." Thinking of this, the little chubby boy's eyes flashed with determination, and his whole body tensed up, muscles straining as he fixed his gaze on Donggu Bo in the high seat. Just a moment ago, at the instant when Yu Bai's voice had just fallen, Donggu Bo, who was slightly closing his eyes and holding a teacup as if savoring something, suddenly opened his eyes, his mouth twitching in silent exasperation as he looked at Yu Bai, who was sipping tea in the guest seat below. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Damn it, as a guest, how can you just expose the host's secrets right upon meeting? What kind of behavior is this? Moreover, even if you were a big figure in your past life with extraordinary strength, in this life, you are just a mere soul master, facing me, the renowned titled Douluo, who can even stop children from crying. Can you not be so direct? This is making me, the poison Douluo, lose face. Lastly, this is my house. I am a host here. Why are you acting more casually than I am? Just then, Donggu Bo suddenly sensed a wave of hostility coming at him, and instinctively turned his head to see a short, stout middle-aged man watching him with wariness, hostility, and resolve in his eyes. After a slight pause, Donggu Bo thought for a moment and instantly understood the inner thoughts of this guy. In response, Donggu Bo felt not the slightest anger, but rather some appreciation for this short, stout, middle-aged man. If it were any other title Douluo, they would have understood the little chubby boy's thoughts and at least given him a lesson. Those with a bad temper might even choose to slap him to death. You must know that the Douluo Continent is a world where strength is paramount and utterly unreasonable. Just like the unfortunate, immovable Ming Wang Zhao Wujia, who clearly faced a sudden outburst from the pure and clean Tang San during the Shrek entrance examination, yet chose to hold back. As a result, by nightfall, he was beaten by Tang Hao and even had to express gratitude afterwards. However, unlike the upright and righteous Hao Yinduo, the more sinister Donggu Bo, lacking the so-called airs of titled Douluos, found himself feeling quite fond of the little chubby boy who dared to fight for his friend, even under invasion. At this moment, Donggu Bo suddenly noticed something unusual about the short, stout, middle-aged man. Then, as if recalling something, he slightly shifted his gaze, and, upon looking at the seemingly reborn Yin Di, also sensed a sense of awkwardness. Releasing his soul power, he instantly swept it over the two, quickly realizing that their current appearance was a result of soul power alteration. Noticing the situation, Donggu Bo couldn't help but snort coldly and said, "If you want to make a deal with me, at least you should show your true appearances." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of title-level soul power swept over Yu Bai and the other person, yet did not harm them in the slightest. However, at the moment the soul power passed over, the effect of the soul skill changing the world into a little chicken leg that had been acting on Yu Bai and the other person's bodies instantly disappeared, revealing their original appearances. At the moment Donggu Bo saw the true appearances of Yu Bai and the other person, he couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. Unexpectedly, they were actually two boys around 12 years old. Especially upon looking at Yu Bai, the shock in Donggu Bo's heart became even more difficult to express. This little kid, younger than his granddaughter by 7 or 8 years, actually had a soul power level as high as 30, and the quality of his soul power was unprecedented. Most importantly, such a genius had never had any news leak out before. It seemed he must have been hiding his brilliance since childhood, coupled with the cunning methods that even he had managed to conceal. It must be said that he truly deserved to be the strongest in the world. The reincarnation of the Yin Di. At this moment, the originally slightly dismissive Donggu Bo, who had been looking at Yu Bai with the appearance of a middle-aged man and had only a soul power level of 30, finally put away the trace of disdain in his heart and chuckled. Interesting, very interesting. Young friend, you truly live up to being the reincarnation of the Flame Emperor. I didn't expect that at only 12 years old, you would have such cultivation and depth. It's really remarkable. May I ask your name? For Douluo to notice the anomaly of himself and the chubby boy after their transformation, Yubai was not surprised at all. After all, the transformation effect was merely the sixth soul skill of Ant Ro, a soul emperor. It was already extraordinary to conceal it from a soul sage, let alone facing Douluo, a title Douluo. However, seeing the expression on Douluo's face, Yubai felt a slight sense of relief in his heart and secretly rejoiced. It seems the worst-case scenario did not happen, and there's no need to prepare for a desperate gamble. In this way, the possibility of successfully taking down, deceiving Douluo, this title Douluo, had risen to 80%. Next, he just needed to avoid showing too many flaws. With this in mind, Yubai put down the teacup in his hand, slightly curled his lips, raised his head to look at the position above, and said calmly, Yubai. After a pause, he added, I believe certain news from yesterday has reached the Poison Doa. I come from the Castle Academy in Keilang City, Class 2, of new students. As he spoke, Yubai gestured to the chubby boy beside him and said, This is my brother, Shizheng, also from the same class. Hearing Yubai say this, Douluo's vigilance towards him relaxed slightly. After all, this was already Yubai preemptively clarifying his specific identity, which was a good sign for the transaction he mentioned. Smoothly stroking his pale goat beard, Douluo laughed heartily. I see. I have heard early on that there are 3 Do Emperor exposers in the Castle Academy of Keilang City. I didn't expect one to be the reincarnation of the Flame Emperor, young friend Yubai. So, young friend Yubai, young friend Shizheng, we are now somewhat acquainted. Can we discuss the transaction you mentioned in detail? At this point, even though Douluo had forcibly controlled his heartbeat and demeanor, his breathing was still slightly rapid. The Blue Phosphor Snake Emperor Martial Soul had accomplished his goals, granting him the qualifications to become a title Douluo, and in his later years, he successfully reached the peak of title Douluo, becoming someone feared across the continent as the Poison Douluo. However, at the same time, the flaws of the Blue Phosphor Snake Emperor Martial Soul had also harmed him, with the toxins within constantly invading his body. By now, his body had become a toxic one, subjecting him to endless torment. Moreover, this toxin could even be inherited by his descendants, causing the premature deaths of his son and daughter-in-law. And now, only his beloved granddaughter remained. Douluo had long sworn to do whatever it took to protect his beloved granddaughter from following in her parents' footsteps. He absolutely had to find a solution before the snake poison within her erupted. For this, he would not hesitate to risk his own life. With a glance, Yubai noticed the change in Douluo's breathing frequency and understood that this old man must be feeling very excited at the moment. Yubai didn't expose it. Instead, he exchanged a smug and successfully grasped look with the chubby boy beside him before looking back at Douluo and directly said, We wish to invite Mr. Douluo to join our forces. Hearing Yubai's words, Douluo's brows furrowed noticeably. After all, the Poison Douluo had initially rejected the invitation from the Pope because he disliked the constraints of sect powers, preferring a free lifestyle. However, considering the toxins within his granddaughter could erupt at any moment, and knowing that she did not possess his powerful soul power, she would surely die. Gritting his teeth, Douluo directly asked his most concerned question, Then, what can I gain from this? Hearing Douluo say this, Yubai immediately raised an eyebrow, secretly thinking it's done. Yubai had some understanding of Douluo's character. He was willful and unrestrained, but kept his promises. Most importantly, he was extremely fond of his granddaughter, Douluo. Therefore, for Douluo's life and safety, everything else had to come second. Now that he was asking, it meant that Douluo was willing to give up everything he had insisted on in his first half of life for Douluo. You old poisoner, you really do love your granddaughter, Douluo. At this moment, even Yubai couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Upon hearing Yubai's words, Douluo's expression changed, and then, recalling that this little guy was the reincarnation of the Flame Emperor and had inherited all the alchemy knowledge from his past life, it was not surprising that he could guess the situation of his granddaughter. Understanding this, Douluo smiled and said, Old poisoner, young friend, that title is indeed fitting. From now on, you can just call me that, haha. Seeing this old man so agreeable, Yubai no longer hesitated and directly said, Old poisoner, if you join our forces first, I will personally take action to resolve the issue of the martial soul toxins backfiring in you and your granddaughter. Secondly, I will alter your and her foundational qualifications, greatly enhancing your innate talents. along with evolving your martial souls. Thirdly, I can promise you that both of you will receive at least one level 1 divine position. How about that? Hearing Yubai make such promises, even Douluo, with his temperament, found it hard to contain himself. He instinctively stood up, his dark green eyes staring straight at Yubai, breathing rapidly as he asked, "Really?" Regarding Yubai's words, Douluo had already believed more than half. After all, when he went to the spirit hall to accept the coronation ceremony as a title de law, he had felt the angelic divine power enshrined in the offering hall from afar. The kind of power, although it was incomparably richer and stronger than a title de law's soul power, was still far from the oppressive might of the Dou Emperor he felt yesterday. Not to mention, just yesterday, in the images exposed on the leaderboard. Any high-level Dou Saint could casually create a small world space thousands of times larger than the entire Douluo Continent, let alone a Dou Emperor. Perhaps even the so-called divine realm couldn't withstand a single slap from a Dou Emperor. Therefore, Douluo's reaction to Yubai's promise of a future Dou Emperor was understandable. Beside him, the chubby boy, witnessing the performance of the renowned poison Dou, suddenly thought disdainfully, "Sure enough, facing the pie that little boy has drawn, the poison Douluo is no different from me, the fat lord. So, doesn't that mean I am essentially equal to the poison Douluo and the title Douluo powerhouse? Then my future title will be God of Fudo." Thinking of this, the chubby boy's expression gradually became lewd. Seeing Yubai nod in confirmation, Douluo finally let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had put down a heavy stone pressing on his heart. "In that case, I, the old man, will bring my granddaughter, Douluo, to join the forces of young friend Yubai. From now on, I, Douluo, am willing to follow young friend Yubai's orders." With that, Douluo adjusted his goatee and laughed heartily, saying, "Ha. In the future, I hope young friend Yubai and young friend Shizheng will take care of each other." Upon hearing the old poison master finally agree in person, Yubai and the chubby Shizheng exchanged glances, both unable to hide their excitement. "Ha, welcome." After hearing Douluo acknowledge them as one of their own, the chubby one had shed his previous tension and awkwardness, directly looking at Douluo and laughing. "With your addition, old poison master, we finally have a trump card to intimidate others in our forces." Saying this, the chubby one turned to Yubai, who was sitting nearby, and curiously asked, "By the way, Bai, have we named our forces yet? What should we call it?" Listening to the chubby one's inquiry, Yubai crossed his arms and pondered, casually saying, "Wasn't it just the two of us before? We could just use the Smiling Tiger combination name from the Soul Fighting Arena back then. But now, with 2 more members in our forces, we need to rethink it. Old Poison Master, as a member of our forces, why don't you help think of a good name for us? Give us some suggestions." While speaking, Yubai began to mutter to himself, "How about calling it the Flame Alliance? No, that's a title from the Douluo Continent. It would be outdated if we use it again. Or should we call it the Overlord Sect? No. Meanwhile, the chubby one was also eagerly joining in the discussion. At the beginning, when Douluo heard the chubby one call him Old Poison Master, he wasn't angry. Instead, he chuckled. Not to mention that he and his granddaughter had already joined the same force as the chubby one. The chubby one's previous performance had already earned his recognition, so a mere title didn't matter. However, when Douluo heard the two's conversation afterward, the smile on his old face gradually stiffened, and his hand holding the teacup couldn't help but tremble. What the heck? They haven't even come up with a name for the force. In this force, there were originally just these 2 half-grown boys. Even now, with myself and my granddaughter Yin added, there are only a total of 4 people. Isn't this just a 3-no sect with no sect residents, no sect treasures, and no sect reputation? No, it can even be said that this is a sect that has nothing except for 4 people, a mere shell sect. I've been scammed. Just thinking about how cautious I was when facing that kid Yubai, afraid of missing a single word. While this kid in front of me seems to be so confident as if he truly has a powerful backing, made Douluo shake his head and laugh. However, if this guy really is the reincarnation of the Flame Emperor, then everything else doesn't matter. After all, with the background this little guy has accepted from his previous life, where can't he build a force? With this thought, Douluo also took the initiative to join the discussion, and soon, a name for a force that would resonate throughout the myriad realms emerged. It is the Bienen Sect. The name Bienen Sect is derived from before the 3 life stone, the Yomi River, the Bienen Flower, hoping to gather a group of sect members who can pursue not crossing reincarnation and laugh at the Bienen Flower. Regarding this name, whether it was Yubai, the chubby Shizheng, or Douluo, they were all very satisfied. Therefore, the three of them collectively decided that the name of their sect in the future would be Bianin sect. After discussing the sect's name, the next most important issue was the location of the sect. However, when faced with this problem, neither Yubai nor the chubby one had any ideas. After all, the two were still students studying at the Soul Master Academy. And aside from going out twice to hunt soul beasts in the Sunset Forest and Star Doe Forest to absorb spirit rings, they hadn't really seen much of the world. Of course, Yubai's eyes occasionally cast furtive glances towards Douluo. His heart couldn't help but thump wildly. The ice and fire yin-yang eye. That is a true treasure that is second to none in the entire Douluo Continent. In Yubai's eyes, all those rubbish inheritances of the sea god, angel god, Rakshasa god, and Azura god pale in comparison to the ice and fire yin-yang eye. In Yubai's view, those various immortal herbs and other precious herbs seem to have turned into all sorts of elixirs at this moment. Is there a better choice in this world than choosing the Eye of Ice and Fire as the sect's residence? At this moment, Douluo was clearly frowning and hesitating, thinking to himself, if I were to choose a sect residence, my medicinal garden deep in the Sunset Forest would be an excellent choice. The rare herbs inside are perfect for young Master Yubai to refine pills while also protecting the roots of those rare herbs. With the support of that peculiar spring, those spirit root herbs can regrow in just a few years. It also facilitates my research on poisons and allows me to seek advice from the young master. Moreover, according to the young master's words, to solve the problem of the martial soul toxins affecting me and my granddaughter, the young master needs to refine some pills. And the herbs there happen to have a wide variety. Additionally, being deep in the Sunset Forest and with the poison formation I set up, ordinary people definitely cannot break in. Anyway, since my granddaughter and I have already joined the Other Shore sect, this can be considered a congratulatory gift for the establishment of a sect. Yes, that's it. With this in mind, Douluo directly described the situation of his medicinal garden deep in the Sunset Forest to the two and expressed his willingness to offer it as the sect's residence. Upon hearing this, Yubai's heart raced uncontrollably, and he stuttered, this is too good, right? After all, that is your hard-earned medicinal garden. Little did he know, Douluo waved his hand dismissively and said casually, since the sect needs it, and by coincidence, I have it, then it shall be a gift to the sect, as a congratulatory gift for its establishment. Young master, do not refuse. Hearing Douluo's generosity, Yubai couldn't help but think, since the old poison expert is so magnanimous, I also can't be petty and take advantage of him. It seems I need to show my appreciation. With this thought, Yubai took a deep breath, then looked at Douluo and said, Elder Douluo, please don't call me young master anymore. Just call me Xiaobai. Also, I want to ask you, do you want to have the disaster poison body? In the bustling and lively main street of Tiando City, a large yet low-key carriage sped by towards Kuling City. Inside the carriage, a poison doe dressed in dark green was currently studying the 7-colored poison classic, which Yubai had handwritten at Douluo's residence, with great care, often revealing a delighted expression as if he had gained new insights. It is indeed strange, but in Yubai's previous life, whatever martial arts and techniques Xiao Yin had come into contact with, whether he learned them himself or not, were all assumed to be knowledge that belonged to Xiao Yin when the Heavenly Dao list was instilled, thus allowing Yubai to find all the martial arts and techniques that Xiao Yin was familiar with from the knowledge he had absorbed. Therefore, when Yubai conceived the idea of changing Douluo's physique to an artificial postnatal disaster poison body and recalled the contents of the 7-colored poison classic, he casually wrote it out and handed it to Douluo for him to study first. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, the little chubby Shizheng was sitting cross-legged, his soul power surging, just like Yubai did yesterday. On Shizheng's legs, a cultivation technique called the Imu-Ju was being blown by the violent soul power, causing the pages to flutter. Although the name Imu-Ju is simple, it is indeed a high-level earth attribute cultivation technique. The main reason for choosing this technique for Shizheng is because of his martial soul and physique. Among all the martial soul systems in the Douluo Continent, what truly amazed Yubai, who has inherited all of Xiao Yan's cultivation experiences before becoming a Dou Emperor, is the food-type martial souls and the martial souls that can become independent, intelligent entities after mutation. Other various martial souls are merely manifestations of attack, defense, speed, and power means, and while they can be executed through martial soul forms, that is all. However, food-type martial souls and independent intelligent entity martial souls resemble a lower and intermediate application of creation laws and also seem to be a continuation of life laws. In this Douluo Continent, which has a relatively crude cultivation system, it should be considered the most peculiar and top-notch rule. Therefore, in order not to let Shizheng waste his talent with food-type martial souls, Yubai specifically chose a wood attribute technique that focuses on life and creation. This is to add more possibilities for Shizheng's future. As for Yubai, he was already contemplating how to quickly enhance his own strength. The ultimate destination of this carriage was the Eye of Ice and Fire in the Sunset Forest, and on the way to Kuling City. Yubai planned to go home to pick up his parents and Shizheng's parents to temporarily take them to the Eye of Ice and Fire for a while. I believe that with my help, my parents, Shizheng's parents, and the adults like Douluo will be able to rapidly improve their strength. And then what do we have to fear from the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects? After traveling over 70 kilometers, the carriage arrived at Kuling City in just 2 or 3 hours. As the carriage entered the city, Yubai slightly lifted the curtain to look outside. He immediately noticed that the number of pedestrians on the street was almost double that of the day before. At the same time, there were many more hurried strangers. Seeing this scene, Yubai's expression remained calm as he calmly lowered the curtain. However, waves surged in his heart. As expected, in the face of a new cultivation system and even more powerful strength, whether it is the upper 3 sects, lower 4 sects, or the 2 great empires, they have all begun to take action. Even with the pressure of the Dou Emperor powerhouse information I deliberately spread in the academy yesterday, these people still did not shrink back. Except for not using force and violence on the surface, they have already chosen various means to investigate in secret. Under such circumstances, it won't take 5 days for these major powers to almost obtain my information. Luckily, I am clever, as long as I take my parents and Uncle Shur, Aunt Jia to hide in the old poison expert's Eye of Ice and Fire. Then it will be truly safe. Just as I was feeling grateful, across from me in the carriage, Douluo, who had been reading the 7-colored poison classic, suddenly said, "Xiao Bai, the rumor that you're being watched by the Dou Emperor's wife should be false, right? Moreover, it's mostly something you spread. I senti it? Am I right?" As he spoke, Douluo had unknowingly put away the 7-colored poison classic, looking at Yubai with a playful expression. Although the cultivation system in Douluo Continent is crude and the strength system is ridiculed as being comparable to a certain floor tile, it cannot be denied that in this world, every being that can achieve a title Douluo status should not be underestimated. After all, title Douluo only appears among hundreds of millions of people. In this process, if anyone of talent, strength, opportunity, or experience is lacking, then one can only be a pile of bones by the roadside. Therefore, every title Douluo is truly a remarkable individual. Douluo was overly excited when Yubai first mentioned being able to solve the toxin problem in him and his granddaughter, which led him to not think through many things carefully. Now, sitting in the carriage, Douluo slowly regained his composure. Connecting the actions of that little rascal Yubai today, he suddenly figured out a lot, and thus, after noticing Yubai's little movements earlier, he directly spoke up. Facing Douluo's teasing gaze, Yubai retorted without a second thought. "You titled Douluos seem to have 1,000 eyes each. I didn't expect to be seen through by you, the old poisoner, so quickly." Seeing that even at this moment, the kid across from him not only didn't change his expression, but also started to complain about him, Douluo's sense of mischief grew even stronger, and he directly asked, "Little Bai, now that I've exposed your secret, aren't you afraid that I'll suddenly take action and capture you? You should know, even if you are the reincarnation of the Flame Emperor, that only means you've inherited knowledge and cultivation experience from your previous life. Your actual strength hasn't been instilled yet. In this situation, capturing you would be as easy as pie. Aren't you afraid of my words and actions forcing a confession?" Hearing Douluo's intimidating words, Yubai rolled his eyes and said, "Old poisoner, putting aside whether capturing me would actually benefit you, when it comes to knowing you perhaps apart from yourself, I'm the only one on the entire Douluo Continent who understands you. Given your personality, since you've said it, you will definitely follow through. Therefore, since you've already said you would wholeheartedly join the other shore sect, that must be sincere. I can confirm this. Otherwise, do you think I chose you, the old poisoner, as the first strong man to invite to the other shore sect for no reason?" After hearing Yubai's words, Douluo was stunned for a moment, then laughed and scolded. "I didn't expect all of this to be part of your little scheme. It seems I should start calling you Little Fox from now on. You're really too cunning. Ha ha." The subsequent laughter clearly showed Douluo's affirmation of Yubai's assessment of him, and he was quite pleased. After throwing a roll of his eyes at the laughing Douluo, Yubai then lay bored on the table inside the carriage. However, in that moment, a flicker of green flame flashed in Yubai's eyes. The carriage soon arrived at the entrance of Yubai's home. Yubai and little Fatty got off the carriage one after the other, then each headed towards their respective front doors, wanting to invite their parents to move to the sunset forest temporarily to cultivate and live for a while, waiting for the commotion to settle down or for everyone's attention on the Douluo Continent to shift with the next exposure. As for Douluo, he arrogantly chose to stay in the carriage and not come out. To this, Yubai didn't pay much attention because he knew that no matter what, this old poisoner was a titled Douluo. Apart from those he recognized, other people would usually take the initiative to visit him. The poisoned Douluo. It was unthinkable for the poisoned Douluo to visit someone weaker than him. With quick steps, Yubai rushed to the front door and pushed it open. "Old man, Mom, hurry out. I have something to tell you." While shouting, Yubai walked toward the inner courtyard. Tap, tap, tap. After several seconds, apart from the sound of Yubai's footsteps, there was still no other sound in the entire courtyard. It was eerily quiet. As if realizing something, Yubai's face suddenly turned pale, and then he changed from walking to running, repeatedly mumbling, "It's fine. Absolutely fine." With that old man's cunning nature, he wouldn't let others catch him, nor would he let anyone catch my mom. Those two old folks must be secretly trying to make me a younger brother or sister. Yes, definitely. Although he said this, Yubai's heart began to race violently, and there were even faint traces of blood appearing in his pupils, containing a strong sense of slaughter and death. In just a few breaths, Yubai had already run into the main hall of the inner courtyard. He quickly scanned everything in the hall and found that it was almost exactly the same as when he left yesterday. Even the broken-legged wooden chair was still lying in the position where he had sat yesterday. Seeing this, Yubai's unease grew even more intense. Given his mom Luo Ling's cleanliness obsession, no matter whether it was noon or night after dinner, she would meticulously tidy everything up. She had never left the table and chairs in disarray like this after dinner. In this moment, Yubai clenched his fists tightly, gritting his silver teeth. The blue fire lotus in his pupils appeared out of nowhere, gradually transforming into other shapes and colors, like the curtain of the deep sea, like the ochre-colored firegrass, like the snow lotus of the snowy mountains, like the starry sky of the endless universe. At the same time, the power in Yubai's eyes grew increasingly formidable, to the point where even a mere hint of his aura could instantly erase everything around him. However, just as Yubai held onto the last shred of hope and was about to head towards the room of Yufan and Luo Ling behind the main hall, he accidentally caught sight of an envelope quietly lying on the chair where Yufan had sat last night. Seeing this, Yubai's eyes lit up, and the flames in his pupils immediately dissipated. He quickly took 3 steps and 2 strides to the chair, picked up the envelope, tore it open, and began to read. "To my foolish son, kid, I guess your nose is red and your eyes are watery right now, am I right? How embarrassing. The reincarnation of the Flame Emperor? Is this it? Is this it?" At this point, Yubai was taken aback, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. After all, from the looks of it, the old man and the others should not have been captured. Otherwise, they wouldn't be mocking him in the letter. However, soon after, Yubai's anger surged. He thought fiercely, "Old man, you should be grateful that we are in this Douluo Continent world now. If it were in my previous life, just wait until you're in the hospital. I could just pull out your oxygen tube and be done with it." While thinking this, Yubai rubbed his eyes and, after returning to normal, continued to look at the contents of the letter. "Also, the mess I caused should be resolved by myself. I shouldn't keep trying to escape from the romantic debts I accumulated in my past life. As a grown man, I should take responsibility for my actions. By the way, remember to take care of that kid Shi Zheng. Don't let him get bullied. As for me, your mother, and your uncle Shi Jie, the 4 of us are now traveling everywhere, so you don't need to worry about our safety. After all, with a combination like our 3 soul saints and 1 soul emperor, no ordinary person can provoke us. Plus, the cultivation method you gave us has shown good results in our practice. We estimate that in 5 years, your mother and I will become titled Douluo, and then we will come back. Don't worry. Go out and explore your own Douluo Continent. By the way, in your room, I slipped in a storage soul guide for you, which contains some gold soul coins and daily necessities. So remember to go pick it up. Your old man left it for you." After reading all the contents of the letter, Yubai couldn't help but chuckle as he put it away, feeling completely relieved. What irresponsible parents. Just as Yubai was cursing inwardly, he saw the chubby little boy running quickly from the other side of the corridor, panting, also holding a piece of letter paper. Seeing that the chubby boy came from the small door connecting the backyards of both houses and the letter in his hand, Yubai guessed that Uncle Shi Jie and Aunt Jie had indeed slipped away. After the two met up and chatted for a while, they finally confirmed that their parents had really left them behind in such a perilous situation to go traveling together. Yabai and the chubby boy exchanged glances, both filled with speechlessness. All right. Suddenly, the chubby boy seemed to remember something, reached into his shirt collar, and pulled out a small chain made of an unknown material. Xiaobai, my old man left me a storage soul guide before he left. It's this necklace. I just checked. It has 10,000 gold soul coins. I've never seen so many gold soul coins at once in my life. What about you? With Antling's favoritism for you, you should have quite a bit, right? If that's the case, we might really be able to start a real sect. 045 Discovered Clues. Not wanting to bother with the daydreaming chubby boy, Yabai went straight to his room and quickly found an inconspicuous black ring on the bed. After putting it on his finger, Yabai used his soul power to probe inside the ring. He discovered that besides some daily necessities, there were also 10,000 gold soul coins. It seemed that this little old man was quite generous this time. Recalling the past, it seemed that all the pocket money his old man had given him combined didn't even add up to 10 gold soul coins. The reason he had managed to live so well before was that he had fought in the soul arena while betting on himself, gradually winning a few hundred gold soul coins and slowly building his own little treasury. Thinking of this, Yabai couldn't help but want to complain. Half an hour later, outside on the street, in a carriage, the once again engrossed Douluo, who had picked up the 7-colored poison manual to study it, was once again immersed in the various toxic combinations within the manual. Although the various poisonous herbs and substances described in the 7-color poison manual were almost non-existent on the Douluo Continent, and he had never even heard of their names, let alone seen their forms and characteristics, this still couldn't diminish Douluo's love and obsession for it. To know, alchemists and poison masters like him love discovering new and exotic medicinal materials and poisonous herbs, as well as studying the combinations and reactions of various materials. The 7-colored poison manual not only clearly recorded the shapes, characteristics, and reactions of various poisons and poisonous herbs, but also detailed how different materials could be mixed under the most suitable conditions to produce new poisons with amplified toxicity hundreds of times over, and how to interpret them. With this knowledge, even when encountering unfamiliar medicinal materials, Douluo was confident that he could analyze their various effects in a short time and even combine them with other materials to produce different effects. Just as Douluo was immersed in his studies, the carriage curtain was lifted and the afternoon sunlight streamed in. Douluo frowned, looking up, and instinctively wanted to release his tidal Douluo's aura to teach a lesson to the suddenly barging intruder. When he saw the chubby boy Shi Zheng and the little Foxia by walking in one after the other, seeing that no one else had entered, Douluo was about to speak when Yabai, the little fox, directly untied the curtain and said to the coachman outside, "Master, we can go now. Destination: Sunset Forest." Then, the carriage began to move. Inside the carriage, Douluo asked, "What happened to you two? I thought we were going to the Sunset Forest together with your parents to make my medicinal garden the sex base, and then cultivate there? Why are only the two of you here?" Hey, having become somewhat familiar with each other, the chubby boy directly took out a few packs of jerky and placed them on the table inside the carriage, then opened one pack. Sitting on the bench in the carriage, gnawing on the jerky as he said, "Don't mention it. Our two sets of parents have more tricks up their sleeves than the two of us combined. We even rushed to Tiando City to find that poison old man last night. Who would have thought that while we left, our parents slipped away too?" After sitting down again, Yabai continued with a speechless expression. "They even left us each a letter, saying we should venture out on our own and face the challenges ourselves, and they also left some money and supplies. So now, it's just the three of us heading to the Sunset Forest." Listening to the two boys' narration, Douluo showed a look of great interest and laughed. "I never expected there were such interesting parents in this world. It seems that if there's a chance in the future, I must meet those parents of yours, huh?" 2 hours after the carriage left, several figures suddenly appeared from all directions, surrounding the Yabai family. One by one, they climbed over the wall, and within moments, all of them climbed back out and disappeared. At the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengji looked at the letter he received with a hint of surprise on his jade-like face. He then put away the letter and chuckled softly. "Yabai, you really are an interesting little guy. Such a clever and alert approach. It seems that even without the experience from the Heavenly Dao ranking, he can still shine brightly on this continent." Then, Ning Fengji said in a deep voice, "Shadow Guard." In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee before Ning Fengji. Without any surprise, Ning Fengji calmly instructed, "Pass the order down to the intelligence personnel in Keilang City and Castle Academy, as well as to the sex disciples, to keep everything as usual. If they encounter little friend Yabai, They can invite him to visit our Seven Treasures glazed tile school, but they must not force him. If he encounters trouble, they may assist him if conditions allow. This little guy is bound to soar to great heights in the future. Our Seven Treasures glazed tile school should befriend him. At the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, bang. Yu Engine slammed the letter on the table in anger, cursing a bunch of useless fools. They actually got played around by a child. They let a kid under 12 scare them into wasting an entire day, allowing that exposer child to disappear. This is simply disgraceful. Disgraceful. He shouted, go. Apart from leaving some dishes behind, recall everyone else. Have them all enter seclusion for cultivation. No one is allowed to come out until their soul power levels have improved. Useless things. At the Haotian sect, this is the information from my little sister regarding the exposer in Kalang City. Everyone, take a look. Tang Xiao handed the letter in his hand to an elder below and continued. I have to say, that little guy is indeed a real talent. However, his reaction also just proves that the lie he fabricated is indeed just a lie. This means that the 3 Dao emperors who reincarnated and have already achieved Dao emperor status do not value and protect the other 2 as much as we imagined. The Grand Elder of the Haotian sect, after reading the letter, stroked his beard and agreed. Indeed, under such circumstances. As long as our Haotian sect can capture one of the exposers and obtain various cultivation techniques and combat skills from him, our Haotian sect strength will definitely rise significantly. Then, we can seek revenge on the Spirit Hall. When it came to the Spirit Hall, everyone's eyes in the Haotian sect turned red. Yes, this is our only chance. We must make the Spirit Hall pay in blood. Suddenly, a loud voice, aged yet powerful, echoed from outside the hall. You just said that the Haotian sect has become what it is now because of the Spirit Hall? The voice was filled with intense, killing intent. In the Tiando city, at the Tiando Imperial Palace, in the prince's bedroom, a girl with long golden hair cascading over her shoulders, stunningly beautiful, dressed in a golden gown, exuding a cold and domineering aura, sat at a desk, her purple eyes curiously fixated on a portrait on the table. The figure in the portrait was a boy with short silver-white hair, his bangs brushing over his eyebrows, bright and spirited eyes as if containing countless stars, clear and pure. Although his face was intelligent, he was still incredibly handsome, and it was easy to predict that when he grew up, he would definitely be someone whose appearance could make countless beauties scream. It was Yubai, an interesting little guy. The girl lightly parted her lips, smiled faintly, and began to read the detailed information about you by beside her. After several minutes, the girl finally put down the paper and muttered to herself, innate soul power level 8? Hee, his strength is superior compared to others of the same level, able to fight beyond his rank. It's evident that the soul rings he absorbed are near or possibly exceed the usual years of soul rings for regular soul masters. Thus, this little guy must have spent most of his time on body refinement. Even so, his soul power level is still consistent with that of top martial souls of equal talent. Therefore, this little guy's innate soul power level should be 9 or even 10. From the very beginning, he was hiding his brilliance. It really fits your style of playing dumb to eat the tiger. Especially yesterday, when he found out that the main character of the exposure was himself. He immediately staged a good show while secretly spreading rumors to buy himself time. This little guy, indeed a true genius. So genius that this lady doesn't dare to let you grow alone or join other forces. Thus, this little guy can only be conquered by me and submit to me. Little guy, you are destined to be mine. While murmuring to herself, the girl directly began to issue orders. Uncle Shimao, send someone to Kalang City and have them simultaneously investigate the soldiers guarding Kalang City and the carriages in the city. Find this person for me. Record all the entries and exits of the city and the rental carriage situation from noon yesterday until now, especially the carriage rental shops. They should have recorded the starting and destination of every rented carriage. If one wants to leave Kalang City silently, the carriage is the best choice. At the same time, on the other side, outside the Star-Do Great Forest in a small town, as the sky gradually darkened, the town began to light up. Perhaps due to its proximity to the Star-Do Great Forest, this town was particularly prosperous, with various trading stalls everywhere, including but not limited to medicinal materials. Soul beast meat, soul beast furs, etc. There are also various shouts from team formations, making it extremely lively. At this moment, at the entrance of the town, a girl with silver white hair cascading over her shoulders, calm purple eyes, and stunning features walked in expressionlessly, followed by a big man in black. The two exchanged no words, not even glancing at the various stalls on either side of the road, and walked straight towards the only hotel in the town. Along the way, wherever the girl passed, The originally lively scene immediately fell silent. Everyone, regardless of gender, gazed at the girl with infatuated eyes until her figure completely disappeared. Only then did they come back to their senses, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss, but they couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." Such a face should belong only to a goddess from the divine realm, right? Yeah, it's just too beautiful. TSK, TSK. She's so stunning that even I, an old man, don't have the heart to tease her. Huh, you should be glad you didn't try to flirt with that girl. Otherwise, you would have probably been slapped to death by the big man following her. Exactly, with such looks and only a big man behind her. It's clear she's a young lady from a powerful family, and that big man is probably there specifically to ensure her safety. One can imagine his strength, given that the family trusts him so much. On the other side, the girl and the big man had already arrived at the only tavern in the small town. Under the gaze of ordinary people and soul masters on the first floor, the two ascended to a room on the second floor, where they began to discuss just like everyone else in the small town. A few minutes later, a group entered the tavern. They were none other than the Shrek team, led by Zhao Wujia. After settling at an empty table and ordering their dishes, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but speak first. "Hey, do you guys know what's going on? Since we entered this small town, we've been hearing all kinds of praises for a beauty. Do you think there's really a beauty as stunning as they describe?" As he spoke, Ma Hongjun directly raised his eyebrows at Dai Mubai and Oscar. His small eyes filled with an indescribable lewdness. Seeing Ma Hongjun looking at him, Dai Mubai subtly glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was sitting next to Ning Rongrong, and deliberately said loudly, "That should definitely be the case. If she weren't beautiful, everyone in this small town wouldn't be discussing and praising her. At the very least, you see, as we walked over, no one was talking about anyone else." At this moment, Xiao Wu, who was snuggling up to Tang San, immediately shot an angry glare at Dai Mubai and huffed, "You old pervert, what are you talking about? If only Xiao Wu hadn't grown up yet otherwise. Just wait and see if they would discuss her." As for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing beside them, they completely ignored all of this, whispering to each other with their heads down. Unlike in the original story where Ning Rongrong was isolated by everyone, after receiving Gu Sinner as training knowledge and life experience, Zhu Zhuqing found this so-called Shrek Academy utterly ridiculous. With an enrollment fee of 10 gold soul coins per time and a tuition fee of 100 gold soul coins per year. Just the fees alone are comparable to some well-known and capable advanced soul master academies. How could a wild chicken academy that doesn't even have a license from the Empire's approved advanced soul master academies charge such high fees? Even more laughable is the so-called better to have none than to have a bad one admission standard. With Shrek's inferior strength conditions, where do they get the courage to recruit such geniuses? Isn't this just a scam academy? Where does such a fraudulent academy get the audacity and courage to ostracize and accuse Ning Rongrong? 047 is causing trouble. Just as the school year begins as the principal, Flinder, along with Ning Fengji's instructions, maybe has the right to discipline Ning Rongrong's character. But what about the students? A group of clueless students. After seeing Principal Flinder's attitude towards Ning Rongrong, one by one starts to follow suit, unwittingly ostracizing Ning Rongrong. It's simply absurd. As for later accusations of Ning Rongrong hiring someone to kill, were Tang San and the others blind or deaf before saying that? Didn't they hear Dai Mubai threatening Ning Rongrong to first assault and then kill her again and again? Even Oscar, who initially showed affection for Ning Rongrong, at that moment shook his head, saying he preferred the gentle and beautiful woman he first met, not the lofty disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He even said that Ning Rongrong was not the tree he would give up an entire forest for. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who was standing in a dark corner and coldly observing the developments, almost laughed at the scene. In this rough cultivation system of Douluo Continent, with hardly any resources, if it were placed in the Douluo Continent exposed by the Heavenly Dao Rankings yesterday, Ning Rongrong's identity would be almost equivalent to her previous life. While Oscar is merely a cultivation genius from a small place, lacking in everything, and even a genius without combat power, in the Douluo Continent, Oscar wouldn't even qualify to catch a glimpse of Ning Rongrong. At the same time, after Zhu Zhuqing had accepted Sinner's life experiences before achieving the title of Do Emperor, she observed again, compared to other students in Shrek Academy, like Tang San with his warped views and obsessive tendencies, Xiao Wu, who is love-struck and only knows to obey Tang San, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who are as wild as demons, and Oscar, who is internally despicable and has even its several girlfriends. Compared to these guys, Ning Rongrong, who is merely rebellious and unwilling to be controlled by anyone, is so much better. Until Oscar left, when he saw Ning Rongrong sitting helplessly on the ground crying. Zhu Zhuqing finally stepped out of the shadows, without saying much, simply embraced this bullied little princess, giving her a place to cry freely. Thus, the two girls became the best of friends. In a hotel on the first floor of the town outside, Do Great Forest, Dai Mubai noticed that Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have changed. Her face no longer bore that cold, lifeless expression, but instead occasionally revealed a smile. This smile is beautiful, genuine, and gentle. However, it seems to be separated from others by thousands of miles, creating a difficult distance to communicate, especially with oneself. Compared to when they first met, Zhu Zhuqing would get angry and even hide murderous intent because of her own flamboyant behavior. But now, it seems that Zhu Zhuqing has completely given up on herself, severing all ties to her past, including grievances and entanglements. This made Dai Mubai, the fiancé, extremely furious and eager to vent his anger, even wanting to destroy everything. However, he eventually realized that everything was futile. After years of flirting, his intuition told him that he seemed to have completely lost his fiancée. How could this be possible? If they didn't work together, they would be punished in the upcoming family trial if they failed. The lighter punishment would be the loss of martial soul and soul power, being placed under house arrest, and spending a lifetime in the cold palace of the imperial city. The heavier punishment would be death. Under such circumstances, Zhu Zhuqing could not be separated from him. He must have been overthinking it. With this thought, Dai Mubai threw aside his previous ideas and turned to chat enthusiastically with Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others about the mysterious girl. Soon, dishes were served one after another, and they finally began to eat. Before long, another group of people pushed open the doors of the hotel on the first floor and walked in. Judging by their age and uniform outfits, it was easy to guess that they were students and teachers from the same Soul Master Academy. As this group passed by the dining table of Shrek's people, Ma Hongjun, who was eating a chicken leg, stared intently at a female student in the crowd with a shifty gaze. After swallowing hard, he withdrew his gaze and gave a hint to Dai Mubai next to him. Seeing this, Dai Mubai immediately understood and smirked, nodding his head. Receiving Dai Mubai's signal, Ma Hongjun grinned mischievously and then whistled at the female student who had just sat down at another table, loudly teasing, "That girl is quite attractive, Boss Dai. These folks must be from Tsanghui Academy." Dai Mubai, seeing this, directly responded, "It's just a small Tsanghui Academy. What is the big deal?" His voice was equally loud, instantly catching the attention of everyone on the first floor. At that moment, everyone on the first floor, whether they were soul masters or ordinary people, turned their gaze over, all with expressions full of anticipation for the show. In this process, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong elegantly took small bites of their food, as if everything around them had nothing to do with them. From time to time, they quietly discussed how delicious the dishes were. Among the people from Tsanghui Academy, sitting 2 tables away from the Shrek group, a middle-aged man who seemed to be the leading teacher felt uncomfortable when he saw that Shrek's table was just a group of children, and he stopped other students who were about to stand up and fight. Seeing that there was no good show to watch, the surrounding crowd shifted their gaze away. At this moment, Oscar, who was sitting next to Tang San, suddenly whispered, "There's going to be a good show." Tang San looked at him with some confusion, wondering what the good show was. Oscar chuckled softly, "This is also part of our training. According to our Dean Flender, a soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master. As the saying goes, not daring to cause trouble is mediocrity. Moreover, provoking soul masters from other academies is the safest. At most, it's just a fight." Tang San couldn't help but laugh. Our Dean's quotes combined could form a monster's quotes. Looking at their ages, Tsanghui Academy should be a higher-level soul master academy. The moment Tang San finished speaking, Ning Rongrong, who had been eating, suddenly coughed a couple of times, as if she had choked. The other 5 from Shrek paid no attention to it. At that moment, a staff member walked over with a steaming plate of food, and a male student from Tsanghui Academy, with a face full of anger, suddenly had a cunning look flash in his eyes. Then, as the staff member passed by, the male student abruptly stood up and bumped into the staff member, causing the food in his hands to fly towards Dai Mubai's head amid the staff member's startled cry. However, this scene had already been noticed by Tang San and Dai Mubai. The two acted swiftly, not only catching the dish, but also delivering a heavy palm strike to the young man's abdomen. The young man's body was bent backward from Dai Mubai's strike, and then he was sent flying like a weightless scarecrow crashing into two tables and heading towards a group from Tsanghui Academy. The middle-aged man from Tsanghui Academy immediately stood up, raising his hands to catch the young man with a bit of skill. At that moment, the young man's face turned pale, and he directly spat out blood, becoming completely limp. At this moment, Dai Mubai, who had just done all this, looked at the people from Tsanghui Academy with a disdainful glance, stretched lazily, and casually said, "Sorry, I was a bit heavy-handed." There was not a hint of apology or sincerity in his tone. Ning Rongrong, who was about to explode, witnessed everything happening in front of her, including the subsequent attacks initiated by the other students from Tsanghui Academy, who couldn't bear the humiliation and engaged in battle with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, followed by Xiao Wu joining the fight, Tang Sen quickly following, and Oscar cheering from the side, among a series of events. However, Zhu Zhuqing remained completely unmoved and continued to take small bites of the delicious food on her plate. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, while picking up some dishes with her chopsticks and putting them into her mouth, secretly glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. She saw that even in such an environment, Zhu Zhuqing could still eat so elegantly, her movements exceptionally charming, with a subtle smile on her beautiful face as if there was no one around, like a truly noble goddess. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's heart was screaming wildly, wow. Zhu Qing is just too calm. Moreover, why is her eating action so composed and elegant, just like a truly well-mannered princess? When will I be as graceful and composed as Zhu Qing is now? I'm so envious. The most important thing is, when will my little man to be as big as Zhu Qing? I'm really envious. The more I look, the more envious I become. Oh, as her heart screamed, Ning Rongrong secretly glanced at Zhu Qing, her chopsticks moving back and forth in her little mouth. Sensing Ning Rongrong's gaze, Zhu Qing couldn't help but shift her eyes, looking at Ning Rongrong with curiosity, and lightly asked, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me?" For her recognized true best friend, Ning Rongrong didn't hide anything and directly asked with curiosity, her tone full of confusion, "Zhu Qing, how do you make your actions so elegant and beautiful? Especially now, you give me the feeling of being truly liberated, incredibly confident, and carefree." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong's little face turned red, and she leaned her little head closer to Zhu Qing's ear, whispering. Upon hearing the first two questions, Zhu Qing was not particularly concerned, only a bit surprised at Ning Rongrong's keen observation. However, when she heard the last whisper, Zhu Qing's eating motion paused, and her earlobes inexplicably began to redden. The two girls then started to whisper to each other, completely oblivious to the battle situation around them, until a teacher from Tsanghui Academy stepped forward, proposing that both sides fight outside the restaurant, and upon discovering that the opponent was actually a high-level Soul King, Xiao Wu angrily called out to Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong, "Rongrong, Zhu Qing, the opponent is so unreasonable, calling the teacher when the students can't win. You guys come quickly. Let's go beat that old green-haired turtle." Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, who had initially felt heavy upon learning that Yi Zhiqiu, the middle-aged leading teacher from Tsanghui Soul Master Academy, was a high-level Soul King, all turned their gazes toward the still-sitting Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing. After all, with Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda boosting them, their strength would significantly increase. Not to mention Zhu Qing, who was incredibly fast and could disrupt Yi Zhiqiu, making it difficult for him to focus on confronting them. This way, there might really be a chance to defeat the opposing Soul Master teacher, Yi Zhiqiu, unexpectedly, facing Xiao Wu's invitation and the gazes of the others. Zhu Qing simply continued to elegantly eat the delicious food on the table, and calmly said, "Sorry, I'm not a good Soul Master." Next to her, Ning Rongrong followed up with a teasing expression, "Allah la, our sect doesn't dare to educate us with not daring to cause trouble is mediocrity. So this mediocre won't interfere in your battles, lest I hold you geniuses back." Not far away, Oscar, who was initially prepared to follow Dai Mubai and the others outside, found Ning Rongrong's statement somewhat disappointing and complex, looking a bit disheartened. "Rongrong, if you keep this up..." However, before Oscar could finish, he was directly interrupted by Ning Rongrong, who retorted, "Shut up, Oscar. Just a couple of days ago, this lady was targeted and excluded by you guys along with the headmaster of Shrek Academy, which left me confused and made me question whether it was my fault. Thankfully, Zhu Qing chose to stand with me, allowing me to have a true friend and see through your group's true colors. Hee hee, you guys are really funny. What qualifications do you have to speak to me like that? Let me tell you, Oscar, I am the only young master of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Why do you have to say you like me or look down on me? Just because last night I joked with that lecherous old tiger. He wanted to assault and kill, then assault again and kill again me. And you just stood by and watched, only to later complain that I can't play with you? That's just too funny. With that, Ning Rongrong directly redirected her fire at Dai Mubai, coldly laughing. And you, Dai Mubai? A waste of a prince who leaves his 5-year-old fiancée in danger and runs off to indulge in pleasures with various women. Where did you get the courage to say that about me yesterday? A mere waste of a fleeing prince. You actually dare to say you're not afraid of me? Do you think everyone's family is like yours, where everyone is a life-and-death enemy? If I want to, all I need to do is write a letter, describe my life at the academy. And do you believe my sword Douluo Grandpa and Bone Douluo Grandpa could arrive in no time to tear down your shabby academy, which is nothing more than a village, and leave not a trace behind? On the first floor of the hotel, everyone was stunned by Ning Rongrong's sudden outburst. This, not daring to cause trouble, is mediocrity? Such words actually came from the head of a Soul Master Academy. Is this really the head of a Soul Master Academy? This can't be cultivating evil soul masters, can it? Didn't this little girl say? This so-called Shrek Academy is just a worthless village Soul Master Academy. Such a money-swindling academy seems to be prohibited by the Empire. It should be prohibited. Look at the students it produces, deliberately stirring up trouble, bullying the weak, and harassing female students. From what that little girl said, it seems those male students have already slept with many women at such a young age. There's simply no character or morals to speak of. Moreover, look at what these guys are saying. Assault and kill, then assault again and kill again. Is this something a person can say? That guy with the white tiger martial soul is probably really an evil soul master, right? She'll keep it down. That so-called prince seems to have been suppressed into a waste of an evil soul master. Discussing this is fine. But that little girl is the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and from the tone, she seems to be quite favored by the two protecting Douluos of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect mentioned in rumors. There are quite a few disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect nearby, so don't provoke this little lady. 049, the shock of the crowd. Clap. At this moment, Oscar was stunned, and at the same time, it felt as if something in his heart had shattered and left him forever. Beside him, Ma Hongjun was also so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth, his small eyes wide open, trembling and stuttering as he said, Rongrong, you actually are the young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. At this moment, Ma Hongjun's heart began to tremble. He originally thought that Ning Rongrong was a direct disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and he could still manage to get along with her. After all, his teacher was Flinder, the three-eyed cat eagle, who was a soul sage of level 78 and held the esteemed title of the Golden Iron Triangle. In terms of status, he was not inferior to ordinary disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. But who would have known that Ning Rongrong was actually the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Moreover, she was the kind of young master who was exceptionally favored. If this really offends them completely, then those two title Douluo might really come to Shrek and tear it apart. Just thinking about that scene made Ma Hongjun shiver. And as he tried to recall his interactions with Ning Rongrong over the past 2 days, he realized he hadn't done anything to offend her. He breathed a sigh of relief while feeling a bit sympathetic towards his friends Oscar and Dai Mubai beside him, inwardly thinking, brothers, don't blame me for not standing with you this time. I really don't have the guts to face those two title Douluo. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, the other person exposed by Ning Rongrong, had blood-red eyes, bulging veins on his forehead, clenched fists, and his soul power was surging violently, as if he wanted to directly eliminate Ning Rongrong right there. However, at this moment, facing Dai Mubai's state, Ning Rongrong displayed her little devil demeanor, showing no fear, but instead a look of provocation and disdain. She knew that in this small town outside the Stardoe Forest, not only must there be industries of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but also because this place is a gathering area for soul masters. The number of disciples sent here by the sect must be considerable, and their strength formidable. And indeed, at this moment, in several corners of the first floor, a few people were coldly watching Dai Mubai, their soul power pressure subtly falling on him to prevent him from harming their sect's young lady in a moment of desperation. One person was even hurriedly writing something on a piece of paper. At this time, under the pressure of the soul power, Dai Mubai was also consumed by anger, nearly losing all rationality due to the exposure of his inner fears and all his filth. his mind only filled with the thought of whether to trade his life for Ning Rongrong's. Beside him, Xiao Wu, who initially didn't understand why Zhu Zhuqing refused her invitation to fight the green-haired tortoise, turned pale with fright when she heard Ning Rongrong say she could call two titled Douluo at any time, and she jumped behind Tang San, trembling. While comforting the frightened Xiao Wu, Tang San looked expressionlessly at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, no one knowing what he was thinking at that moment. At this point, although Yi Zhiqiu and his group had already walked outside the tavern, Soul Master senses are naturally 100 times stronger than ordinary people, so they could hear the conversation among the Shrek group inside the tavern clearly, because they had heard everything clearly. A faint smile and a sense of speechlessness appeared on Yi Zhiqiu's middle-aged face. Originally, seeing these little fellows as geniuses, he thought they were cultivated by some remarkable sect or academy. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be just a low-level academy without even a qualification certificate for a higher Soul Master Academy, gathering so many talented students through deceit and trickery. This is interesting. What's even more interesting is that the people in this academy have completely angered the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. And now they've even lost their only chance of turning the tables. And that Dai Mubai, the suppressed prince, abandoning his 5-year-old fiancée to escape. If he remembers correctly, he should be the protagonist of the shocking star Luo Empire's third prince escape incident from a few years ago. The Tindo imperial family must be very interested in this person. After a series of plans flashed through his mind, a ruthless and delighted glint flickered in Yi Zhiqiu's eyes. He then shouted inside, "Hey, you guys inside, come out. I promise to teach you a good lesson on behalf of your master, and I will definitely do it. Don't hide in the tavern like turtles. Come out." At that moment, as the atmosphere inside the tavern stiffened, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others suddenly heard Yi Zhiqiu's shouting from outside. After glaring fiercely at Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai finally abandoned the thought of trading his life for hers and turned to walk towards the door. Seeing Dai Mubai leave, Ma Hongjun breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly chased after Dai Mubai's back, pulling the dazed Oscar along to run outside together. As for Tang San, who was also scolded to go out, he had a dark expression as he pulled Xiao Wu out with him. Inside the tavern, seeing that Dai Mubai and the others ultimately did not take action and there was no good show to watch, everyone ran towards the doors and windows to see another commotion. By the dining table, the originally bold and flamboyant Ning Rongrong now sat down in her chair, her little face full of smugness, saying, "Did that group of guys really think that I'm some clueless little kid? They just wanted to use some tricks and psychological hints to make me into what they need? If you buy were here, he would definitely explain to Ning Rongrong what PUA means." Saying this, Ning Rongrong turned her little head and smiled at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, did you see that? That Dai Mubai, the world's greatest lecher, was scolded by me to the point of looking hideous, wanting to make a move, but not daring to. It was so satisfying. Zhuqing, do you feel better now? If not, when they come in later, I'll go have a good chat with that lecher. Having finished her meal and sipping tea lightly, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ning Rongrong's excited little face, which was flushed with excitement, and couldn't help but chuckle. All right, Rongrong, after all, we still have to go into the Stardow Forest to obtain soul rings tomorrow. For now, as long as they don't actively seek trouble with us, we shouldn't get entangled with them. Everything should focus on improving our own strength. Listening to Zhu Zhuqing's words, Ning Rongrong finally gave up the idea of continuing to stir up trouble, letting out an "oh" before quietly eating her meal. 050 Shrek gets injured. Just as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were eating and sipping tea outside the tavern, both sides had already completely engaged in battle. However, at this moment, without Ning Rongrong's support and Zhu Zhuqing's interference, the other 5 members of Shrek were beaten to the point of gasping for breath by Yi Zhiqiu in less than a minute. Originally, under Tang San's arrangement, they wanted to use attribute suppression to allow Ma Hongjun to activate his second soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, under the boost of his first soul skill, to hold Yi Zhiqiu back while Tang San took the opportunity to use his blue-silver grass martial soul to entangle and control the opponent, and finally let Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu launch a simultaneous attack to strike Yi Zhiqiu directly. However, unexpectedly, perhaps due to the previous conversation in the tavern, Yi Zhiqiu no longer underestimated them and directly revealed 3 soul rings at the start. First soul skill, Xian Gui, protects the body. Second soul skill, Xian Shui I Seal. Third soul skill, Xian Shui Surge. In an instant, the first and second soul skills directly blocked Ma Hongjun's ranged attack. And without the 30% boost in power and speed from Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure, glazed tile, martial soul, Ma Hongjun was hit by Yi Zhiqiu's third soul skill, Xian Shui Surge, and was immediately sent flying like the young man from Kanghan Academy who had been heavily injured by Dai Mubai, his body bending like a bow as he spat out blood. However, the moment Ma Hongjun spat out that blood, it instantly froze upon hitting the ground. He was severely injured. What's even more fatal is that Yi Zhiqiu went all out from the very beginning, so the target of the third soul skill, Xian Shui Jidong, was not just Ma Hongjun, but was simultaneously aimed at several members of Shrek. The first to meet this attack was Tang San, who was positioned at the front, ready to directly use his blue silver grass to control Yi Zhiqiu. As a control-type soul master, being observant is fundamental. Therefore, Ma Hongjun's weakened state was directly seen by Tang San. With a slight tremor in his heart, Tang San immediately used Ghost Shadow Misty Step to narrowly dodge this attack, and directly unleashed his blue-silver grass martial soul, which wound around Yi Zhiqiu's body. However, when Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul came into contact with Yi Zhiqiu's body, it was immediately slowed down by the cold air of the Xian Gui martial soul, unable to even approach, let alone control Yi Zhiqiu. Seeing this, Tang San was greatly alarmed and immediately turned to shout at Xiao Wu, "Xiao Wu, get away!" Just as Xiao Wu was about to ignore Yi Zhiqiu's third soul skill, thinking that Yi Zhiqiu's move would be interrupted by Tang San, and was preparing to rush forward. Dai Mubai, who was also charging forward, changed his expression and was about to dodge when Yi Zhiqiu coldly sneered, "Junior, there should be a limit to underestimating others." Fourth soul skill, Xian Gui Zhendong. In an instant, an invisible ripple suddenly emanated from the turtle shell behind Yi Zhiqiu, violently rushing outwards. In that moment, whether it was Tang San, who was gathering soul power to rescue Xiao Wu, or Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai, who were gathering soul power in their legs to dodge Yi Zhiqiu's third soul skill, they all felt their soul power suddenly disrupted and unable to gather again in a short time as the invisible ripple swept over their bodies. Feeling the change in his body, Tang San's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Xiao Wu, who was just a few meters away, and shouted, "Xiao Wu." Then, under Tang San's watchful eyes, Xiao Wu was directly hit by Yi Zhiqiu's third soul skill, Xian Shui Jidong, spitting out blood that was emitting cold air, her face pale as she was knocked back and fell heavily to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Dai Mubai on the other side had the same fate. After a slight pause, he quickly used Ghost Shadow Misty Step to reach Xiao Wu, who had fallen unconscious on the ground, tightly hugging her in his arms. Looking at Xiao Wu, who was pale and cold, Tang San's voice trembled as he called out, Xiao Wu, wake up!" Xiao Wu. Around them, as they watched the arrogant Shrek group being dealt with, the spectators who were watching began to mock without restraint. TSK. Is not provoking trouble a sign of incompetence? Hey, the genius over there holding the little girl and shouting, "Why do you have that dead expression now?" Exactly, you had the guts to provoke others, yet you don't even have the mental preparation to be beaten? Then what the hell are you so arrogant about? Sure enough, you're calling yourself a genius. You're just trash. Besides having a bit of talent in cultivating soul power, what else can you do? With this character, whether you can grow in the future is a question mark. What relief. What a relief. Ha ha ha. Not far away. Yi Zhiqiu put away his martial soul and looked at Tang San, who was crying out while holding the little girl, and coldly said, "Humph. Now you know the consequences of provoking trouble. Huh. I really don't know how your instructors at that Shrek Academy teach you. However, I'm at least a teacher from a high-level Soul Master Academy, so I won't easily kill or ruin someone's future. I said I would teach you a lesson, and that's all I'll do. Your companions, they are not in any life-threatening danger and haven't suffered any serious injuries. They were just hit by my attack, and the cold air entering their bodies temporarily froze their meridians. Take them back to recuperate for a day or two, and with some hot soup, they'll be back to normal." After saying that, he intended to turn and leave. At this moment, perhaps realizing that Xiao Wu was not in any life-threatening danger, Tang San slowly placed Xiao Wu on the ground, then stood up, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Yi Zhiqiu, who had just turned around, his face full of madness, and his hands reaching for the 24-bridge Minjiwai. However, just then, a large hand suddenly appeared, pressing down on Tang San, who was about to act. At the same time, a barely audible voice reached Tang San's ears. Don't move. In this situation, if you use those hidden weapons, everyone here will recognize you, and it will be hard to settle down. As for this old turtle in front, leave it to teacher Zhao to handle. Hearing this voice, the killing intent in Tang San's eyes finally subsided, but he still fixed his gaze on Yi Zhiqiu's back. Beside him, Zhao Wujia, who had just appeared, sighed in his heart, then shouted at Yi Zhiqiu, who was about to leave with the students, "Hey, you old turtle over there. You hit my student and plan to just leave like that?" Hearing someone call him an old turtle from behind, Yi Zhiqiu's anger was reignited, and he immediately turned around. Suppressing his fury, looking at the middle-aged man standing beside Tang San, he understood the other party's identity and coldly said, "This battle was started by your student. Moreover, those little guys haven't suffered any serious injuries. So what? Now that they have been taught a lesson, are you, as their teacher, going to stand up for them? Is your academy completely unreasonable?" Questioning. Zhu Zhuqing's response. Reason? Zhao Wujia chuckled twice, then before Yi Zhiqiu, who was still unaware of what was happening a few meters away, could react, he instantly appeared in front of him and punched hard at his abdomen. Alarm bells rang in his heart, and Yi Zhiqiu instinctively summoned his martial soul, while he hurriedly prepared to release his fifth soul skill. Fifth soul skill. Boom! Before Yi Zhiqiu's fifth soul skill could be unleashed, he was struck hard in the abdomen by Zhao Wujia's punch. And the turtle shell of the Xian Gui martial soul was instantly shattered, causing his martial soul to dissipate. Yi Zhiqiu's face turned pale as he was sent flying by Zhao Wujia's punch, crashing into the ground more than 10 meters away, creating a large pit. Yi Zhiqiu was severely injured and lost consciousness. Only at this moment did Zhao Wujia retract his fist, glancing at the seriously injured and unconscious Yi Zhiqiu in the distance. He said, "A big fist is reasoning." In that moment, the surroundings immediately fell silent, and everyone looked at Zhao Wujia with fear in their eyes, afraid that he would give them a lecture. Even the students of Tsanghui Academy had terrified expressions, their bodies trembling, not daring to look at their teacher, Yi Zhiqiu. Zhao Wujia was completely unconcerned by the fearful gazes around him. "Hey, Xiao Ao, Xiao San, take Ma Hongjun and the others to the hotel to rest for a couple of days, and then go to the Star Do Forest to find Xiao Ao's spirit ring." After saying this, he ignored everyone else and walked directly into the restaurant, looking rather displeased. Tang San picked up Xiao Wu and followed behind Zhao Wujia, leaving Oscar, who looked distressed, to carry the unconscious Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, keeping pace with Tang San. As the three of them approached, the onlookers parted in fear, worried that these unreasonable bullies would take offense and beat them up, which would be a huge loss. It wasn't until they saw Zhao Wujia and his students completely enter the hotel that the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously began to discuss among themselves. The students of Tsanghui Academy only dared to check on their teacher's injuries at this moment. One of the female students from the healing department, after examining Yi Zhiqiu's injuries, couldn't help but cry uncontrollably. "Teacher Ye's bones are broken in 7 places, and some of the broken bones have even pierced his heart and lungs. If I withdraw my spirit abilities now, Teacher Yi might die right on the spot, sob, sob, sob." Hearing this result, all the students' eyes turned red. Teacher Yi. This happened because they were provoked and stepped up to defend themselves. At this moment, the students of Tsanghui Academy buried their hatred deep in their hearts, while also branding the words Shrek in their minds, vowing that one day they would take revenge. Afterwards, the students of Tsanghui Academy immediately discussed among themselves and took out all their possessions to find a high-level healing soul master who had been stationed in the town for years, to treat Yi Zhiqiu, thus saving his life. Subsequently, the students of Tsanghui Academy did not dare to delay and immediately called for a carriage to take Yi Zhiqiu back to Tsanghui Academy, as only there could he be truly healed. Surrounding spectators witnessed everything and felt an extreme aversion towards the students and teachers of Shrek Academy, even everything related to Shrek Academy. It was you, Shrek, who provoked first, relying on your students' good talent and high strength to provoke and stir trouble with Tsanghui Academy. Then you directly inflicted heavy injuries on their students. After getting taught a lesson by them, the 3 Shrek students weren't even considered seriously injured, as they could recover completely after just a couple of days of rest. As a result, your Shrek teacher was unreasonable, nearly killing a teacher from Tsanghui Academy with a single punch, claiming that a big fist is the truth. What is the difference between this kind of rhetoric and that of robbers, or even evil soul masters? How can such a person become a teacher at a prestigious Soul Master Academy? Coupled with that Shrek principle who advocates not daring to cause trouble is a sign of mediocrity. Isn't it true that from the principal down to the students? Except for the two female students who are sitting and eating inside and have no choice but to fight, everyone else is a bunch of rascals, bandits, and evil soul masters. At this moment, everyone watching silently decided that they must publicize exactly what happened here, and at the same time, they must report this so-called Shrek Academy that specializes in training evil soul masters to the Heaven Dao Empire and the Spear Hall. On the other side, in the hotel, just after having a full meal and preparing to go upstairs to rest, Zhu Zhuqing and the other girl quickly saw Zhao Wujing, the teacher assigned by the academy, approaching them with an unfriendly expression. Behind him were Tang San, holding the unconscious Xiao Wu, and Oscar, carrying the equally unconscious Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. You too. Why didn't you take action? You just watched your companions being bullied and beaten into a coma. Listening to Zhao Wujing's harsh questioning, Ning Rongrong was about to retort angrily when Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward to stop her. At the same time, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Zhao Wujing with a calm expression and said, "Why should we take action? None of the education I received taught me to actively seek trouble. Therefore, I am proud of the education I received." Likewise, they received the principal's education and took not daring to cause trouble is a sign of mediocrity as their life creed. Then, they should also be prepared for the consequences of provoking those they cannot afford to offend and being beaten or even killed. And they should not harbor any hatred or desire for revenge in their hearts, instead of getting red-eyed and ready to kill the opponent after being slightly taught a lesson. Because it is you who caused the trouble, and after causing trouble, you do not allow others to retaliate. Once others retaliate, you prepare to kill, even planning to dig up the graves of their ancestors for 18 generations. There are no such rules in this world, especially when the troublemakers are merely a few insignificant ants who are not even at the soul sect level. Fools who live with this kind of mindset should be grateful that they are still alive today. Hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, the guests who had been watching on the first floor secretly gave a thumbs up to this extraordinarily beautiful and mature girl. This is true clarity in the human world. Similarly, such individuals are the true talents and have a more mature and broader future. 052 hits Tang San's sore spot. So, Zhu Zhuqing, are you provoking and mocking us? At this moment, behind Zhao Wuji, Tang San, holding Xiao Wu, suddenly spoke in a low voice. Hearing the voice of this little monster behind him, Zhao Wuji inwardly cursed, realizing the gravity of the situation. When he turned around, he happened to see the hidden killing intent in Tang San's abyss-like eyes. At that moment, a wave of regret suddenly surged in Zhao Wuji's heart. He shouldn't have recklessly chosen to confront Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong directly. And what about that unreliable Flender? Didn't he say last night that he had already tamed Ning Rongrong's temperament? Then who was that little witch-like character just now? Moreover, he didn't even inform him about Ning Rongrong's identity as the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Didn't he fear that he might inadvertently provoke that little lady, leading to the arrival of the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? And Zhu Zhuqing, wasn't she just a cool and aloof girl during the assessment? Why is she transformed into such a formidable presence in just 2 days? Now, on one side is Tang San, the son of the Haoqian Doa, with terrifying talent and cruel methods as the exposer. On the other side are the little witch Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, once the second strongest sect in the world, now effectively the first. And Zhu Zhuqing, the second young lady of the Xingluo Zhu family, who has suddenly become mysterious. They're all students of the academy, and each has a powerful existence behind them that they cannot afford to provoke. Helping either side is not an option. At this moment, Zhao Waoqi felt as if his head was about to explode. Of course, psychologically, Zhao Waoqi actually favored Tang San more. Not to mention that Tang San's actions were more in line with Shrek style. He also had the innate full soul power and was an exposure master. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had innate soul powers of only level 7 and 9, respectively, which were simply incomparable to Tang San. However, Zhao Waoqi absolutely dared not voice such thoughts. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before two title Doa would come looking for him to show their care. Just as Zhao Waoqi was feeling a headache, Zhu Zhuqing's cold gaze swept over Tang San, naturally capturing the killing intent in Tang San's eyes. In response, Zhu Zhuqing merely glanced over, showing no signs of stopping, and her disdain was evident. Continuing her gaze towards Zhao Waoqi, Zhu Zhuqing spoke again. As for the companions you mentioned, Teacher Zhao, strictly speaking, we can only be considered strangers spending a day together under Shrek's arrangement, with no understanding of each other's identities. Moreover, given the differing perspectives, personalities, and character displayed today, how can we be called companions? Watching this little girl speak in such a calm, yet indifferent manner, Zhao Waoqi found himself unable to refute her and could only feel frustrated. Beside him, Ning Rongrong, seeing Zhu Zhuqing's sharp words that even left the brash Zhao Waoqi speechless, couldn't help but feel excited, admiring Zhu Zhuqing even more. Noticing Zhao Waoqi's reaction, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't be bothered to look at him and shifted her gaze behind Zhao Waoqi, where one hand was supporting the unconscious Xiao Wu, while the other was reaching towards Tang San, not caring about his small movements, and said lightly, I remember that when the Heavenly Dao list was revealed yesterday at noon. The fifth rule of the Tang sect Xiantian treasure record states that no disciple of the Tang sect should easily provoke trouble, but if there are initiators of offense, they must be met with thunderous retaliation. So, Tang San, as the one who jumped off the cliff in your past life to make a statement, why did you, after Oscar said not daring to cause trouble is mediocrity, not only smile and agree with that statement when you saw Dai Mubai and the others provoking trouble, but then actively provoke trouble yourself, even harboring murderous intent? Tang San, did you remember the regulations regarding the behavior of Tang sect disciples in the Xiantian treasure record at that time? Or do you think that whether in your past life or this life, you haven't taken the Tang sect seriously at all? Or is it that the behavioral standards in your Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record are only meant to regulate others, while your own actions follow a different set of so-called standards you devised? Shut up. Don't say any more. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing expose Tang San's identity as an exposure master right there, Zhao Waoqi, who was still in a daze, immediately panicked and hurriedly tried to stop Zhu Zhuqing. At the same time, Tang San, who had long been broken by Zhu Zhuqing's words, had bloodshot eyes and an extremely ferocious expression, as if he had been hit on a sore spot, radiating killing intent all over. Shut up. The next moment, the left hand pressing on the 24 bridge moonlit night quickly waved, creating an illusion. Simultaneously, streams of black light seemed to rain down towards Zhu Zhuqing, even engulfing Ning Rongrong. In the corners around them, those who had been shocked by Zhu Zhuqing exposing Tang San as the one who had provoked the disdain of many now stood up in an instant, their expressions changing dramatically upon seeing that the overwhelming black light had also enveloped Ning Rongrong. It was important to note that anyone who had seen the Heavenly Dao list revealed yesterday would know that within that overwhelming black light, any single ray of black light was a hidden weapon filled with various lethal poisons. Just a small touch on the skin would result in death and destruction of the soul. Not to mention, at this moment, the number of those overwhelming black lights was definitely no less than 1,000. This is a direct, lethal move. At this moment, Ning Rongrong, who was originally excited to watch the commotion, turned pale. She never expected that, knowing she was the young master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Tang San. This madman not only dared to launch hidden weapons toward her side, but also actively enveloped himself within the range of the hidden weapons. This madman actually wants to kill himself too. At this moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly noticed a shadow in front of her, as if something was blocking her. She focused her gaze and discovered that the figure was actually Zhu Zhuqing's not-so-wide back. In an instant, Ning Rongrong's eyes turned red again, filled with tears. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, standing in front of Ning Rongrong, was also looking coldly at the barrage of hidden weapons approaching them. She initially thought that no matter how crazy Tang San was, he would only target her with his so-called hidden weapons to sneak attack and kill her. However, Zhu Zhuqing never expected that Tang San would use such a widespread attack with hidden weapons, showing no regard for the consequences. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power surged. Her hair began to subtly grow longer, a hint of gold appeared in her eyes, and her hands suddenly formed seals. But at that moment, a loud roar suddenly rang out. Enough. 053 has angered everyone again. 7th soul skill. Martial soul, true body, immovable king. Boom. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was preparing to use her secret technique to defend against the barrage of hidden weapons and simultaneously kill Tang San, Zhao Wujia, who was originally standing in front of Tang San, suddenly shouted loudly, shaking everyone's eardrums and making them dizzy. In the moment, everyone was slightly stunned. Zhao Wujia had already appeared in front of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong without them noticing. his 7 soul rings fully displayed, and his aura instantly surged, causing all nearby tables and chairs to fly away. At this moment, Zhao Wujia's eyes also suddenly increased tenfold, and brown bear fur appeared on his cheeks and limbs, making him look incredibly powerful. At that moment, hundreds and thousands of hidden weapons came flying in unison, all striking violently against Zhao Wujia's martial soul true body. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing, who was protected behind him, quietly withdrew her not fully activated secret technique and looked at Zhao Wujia, who was blocking in front of her, with a slightly surprised expression, feeling uncertain in her heart. Huh, didn't they say that teacher Zhao's martial soul is the great strength diamond bear, with top-notch defense capabilities but only speed as a flaw? Yet, teacher Zhao's speed just now, when he suddenly appeared in front of Rong and me, doesn't seem to match his performance on the assessment day? With a slight shift in her thoughts, Zhu Zhuqing quickly understood what was going on. The so-called slow speed is relative to other soul saints of the same level. Compared to our group of soul masters, if teacher Zhao takes it seriously, his speed is still something we soul masters find hard to reach. Perhaps his defense is the same. Now under his martial soul true body state, not only can all his soul skills be used in quick succession, but his overall strength is also enhanced tenfold. In this state, what he is doing now is not difficult at all. However, with teacher Zhao around, it seems that there won't be a fight today. As she thought this, the soul power surging within Zhu Zhuqing gradually dissipated, and she returned to her previous cold and serene demeanor. Behind Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, who had initially closed her eyes in fear when she saw the barrage of hidden weapons, and then saw Zhu Zhuqing suddenly appear in front of her, trembling all over and pale, was startled awake by Zhao Wujia's shout. Upon seeing the huge figure blocking the barrage of hidden weapons in front of her and Zhu Zhuqing, she immediately hugged Zhu Zhuqing and started crying. Zhuqing Hua, seeing Ning Rongrong crying while still trembling uncontrollably, Zhu Zhuqing comforted her and thought to herself, sure enough, she is still just a proud little demoness with a sharp tongue. She probably hasn't faced any real danger. Perhaps, if I hadn't accepted the experiences from my past life, I might be just like her at this moment. At the same time, she felt apologetic. I'm sorry. Rong, I didn't expect to drag you into danger as well. On the other side, seeing that all his hidden weapons had struck Zhao Wujia's fur in his martial soul true body state, without any sign of pain on Zhao Wujia's face, Tang San realized that all his hidden weapons had been blocked. At this moment, the blood-red hue in Tang San's eyes faded, and he fell silent. At this moment, Tang San finally realized the insurmountable chasm between his current strength and that of a soul sage. The pride within him vanished without a trace. Seeing the killing intent in Tang San's gaze dissipate, Zhao Wujia let out a long sigh of relief, then retracted his martial soul's true form. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly sensed that something was off. In an instant, the sound of clanging metal filled the air. It rattled the windows of the first floor of the tavern. At the same time, as each hidden weapon fell to the ground, the floor was corroded, emitting purple-black smoke. Before long, most of the first floor of the tavern was enveloped in this eerie purple-black smoke, gradually spreading throughout the entire area. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers on the first floor turned pale with fear. Those near the door quickly darted towards it, while those by the windows smashed through and jumped out, all terrified of being caught by the poisonous smoke. Zhao Wujia, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately shouted, "Get out first." Saying this, he instantly moved to Oscar's side, picking up Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who were lying on the ground, one in each hand, and then hurriedly left the tavern with a dazed and confused Oscar. At this moment, Tang Sen once again picked up Xiao Wu, remaining silent as he followed Zhao Wujia out. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing had already taken Ning Rongrong and fled the moment the purple-black poison smoke rose. Outside the tavern, everyone began cursing. Damn, I knew it wasn't anything good. I've never seen such a venomous person before. Just look at this, damn it. Even I might get poisoned. What a heartless thing. That girl was right. This little brat is indeed a piece of trash. The Tang sect is no good either. Instead of researching useful things, they focus on poison and hidden weapons. Oluli Kreft. In a past life, he was a thief. In this life, he must be a troublemaker, bullying the weak and killing without mercy. This Douluo Continent has really hit rock bottom to let such garbage reincarnate. I wonder what kind of bastard he is. At this moment, the people around were just short of pointing at Tang San's nose and cursing. If it weren't for Zhao Wujia's status as a soul sage, Many would have even wanted to directly kill Tang San after witnessing his earlier attack with hidden weapons and the subsequent poison mist. Oh no, my tavern. This is the culmination of my life's work. The entire first floor has been destroyed. Is there no justice left? Now the place is filled with poison smoke. Who will dare to come to my tavern to eat or stay? It's over. Completely over. Looking at the tavern owner sitting on the ground crying, many around even turned their curses onto themselves. Numerous soul masters, dissatisfied with what had just happened, along with those who knew Tang San's identity as an exposer, began to surround the Shrek group, their soul power surging. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Wujie cursed his bad luck while feeling heartbroken. He pulled out a pouch containing hundreds of gold soul coins he had accumulated over nearly 20 years and, gritting his teeth, threw the pouch to the crying tavern owner. Boss, there are over 800 gold soul coins inside. It's enough for you to renovate the first floor and compensate for the business losses during this time. After saying this, his soul power surged again, and he released the pressure of a soul sage, scaring off some of those with ill intentions before he planned to take Tang San and the others away. Hurry, let's leave this town and head towards the Stardow Forest. At that moment, 3 young men in white uniforms directly blocked Zhao Wujie's path, each instantly manifesting their martial souls. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. All 3 turn out to be Soul Emperor level powerhouses, and they had the best soul ring combinations. The aura of the Soul Emperors was fully displayed, seeing that the 3 in front of him were merely Soul Emperors. Zhao Wujie was just about to threaten them when he suddenly caught sight of the 7-tiered pagoda emblem on their uniforms, and his heart sank. Oh no, I've run into members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. It seems these 3 must have been present at the scene. This meant that everything that had just happened had been witnessed by these 3. Now, trouble was brewing. At the same time, Zhao Wujie's attention returned to the 3 in front of him, and he was somewhat surprised by their talents. They all appeared to be around 30 years old, yet had already reached the Soul Emperor level. Their talent was even better than that of Qin Ming, the most outstanding student from Shrek. And Qin Ming was officially recognized as the 2nd youngest Soul Emperor at just 32. This was the true power of a major force. No one knew how deep their hidden reserves were. While feeling emotional, Zhao Wujie moved subtly to shield Tang San behind him, then turned to face the 3. A hearty and honest smile naturally appearing on his rugged face. Huh, so it's the 3 geniuses from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Young as you are, you've already become Soul Emperors, especially this young brother, who is actually a 67th level Soul Emperor. Such talent is truly enviable. It seems that in just a few years, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School will gain another title Douluo to protect the sect. Truly a reason to celebrate. Ha ha ha. In response to Zhao Wujie's lighthearted banter, the 3 young men blocking the way completely ignored him. Instead, they first bowed to Ning Rongrong, who was holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand. And then the leading young man spoke with a face full of apology. Miss, we sincerely apologize. We failed to arrive in time to protect you from danger. This is truly our fault. We will capture the criminal who attempted to harm you and hand him over to the sect master for punishment. And we will personally accept our punishment from the law elder. After saying this, the 3 stood up, their soul power surging, and their soul rings began to shine brightly as they prepared to attack Zhao Wujie and the Tang San behind him. Seeing that the 3 young Soul Emperor powerhouses from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School were disregarding his status as a Soul Sage and showing no respect for his 76th level Soul Sage power, Zhao Wujie couldn't help but panic. If this had been 20 years ago, he would have chosen to strike and kill the 3 without a second thought, regardless of their status. However, now that he had finally escaped the pursuit of the Martial Soul Hall and was enjoying a stable life, he was unwilling to provoke other major forces. Moreover, with this little ancestor behind him, whose identity was also extraordinary if he allowed Tang San to be captured, the Haotian hammer of a certain Haotian Douluo would definitely come crashing down on him. Thinking of this, Zhao Wujie quickly shouted, "Wait, I have something to say to you. Rongrong, do you remember what old Ghost Flanders said to you yesterday? You wouldn't want your 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to be targeted by Title Douluo because of your incident, would you?" Upon hearing that Tang San was actually involved with a Title Douluo powerhouse, the 3 young men who were about to take action immediately froze in their movements. They then turned to look at their own young lady, Ning Rongrong, to confirm the truth of Zhao Wujie's words. Just recovering from the shock of almost being killed by Tang San, Ning Rongrong, who was staring at Tang San with a face full of hatred. Wanting to see him captured by her sect's powerful members and dealt with, felt the anger in her eyes flicker, and, after noticing the gaze of the young man, paused for a moment before speaking. What I said was what our Shrek Academy's dean said. I don't know whether it's true or not. When it came to matters concerning the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Rongrong never threw tantrums or made unilateral decisions. Seeing the scene, Zhao Wujia hurriedly used his soul power to transmit a message to the three young soul emperors of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect in front of him, briefly explaining Tang San's identity, especially emphasizing that Tang Hao is very likely secretly protecting Tang San. After hearing Zhao Wujia's words, the expressions of the three changed. This matter, we will report to the sect master for a decision. After saying this, they bowed to Ning Rongrong and then vanished from sight. After the three left, Zhao Wujia quickly turned back to urge Tang San and the others. Why aren't you leaving yet? Saying this, he directly carried Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun and led the way toward the direction outside the small town. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing took Ning Rongrong's hand and followed. Tang San, expressionless, continued to hold Xiao Wu and followed suit. As for Oscar, who was at the back, he had also come back to his senses and was now glancing back and forth between Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San, a hint of contemplation showing in his peach blossom eyes. After watching Shrek's group completely leave, the onlookers began to discuss among themselves. The people from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect actually chose to retreat. It seems that the guy named Tang San really has a titled Douluo powerhouse backing him. Tang San, with the surname Tang, is a titled Douluo? I think I understand something now. Huh, are you saying that this exposer, Tang San, is very likely a person from the Haotian sect? Hurry, quickly spread the news about what happened here. And that Shrek Academy too. It shouldn't exist as such a trash academy. Yes, almost forgot about Shrek, just as everyone was busy writing letters and transmitting messages. In a room on the second floor of the tavern, the previously appearing mysterious girl in white with silver hair and purple eyes, along with a black-clad man following her, stood by the window, watching the departing figures of Shrek. What do you think of that, Tang San? The girl suddenly spoke, her voice cold and ethereal, yet mixed with an undeniable domineering tone. The black-clad man, hearing this, flashed a murderous intent in his eyes and replied directly, Master, that Tang San is indeed deserving of being the backup chosen by that shameless Shura. His methods are insidious and ruthless, willing to kill his own kind without hesitation. And as for his character, just as that exposer named Zhu Zhuqing said, he is hypocritical, with inconsistent words and actions, double standards, truly a disgusting hypocrite. I really want to kill him right now. 055, highlighted black dragon claw. For now, do not act against him. The mysterious girl with silver hair and purple eyes spoke coldly. After all, that Tang San is a person chosen by the Shura God. If you act against him now and kill him, we will have to face the Shura God directly. My injuries have not yet healed, so it would be extremely unwise to confront him now. As she spoke, the girl's gaze shifted to the figure of a slender, mature girl outside the small town, a hint of unusual color appearing in her purple eyes. Moreover, that Tang San, and perhaps the Shura God behind him and other gods in the divine realm, may have someone who will take action against us. Hearing the girl's words, the black-clad man also followed her gaze and instantly understood. A hint of joy appearing on his face. What Master said is correct. Then, the black-clad man changed the subject and continued to ask the girl, Master, that human powerhouse who has been outside the small town since just now seems to be the human protector hidden behind Tang San. Should I handle him now? No need. The girl retracted her gaze, turned, and walked toward the table, leaving the black-clad man with her back. Just wait and see what happens. At this moment, on the road leading to the entrance of the small town, the members of Tsunghue Academy were anxiously rushing in a horse-drawn carriage. However, at the next moment, a piercing cry from a woman came directly from within the carriage. Teacher, wake up, teacher. Meanwhile, atop a large tree on the side of the road, a figure clad in coarse cloth and looking extremely disheveled withdrew the soul power from his palm, watching the shadow of the departing carriage below, muttering, bullying the son of Tang Hao is simply deserving of death. At this moment, it was none other than the once-renowned Haotian law, Tang Hao. After resolving the issue of someone who upset his son, Tang Hao shifted his gaze toward the hotel in the small town, where a crowd was busily communicating, writing reports, and preparing to transmit news. His rugged face was calm, but his originally somewhat murky eyes now brimmed with intense killing intent. Insulting my son deserves death. Wanting to expose my son's whereabouts is even more unforgivable. You all deserve to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Hao's figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared in midair above the hotel. Without saying a word, his soul power surged. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. 9 soul rings instantly lit up, illuminating the entire small town, especially below the hotel. The crowd that had been discussing was directly overwhelmed by the aura of a title Douluo. Staggering and looking up to see the figure of a disheveled middle-aged man surrounded by 9 soul rings. Title Douluo. Moreover, the 9th soul ring was a red 100,000-year soul ring. Just as everyone was at a loss, a giant hammer, larger than the entire hotel, appeared out of thin air, and with an incredibly fierce gust of wind, it slammed down toward the hotel and the crowd below. In that moment, everyone below turned pale, as they realized that the shadow of the giant hammer was aimed directly at them. Just then, a terrified voice suddenly screamed out, "Hao Ian Hammer, you are Tang Hao!" In midair, upon hearing someone not only recognize his martial soul, but also expose his identity, the fierce expression on Tang Hao's face intensified, and the speed of the giant hammer's descent increased, creating a faint sound of sonic boom. At this moment, everyone below was filled with despair. Under such an attack, none of those forces and most soul emperors could survive, especially under the suppression of the hammer wind generated by the Haotian hammer. Everyone was immobilized, waiting for death like ants frozen in place. However, at this moment, a cold snort suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. Hum. At the same time, a black dragon claw, even larger than the Haotian hammer's phantom, suddenly appeared above the hotel. The tightly connected black scales on the dragon claw seemed forged from fallen iron from the heavens, reflecting a chilling light under the moonlight. The tips of the dragon claws were sharp as if they could tear apart everything, destroy everything. Compared to the phantom of the Haotian hammer, the black dragon claw looked more like a real dragon claw. In front, Tang Hao, who was about to annihilate everyone below with a hammer, saw the enormous black dragon claw suddenly appearing in front of him and reaching out to grab him, causing his heart to race. Every cell in his body was frantically telling him to escape. As his expression changed drastically, Tang Hao abruptly altered the direction of the Haotian hammer's attack and swung it towards the oncoming black dragon claw. At the same time, disregarding his internal injuries, he forcibly used the secret technique of the Haotian sect, detonating the 9 rings. Great submixture hammer. In an instant, the might of the Haotian hammer increased several times, with lightning wrapping around the hammer body and a fierce wind surrounding him. Just then, the terrifying black dragon claw came crashing down, colliding violently with the Haotian hammer. Boom! Puffed. Everyone below simultaneously spat out blood, suffering severe injuries under the aftermath of the confrontation above, collapsing weakly to the ground. However, at this moment, everyone ignored their own injuries and widened their eyes, eager to see the outcome of the battle between Hao Yi and Douluo Tang Hao and the unfamiliar powerful being. Of course, this group of people was certainly hoping for the stranger's victory, while cursing Tang Hao bitterly, wishing they could dig up the ancestral grave of the Haotian sect. Soon, this group witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lifetime. They saw that the moment the suddenly appeared black dragon claw collided with the huge phantom of the Haotian hammer, the phantom of the Haotian hammer shattered like glass, piece by piece, and was directly crushed by the black dragon claw, turning into countless fragments. Those with sharp eyes even noticed that at the moment the phantom of the Haotian hammer shattered, the Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's hand seemed to suffer the same heavy blow, shattering and dissipating. Simultaneously, Tang Hao himself spewed a mouthful of blood, appearing extremely miserable. However, just then, the enormous black dragon claw that shattered the phantom of the Haotian hammer showed no signs of stopping and ruthlessly charged towards Tang Hao, who was already severely injured, with almost no soul power left. Boom! In midair, Tang Hao was struck by the black dragon claw, and his body was sent flying like a rag, crashing into the woods outside the entrance of the small town. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sounds of trees being broken echoed, and even from the inn at the innermost part of the small town, it could still be heard. At the same time, large clouds of dust began to rise and spread at the entrance of the small town. Afterward, when well-meaning individuals who were not severely affected by the recent confrontation went to the entrance of the small town to investigate, All that remained were broken tree stumps and scattered branches and leaves, along with a massive pit that had collapsed and sunk in a radius of 100 meters. On the other side of the small town, Zhao Wujie, who was originally troubled by how to shake off the 3 soul emperors from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect trailing behind him, was instantly attracted by the terrifying confrontation occurring within the small town. However, just as Zhao Wujie turned to look at the confrontation scene in the air inside the small town, he saw a gigantic black dragon claw striking through the void. He vaguely saw a massive hammer being shattered by the black dragon claw, and then a somewhat familiar shadow was hit by the black dragon claw, violently sent flying towards the entrance on the other side of the small town, kicking up a cloud of dust. At this moment, Zhao Wujie's eyes widened uncontrollably, and his jaw dropped as if he had witnessed something unimaginable. That ethereal shadow, just now, and that familiar black figure that was sent flying. That must be it. But that was the man known as the strongest in the entire continent. How could he be knocked back in a head-on confrontation? What was that black dragon claw? At this moment, Zhao Wujie even felt as if his heart skipped a beat. However, deep in his heart, an inexplicable sense of pleasure surged. Teacher Zhao, what level of strong warriors could have such power in the battle we just witnessed in the town? Oscar, who was equally stunned, instinctively turned to Zhao Wujie to ask, feeling an indescribable desire rising within him. Oscar longed for a day when he could fight so freely and defeat his enemies. At the same time, inexplicably, Oscar turned to secretly glance at the girl not far away who was with Zhu Zhuqing, thinking to himself, perhaps only when I have such strength will she look at me again. Meanwhile, Tang San, who was taking care of Xiao Wu, also had his eyes shimmering with brilliance, watching the enormous black dragon claw gradually dissipate in the sky, trembling in fear and shocked that such powerful force existed in this world. At the same time, he silently vowed, such power, one day I will also possess it. I have the foundation from my previous life. I possess all the knowledge of poison from the Tang sect, the methods of creating hidden weapons, and the supreme treasure of the Tang sect, the Xiantian treasure record. I also have a teacher who is the foremost expert in knowledge on Douluo Continent. So I will definitely reach the peak and have the strength to overlook the entire Douluo Continent. At that time, all those who have offended me and insulted me will have their paths to death. They will all die. At that moment, Tang San also glanced toward the direction where Zhu Zhuqing was, and only then did he hide the venomous and fierce look in his eyes, returning to his previous expressionless demeanor, as if nothing concerned him. In front of them, Zhao Wujie heard Oscar's inquiry and gradually came back to his senses, directly stating, "That is the strength of a titled Douluo, and it is what you all should strive for in your future cultivation. As for other matters, you are still too weak to know. Quickly go set up the tents. We will rest here for the next 2 days. When Dai Mubai and the others wake up, we will go to the Stardow Forest to hunt spirit rings for you and Zhu Zhuqing." As he spoke, Zhao Wujie glanced at Zhu Zhuqing not far away, his expression extremely complex. Yes, at the moment he blocked Zhu Zhuqing and the others in the tavern, Zhao Wujie sensed the soul power fluctuations from Zhu Zhuqing behind him. She had definitely broken through to level 30. At the same time, he also detected a hint of dangerous power that made even him a 76th level soul sage feel a sense of heartache flash by. From that moment on, Zhao Wujie knew that among the Shrek 7 monsters, this little girl, who had the lowest talent and presence, was hiding very deeply and was also very mysterious. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Oscar, who was originally about to start setting up the tent, was immediately stunned, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Meanwhile, Tang San, who was also helping, had a dark expression, then began to set up the tent as if nothing had happened. Not far away, Ning Rongrong, who was also taking out her tent from her storage soul tool to set it up, was equally surprised by how Zhu Zhuqing had quietly raised her soul power to level 30. But at that moment, Ning Rongrong was even more curious about why Zhu Zhuqing was still with her and this group of Shrek. While pounding the tent's fixed ropes, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Zhu Zhuqing, who had just secured another rope, heard Ning Rongrong's question, and a faint smile appeared on her cold little face. No one can offend me or take advantage of me without paying any price to leave. The smile was still beautiful, but it lacked any warmth. Looking at the beads of sweat appearing on Ning Rongrong's forehead, yet oblivious to it, still filled with confusion as she looked at her, Zhu Zhuqing shifted her tone and lightly laughed. "Forget it. During this time, Rongrong, you can stay with me. This way, It can also prevent certain sinister-minded people from taking action against you again. As she spoke, a flicker of golden flame seemed to flash in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Although she didn't fully understand the meaning of her best friend's first sentence, upon hearing that someone might take action against her, Ning Rongrong disdainfully glanced at Tang San, not far away, and coldly said, "Humph. That would depend on whether he has that opportunity." As the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong often appeared as a little witch, but she was by no means foolish. She didn't believe that the previous fused soul emperor from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would not be worried about her safety upon seeing her with someone who had just tried to kill her. As for what had just happened when it reached the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, even if her father Ning Fengji might not want to kill Tang San for the greater good, her sword grandpa and bone grandpa would definitely come to teach Tang San a good lesson. As for the title Douluo behind Tang San, Ning Rongrong didn't believe anyone could defeat her sword grandpa and bone grandpa. 2 days quickly passed, and Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu soon woke up, only to find that the atmosphere among the group was quite strange. In this peculiar atmosphere, Oscar was the first to obtain his third spirit ring, and while he was absorbing the spirit ring, Zhu Zhuqing took Ning Rongrong away from the team for a few minutes, returning to directly obtain her third spirit ring as well. Of course, perhaps due to the delay of 2 days. The Shrek group did not encounter Snake Lady and Mengaran as in the original story, nor did they meet the Windtail Rooster Snake. They only hunted a holy soul flower that was about 1,300 years old and obtained a soul skill that enhanced their soul power. As for how Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the spirit ring in just a few minutes, what spirit beast she hunted, and what the soul skill was, no one except Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong knew. Perhaps stimulated by Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San soon also reached level 30 in soul power. But he likewise did not encounter the 2,000-year-old human face demon spider, quickly hunting a 1,500-year-old soul devouring demon spider, and then summoned his martial soul to absorb the spirit ring. During this process, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the forest, causing Zhao Wujia and the others to become serious. Therefore, after Tang San finished absorbing the spirit ring, everyone did not stay any longer and directly rushed toward the outside of the Stardow Forest. No one noticed that during this process, Xiao Wu occasionally looked back towards the direction of the roar, her eyes revealing a hint of worry. Just as the Shrek group was leaving the Stardow Forest, a mysterious girl and a man in black flew out from the sky above the forest, floating in the air as if carried by an invisible wind. The mysterious girl nodded expressionlessly. "Master, that little monkey and that little loach are now in the core area ahead." The mysterious girl nodded, her expression unchanged. Their bloodline talent is acceptable, and since they did not choose to transform into humans and betray the Spirit Beast clan in the face of a 100,000-year thunder tribulation, they could be cultivated. Behind him, the man in black nodded, and then seemed to think of something, a trace of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Master, what about that rabbit? It seems that human title Douluo has set his sights on her, most likely to cultivate Tang San and make that rabbit his soul ring. Should I go kill that rabbit now to prevent that traitor from gaining support?" In response, the mysterious girl with purple eyes flashed a glimmer of wisdom and sneered. "Heh, 100,000-year soul beast transforming into a human just happens to encounter Tang San, and their relationship is quite good. Don't you think it's all too coincidental? Coincidental. Like someone is orchestrating all of this." Hearing the girl's words, a name that filled the man in black with hatred instantly surfaced in his mind, gritting his teeth as he said, "Sure God." The girl seemed oblivious to the anger on the man's face, and simply said, "So, there's no need to worry about that. We just need to keep an eye on that exposer girl below. Perhaps the future of our clan lies in her." Below, the Shrek group in the carriage was all silent, the atmosphere awkward and eerie. Only Xiao Wu was extremely anxious and worried, especially recalling the terrifying roar in the Stardow Forest earlier. Xiao Wu was certain that the owner of that roar was definitely Ming, the Titan giant ape. However, while that roar might sound purely horrifying to others, Xiao Wu, who was familiar with Ming, detected fear and submission in his voice during that roar. It's important to note that in Xiao Wu's perception, Deming, the Azure Bull Python, and Ming, the Titan giant ape, were the kings and emperors of the Stardow Forest, the most terrifying beings there. Now Deming was silent, while Ming let out such a roar. The only conclusion was that something had happened to them. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu's worry and anxiety became uncontrollable. She stood up directly and said to the front, "Teacher Zhao, please stop the carriage." I suddenly remembered something important I need to do. Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, everyone turned their eyes toward her, curiosity in their expressions. Only Tang San, who was familiar with Xiao Wu, immediately noticed the worry and restlessness on her face and took her hand to comfort her. Xiao Wu, is something wrong? Shall I go with you? Hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu felt warmth in her heart, but quickly stopped him, not wanting him to know her identity on one hand, and not wanting him to face danger in the Douluo forest on the other. So she could only force a smile, and said, I just want to go home to see how my two younger brothers are doing. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with pleading. Hoping Tang San wouldn't ask further, Tang San naturally saw the meaning in her eyes, so he fell silent and then directly looked at Zhao Wujia, saying, Teacher Zhao, why don't you agree to Xiao Wu's request? After all, she just wants to go home to see her family, and she'll be back to Shrek Academy in a couple of days. Right, Xiao Wu? Seeing Tang San speak for her, Xiao Wu felt even more moved and quickly nodded at Zhao Wujia. Noticing Xiao Wu's behavior, Zhao Wujia furrowed his rugged brows, thinking to himself, everyone is so hard to deal with. Each of them has their own secrets. He then stopped the carriage and looked at Xiao Wu, saying, I allow you to go home, but you only have 2 days of leave. Hearing Zhao Wujia's words, Xiao Wu repeatedly agreed, and then hugged Tang San tightly before jumping off the carriage and quickly heading in the direction they came from. As Xiao Wu's figure disappeared, the thoughts of the people in the carriage were numerous, and the carriage continued to speed up. On the other side, within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, who had just finished handling some sect affairs from the past few days, rubbed his temples in headache. At that moment, he vaguely heard disciples outside discussing something. Curious. Just as he was about to call a disciple in to ask, the main door suddenly opened, and Douluo Continent and Douluo Gurong walked in together. Sect Master, what attitude should we take towards Tang San? Hearing Douluo Continent's words, Ning Fengji looked confused and asked, Tang San, who is that? Is he a talented young man? Seeing Ning Fengji's reaction, Douluo and Douluo exchanged glances, and then Douluo spoke first, Tang San, the one who was exposed first on the Heavenly Dao Rankings a few days ago. Huh? Ning Fengji was taken aback, realizing that there was someone named Tang San among the 3 exposed Douluo. Just as he was speaking, Ning Fengji suddenly slapped his forehead and chuckled, oh, that guy who stole the sect's highest secret manual. There's been so much going on these days that I've gotten a bit confused. By the way, is there any news about that Tang San? Seeing that Ning Fengji genuinely seemed unaware, Douluo continued, yes, there is news. And that Tang San is also our Rongrong's classmate now. Beside them, Douluo Gurong, noticing that Douluo was not getting to the point, directly interrupted, Fengji, there should have been intelligence coming from the Douluo forest 2 days ago. Haven't you seen it yet? Seeing his words, interrupted. Douluo immediately looked displeased at Douluo. If it weren't for the important matter at hand, he would have surely wanted to spar. Hearing Douluo's words, Ning Fengji also realized that something significant must have happened in the Douluo forest, so he immediately got up and quickly rummaged through a pile of documents. Soon he found the relevant information and began to read through it. However, when he saw Rongrong's grievances after her self-explosion at Shrek, Ning Fengji's brows furrowed slightly, but he still said nothing. After all, it was his own decision to let Flinder help train his daughter's character. However, the name Dai Muba was firmly etched in Ning Fengji's mind, and he planned to have a good talk with this little guy later to explain what first seduce then kill. Then seduce again and kill meant. After reading about Shrek students' actions and the teaching philosophy revealed by a girl named Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Fengji's brows furrowed even deeper, until he saw that Tang San's hidden weapon also engulfed his precious daughter in the attack range. Ning Fengji's expression turned cold, yet he still forced himself to calm down, thinking, it seems the rumors from over a decade ago about the blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer are true. This Tang San should be the son of Tang Hao and that 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. But that does not give you the right to bully or even think about harming my Ning Fengji's daughter. At that moment, Ning Fengji's eyelids drooped slightly, exuding a domineering and fierce aura. Beside him, Chun Xian and Gurong were seeing Ning Fengji in such a state for the first time. Just as they were about to speak, they saw Ning Fengji retract his aura and suddenly pull out another piece of information from on the bookshelf. While reading it, he asked Chun Xian and Gurong, Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle, what movements are the other major forces making now? Chun Xian did not keep them in suspense and replied directly, the Spirit Hall of Heavenly Dao City, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the Heavenly Dao Imperial Family. Even the Haotian sect, as well as other small and large forces, have now arranged spies in Suatan City and outside Shrek Academy. They are also preparing personnel to head to Shrek Academy. It should be that once Xiaorong and the others return to Shrek, they will surround Shrek. At that time, there will probably be at least 3 titled Douluos appearing. How about it, Fengji? Should our 7 treasures glaze tile sect like before give the Haotian sect some face and help Shrek and Tang San? Hearing Chan Xian's words, Ning Fengji chuckled coldly and then handed over the information he had received from the town outside, the Stardow Forest, to Chan Xian and Gurong, without saying a word. Seeing this, the 2 titled Douluos took the papers with puzzled expressions. After browsing for a moment, their killing intent suddenly erupted. How dare a mere bastard of the Haotian sect harbor murderous intent towards Xiaorong and actually take action? They simply do not know how to die. I will go kill this Tang San and that damn Shrek Academy's Dean Flender, as well as that scoundrel Dai Mu Bai. I can't bear to let Xiaorong feel sad. Yet that Shrek not only made her cry unjustly, but also allowed Tang San to harm her. They truly do not take our 7 treasures glazed tile sect seriously. It is absolutely unforgivable. I will personally go see where Tang San and Shrek get the courage to do this to Xiaorong. Seeing these 2 guardian Douluos erupting, Ning Fengji quickly stood up to stop them. Seeing Ning Fengji actually try and stop them, Chen Xian and Gu Rong both looked at him with displeased expressions and said, Fengji, if you stop me and Old Bone from this matter, be careful that we beat you up too. Beside them, Bone de Loa Gu Rong also looked at Ning Fengji with an unfriendly expression and nodded in agreement with Chen Xian's words. Seeing the 2 guardian Douluos looking at him with displeasure, Ning Fengji couldn't help but wipe the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly waved his hands, saying no, Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle, you are thinking too much. I just wanted to remind you that this time, other major forces will likely want to obtain the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record from Tang San. Don't forget, after all, Tang San has actually tried to kill Xiaorong. The Xiantian treasure record of the Tang sect is a true treasure. Especially for auxiliary-type disciples in the sect who have no attack power, it is a genuine treasure. Even those soul masters with attack power can greatly benefit from the poison cultivation, hand techniques, eyesight training, lightness skills, and hidden weapons recorded in the Xiantian treasure record. Especially the internal cultivation methods, which can accelerate soul power cultivation. The benefits are simply too many. Hearing Ning Fengji emphasize the last sentence, Chen Xian and Gu Rong immediately understood. By the time they demanded the Xiantian treasure record, they would also be on the side of reason. Even if they encountered Tang Hao, they would have a reason to take action. Seeing that Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle had understood his meaning, he then handed over another piece of information on the table to Chan Xian and Gu Rong, saying, and this is the second matter, and it is even more important than obtaining the Xiantian treasure record from Tang San. Seeing the 2 of them cast surprised glances again, Ning Fengji explained directly. Rong's good friend, the girl named Zhu Zhuqing, should be the last of the 3 Douluo exposed. Haha, a few days ago, she was only at level 27, but 2 days ago, she reached level 30. Aside from being a Douluo exposed, I believe there is no other opportunity that could achieve this. Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle, when you go to Shrek this time, help Rong transfer schools. I now feel that Shrek's teaching methods and philosophy may not be suitable for Rong. Also, invite this girl to transfer to Castle Academy. I believe that if she knows about Xiao Yan's reincarnation and Yubai is also at Castle Academy, she will be very happy. Sword de Law and Bone de Law stood up excitedly, their eyes fixed on Ning Fengji as if confirming something. Upon seeing Ning Fengji nod, they could not help but exchange glances and then became equally excited. Deep in the sunset forest beside the ice and fire yin-yang, 2 giant stone buckets stood, filled with liquid that shimmered with a red and green hue. Yu Bai and the chubby Shi Zheng were currently sitting cross-legged in the stone buckets, letting the liquid soak their entire bodies. At this moment, both of them were flushed with sweat all over their heads and faces, and thick white vapor emanating from above their heads. They looked like they had been steamed. Their expressions were filled with immense pain, yet they both gritted their teeth and persevered. Nearby, not far away, Dugabo watched the 2 in the stone buckets, stroking his goatee, nodding in satisfaction. While marveling in his heart, I can understand that the little fox is a little monster, but I didn't expect this chubby kid to be a little monster as well. These 2 little guys are unexpectedly so crazy about cultivation. The liquid in the bucket was sourced from the spring water of the Fire Eye, which could easily burn even titled Douluos to death, although a lot of water was added, making its purity only 1/10 of that of the Fire Eye. And it was also mixed with recovery potions and foundation-building potions refined by the little fox, preventing them from being scorched to death by the high temperature and poison of the spring water. However, the idea of using the high temperature of the fire ice spring water to temper their bodies and using the fire poison to stimulate the effects of the recovery and foundation-building potions, while simultaneously completing body tempering and foundation building, expanding and solidifying their internal meridians, was simply a mad yet brilliant idea. Only, the pain they had to endure during this process was comparable to countless ants gnawing at their confined meridians while thousands of steel knives cut into their flesh. Such intense pain, and they could actually endure it, truly made me look at them with new eyes. After a quarter of an hour passed slowly, the color of the liquid in the bucket gradually faded, slowly disappearing and returning to the appearance of clear water. During this process, the painful expressions on Bai and the chubby kids' faces also gradually disappeared, until the liquid soaking their bodies in the stone buckets completely turned into clear water. Only then did they both slowly open their eyes. After exhaling a long breath, the chubby kid grinned and muttered, "It felt like I just took a tour in the rumored hell. This process almost took my life. Is gaining such powerful strength really this costly?" Beside him, Bai had already left the stone bucket and quickly wiped the water off his body before putting on his clothes. He clenched his fist, feeling the sudden increase in power within his body, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. With my current physical strength and intensity, I should be on par with those soul kings, right? In terms of effectiveness, using the fire ice spring water to refine the body is definitely much better than the initial experience of Xiao Yin being whipped by Yao Lao. Moreover, the fire ice spring water contains the rich energy emitted by the corpse of the Fire Dragon King, which greatly enhances the physical strength during the body refinement process. It's almost comparable to those high-level world elixirs. However, the body is already adapted to a certain amount of fire ice spring water. Next time, if a significant body refinement effect is desired, the proportion of the fire ice spring water needs to be increased to 50%. This means that I will need to go to Tiando City to purchase a large batch of other supporting herbs. Additionally, the artificial calamity poison body created by the old poison master also requires some other herbs now. While planning the next actions in his mind, Bai heard the murmurs of the little chubby one beside him and couldn't help but chuckle. He then turned around and said, "Little chubby one, stop complaining. If you immediately put on your clothes and go check out the spring water at the fire, you will definitely be grateful for your persistence just now." After saying that, Bai directly walked towards Douluo to discuss the upcoming plans. Hearing Bai's words, although the little chubby one felt confused, he still jumped out of the water barrel, dried himself off, put on his clothes, and suspiciously walked towards the fire eye. The little chubby one didn't notice that during this process, his movements were much more agile and effortless than before, and his clothes seemed to have grown a size. On the other side, Douluo, who was about to ask about the effects of the body refinement when he saw Bai approaching, overheard the conversation between the two and then noticed the little chubby one's changes. He couldn't help but be astonished and exclaimed, "Wow, it seems that the body refinement effect this time is quite good for you, little fox. But are you secretly adding beauty-enhancing herbs when refining the potion for the little chubby one, which is why he has changed so much? This kid is not only slimmed down, but is almost as good-looking as you now. He can't be called little chubby one anymore." When he reached Douluo's side, Bai merely smiled faintly at the teasing and explained, "Originally, I estimated that this body refinement would only enhance physical strength and power. And as for the little chubby one's physical changes, that's a pleasant surprise." Douluo was not surprised either. He stroked his beard with a smile, looking at Shizhong, who was happily jumping around by the fire spring, and suddenly had an idea as he glanced over the ice spring water. "Little fox, you said the fire ice spring water could be used to refine the body, so the ice spring water should have a similar effect, right? Why don't you try using the ice spring water as well?" Bai first affirmed Douluo's guess, but then shook his head and explained, "Although the ice spring water can also refine the body, it is not suitable for me and the little chubby one. You know the old poison master now, and in the future, I will accept all the power of the Flame Emperor and condense the body of exotic fire. Ice training is poison to me. As for the little chubby one, his original constitution is biased towards wood attributes, and now that he has practiced wood attribute techniques after the fire refinement, his body will also contain fire attribute energy. This way, the little chubby one has the potential to become an alchemist in the future. As for the ice and fire body refinement in the original work, after accepting the Flame Emperor's alchemical knowledge, I can only describe it as wasting natural resources. What is the greatest effect of body refinement? Of course, it is to enhance the physique and increase physical strength and intensity. If conditions allow, enhance the attributes of the body. What did Tang San do in the original work? He first simultaneously consumed the 8-angle mysterious ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossoms, the medicinal properties neutralizing each other, resulting in the temporary coexistence of ice and fire attributes in Tang San's body. Then, he jumped to the intersection of the Ice Eye and Fire Eye of the Ice Fire 2 instruments, using the extreme ice and fire attributes in his body to counteract the effects of the spring water from the Ice Fire 2 instruments. What is this doing? Isn't this just completely wasting the ultimate ice and fire attributes obtained from the recently absorbed 8-pointed ice grass and fiery apricot fairy grass? In the end, Tang San only gained a body that is immune to both ice and fire, as well as the qualification to swim in the dual eyes of ice and fire. Moreover, the limit of the ice and fire immunity doesn't even reach 1/10,000th of the power of the ice and fire Dragon King. The physical strength has hardly increased at all. The strength of the body barely reaches the level of a Soul King. Such a waste. Not only wasting this precious land, but also wasting 2 fairy grasses. What is the purpose of body tempering? It is to achieve a stronger foundation and to increase one's potential. Wasting resources and precious land just to obtain a body with such limited ice and fire immunity. Isn't this a waste? Hearing Yu Bai's words, Du Gubo couldn't help but pay more attention to the bouncing Shizheng not far away. One must know that alchemists, even the Douluo Continent, are beings that everyone admires and respects. This shows that the future of the little chubby Shizheng is absolutely bright. At the same time, he was also murmuring in his heart, no, I can't delay any longer. I must bring Yin Yin over as soon as possible, and it would be best to get this little fox involved, making her my granddaughter-in-law. By then, I'll have a dote grandson-in-law, and we'll see if that brat dares to look down on me. At that time, even if the 2 wives from the little fox's previous life come knocking, Yin Yin will be able to stand on the side of reason. After all, the past is the past, and this life is this life. They can't forcibly separate the two, right? For a moment, Du Gubo's mind was racing, and even some methods for turning raw rice into cooked rice popped up. Seeing the expression on Du Gubo's face change from sinister to extremely pleased, Yu Bai was somewhat baffled. Hey, old poisonous one, wake up. Are you senile? You're the one who's senile. Du Gubo was jolted out of his daydream and glanced at Yu Bai with annoyance, showing no signs of respect. That mere flame emperor is nothing special. Ha! After teasing him, Du Gubo's expression became serious. Little fox, I have received news that the exposer Tang San, who was exposed on the same day as you, has already been found by someone. Almost all major forces have sent people to investigate. It seems they are preparing for a strong-armed takeover. As he spoke, a hint of glee appeared in Du Gubo's eyes as he stroked his goatee and chuckled. Kid, do you want me to take you to see the situation? If you happen to be discovered, at least you'll have a reference case. Ignoring the teasing in Du Gubo's words, a glimmer of eagerness flashed in Yu Bai's eyes. After all, Tang San and the Shrek 7 Devils are the protagonists of this world. Coming to the world of Douluo Continent without checking out these protagonists would be a pity. Moreover, among the Shrek 7 Devils, there are formidable figures like Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. If I don't feast my eyes on them, what is the point of crossing over to this Douluo Continent? With this thought, Yu Bai's desire grew even stronger. However, at that moment, a thought suddenly appeared. But what if I expose myself? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and Yu Bai instantly woke up, immediately suppressing the restlessness in his heart, his gaze becoming clear again. It seems that fire refining does have some side effects. However, for young Mu AI, this is only human nature, right? After all, I didn't experience anything at 19 in my previous life, not even holding a girl's hand. Now in this life, I'm still a kid, especially since I just awakened my previous life's memories a few days ago. It's quite pitiful. After a moment of internal reflection, his expression became resolute again. However, in this life, the opportunity to reach the pinnacle is right in front of me. How can mere desires disturb my path? At that moment, Yu Bai's eyes were exceptionally bright, as if stars were flickering between his pupils. In reality, only a few seconds had passed. As his gaze fell upon the ice and fire and the beautiful scenery around him, Yu Bai finally responded to Du Gubo's earlier inquiry, jokingly saying, Old poisoner, this beautiful scenery of the human world is so wonderful. I haven't enjoyed it enough yet. I don't want to waste time risking my life to join the festivities of unrelated people. Let's go to Heavenly Dao City to buy the auxiliary medicinal materials you need for the second step of your artificial evil poison body. so that your strength can rise from the current level 95 title Douluo after completing the first step to level 99 ultimate Douluo. Then, using the fairy herbs and poisonous herbs from the treasure land of the Ice and Fire 2 EI, we can completely forge the evil poison body, allowing your strength to directly break through the 100 level mark and become a generation's poison god. At that time, with you as the poison god backing us in the Other Shore sect, I can go wherever I want without worrying about being kidnapped. Wouldn't that be great? In the few seconds that had just passed, Douluo had noticed the change in Yubai's gaze and the transformation of his entire aura, which led to an even higher recognition and evaluation of Yubai. Ha ha, this is all thanks to you, little fox. Otherwise, I would never have dared to dream that I could become a level 95 title Douluo in this lifetime, let alone hope to be promoted to level 99 ultimate Douluo, and even the possibility of reaching the 100 level divine level after tens of thousands of years is no longer impossible. Don't worry, I will personally protect you, kid, and see who dares to come after you. Seeing that this old poisoner was actually bold enough to say he would protect him, Yubai rolled his eyes in annoyance. Old poisoner, stop laughing. I was just joking, and you actually took it seriously. To completely forge the artificial evil poison body, it won't succeed without at least 10 years. Right now, let's go buy the medicinal materials you need to complete the second step, as well as the materials we need for body refinement. On the other side, at Shrek Academy, in the dean's office, Flinder, sitting behind the desk, suddenly let out a long sigh and then began to irritably tug at his hair. For some reason, Flinder had been feeling a twitch in his eyelids for the past 2 days, always sensing that something bad was about to happen. Could it be that the little monsters got into trouble? That shouldn't be the case, with old Zhao watching. What could go wrong hunting a soul beast that's over 1,000 years old? I must be overthinking it. Just as he was comforting himself with these thoughts, Flinder saw the door to the dean's office being violently pushed open with a bang. Just as Flinder was about to get angry, he saw old Zhao Wujing, who he had just been muttering about, walk in with a grim expression. At this, Flinder's heart suddenly tightened, but he still tried to ask, "Old Zhao, what's wrong? Is the hunting of soul beasts and obtaining soul rings not going smoothly? That's not really a big deal. If necessary, I can personally take Oscar to go back to the Stardow Forest. The most important thing is that you and the little monsters all come back safely." Zhao Wujing directly sat down at the desk, took a big gulp from his teacup, and then heard Flinder's incessant chatter, quickly understanding what was on Flinder's mind. He directly interrupted Flinder's rambling, saying, "Don't worry, the little monsters all came back safely. Oh no, except for that girl Xiao Wu. She seems to have had something come up on the way back and asked for a 2-day leave to go home. She'll be back in a couple of days." Hearing this, Flinder finally felt relieved and let out a sigh of relief. He then stood up and patted Zhao Wujing on the shoulder, saying, "That's good. As long as everyone is fine. In the next little while, old Zhao, you should focus on training the kids. I'll personally take Oscar to get the soul ring." In Flinder's view, since the 7 little monsters were fine, the only reason Zhao Wujing looked so serious must be that something unexpected happened, and they didn't achieve their goal of getting Oscar a soul ring. "What are you talking about?" Zhao Wujing looked at Flinder in disbelief and said, "Oscar has already obtained a soul ring, and his soul skill is quite good. Moreover, Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing have also reached level 30 in soul power and have been promoted to soul master after obtaining their soul rings. Being promoted to soul master is great." Flinder was talking when he suddenly reacted, jumping up and raising his voice in surprise. "What? Not only did Oscar obtain a soul ring and achieve soul master, but even Tang San." Just then, a middle-aged man with a weathered appearance but an extremely proud demeanor suddenly walked in from the door, speaking in a hoarse voice. "Humph. Flinder, is it strange that Tang San has been promoted to soul master? You should know, he is my disciple, Yu Xiaojiang." Zhao Wujing, who was displeased, self-confident Yu Xiaojiang. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang's face, which looked like that of a zombie, was filled with pride and satisfaction, as if he had just broken through the level 30 barrier. Seeing Yu Xiaojing walk in, Flinder immediately greeted him with excitement and happiness. "Ha, Xiaogang, you're here. Come, let me introduce you." Saying this, Flinder directly put his arm around Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder, looking at Zhao Wujing with a face full of smiles, his square glasses hiding a thick sense of pride and arrogance. "Old Zhao, let me introduce you. This is the foremost theorist in the world of soul masters, renowned across the continent, the Master. At the same time, he is also my good brother, the wisdom corner of our golden iron triangle." However, at that moment, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly interjected coldly. Used to be. Flinder's expression became somewhat awkward, and he quickly changed the subject, introducing Zhao Wujing to Yu Xiaojiang. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujing, who initially had important matters to discuss with Flinder, but was suddenly interrupted, was already quite displeased with this person who had appeared out of nowhere. When he saw the person's arrogant and condescending demeanor, he felt an impulse to slap him to death. In the end, he still held back, considering Flinder's face, and didn't say much, until he heard Flinder say, "Foremost theorist in the world of soul masters, renowned across the soul master community." Zhao Wujing almost laughed out loud. Foremost theorist in the world of soul masters? What a grand title. Who conferred that? Renowned across the soul master community? Why haven't I heard of it? However, more than 20 years ago, I did hear rumors about a clown in the soul master community. Isn't that person right in front of me? Suppressing the disdain and displeasure in his heart, Zhao Wujing displayed a warm and surprised demeanor, as if he were meeting a legendary figure, and started shaking hands and chatting with Yu Xiaojiang. Seeing that the so-called immovable king was flattering him like this, the pride on Yu Xiaojiang's face gradually became more evident. Once he saw that the two had already recognized each other, Flinder then looked at Zhao Wujing, adjusted his square glasses, and asked curiously, "Old Zhao, you just said that Tang San and the others successfully advanced to Soul Master. Is that true? And isn't that a good thing? Why did you look so grim just now?" Just as Zhao Wujing was about to speak, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly raised his teacup with a proud expression, taking a sip while saying, "Humph. Little San is my carefully cultivated disciple, Yu Xiaojiang. He has almost inherited most of my knowledge about soul masters and soul beasts. At the age of 12, he broke the record for the youngest soul master, which is only natural, right? Why make such a fuss about it?" Once again interrupted while preparing to speak, Zhao Wujia's face darkened, cursing Yu Xiaojiang internally. Damn it. He has no sense of the situation or shame. He keeps interrupting me while I'm trying to discuss important matters, wasting time pretending to be someone important. Why was Tang San able to cultivate to soul master at 12? Don't we already know? Isn't it because the internal cultivation method, Xian Yugong, from the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record in his previous life, is far superior to the meditation methods popular in Douluo Continent? What does that have to do with you? You clown. How dare you shamelessly take all the credit for yourself? Bah! Randomly, without even looking at Yu Xiaojiang, Zhao Wujia said. The record was broken by another student, an 11-year-old girl named Zhu Zhuqing. After saying that, he didn't even look at Yu Xiaojiang's frozen expression and directly turned to Flinder, recounting the events that had happened outside the town of Stardew Forest. The general situation is as follows. So now we are facing two main troubles. One is that Tang San's identity as the exposer has been exposed, and the subsequent Shrek may no longer enjoy today's peace. The second trouble is that Tang San has attacked Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Although I stopped him, an irreparable scar has already formed among these 7 little monsters, and it will be very difficult for the 7 of them to form a team again. After listening to Zhao Wujia's account, Flinder couldn't help but open his mouth in disbelief. For a long time, Flinder finally came back to his senses, wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, and stammered, This is really a big trouble. However, hold on, let me think. There should be a way to solve it. Don't rush." Seeing Flinder's old ghost looking like this, Zhao Wujia was too lazy to tease him and also began to think of a way to break the deadlock. No one noticed that Yu Xiaojiang, who looked like a zombie, had somehow brought the information about Shrek students and was quickly flipping through it. Finally, he focused on the page that recorded Zhu Zhuqing's information, his eyes flickering. A few seconds later, a pop sound like a book falling on the table suddenly echoed in the previously quiet office. Flinder and Zhao Wujia, who were deep in thought, instantly came back to their senses, only to see Yu Xiaojiang suddenly stand up and say, "Leave these 2 problems to me to solve." When he said this, Yu Xiaojiang's face was full of confidence, as if he already had a clear solution in mind. In response, Zhao Wujia directly cast a questioning look without hiding it. Flinder, on the other hand, chose to trust his old friend's wisdom and the energy behind him. So he hurriedly asked, "Xiaojiang, what do you have in mind? Hurry up and tell us." As if not noticing Zhao Wujia's questioning gaze, Yu Xiaojiang looked directly at the 2 in front of him, raised his right hand with a finger up, and said lightly, "The first trouble is that Little San's identity has been exposed, which should have attracted the attention of many forces. The most troublesome among them is undoubtedly the Spirit Hall. But this is also the key to breaking the deadlock. Use strength against strength." As he spoke, seeing the puzzled looks from the 2 in front of him, he was too lazy to keep them guessing and directly took out a token from his bosom, casually tossing it onto the table. This is the Elder Token of the Spirit Hall. With it, you can command all the forces of the Spirit Hall, including the Spirit Temple. At that time, we can summon people from the Spirit Hall to protect Tang San and expel other forces. When he mentioned the Spirit Hall, A strong disdain immediately appeared in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. But at this moment, Flinder and Zhao Wujia were too lazy to care about Yu Xiaojiang's change in expression. Both of their attention was focused on the golden token on the table, their faces filled with joy. Haha, good. That's great. With the spirit hall standing in front. Tang San's safety no longer needs me to worry. Xiaojiang, it's all thanks to you. 062 Zhu Zhuqing's pride, the clown of the soul masterworld, facing Flinder's praise. Yu Xiaojiang's mouth slightly curled up, a hint of pride appearing on his zombie-like face. He then raised a second finger. As for the second trouble you mentioned, in my opinion, the main issue still lies with that girl named Zhu Zhuqing. When he said the name Zhu Zhuqing, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes flickered, as if he was planning something. Later, I will take Tang San to find this student named Zhu Zhuqing and resolve the grievances between them on the spot. Just wait for good news. After finishing his words, Yu Xiaojiang ignored Flinder and the others, directly leaving the dean's office with his hands behind his back. In the bamboo forest behind Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing was dressed in a purple tight leather outfit, exuding a cool and detached aura, like a worldly blue lotus, fresh and refined, yet also like a wild cat. Enchanting and alluring. Her slender waist was as delicate as a willow leaf, barely graspable, but her body had developed extremely maturely, surpassing most adults. 3,000 strands of hair were casually draped over her back, flowing along her charming curves down to her waist. Occasionally, a few strands of hair playfully fell from her forehead, adding to the youthful charm of the girl. A gentle breeze blew, lifting the girl's hair, making her look like a celestial being. After completely refining the mixed soul power from the third soul ring, she just absorbed and eliminating the lingering will of the soul beast within the soul ring and soul skill. Solidifying her soul power at level 34, Zhu Zhuqing finally opened her water-like eyes, calm and elegant. There are indeed many issues and loopholes in the cultivation system of this martial soul. Even though I am currently practicing a high-level earth-grade technique, I cannot directly and thoroughly cleanse the lingering ferocity and resentment of the soul beast when absorbing the soul ring. I can only spend time refining it again, facing so many dangers and cultivation loopholes just to obtain a soul skill that can't even compare to a yellow-grade fighting skill. What exactly is the cultivation rule in this world? Furrowing her brows and pondering for a moment, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't find a solution and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. She then turned her head and glanced over at Ning Rongrong, who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed in meditation. A hint of guilt and struggle flickered in her beautiful eyes. Zhu Zhuqing found it easy to understand this pampered little witch, who had grown up sheltered, as she didn't have many other thoughts and expressed her emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness directly on her face. Therefore, Zhu Zhuqing had already noticed outside the town, near the Stardow Forest, that Ning Rongrong had developed a strong dislike for Shrek's so-called Soul Master Academy when Tang San attacked her. However, for the sake of her friend, Ning Rongrong chose to follow her even without fully understanding the reason she had stated, suppressing her disdain for Shrek and continuing her studies here. In fact, the reason Zhu Zhuqing did not choose to leave Shrek at that time was that the registration fee plus tuition was nearly 90% of her gold soul coins. And without earning money, she could hardly go anywhere. Secondly, having accepted the experiences and life of Gu Suner, along with her own experiences, Zhu Zhuqing's inner pride was harder than anyone else's. She didn't want to accept charity from others, even from her closest friends. Thinking about how her own issues had forced her good friend Ning Rongrong to endure her dislike and stay at Shrek, Zhu Zhuqing felt an urge to compensate Ning Rongrong. For example, by passing on some cultivation techniques and combat skills. However, considering the 7-treasure glazed tile school behind Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated. Her 2 lives experience told her that revealing this secret, which could shake the continent, to others without the strength to keep it safe was akin to seeking death. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was feeling particularly conflicted, she suddenly heard 2 sets of footsteps approaching from afar, one light and one heavy. Regaining her focus, Zhu Zhuqing looked toward the bamboo forest's edge and saw 2 figures, one tall and one short, approaching. Zhu Zhuqing recognized the short figure in blue, and her expression gradually turned calm. It was Tang San. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, who had been meditating, was also startled awake by the footsteps. She immediately turned her head to look outside the bamboo forest, her pretty face turning icy, her eyes filled with disgust and hostility. It was that damned bastard Tang San. Is he here to cause us trouble? Could that middle-aged man with a zombie-like expression be the titled Douluo powerhouse behind Tang San? As mentioned by Flender and Zhao Wujin. Zhu Qing, what should we do now? Should I directly send a distress signal to the sect? After signaling her not to, Zhu Qing stood up and coldly watched the two men approach from a distance, wanting to see what Tang San and the others intended to do. Hearing Zhu Qing's words, Ning Rongrong also withdrew her martial soul. The seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda stood up and jumped to Zhu Qing's side, casting a similarly unfriendly glance toward the edge of the bamboo forest. After a few breaths, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San finally entered the bamboo forest, coming to a stop not far in front of Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong. Zhu Qing's expression was cold as she quietly watched the two men, wanted to see what they were up to. Ning Rongrong was the same, and compared to Zhu Qing, she ground her little tiger teeth, wanting nothing more than to bite the two men in front of her. Seeing Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong's attitude toward his teacher, Tang San's expression darkened again, and a faint murderous aura began to emanate from him. Suddenly feeling a chill in the air, Yu Xiaojiang shivered, though he thought it was due to the two girls' presence. Knowing that they looked down on his disciple Tang San, he didn't wait for them to greet him and directly spoke. Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm a new teacher at Shrek Academy and also Tang San's teacher. Of course, I have another title in the Soul Master world that you may have heard of, theoretical number 1 in the Soul Master world, author of the 10 core competition theories of martial souls. Therefore, friends in the Soul Master community like to call me Master. Behind Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San straightened his back, his face filled with pride. Zhu Qing's eyes flashed with confusion. She tried to recall her more than 10 years of cultivation life in Xinghua and seemed to have never heard of any master, let alone the 10 core competition theories of martial souls. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong suddenly had a flash of inspiration and looked at Yu Xiaojiang with a hint of disdain. Laughing loudly, I've heard of you. Yu Xiaojiang, the youngest son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's leader, who, due to a mutation in his martial soul, can never break through level 30 in soul power. Thus, he was expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Later, relying on some well-known soul beast knowledge and some random guesses he hadn't even verified, he published the so-called 10 core competition theories of martial souls. He is regarded as the clown of the Soul Master world by various soul master forces. Zhu Qing was stunned by the self-praise of the master. Next to Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San, seeing Ning Rongrong insult his teacher so harshly, immediately gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage. You dare to insult my master like this? You are simply seeking death. Just as Tang San's soul power surged and he was about to summon his martial soul, Blue Silvergrass, an arm blocked his way. Looking closely, he met Yu Xiaojiang's kind and proud gaze. Teacher Yu. He raised his hand and patted Tang San's shoulder, signaling him to retract his martial soul. At the same time, a look of deep satisfaction and pride miraculously appeared on his zombie-like face as he chuckled. Xiao San, there's no need to be angry with them. They're just a group of misguided children influenced by rumors. As long as you, my only direct disciple, recognize my research and knowledge, I, Yu Xiaojiang, have already proven everything to the world. Tang San was instantly moved, his eyes turning red, and he vowed in his heart to cultivate diligently in the future, ultimately making a name for himself on the continent, proving his teacher's innocence and reclaiming the honor that belonged to him. On the other side, Ning Rongrong once again sensed the killing intent emanating from Tang San, so she hurriedly hid behind Zhu Qing, her little face tightening with anxiety. Seeing this, Zhu Qing turned her head to signal Ning Rongrong behind her, then turned back to fix her cold gaze on the two in front of her, her internal soul power beginning to circulate. This time, Zhu Qing finally became thoroughly enraged, time and again, showing murderous intent towards the two of us sisters. Does he really treat us as ants? This is simply outrageous. However, seeing that the person in front of her, named Yu Xiaojiang, actively stopped Tang San's actions, Zhu Qing suppressed the rising murderous intent in her heart and coldly said, what exactly is the purpose of bringing him here? If there's nothing, please leave. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang finally withdrew his gaze from Tang San, restoring his previous zombie-like expression, turning his head to look at Zhu Qing and then at Ning Rongrong behind her. Classmate Zhu Qing, before discussing matters for your sake, I think we should first let classmate Ning Rongrong. No need. Before Yu Xiaojiang could finish his sentence, Zhu Qing directly interrupted, her expression still icy. Just say what you have to say. If there's nothing. Although Zhu Qing did not finish her last word, Everyone present understood what she meant. This made Tang San, who was beside Yu Xiaojiang, feel embarrassed again, his back teeth grinding together with a creaking sound. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang's expression changed slightly, and finally, with his hands clasped behind his back, he fixed his gaze on Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, you must be one of the 2 female revealers from the recent Heavenly Dao Ranking exposure, right? As he spoke, a glimmer of wisdom flashed in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, as if he had grasped Zhu Zhuqing's lifeline. The atmosphere at the scene instantly quieted down, and one could hear a pin drop. Only the sound of the breeze rustling the bamboo leaves continued uninterrupted. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but cover her small mouth. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Zhu Zhuqing's back, gradually revealing a deep sense of joy, as if she had found a great support. On the other side, after his initial surprise, Tang San's gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing became sharp and vigilant again. It was only at this moment that he realized, whether it was during the competition at the Great Soul Arena that night or in the days that followed, Zhu Zhuqing had actually been hiding her true strength. Tang San couldn't believe that, as a fellow revealer, Zhu Zhuqing hadn't learned any hidden cards. Of course, Tang San also didn't think he would lose to Zhu Zhuqing. After all, according to the rules of the Tian Dao Golden List, Zhu Zhuqing should only have inherited the cultivation knowledge and life experience from her previous life. Although the world where Tang San came from was not as powerful as the Douluo Continent, where Zhu Zhuqing's previous life was, he had started practicing all Tang Sec's unique skills from a young age. While Zhu Zhuqing had only inherited the cultivation knowledge from her previous life and should not have had time to practice those so-called combat techniques. At most, she had practiced some so-called skills and secret methods, which had allowed her soul power level to break through the 30th level in a short time. Under everyone's watch, Zhu Zhuqing still maintained a calm expression, coldly looking at Yu Xiaojiang. So, what exactly do you want to say? Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing remained calm, even at this point, Yu Xiaojiang was somewhat surprised, secretly sighing to himself. As expected of a revealer who has inherited life experience from a previous life, her mindset is indeed impressive. Zhu Zhuqing, you should take me as your master. As he said this, Yu Xiaojiang's expression was calm, even slightly proud, as if it was only natural for Zhu Zhuqing to become his disciple. The others present were all stunned upon hearing this. Even Tang San, who had always greatly admired Yu Xiaojiang, looked at his teacher with a bewildered expression, not knowing what his teacher was trying to do. Of course, Tang San had no doubts about whether his teacher was qualified to teach Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, the person in question, was also slightly open-mouthed, her big eyes filled with confusion, as if to say, "Aren't you going to listen to what you're saying?" Even Ning Rongrong, who was behind Zhu Zhuqing, couldn't help but scratch her small head, looking adorably confused. Regarding the bewilderment on Zhu Zhuqing's face, Yu Xiaojiang naturally thought she was surprised by the content of his words. Thus his pride and smugness became even more apparent. He continued, "Zhu Zhuqing, the biggest problem you face now is your own safety. Because if your identity is discovered by the major forces, you will be hunted down relentlessly, especially from a Xing Luo side. I believe that having escaped from Xing Luo, you understand the style of the Xing Luo royal family even more. To make matters worse, news has come out in the past few days that your husband or siblings from your previous life have already regained their Dou Emperor strength. But they did not choose to protect you and another person. Therefore, you need to take me as your master to truly resolve your safety issues." At this point, Yu Xiaojiang straightened his back, a smug expression appearing on his zombie-like face. "Because I, the master, come from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family of the upper 3 sects. And I am also an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall. As for Xiao San's father, you probably have guessed it by now. Yes, he is the famous Tang Hao, known as the youngest titled Douluo in history, possessing the world's #1 weapon spirit, the Haotian hammer, with unmatched combat power. And as long as you become my disciple, I can represent Xiao San to forgive the previous offense in your words and resolve the enmity between you two. At the same time, you will also directly receive protection from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Haotian sect, and even the Spirit Hall will not trouble you. At that time, the mere Xing Luo royal family will naturally not dare to hunt you down. Furthermore, even if you lose the future throne competition with Dai Mubai and the Xing Luo crown prince and your sister, I can guarantee that you'll be safe and sound, living a normal life as a princess. 064 is too ruthless." Although Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat surprised by Yu Xiaojiang's identity, she still maintained a cold expression, looking at Yu Xiaojiang to see what he really wanted to do. As for what Yu Xiaojiang said about participating in the Xing Luo throne competition with Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing inwardly scoffed. for giving her verbal offense on behalf of Tang San, resolving the enmity between her and Tang San. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing even felt that she was going to be angered to the point of laughter. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Not at all aware of what Zhu Zhuqing was thinking, Yu Xiaojiang still believed that Zhu Zhuqing must have been shocked by the three major forces he had described. While feeling proud and self-satisfied, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly extended his right hand, which had been hidden behind his back, pointing at Tang San, his eyes filled with pride and arrogance. He continued, "Xiao San, your classmate. You should understand that Xiao San's martial soul is merely the so-called waste martial soul, blue silvergrass. Normally, it would be impossible to cultivate. Even if someone spends their entire life cultivating it to level 10, the soul skills obtained would be useless waste soul skills. However, under my guidance, Xiao San's current performance and talent should be evident to all of you. Even calling him a genius or a monster is not an exaggeration." Although Tang San still couldn't understand his teacher's intentions, he still cooperatively stepped forward, his expression full of pride. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang straightened his back again, the zombie-like expression on his face once more showing arrogance and a hint of disdain for others. "Xiao San's success proves my extensive knowledge, and those rumors about me are merely the vile tactics of fools. As long as you become my disciple, I will cultivate you just like I did with Xiao San, using my rich professional knowledge. At that time, under my training, achieving a mere level 70 soul sage will be no problem." At this point, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly changed the subject, his expression still one of arrogance, casually saying, "And you, as my disciple, only need to contribute the techniques and skills from your inherited memories, and you are also obligated to share them with your senior brother Tang San. This will earn you the acceptance and recognition of your senior brother Tang San, which means you will gain the friendship and support of the Haotian Douluo and the Haotian sect. At the same time, you will need to make another copy for me, and I will tirelessly bring it to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. At that time, you will also receive the protection of the world's #1 beast martial soul family. How about it? By becoming my disciple, you not only receive my cultivation, but also the protection of the Haotian sect, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, and the spirit hall, ensuring your life. Why not hurry up and become my disciple?" After saying this, Yu Xiaojiang directly crossed his hands behind his back, closed his eyes, and wore a face full of arrogance, as if he disregarded everyone else, assuming a lofty demeanor. Opposite him, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances and instantly understood Yu Xiaojiang's intention. He had been talking for so long just to trick Zhu Zhuqing into giving Tang San the techniques and skills accumulated and cultivated throughout her previous life as a Dou Emperor, to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and the Haotian sect. At the same time, he wanted to accept Zhu Zhuqing, the future Dou Emperor, to prove to the world that he was not a useless person. After figuring all this out, Zhu Zhuqing was truly infuriated. Did this so-called master really regard her as a fool? The more she thought about it, the colder her expression became. Ning Rongrong at this moment regarded Yu Xiaojiang as a clown. She poked her head out from behind Zhu Zhuqing, and at some point, she had taken out a sunflower seed from her storage soul tool. While cracking the seeds, she looked at Yu Xiaojiang, saying, "Hey, that little cough. Master, didn't you just say that you are also an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall? Why don't you prepare to work a little harder and send a copy of techniques and skills to the Spirit Hall as well? Moreover, you just said that your disciples have an obligation to share their cultivation techniques and such with other disciples. Why don't you let Tang San share his Tang Sect's mystical heaven treasure record with Zhu Qing as well?" Upon hearing this, before Yu Xiaojiang could respond, Tang San hurriedly refused. "The mystical heaven treasure record is the supreme scripture of my Tang Sect, and can only be taught by Tang Sect disciples. That is the sect rule." Yu Xiaojiang nodded and then looked at Zhu Zhuqing and the two of them for the second question. "Tang San has already given you the answer." As for the first question at this point, a strong look of disgust appeared on Yu Xiaojiang's face. "To tell you the truth, although I am an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall, I must warn you that the Spirit Hall is not a good thing. It's best for you to stay away from the Spirit Hall in the future." Afterward, Yu Xiaojiang put away the disgusted expression on his face and looked at Zhu Zhuqing, regaining his previous arrogance. "All right, now that everything has been explained clearly, hurry up and become my disciple." At this moment, even Ning Rongrong, who was hiding behind Zhu Zhuqing, peeking out and eating sunflower seeds while watching the show, couldn't stand it anymore. Her pretty face was filled with disdain and disgust as she looked at Yu Xiaojiang, as if she was about to vomit from disgust. "Goodness, Yu Xiaojiang, it seems that the various forces in the Soul Master world do not have a complete understanding of you. You, using the clown of the Soul Master world to describe yourself, are simply tarnishing the very word clown. In just a few short sentences, you not only shamelessly tricked Zhu Qing into giving up the foundation of the Dou Emperor from her previous life, but you and your disgusting disciple Tang Sen also have double standards, preparing to take advantage of others while enjoying the rights given to you by the Spirit Hall. Yet you smear the Spirit Hall in front of others. How can there be scum like you in this world? Furthermore, you, a discarded child of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Tang San, the son of a discarded disciple of the Haotian sect. Where do you get the face and authority to represent the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and the Haotian sect to protect Zhu Qing? Also, the reason Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul is able to cultivate in his current strength. Isn't it thanks to the mystical heaven treasure record he stole in his previous life? What have you Xiaojiang, contributed to him besides knowledge about common soul beasts? Are you just shamelessly claiming credit for his achievements? Lastly, and most importantly, back at the tavern in the town outside the Stardow Forest, Tang Sen attempted to kill me and Zhu Qing. Such enmity will definitely be repaid. There is no need for you Xiaojiang, this disgusting person, to stand up and ask for forgiveness for my and Zhu Qing's mistakes. Get lost. Zhu Qing, who was shielding Ning Rongrong behind her. Now let her killing intent erupt without concealment, her cold gaze seemingly capable of freezing everything around her. She coldly spat out one word, get lost. Opposite her, Xiaojiang, being pointed at and insulted for the first time, could no longer maintain his previous proud demeanor. His face turned pale with anger as he pointed at the two girls. You, aren't you afraid that this master will bring people from the Spirit Hall to capture you? Suddenly, the sky was filled with strong winds, sweeping up a flurry of bamboo leaves. In the next second, a loud bang suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The surrounding bamboo leaves flew in all directions. Originally, Zhu Qing was about to gather her soul power to deal with this disgusting person when she looked forward and found that the spot where Xiaojiang had been standing had now sunk down, and the ground around was filled with dense cracks resembling spider webs. In the center of the sunken pit, Xiaojiang was now lying on the ground, his limbs twisted like a twisted noodle, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his face pale. The only thing that proved Xiaojiang was not completely dead was his slightly rising and falling chest. At the same time, no one noticed that the Wuhuan Hall elder who had originally been lying in Xiaojiang's arms had now turned to dust, stained with blood, and rolled out of Xiaojiang's sleeve onto the ground. Is there someone hiding? Zhu Qing's expression instantly became serious as she hurriedly protected Ning Rongrong behind her, a flash of golden flame appearing in her eyes. Perhaps Zhu Qing's movement had startled Tang San, who was momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. In that moment, Tang San's eyes turned blood red, and he let out a mournful cry. Teacher. His voice was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire Shrek Academy. This is bad. Something happened. In the dean's office, Flinder and Zhao Wujia, who were waiting for good news, suddenly heard Tang San's tragic scream and could no longer sit still. Especially Flinder, whose face instantly turned pale, immediately rushed towards the direction of the sound, breaking through the window. Zhao Wujia quickly followed. Inside the academy's wooden house, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai, who were also meditating to cultivate their soul power, recognized Tang San's voice, and their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly ran towards the source of the sound. When Dai Mubai and the others arrived at the bamboo forest in the back mountain, they saw Dean Flinder and teacher Zhao Wujia with grim faces gathered together. In a large pit between them lay a middle-aged man whose limbs were twisted like a pretzel, covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, and standing beside him was Tang San, with blood-red eyes, seemingly confirming something with one hand resting on the middle-aged man's arm. Not far away, Zhu Qing and another girl were watching everything with a cold and vigilant expression. Instantly, a thought flashed through the minds of Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai. Could it be that the unfortunate middle-aged man met such a fate because of these two witches? At that moment, the three of them couldn't help but shiver simultaneously, especially Dai Mubai, who felt a strong urge to run away again. Too brutal, too terrifying. The hand-wiping BB Dong. The sword Douluo has descended. Meanwhile, somewhere high in the sky above Shrek Academy, a silver-haired girl with purple eyes and a black-clothed man, who had been closely watching Shrek's group, were also startled by the sudden change below. What was that attack just now? Why could I, with my strength, not even perceive where that attack came from, or the position of the attacker? The black-clothed man instantly tensed up, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. At this moment, the mysterious girl with silver hair and purple eyes slightly narrowed her gaze, sensing carefully for a moment, then suddenly looked up in a certain direction. Her divine power circulating within her, softly speaking, "Respected Dao Emperor, I believe by now your vision has also discovered the issues within the cultivation system of the Douluo Continent. Whether for human soul masters or for us soul beasts, there exist many shackles and fatal flaws. However, in reality, the existence of these problems is merely to maintain the high status of the gods in the divine realm and to gain more faith, thus deliberately modifying the cultivation system of this world, cutting off the path for human soul masters on this continent and exterminating our soul beast race. I know, Dao Emperor, you have already transcended the rules of this continent through the Heavenly Dao Ranking, and we cannot offer you any help. Therefore, I, Silver Dragon King Guyana, representing the soul beast side, have decided to bet on your two companions from your past life. Although I do not know what considerations have led you to not intervene to protect them, instead observing from the shadows. However, we soul beasts can do so. We are willing to help your two companions from your past life to quickly break through to Soul Sage and regain everything from their past life. I hope that by then, we can receive the assistance of your companions to break the rules of the cultivation system on this continent, allowing both human soul masters and our soul beasts to truly have the possibility of moving towards the future. The divine power belonging to the current Silver Dragon King carried Guyuna's voice and spread across the entire Douluo star. At the same time, only those with strength surpassing Guyu Na could possibly hear the content of the voice on Douluo star. In the hall of the Grand Priest on Sea God Island, Poseidon frowned slightly, looking up at the sky, as if sensing something, yet as if nothing was there at all. In the ancestral land of the Haotian sect, Tang Chun, who was in seclusion, preparing to recover from the injuries caused by the nine-headed golden bat, king occupying his body for nearly 20 years, suddenly raised his head. His eyes filled with a blood-red glow, also gazing at the sky. In the hall of the worship in Wuhuan City, Qian Daolu, dressed in golden armor, also seemed to sense something, looking up at the sky and murmuring, "Was that feeling just now? A god? Has a god silently descended upon this continent?" Then, Qian Oliu's gaze shifted towards the direction of the papal hall, and he let out a light breath. But now, even if a god really descends to the mortal realm, what can be done? Gods have already fallen from their high positions to the mortal realm on this continent. Retracting his gaze, Qian Daolu stood solemnly beneath the statue of the angel, silently praying, no longer paying attention to the fleeting divine power from earlier. In the papal hall, Bibi Dong, reclining on the papal throne with her long, beautiful legs crossed, exuding an invisible aura of nobility and authority, was currently wiping her left hand with a look of slight disgust, as if she had just swatted a dirty fly, and her fair, jade-like left hand had gotten something dirty on it. Just then, she suddenly heard a voice from the sky. The action of Bibi Dong wiping her left hand paused slightly, and the soul power of the Dao Emperor swept across the entire Tiando Empire in an instant, capturing all the movements of various forces. And she also saw Guyuna and Di Tian standing 10,000 meters above Shrek Academy. Slightly surprised by the appearance of Silver Dragon King Guyuna, Bibi Dong's eyes flickered before she continued to wipe her left hand, good, above Shrek, when Guyuna suddenly heard that noble, authoritative, and powerful voice resonating in her mind. Her expression remained unchanged but showed a slight movement, a hint of surprise appearing in her purple eyes. She then slightly bowed, filled with sincerity and respect, replying, "Thank you." Di Tian, beside her, also quickly bowed with a face full of respect, and only then did he completely react, waves surging in his heart. Hiss. So the one who just made a move was the one who restored their past life powers and became a Dao Emperor. This means that the Dao Emperor has been watching her past life sister and husband all along. Hiss. Fortunately, this action has always been led by the master. Otherwise, I might have already lost my patience and gone down to confront them. If that were the case, I, the Golden-Eye Black Dragon King, a beast of a dignified 70 to 80,000 years, might have just disappeared. Thinking of this, sweat drenched Di Tian's dignified face, dripping down to the ground. Until he noticed Guyuna standing up straight again. Di Tian also stood up, quickly wiping the sweat from his face, cautiously looking at Guyuna in front of him. "Master, how should we proceed next? Should we go down now and directly take this Zhuqing to find another exposer? You buy?" "No." Guyuna looked at the sweating Di Tian with some confusion, a hint of doubt flashing through her mind. Why is Di Tian sweating so much? Is it very hot? However, such doubts only briefly flickered in Guyuna's eyes before her bright and pure gaze looked down at the surroundings of Shrek Academy. a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. For now, we just need to watch the show. Below, in the bamboo forest on the back mountain of Shrek, Flender's face was ashen, but he still restrained the surging anger in his heart, not daring to look at his friend Yu Xiaojing, who had fallen into a pit below, but instead looked at Tang San, urgently and even somewhat tremblingly asking, Tang San, how is your teacher? Is he still alive? In the center of the crowd, Tang San, whose eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, felt the feedback from his soul power probing into Yu Xiaojing's body, and he began to tremble slightly, his voice hoarse as he said, the ribs in the chest cavity, as well as all the bones in the lower body and arms, are directly crushed and embedded in the heart, lungs, kidneys, liver, spleen, and all the muscles in the body. Moreover, multiple organs within are damaged. If not treated in time, I fear he won't survive for 3 days. However, without any miraculous opportunity or treatment methods, even if a regular healing soul master intervenes, they can only save the teacher's life. His later years will only be spent in bed. As he said this, blood began to flow from the corner of Tang San's eyes, and his expression became extremely grim. It must be known that in his previous life as a disciple of the Tang sect, the most basic knowledge was to understand and master the functions of the human body's meridians, acupoints, and organ systems so that they could better concoct specialized poisons. Therefore, upon discovering the condition inside Yu Xiaojing's body, Tang San immediately understood the intention of the attacker, which was to make his teacher suffer a fate worse than death. In that, Tang San's mind suddenly flooded with memories of the past 6 years spent with Yu Xiaojing, feeling for the first time the fatherly care and love from this middle-aged man in front of him, the first time experiencing the warmth of the world. In a daze, Tang San's hands unknowingly clenched tightly, not even noticing the blood flowing from his palms. Beside him, Flender, upon hearing Tang San's words, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place with only one thought in his mind. It's over. How will I face her in the future? At this moment, Zhao Wujie couldn't help but click his tongue, secretly thinking, damn, this person is really ruthless. What kind of grudge is this? Dai Mubai and the others also seemed to understand the identity of this middle-aged man in the pit and couldn't help but cast sympathetic glances at the dazed Tang San. At this moment, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but murmur, wow, who did this? So dark. The moment these words were spoken, Zhao Wujie, the teacher, and Oscar, who was nearby and had already suspected something, both changed their expressions and thought, oh no. They immediately turned to look at Tang San. Sure enough, in the next second, Tang San, still in a daze, suddenly raised his head, revealing his blood-red eyes and the blood streaks flowing from the corners of his eyes. His face twisted in a terrifying manner, looking like a wild wolf ready to pounce, directly staring at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who were vigilant not far away. It's all because of you. You deserve to die. I'm going to slaughter you. As soon as these words fell, Tang San's body moved like a ghost, charging towards Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong. Although they didn't understand why Tang San suddenly erupted and charged at them, they had already noticed that Tang San and Yu Xiaojing were not like ordinary people. Therefore, Zhu Zhuqing was not too surprised. Instead, she gathered her soul power and stared coldly at the rapidly approaching Tang San, her expression icy. The murderous intent surged around her. Zhao Wujie, who had just reacted, and Flander, who had woken up and was about to summon the famous healing soul emperor to save Yu Xiaojing, were both startled by Tang San's sudden outburst. Just as they were about to intervene, a cold snort suddenly echoed from the sky, like sharp swords piercing everyone's minds. Let us see who dares to harm my little Rongrong. In the next moment, a massive sword shadow flew rapidly from the heavens, instantly appearing before the Shrek crowd. At that moment, everyone could finally see clearly that on the giant sword, a tall figure stood, looking like a straight and unyielding long sword, dressed in immaculate white robes. With silver hair neatly combed, an old man stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes extremely indifferent, disregarding all obstacles, exuding a powerful sword intent. The old man's figure appeared in an instant, blocking Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, with the giant sword beneath him transforming into a 3-foot green peak hovering beside him. At the same time, a powerful aura suddenly released towards the front. In an instant, both the snarling Tang San, who was rushing to attack Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar beside him were overwhelmed by this powerful pressure, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. The soul power within Tang San was suddenly interrupted by this overwhelming force, causing him to cough out a mouthful of blood from his internal injuries. His whole being became weak. Flander and Zhao Wujia, as soul saints, were also bent over by this pressure, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. The one who suffered the most was Yu Shaojiang, still lying in the big pit. His limbs were already twisted, and his blood vessels and bones were in chaos. Under this powerful pressure, blood involuntarily flowed from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Ning Rongrong, who had been hiding behind Zhu Zhuqing, finally recognized the familiar figure in front of her. She jumped out and hugged the old man's arm, her pretty face filled with joy as she said, "Grandpa Jian, Rongrong misses you so much." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong's big eyes were brimming with tears. Heaven knows, as the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had always been pampered, living in luxury, even needing someone to assist her while bathing. But ever since arriving at the Broken Shrek Academy, she had first been reprimanded by Flander, and then marginalized and bullied by other students, even being scolded and roughly thrown by Daimu Bai. She almost started to doubt her life and her values. She, the young lady Ning Rongrong, had never suffered such grievances. But fortunately, she met a true friend, Zhu Zhuqing, who took care of her along the way, even standing in front of her when Tang San attacked. It was because she couldn't bear to see her good friend suffer that Ning Rongrong endured her dislike and disdain for Shrek, eating cold cornbread that even ordinary families wouldn't eat, and drinking thin porridge to keep going. Now, seeing her beloved Grandpa Jian, who favored her the most, Ning Rongrong could no longer hold back her tears, and all her grievances surged to her heart, causing her to cry out loud. Watching his precious little Rongrong, who looked as if she would melt in his mouth, crying so pitifully, the Sword Douluo felt heartbroken and quickly comforted her. Gradually, as he saw the grievance on Ning Rongrong's face diminish, Sword Douluo Qinshin finally stood up and said, "What? My little Rongrong cried, suffered this grievance. Little Rongrong, wait a moment, your Grandpa Jian will avenge you now." After saying that, he stood up and directly looked at Flander and Zhao Wujia not far away, his gaze sharp like a sword, exuding a chilling brilliance. In an instant, Flander and Zhao Wujia felt their blood vessels prickling, as if thousands of cold, sharp sword tips were pressing against their skin. They couldn't help but shiver, their bodies trembling like a sieve. Feeling the increasing pain on their skin and Sword Douluo Qinshin's increasingly cold gaze, Flander feared he might be directly beheaded. So he had to muster his courage to step forward, not daring to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile on his rugged face, and cautiously said, "I presume you are the renowned Sword Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, known for having the strongest attack power? Then, I'm very sorry for the grievances that Ning Rongrong has suffered as the principal. But I was only following the orders of your sect master, allowing me to use various means to correct and train Ning Rongrong's character as long as it does not harm her." As he spoke, Flander raised his slightly trembling right hand, took out an envelope from beneath his chest, and bowed respectfully with both hands presenting it. The moment he lowered his head, Flander secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling lucky. It turned out that ever since he received a letter from Ning Fengji, deciding to let the students exclude her first to make Ning Rongrong wake up, Flander had anticipated that he might encounter a scene like today. So the first thing he did every morning was to keep the amulet, the letter from Ning Fengji, in his chest pocket, prepared for emergencies. Sure enough, if he hadn't been prepared, he might have suffered greatly today, just as Flander was internally praising his own cleverness and feeling fortunate. Zhao Wujia, beside him, also marveled at Flander's old fox-like tactics. At this moment, Flander suddenly sensed a sharp sword wind flashing over his hands. Instinctively looking up, he saw that the letter he had been holding was now nothing but a shower of shredded paper, flying in the wind and scattering throughout the bamboo forest. At this moment, Flander was somewhat dumbfounded. A chill surged through his feet, straight to the top of his head. Could it be that the Sword Douluo did not recognize that letter? Just as Flander's face turned pale and he trembled all over, the sword finally spoke from not far in front of him. "Humph. Adjusting little Rongrong's character? Old man, you should first clarify your own worldview and the philosophy of training soul master students. Not daring to provoke trouble is a sign of mediocrity. If you have the capability, come out yourself to cover for your students, then provoke me." Hearing this, Flander, who was originally pale and trembling, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, as he could tell from the Sword Douluo's tone that he did not intend to kill him. But at the same time, Flander's face turned red, and he did not dare to look at Daimu Bai and the other little brats beside him. Provoking the Sword Douluo? Isn't that akin to the old immortal eating arsenic and seeking death? On the opposite side, seeing Flinder's change in expression. Chen Xin was too lazy to argue with him. After all, he indeed held a letter written specifically by Ning Fengji. And as an elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chen Xin did not want to lose the reputation and authority of the school's leader in front of outsiders. With a slight turn of his gaze, Chen Xin's sharp eyes fell on Zhao Wujin, who was lowering his head and shrinking his neck next to Flinder. And he suddenly snorted, "Umph. You are Zhao Wujin, a mere soul sage. How dare you use the title of another title Douluo to bully my little Rongrong? Where do you get your courage from?" At the moment the words fell, a sharp sword light suddenly appeared out of nowhere, piercing through Zhao Wujin's left shoulder, sending him flying violently into the nearby bamboo forest. Zhao Wujin, who had been admiring Flinder's cunning in his heart, was now completely stunned. Zhao Wujin. Then, the sword Douluo's gaze swept over Ma Hongjun and the other three, stopping momentarily on Dai Mubai. Instantly, Dai Mubai, who was lying on the ground, felt the pressure enveloping him surge, and his bones creaked. Ultimately, he couldn't help but feel a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Chen Xin finally regained his original imposing aura, coldly glancing at Dai Mubai on the ground. "Considering you are just a junior, today will be a small punishment for a great warning. Otherwise, based on what you said to little Rongrong and that time you took action, you would already be dead. Even if the Star Luo Emperor were here, he couldn't save you." On the ground, Dai Mubai at this moment felt no resentment towards Chen Xin, but rather immense gratitude. Thankful that the Sword Douluo spared his life. Because, in fact, as Sword Douluo, Chen Xin said, being forced to spit blood under pressure was already a light punishment compared to being killed. Because this is the naked rule of Douluo Continent. The strong are respected. After resolving the enmity between Shrek's other students and Ning Rongrong, the Sword Douluo finally turned his gaze to Tang San, who was not far away on the ground, with his fingers digging into the earth, leaving trails of blood. His aura became incredibly sharp and fierce. "Tang San, before coming here, I investigated all your battles during your 6 years in Nodding City. I found that before you were exposed by the Heavenly Dao Ranking, you already knew the Xian Tian Gong, Xian Yu Hand, Ghost Shadow Mysterious Step, and even made hidden weapons. And every morning you would wake up early to practice the purple extreme magic eyes on the rooftop. This means that you awakened your previous life's memories long ago. And it is even possible that you have carried the memories of your past life since birth. Therefore, can I consider that within this 12-year-old body of yours, the soul of that 29-year-old from your past life has always resided?" Listening to the Sword Douluo's narration, whether it was Flinder, the Dean of Shrek not far away, or students Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai, they all felt a jolt, their faces filled with disbelief. Even Ning Rongrong couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes full of incredulity. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze also flashed, then thoughtfully looked at Tang San, who was pressed to the ground by the Sword Douluo's pressure and unable to raise his head. At this moment, Tang San's fingers digging into the ground also froze. Seeing all of this, the aura radiating from Sword Douluo, Chen Xin suddenly became even sharper. "So, although I can't understand how, with your mature soul, you dare to act against my little princess, the only heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and even twice. But, since you dared to act and ignored the authority of my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, you must accept the punishment from us." Saying this, Sword Douluo Chen Xin raised his right arm, his right hand forming a sword-like gesture. In an instant, the 3-foot green peak 7-kill sword, which had been quietly hovering beside Chen Xin, suddenly trembled, reflecting a cold light as the sword blade emitted a sharp sword aura, shredding all the bamboo leaves flying around. The next moment, as Chen Xin pointed with his sword, the 7-kill sword shot towards Tang San's neck like a drawn sword. Enough! At this moment, with a hoarse shout, a large hammer engraved with strange patterns suddenly smashed down from the sky. Seeing the large hammer appear, Sword Douluo Chen Xin's expression didn't change. Showing no surprise, as if he had known all along, he stepped forward, shielding Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing behind him, and his aura surged sharply, becoming increasingly sharp. Then, Chen Xin's right hand pointed, and the 7-kill sword, originally aimed at the prone Tang San, suddenly turned, wrapping around it with an incredibly sharp sword aura, and shot directly towards the large hammer in the sky. In an instant, the sword energy of the 7-kill sword collided with the gale brought by the Haotian hammer. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the chaotic and violent shockwave instantly broke all the bamboo within several dozen meters, sending bamboo leaves and broken branches flying everywhere. As a soul sage, Flinder immediately recognized who the familiar large hammer in the sky belonged to. At the same time, a chill rose in his heart, and he instinctively unleashed his soul power to protect himself and the three of them, Ma Hongjun, lying in the big pit, and Yu Xiaojiang. But even so, when facing the backlash from the confrontation between the seven-kill sword and the Haotian hammer, Flinder, even while gritting his teeth and giving his all, still staggered back several steps before stabilizing himself, a trace of blood unconsciously spilling from the corner of his mouth. However, at this moment, Flinder had no time to check his injuries. Instead, he stared ahead at the battlefield, silently praying in his heart. Sigh. What a bad day. Is this what they call the city gate catching fire and the fish in the moat suffering? I never expected that I, Flinder, with my cunning life, would encounter such a thing. I hope these two titles don't really break out into a great battle. My little Shrek Academy can't withstand the chaos of two titled Douluos. On the other side, since Sword Douluo, Chan Xan was blocking in front, directly absorbing the aftermath of the battle. Zhu Zhuqing and the other two girls hiding behind him were filled with curiosity and looked towards the center of the battlefield, wanting to know the final outcome of the recent clash. This is the battle at the title Douluo level. Zhu Zhuqing turned her head to look at the surrounding destroyed bamboo forest, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly, seemingly puzzled. However, when she saw the sword Douluo in front of her, his clothes dancing lightly in the wind, his body standing straight, and his sharp aura unchanged, Zhu Zhuqing's lovely brows relaxed again, as if she had come to an understanding. No, that just now was merely the consequence of the clash between Sword Douluo and that Haotian Douluo Tang, Hao's casual strike. But I wonder what kind of scene would unfold during a full battle between the so-called #1 in attack power in the continent, the 96th level titled Sword Douluo Qinshin, and the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, who had just entered the titled Douluo realm and had previously killed the last generation's Pope of the Spirit Hall with a single blow in the sky above Shrek. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the previously amused Emperor Tian suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? That guy swinging the big hammer seems to be the one I sent flying with a claw a few days ago outside the Stardow Forest. Based on the strength I used that day and the aura dissipated when I struck him, he shouldn't be here lively and bouncing around right now, should he? How could he still be alive and well? Moreover, there seems to be a mysterious vitality surrounding his body. This vitality feels a bit familiar." As he spoke, Emperor Tian's eyes gradually narrowed. In front of him, Guyana simply glanced down, noting that the guy had countless hidden injuries, alongside new traces of injuries from a few days ago. However, it seemed that his right leg had merged with a 10,000-year soul bone, which had effects similar to restoring vitality and healing wounds. Thus, not only had the new injuries inflicted by Emperor Tian healed, but even the chronic ailments had recovered to a large extent. Listening to her master's words, Emperor Tian's mind flashed with a recollection from over a decade ago. So that's it. After your analysis, it seems I know the origin of that guy's 10,000-year soul bone in his right leg. When he said this, a look of anger first appeared on Emperor Tian's face, which then transformed into one of regret. Seemingly sensing the complex emotions in Emperor Tian's tone, Guyana's cold gaze turned towards him, signaling him to explain. Receiving the hint from his master, Emperor Tian also retracted his expression and began to narrate. This was a matter from several decades ago. At that time, you were still in slumber, and I, along with Xiong Jun and Bai Ji, were guarding you. One day, Bai Ji suddenly sensed a strong vitality coming from outside the core area of the Stardow Forest. She then told me that our Soul Beast clan had gained another 10,000-year Soul Beast partner. Unfortunately, due to some matters, we all missed the chance to meet that new partner. Regarding the some matters mentioned by Emperor Tian, Gu Now was also aware. After all, the Ice Silkworm Dream, which had a cultivation level of 1,000,000 years but no combat ability, was the only one of its kind from ancient times. Perfect for her to capture and absorb to recover her own injuries. Until more than a decade ago, when we first woke up, Bai Ji directly left the core area, following that life aura, and just happened to encounter the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor that had just taken shape. For us soul beasts that actively choose to take shape are traitors, and we should directly kill them upon encountering them. However, you know Bai Ji's temperament. She merely questioned the blue-silver emperor for choosing to become a traitor to our soul beast clan. Who would have thought that this blue-silver emperor was just a naive little one, thinking that 10,000-year soul beasts either take shape or would be struck by lightning. So to survive, it directly took shape without considering the existence of us fierce beasts. As Emperor Tian narrated this, Gu Yuna's purple eyes flashed with a moment of astonishment, and then she recalled that in order to prevent the gods of the divine realm from discovering her, she had directly wrapped the entire core area of the Stardow Forest with her divine power, creating a special space, and brought all the fierce beasts from the Stardow Forest with her to protect her. Therefore, outside the core area, there were no fierce beasts in the entire Stardow Forest. While Gu Yuna was pondering, Emperor Tian's voice continued. However, since it chose to take shape actively, it has already become a traitor of our Soul Beast clan. But by Ji, being gentle in nature and seeing that the Blue-Silver Emperor also possessed a rare vitality, directly let it go back. Unexpectedly, upon seeing it again today, that little guy had already become a human soul bone. After listening to Emperor Tian's narration, Gu Yuna nodded and murmured, "The Blue-Silver Emperor." Huh? Suddenly, as if realizing something, Gu Yuna's gaze turned towards Tang Sen below. Then why does he also have a faint Blue-Silver Emperor aura on him? And it seems to have the same origin as the aura emanating from that man. Suddenly, Gu Yuna seemed to understand something. Her purple eyes instantly shrouded in coldness, her stunning face now icy and frigid. Emperor Tian, later, remove that guy's right leg and retrieve the soul bone within. 068 All forces gather. Yu Xiaojiang spits blood alone. In the bamboo forest behind Shrek Academy, as the fallen branches and leaves danced in the air and the dust settled, the scene of the clash was finally revealed. A figure clad in coarse linen and looking extremely disheveled stood in front of Tang San, holding a Haotian hammer as tall as a person, exuding an imposing aura. This person was none other than Tang Hao, the youngest to break through to the titled Douluo realm, and once one of the Haotian twin stars. The gentle breeze blew, causing the scattered bamboo leaves to fall, drifting past the ragged cloth on Tang Hao's chicken coop-style hair and across his tattered cloak, landing on the ground. At this moment, Tang Sen had stood up at some point, staring at this majestic yet reassuring figure in front of him, momentarily lost in thought. Although he had heard Zhao Wujin say a few nights ago that there was a titled silently protecting him, and he had once speculated and hoped that the titled strongman Zhao Wujin spoke of was his father, at this moment, as this man stood before him, Tang Sen felt a sense of unreality. Not far in front of him, Chun Xian had his hands clasped behind his back, and his martial soul, the seven-killing sword, had returned to hover by his side at some point, looking at the shabby, disheveled, middle-aged man with an extremely worn face in front of him. Chun Xian raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect that the Haotian Tang Hao, who once broke through to the titled Douluo realm and was able to severely injure the 95th level titled Douluo Pope of the Spear Hall, while surrounded by 2 titled Douluo strongmen, 8 soul Douluo strongmen, and several soul saints, would now look like this. Placing the Haotian hammer on the ground, Tang Hao lifted the ragged cloth on his head to reveal his true face, then cupped his fist towards Chun Xian, his voice hoarse yet powerful. Senior Chun Xian, I have long heard of your great name. Seeing this, Chun Xian had already retracted the surprise in his gaze, his eyes once again sharp as swords. Coldly staring at Tang Hao, your reputation and strength are not enough to make me step back. Tang Sen has attempted to lead my 7-treasure Glazed Tile School's young master to death several times. Even if he is your son, he must still face punishment at my 7-treasure Glazed Tile School. Hearing the resolute tone in Chun Xian's voice, Tang Hao gave up on playing the emotional card of the 3 sects being connected by blood. He gripped the Haotian hammer tightly again, his voice rough yet determined. I'm sorry, Senior Chun Xian, but I cannot entrust my son to others. As my son, no one in this world can harm Tang San. If anyone insists on trying, this Haotian hammer in my hand will have a good talk with them. Perhaps, just a few days ago, with a body that could barely suppress his chronic illness, Tang Hao was unwilling to fight against the sword law, Chun Xian, who was known for having the strongest attack power on the continent, and he had no chance of winning. However, ever since that night, when he was severely injured by a sudden dragon claw attack, almost losing his life and even dropping a rank in soul power, he had emerged with the right leg bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor left by Yin. Not only had he recovered from his severe injuries, but even his chronic illness had nearly healed under one of the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul skills, which Tang Hao named Endless Life, originally named by Tang San as Wildfire Cannot Be Extinguished, Spring Breeze Blows Again. At the same time, his soul power had directly broken through to level 96, so Tang Hao's current soul power level was actually not inferior to Sword Douluo Chun Xian's. Coupled with the chaotic cloak hammer method and Hao Yan's 9 ultimate skills, Tang Hao had absolute confidence in fighting Chun Xian and achieving victory. At the moment Tang Hao finished speaking, both Chun Xian and Tang Hao understood each other's thoughts and, in an instant, unleashed their soul power. The aura of a level 96 super Douluo finally being fully released. In an instant, within a 100-meter radius, the aura surged and trembled, completely destroying the bamboo forest. Only Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San were protected by Chun Xian and Tang Hao respectively, remaining unharmed as they watched the confrontation of the two super Douluos. On the other side, Flinder had already sensed the firmness in Chun Xian and Tang Hao's tone during their conversation and had quickly grabbed Xiaojiang, along with Dai Mubai and the others, and fled 100 meters away. Wow, is this the power of a tidal Douluo? At this moment, Ma Hongjun, sitting on the ground, stared wide-eyed at the original location of the bamboo forest, where the auras of the two tidal Douluos clashed, filled with envy, thinking, when will I, Ma Hongjun, also become a tidal Douluo? When that time comes, I must go to the finest restaurant to taste it. Beside him, Flinder, who was feeling miserable and reminiscing about the Shrek Academy he was about to lose, gave Ma Hongjun a disdainful glance upon hearing his unambitious words. He couldn't be bothered to scold him and was just about to head to Soto City to find that healing-type Soul Emperor to treat the injured Yu Xiaojiang, who was lying on the ground and barely hanging on, when he suddenly saw a group of figures approaching. Especially after seeing their clothing, Flinder's heart skipped a beat. Damn, why are there people from the Spirit Hall here? Moreover, the person leading them seemed to be a platinum bishop-level figure from the Spirit Hall, based on his attire. It seemed that today would bring big trouble. At the same time, Flinder sensed that he seemed to be targeted by several gazes, each belonging to someone stronger than him, and they seemed to be warning him not to leave this place. With a long sigh, Flinder could only retract his steps. Nearby, on the bare road, Yu Xiaojiang, whose limbs were twisted like a pretzel and covered in blood, bled from the corner of his mouth again, just as Chun Xian and Tang Hao's auras reached their peak. Preparing to engage in battle, a slightly sinister laughter came. Ha ha. Look here, there are actually two super Douluos clashing. This is a rare spectacle that happens once in 10 years. It seems I didn't miss a good show. I arrived just in time. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this malicious laughter, both Chun Xian and Tang Hao instinctively retracted their auras and looked towards the source of the sound. Behind Chun Xian, a hint of disappointment flashed in Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes, as if regretting not being able to witness the battle between the two super Douluos. Then, her gaze also shifted towards the source of the loud laughter, wanting to see who dared to interrupt the impending battle between the two super Douluos. At this moment, from the direction where Flinder and the others were, a group dressed in Spirit Hall uniforms, all exuding a strong aura, led by an old man with snow-white hair, triangular eyes, a cunning and treacherous face, and a goatee, approached. Upon seeing the face of the leading figure, Chun Xian frowned slightly. Saras? I didn't expect him to be the one sent by the Spirit Hall this time. Chun Xian had heard of this platinum bishop stationed in the Heavenly Dao City Spirit Hall, an 87th level Soul Douluo, although he looked down on his methods. He had heard from Ning Fengji about his ruthless tactics and deep scheming, so he was somewhat on guard. As Saras approached and recognized the identities of the two about to engage, he showed a slight surprise, especially upon recognizing that one of them was Tang Hao. His body instinctively tensed, but then he seemed to think of something and relaxed, as if he wasn't surprised at all. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed from another direction of the bamboo forest a cavalry unit of about 500 people, dressed in the armor of the Heavenly Dao Empire Knights, galloping in with great momentum. Among this cavalry unit, a luxurious carriage was also coming. Saras, whose expression had darkened from being interrupted and was about to speak, changed his expression upon seeing the two carriages at the center of the cavalry unit. He then fell silent and coldly observed everything. Hey, those are the knights of the Heavenly Dao Empire. Ning Rongrong, who frequently visited the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace and was familiar with some matters of the Heavenly Dao Empire, recognized the imposing cavalry immediately. However, when she saw the two carriages at the center of the cavalry, her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. That's senior brother Qinghe's exclusive carriage. I didn't expect senior brother Qinghe to come here as well. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Zhu Zhuqing also shifted her gaze towards the carriage, secretly muttering. The crown prince of the Heavenly Dao Empire, Xue Qinghe, is said to be polite, elegant, and quite popular among the residents of the Heavenly Dao Empire. I wonder who resembles an imperial heir more, him or that Davis guy. As everyone's gaze was fixed, the cavalry unit arrived in front of the bamboo forest. The team then skillfully split to the sides, allowing the carriage in the center to slowly move out. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, a young man with a handsome appearance and an aura of elegance stepped down from the carriage, quickly spotting Sword Douluo Continent and the Ning Rongrong behind him. He smiled lightly and greeted them. Sword Douluo Sr., Junior Sister Rongrong, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you all here today. This is truly fate. The moment Chun Xian saw Xue Qinghe, he understood that the Tiando royal family had plans similar to those of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. However, he had a good impression of Ning Fengji's royal disciple, so he nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Ning Rongrong looked at Xue Qinghe, who had just walked in, and her little face showed great joy as she cheerfully said, "Brother Qinghe, it's been a long time." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong introduced Zhu Zhuqing and Xue Qinghe to each other. However, during this process, another group of people arrived, led by the second-in-command of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yuluomian. Following him, many others from various major forces came one after another. Among them were two third-generation disciples of the Haotian school, Tang Long and Tang Hu were hiding in the crowd. Upon seeing that no other titled Douluo was present among the representatives of the major forces in the Douluo Continent, Chun Xian's sword-like eyes flickered slightly as he actively spoke up. "Ladies and gentlemen, today is the day for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and Haotian Douluo to resolve their grievances. I hope you all will refrain from spectating here. Otherwise, be careful of crossing blades." Beside him, Tang Hao understood his intention the moment Chun Xian spoke. But he also knew that everyone present shared the same thoughts as Sword Douluo Chun Xian. However, waging war against one person and one force was clearly more advantageous than fighting against all the forces present at once. Therefore, Tang Hao remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Chun Xian's words. Unexpectedly, the moment Chun Xian's words fell, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus, who was stroking his goatee with a sinister expression, sneered dismissively, then chuckled, "Oh, is this a joke? My Spirit Hall has received reports that someone is running a high-level Soul Masters Academy without registering with my Spirit Hall and without the official recognition of the Tiando Empire. They are also taking this opportunity to make a fortune and deceive ordinary citizens. At the same time, they are using the title of monsters to hoodwink talented young Soul Masters into joining, while advocating a teaching philosophy of actively causing trouble. This is cutting off the path of cultivation for future geniuses of the Douluo Continent, and at the same time, it is cultivating future evil soul masters that could lead to chaos across the continent. Such an academy has blatantly operated in Soto City for nearly 20 years, during which it has harmed countless talented soul masters, turning once promising young geniuses into mere commoners, disappearing from the stage that belongs to soul masters on the Douluo Continent. Even among the 40 graduates, the only one who has achieved any success is teacher Qin Ming at the Tiando Royal Academy, while the rest have no accomplishments at all. You should know that the admission criteria for the Shrek Academy state that applicants must not exceed 13 years of age and must have a soul power level above 20. Of course, after filtering through 3 additional admission criteria, only those with soul power above level 25 remain. A genius under the age of 12 with soul power exceeding level 25, even within the Spirit Hall, would be considered a key talent for focused training. Yet this academy has wasted over 40 such talented soul masters. This is a significant loss for the soul master community. As the Spirit Hall, which protects the interests of numerous soul masters, we must come here now to deal with this den of evil. Moreover, I have also heard that this academy has the audacity to claim that the best graduates from previous years have achieved title de law status and become elders of the Spirit Hall, with authority second only to the Pope, in order to deceive people. To uphold the dignity of my Spirit Hall, I must be here today. Although this was framed as a question, at this moment, from the elder's tone, the smug expression on his cunning face, and the way he stroked his goatee, it seemed to narrate a fact. Meanwhile, surrounded by a group of Spirit Hall members, Flander, who had to be cautious standing behind Salus, felt the color drain from his face with every word Salus spoke, to the point where his calves trembled uncontrollably and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. It's over. This time it's really over. I didn't expect to dodge the wrath of the Sword Law. I avoided the storm of the 2 Super Douluo's battle, but in the end, I still fell into the hands of the Spirit Hall. Damn it. If I find out which little brat reported me and caused me to be captured, I will make him pay. He sighed, realizing that today, the Shrek Academy, which he had maintained for 20 years and was considered his lifelong work, was truly about to turn to dust. However, No one on the scene was interested in Flanders' inner turmoil, as everyone understood their objectives for being there. As for the talk of upholding the dignity of the Spirit Hall, that was merely a pretext for their presence. Therefore, even though Salas had described Shrek Academy as utterly hopeless, everyone couldn't be bothered to care or find out who the actual head of the academy was. Originally, Xue Qinghe was still watching Salas's performance with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, but at this moment he stepped forward, first giving Chen Xian an apologetic look. Then he withdrew his friendly expression, and his demeanor suddenly became serious. As the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, I have recently also received reports. According to the principal and students of the Zhanghui Academy, on that day in the Stardew Forest, they were provoked by Shrek, and in the end, teacher Yi Zhiqiu unfortunately died from severe injuries while returning from treatment. Therefore, I have come here to investigate the matter and apprehend the murderer. Although he said this, in reality, neither Xue Qinghe nor the 500 knights standing nearby had any intention of investigating the case or capturing Zhao Wujie. Everyone present understood that Xue Qinghe was just like Salas, merely using a convenient excuse to fulfill the plans of the Tiando royal family. Otherwise, not to mention the entire Douluo Continent, even within the Tiando Empire, so many incidents of soul masters dying happen every day, yet no one from the Tiando Empire ever comes out to capture the culprits. The saying holds true. In this Douluo Continent, strength is the only law. Seeing Xue Qinghe's performance, Chen Xian also nodded slightly in his heart. This Xue Qinghe is not bad. He truly lives up to being Fengji's disciple, having already inherited 7 points of Fengji's true teachings in terms of scheming. As the Spirit Hall and the Tiando royal family successively expressed their positions, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, also one of the top 3 sects, had early on raised the banner of avenging the young master, with Sordo Chen Xian personally taking action. The representative of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Luomian, had just stepped forward to speak when he inadvertently glanced at the direction of the Spirit Hall and saw a familiar figure lying on the ground, unconscious. Immediately filled with intense disdain, and his anger surged. It's that useless Yu Xiaojiang. I didn't expect to see this useless person today. What bad luck. If it weren't for this waste, my precious daughter wouldn't be so angry with me, unwilling to acknowledge me as her own father. I don't even know who did this. Although it seems they dealt him quite a blow, why didn't they just kill him outright? It's an insult to my eyes. While cursing inwardly, the unhappy Luo man was too lazy to argue with everyone. He just wanted to quickly complete the task and leave this ominous place. All right, everyone, stop trying to come up with reasons to argue. As he spoke, Yu Luoman's gaze, sharp as a knife, fixed directly on Tang Hao and the figure hiding behind him, Tang San, his expression showing signs of impatience. Tang Hao, you should understand the purpose of everyone's presence here. Hand over the Xiantian treasure record and the training methods of the Tang sect. I, Yu Luo man, can represent the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and promise that unless you too provoke our family, none of our members will trouble you from now on. Hearing this, the expressions of the other powers changed slightly, but they remained silent, instead looking towards Tang Hao and his son. Among the crowd, Tang Hu, a third-generation disciple from the Haotian sect, looked at Tang Hao, who was being scrutinized with a complicated expression. Is that really my uncle? If the things that Tang San did in his past life hadn't been exposed. With my uncle's current rank of Super Duo at level 96 and Tang San's talent as a soul master at age 32, even a 5th elder, who has the biggest objections, wouldn't he stop my uncle's family from returning to the sect, right? Unfortunately, Tang San's actions in his past life had provoked the sect's taboo, and now even the Grand Elder was unwilling to accept my uncle's family. With a sigh, Tang Hu turned to his older brother, Tang Long, and whispered, "Big brother, do you think we can complete the task the Grand Elder assigned us? I feel like they sent us here to humiliate my uncle's family." "Shut up." Tang Long immediately reprimanded Tang Hu for his foolish words. "We're just here to carry out the task. Don't think about unnecessary things, got it?" Under his brother's imposing presence, Tang Hu quickly scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, deciding not to think about anything else. At this moment in the center of the scene, after hearing Yulamon's words and seeing the predatory gazes around him, Tang Hao's anger was ignited. "You actually intend to gain something for nothing? Trying to take my son Tang San's foundation without any cost? Do you really think so little of me, Tang Hao?" Unexpectedly, Yu Luo man, who had also felt displeased since seeing Yu Xiaojiang today, looked directly at Tang Hao with a cold smile. "Tang Hao, if you were still a member of the Haotian sect, or if your ancestor Tang Shan were alive, do you think so many people would gather here today? But the fact is you, Tang Hao, are just a discarded pawn abandoned by the Haotian sect. Even if your title as Haotian Douluo is renowned, do you really think you can deal with all the forces present here? You must know that the grudge of blocking the path is irreconcilable. The Shantian treasure record in your son Tang San's hands may be our shortcut to becoming divine at level 100 in the face of the temptation of becoming a god. Any obstacles will be flattened. Therefore, even if you are Haotian Douluo, you cannot scare us away. As he spoke, however, there was a flicker of unusual light in the depths of Yu Lomon's eyes. Surrounding them, the members of the lower four sects who had originally come to fish for benefits, as well as other Soul Master families, also began to voice their opinions while hiding in the crowd. That's right, Haotian Douluo, even if you were strong, you wouldn't want to offend all the Soul Master forces on the continent, right? Just let it go, and everyone can live in peace. Dan Hao, I advise you not to be ungrateful, even if you can deal with us. What about your son Tang San? Hearing these cowardly people daring to threaten his son, Tang Hao's anger surged once more, and his weary eyes instantly transformed into endless coldness and killing intent. His soul power surged violently as 9 soul rings appeared simultaneously. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, killing God domain. In an instant, an aura resembling a sea of blood and mountains of corpses enveloped everyone present. At the same time, Tang Hao tightly gripped the Haotian hammer and raised it high, smashing it straight forward. Great, hammer. A host of titled Douluos emerged. Black Hand, a group of small forces that didn't even have titled Douluo strong enough to sit at the helm, dared to provoke Tang Hao's authority. D. Great Must-Me Hammer. For those below the level of titled Douluo, under the Great Must-Me Hammer, all beings were equal. However, whether by coincidence or design, the positions of the people in the crowd were almost aligned with major forces like the Spirit Hall and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. At the same time, these major forces strangely did not drive others away as they usually would to display their family and sex authority. Thus, Tang Hao's Great Must-Me Hammer almost enveloped everyone sent by the major forces under the attack of the Haotian Hammer. Tang Hao, you dare! Stop! Insolence! In an instant, several figures jumped out of the crowd, each surrounded by a terrifying aura and with 9 soul rings swirling beneath them. Suddenly, the sky was painted in a myriad of colors from the countless soul rings. 6 soul skill, breaking the sky dragon roar. 6 soul skill, golden flower glowing sunset. 5th soul skill, go shadow earth swamp hand. With the activation of the 6th soul skill, as the soul rings in the sky lit up, everyone launched their attacks against the descending Haotian hammer. Boom! With a thunderous roar, innumerable people below were thrown into disarray by the shockwave and pressure of the attack. Many weaker individuals even suffered ruptured eardrums from the previous deafening sound, with blood streaming down their faces. On the spot, the Sword-Daw, who did not engage, was protecting Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the newly arrived Xue Qinghe, while observing the outcome of the battle with a frown. The old dragon of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, the Spirit Hall's Ju, and the Ghost Douluo, the Breaking Army Dehu, reportedly broke through to title Douluo over 30 years ago. The Mad Lion Douluo went into seclusion 20 years ago. Goodness, with this hammer, not only did Tang Hao strike out the patriarch of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Yuanjin, and the Spirit Hall's Ju and Ghost Douluo, but also brought out 3 titled Douluos that the 8 hidden families had secretly recruited. Now, it seemed like a good show was about to unfold. Moreover, these 8 hidden families seemed to be on the verge of re-emerging. The waters of this continent were becoming increasingly murky. At the same time, the Sword-Daw Chan Xin felt a sense of urgency. He did not expect those hidden families controlling the Soul Arena would actively send titled Douluos to come. It appeared that the Soul Masters were planning to unite the 8 families to seize the Shantian treasure record from Tang San. If things went awry, he might as well call the old bones and directly take Ning Rongrong and this girl named Zhu Zhuqing to escape. Nearby, no one noticed that Xue Qinghe was staring intently at Tang Hao, who was fighting against the titled Douluos, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes before quickly disappearing. As for Zhu Zhuqing, who was being pulled by Ning Rongrong, she was simply enjoying the spectacle, watching the battle between the titled Douluos with great interest. Boom! During the battle, Tang Hao was found to have a flaw by one of the titled Douluo from a hidden family, who then took the opportunity to launch a powerful 8th soul skill directly at his heart, causing Tang Hao to crash to the ground and create a deep pit. At the same time, the other titled Douluo who had been fighting Tang Hao fell back, standing before various factions. After landing, Yueguan and Guimei exchanged surprised glances at the title Douluo, who had just struck Tang Hao, and the two unfamiliar title Douluo beside him, clearly not expecting that the 8 hidden families had quietly recruited at least 3 title Douluo. However, recalling the current might of His Holiness the Pope, Yueguan and Guimei both sneered inwardly before retracting their gaze, waving their hands to stop the members of the spirit hall behind them, including Salus, from bowing, and looked towards the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Yueguan raised his hand to support his cheek, his fingers forming a delicate pose, exuding an indescribable charm, and spoke in a voice that was almost effeminate. "Oh, isn't this the old patriarch of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family? Yuenjin? What's this? You actually want to intervene and seize the Xiantian treasure record? I heard that Tang San is your youngest son Yu Xiaojing's disciple. So, wouldn't this be considered robbing your own grandson's belongings?" Hearing Yueguan's sarcastic words, Yuenjin had no chance to respond before Yu Lumian, who was already furious, interjected. "Let me correct you. Yu Xiaojing has long severed ties with my elder brother and has been expelled from our blue lightning tyrant dragon family. As for the ghost law, please inform your spirit hall that Yu Xiaojing, that waste, has nothing to do with our blue lightning tyrant dragon family. In other words, our blue lightning tyrant dragon family has no waste named Yu Xiaojing, nor do we have a thief who steals our sect's supreme treasure." Beside Yu Luomian, Yuenjin merely furrowed his brows and did not argue further. On the other side, Tang San, who was originally worried about his father's safety, felt veins throbbing at his temples upon hearing Yu Luomian's humiliation of his teacher. At the same time, he was silently furious in his heart, shouting, "Yu Luomian, Yuenjin, blue lightning tyrant dragon family. I, Tang San, swear that in this life, I will make you pay for the humiliation of my teacher today. You will definitely regret this." However, even so, he still kept his head down, not allowing others to notice. In the position where the spirit hall members were, after hearing Yu Lumian's words, Yueguan feigned a look of shock, covering his mouth with his slender fingers. "Really? This is the first time I've heard of this." As he spoke, the surprise on Yueguan's face disappeared, replaced by a smiling demeanor. Originally, we intended to return this guy we just found in the academy to you, hoping to receive some benefits from your blue lightning tyrant dragon family in return. Now it seems, what a pity." The moment Yueguan finished speaking, his longtime partner, the ghost Guimei, used his soul power to directly grab Yu Xiaojing, who was lying on the ground, with his 5 limbs twisted like a pretzel, covered in blood and barely breathing, and tossed him in front of everyone. Slap! Guimei's actions showed no restraint, and as a result, blood once again flowed from the corner of Yu Xiaojing's mouth when he was thrown to the ground. Seeing this scene, Yuenjin's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart suddenly felt a spasm of pain. "Someone, take Xiaojing away for treatment." Yuenjin's low voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this, Yu Lumian immediately wanted to speak to stop him, but as soon as he turned around, he met Yuenjin's bloodshot, cold gaze. The intense killing intent forcing Yu Lumian to swallow back the words in his mouth. Seeing that his own second-in-command did not object, a healing soul master from outside, the family quickly stepped forward to take the unconscious Yu Xiaojing away for treatment. Watching the scene unfold with the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, Yueguan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! The mocking tone was evident to anyone. On the other side, the 3 unfamiliar title Douluo, who were completely unconcerned about the enmity between the spirit hall and the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, were now staring intently at the deep pit created by Tang Hao, their soul power surging, their expressions extremely wary. Just then a rough, dark, yet distinctly bony hand suddenly shot out from the deep pit, gripping the ground. 071 Powerful Tang Hao. With murderous intent, Shueching Ha. Slap. The sound of a palm slapping against the ground echoed, as if a powerful hand had struck the hearts of everyone present. Even Yueguan, who was laughing heartily, suddenly stopped, his smile frozen on his face. He abruptly turned his head to look at the deep place where Tang Hao had struck down, and especially at the black hand that was reaching out. Yueguan's delicate face instantly turned pale with fear, and beside him, Ghost Luo's calves couldn't help but tremble slightly, seemingly forced to recall the terrifying scene from 12 years ago. Gulp! Under the combined efforts of 6 titled Douluos, surviving a full force strike from a titled Douluo-level powerhouse using an 8th soul skill, could it really be the once-renowned Haoyan Douluo, Tang Hao? At that moment, someone in the crowd murmured softly, causing many to tremble in their hearts, seemingly recalling Tang Hao's past achievements. At this moment, many forces without title Douluo in charge and without a powerful background have quietly chosen to retreat. Only the spirit hall, the upper 3 sects, the lower 4 sects, the 8 hidden families, the Tiando royal family, and the Shrek team remain on site, continuing to observe. Among them, the 3 titled Awe sent by the 8 hidden families are currently on high alert, preventing Tang Hao from suddenly counterattacking and killing them. Meanwhile, the 2 Jew ghost Law, after their initial subconscious fear, quickly regained their composure, with playful smiles appearing on their faces, as if they had prepared some backup plan. Beside them, Yu Yuanjun no longer looked at Yu Xiaojing, who was being treated by healing soul masters not far behind, and after suppressing the pain in his eyes, he turned to look at the black hand beside the deep pit, his old face calm and unruffled. Sorry, Tang Hao. The item in your son's hand not only strengthens a soul master's foundation, but also potentially increases the innate soul power level of a child, and could possibly leave us with no way forward, with soul power potentially being stuck at the current level for a lifetime, unable to break through and become stronger. Even the level 100 godhood that hasn't appeared for nearly 10,000 years is not out of reach. Whether for my blue lightning tyrant dragon family, for my youngest son, or for myself, I must obtain that Xiantian treasure record. If you want to blame someone, blame your son for possessing a treasure and leaking the news. If you want to blame someone, blame you, Tang Hao, for withdrawing from the Hao Ian sect while lacking the strength to deter others. As previously stated, in the face of the opportunity for level 100 godhood, all obstacles will be cleared away. Furthermore, once a soul master reaches the title Douluo level, not only is it a challenge to advance each level, but even the enhancement of soul power will become incredibly difficult, with the possibility of being stuck at a certain level for a lifetime until death. Any powerful individual who has cultivated to the title Douluo level was once a proud son of heaven, who could calmly accept the outcome of dying without being able to break through their level. And precisely because they're all true proud sons of heaven. When the Heavenly Dao Rankings were broadcasted, they compared Tang San's cultivation of the Xiantian skill with their own cultivation methods, and vaguely sensed that there might be issues with the soul master system and meditation cultivation on this continent, especially after discovering that Tang San often went to the back mountain alone before the age of 6. Combined with villagers' occasional descriptions and the content exposed by the Heavenly Dao Rankings, they concluded that he was cultivating the Xiantian skill. Upon awakening his martial soul as an ordinary blue silvergrass at 6 years old, but possessing innate full soul power, the major forces immediately deduced one point. The Xiantian skill can enhance a soul master's talent. Faced with this conjecture, even with Tang Hao, the Hao Yindao, present, the various forces were undeterred and chose to take action. In an instant, the scene fell silent, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. By the deep pit, looking at the rough, dark hand, Tang San, coming back to his senses, was overwhelmed with joy and knelt before the pit, tears in his eyes, yet anxious dad. Perhaps hearing Tang San's call, in the next moment, a shadow suddenly leaped out from the deep pit and stood behind Tang San. A large hand rested on Tang San's head. Stand up, my son Tang Hao. You never need to kneel, nor should you cry. Hearing this familiar voice, Tang San immediately stood up, wiped away the tears from his eyes, and turned around to see Tang Hao, who, apart from some broken pieces, had no injuries at all. Dad, you're okay. That's great. Looking at the overjoyed Tang San, although he felt a bit uncomfortable hearing the word dad at this moment, Tang Hao still nodded at Tang San, shielding him behind him, his aura once again surging without any sign of weakening. The Haotian hammer reappeared and slammed heavily onto the ground, causing cracks to spread in all directions. You want to kill me, Tang Hao? You want to take my son? Tang Hao, dream on. Boom. The domain of the god of killing was once again fully unleashed, and within the domain, a thick smell of blood pervaded. The ground shook violently, and the entire world seemed to turn blood red. On the opposite side, seeing Tang Hao appear completely unscathed, everyone, suppressing the discomfort of their soul power being constrained, was astonished. Clearly not expecting Tang Hao to withstand a full force attack from a titled Douluo level expert, as if nothing had happened. However, in the next moment, whether it was Zhu Yuan, Ghost Dogame, Thunder Yu Yuan Jun, or the 3 unfamiliar titled Douluo from the 8 hidden families, a strong murderous intent rose in their hearts. How terrifying! At this moment, the 6 of them exchanged a tacit glance, and then instantly summoned their martial souls, charging towards Tang Hao together. Seeing this scene, Tang Hao directly brandished the Haotian hammer and met them head-on, and the 2 sides once again became entangled in battle. Not far away, behind Chun Xen, Ning Rongrong, whose face turned pale with fright at the sight of the battle. trembled all over and instinctively turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing beside her. What she saw was that the originally cold-faced Zhu Zhuqing now had her eyes shining brightly, staring intently at the battle ahead, her beautiful face filled with longing. It seemed she desperately wanted to possess the strength of a titled Douluo right now. Thinking of her good sister Zhu Zhuqing's identity as a Dou emperor in her previous life, Ning Rongrong suddenly fell silent for a moment, then gritted her silver teeth and forced herself to face the terrifying battle scene between the titled Douluo in the distance despite her fear. Meanwhile, no one noticed that on Ning Rongrong's other side, Xue Qinghe, who was watching the battle with a serious expression, occasionally fixed his gaze on Tang Hao amidst the fight, with a hint of killing intent spreading in his eyes. On the other side, Tang San, who was also distracted by using his soul power to protect himself while Tang Hao was fighting, realized that his father was gradually falling into a disadvantage. His eyes narrowed, and, while hating his own lack of strength, he secretly contemplated, no, if this continues, Dad will lose. Besides, I am here only to hinder him. Maybe I should take the opportunity to slip away while no one is paying attention. That way, without my burden, Dad can escape. With this thought, Tang San immediately planned to act. However, just as he quietly moved his third step backward, a sharp gaze like a sword shot over directly. In an instant, Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood, instinctively turning to look in the direction of the gaze, just in time to meet Chun Xian's piercing look, as if warning him not to move. At that moment, Tang San suddenly realized why his father hadn't secretly let him take the chance to escape, but instead stood still and waited. At this moment, Tang San once again lowered his head, beneath his slightly drooping eyelids. The fury in his eyes seemed capable of burning everything to the ground. The hatred in his heart was rekindled once more, especially when he thought back to the past, when he awakened his martial soul, which was the rare twin martial souls. Later, he encountered a teacher who was the foremost expert in martial soul research and theory on the continent. On the day of enrollment, he met the girl who made his heart flutter, Xiao Wu. He later learned that his father was the renowned Hao Yian Douluo. Furthermore, with the memories of his previous life, he could openly cultivate the supreme treasure of the Tang sect, the Xiantian treasure record. Everything seemed to be telling him that he was the chosen one. However, ever since the day the Heavenly Dao Rankings were revealed, disasters and misfortunes have struck one after another. The teacher he respected the most was missing and his fate was unknown. His father was in crisis. Because of him, his academy was destroyed. The friends he had just met were now caught up in this calamity, unconscious and unresponsive. It felt as if heaven had suddenly abandoned him. The only thing he could be thankful for was that the girl he cared about the most, Xiao Wu, fortunately was not here today and was not affected. But this still could not stop the overwhelming fury and hatred that surged up in Tang San's heart. At this moment, Tang San secretly harbored a thought. Since this world is so unfair and treats me this way, why not let me destroy it? At the same time, no one noticed that at this moment, faint strands of invisible, eerie black light were emerging around Tang San, resembling an abyss. At this moment, not far away, Tang San, who had originally calmed down, suddenly felt an uncomfortable sensation in his heart, just as Chun Xian was about to retract his gaze. With a slight raise of his sword-like eyebrows, Chun Xian prepared to sense it more closely, but found nothing. He thought it was just an illusion and didn't pay it any mind. Damn it! The damned seven treasure, glazed tile school, the damned sword Douluo, Chun Xian, and the most damned Ning Rongrong. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened today. My teacher wouldn't be missing. Even my father was attacked. Each of you has a path to death. I will make you pay the price. I will stop at nothing to make you pay the price. Gradually, strands of bloodshot appeared in Tang San's eyes filled with rage, fierce and hateful, as if he were ready to devour someone. In an instant, the strange black aura surrounding Tang San intensified. However, at that moment, Tang San's fierce gaze shifted to Zhu Zhuqing, who was beside Ning Rongrong. And you, Zhu Zhuqing, if it weren't for you exposing my identity outside the Star Dou Forest town back then. Thinking of the word expose, Tang San's eyes, which were filled with rage and hatred, suddenly focused, and he became alert. The strands of invisible strange black aura around his body disappeared, and his face revealed a look of imminent revenge. Feeling Tang San's malicious gaze, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively turned her head and saw the satisfaction on Tang San's face. A thought crossed her mind, and she seemed to realize Tang San's intention. Oh no! Her heart sank. Zhu Zhuqing's cold expression changed, and golden flames faintly appeared in her eyes as she looked at Tang San. On the opposite side, feeling the heat and sting coming from her gaze, Tang San immediately retracted his gaze, shocked. Damn it, that golden flame, could it be the fourth ranked on the Heavenly Dao's exposure list, the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame? Could it be that the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame became Zhu Zhuqing's second martial soul? But Zhu Zhuqing should be unable to unleash the full power of the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame at this moment. However, to prevent any unexpected occurrences, Tang San immediately reined in his hatred and anger, instead showing a respectful demeanor as he saluted forward, while directly using his soul power, mixing it with his voice, shouting, "Respected seniors, please stop. I am willing to present the Xiantian treasure record as a gift to you. Please stop, respected seniors." Tang San's voice echoed above Shrek Academy, without a hint of the blood-red eyes filled with boundless hatred and anger from earlier. It was as if he was inviting his most respected elders. As soon as Tang San's voice fell, Zhu Zhuqing's heart had no room for any hope. Although her expression turned cold, she was not flustered, merely falling silent. At this moment, whether it was the spectators from various powerful factions outside the battlefield, or Tang Hao and the others who were fighting desperately on the scene, upon hearing Tang San's voice, they all stopped their actions and turned their gazes towards him. On the other side, Tang Hao, who had just stopped and separated from Yu Yuanjin and others, appeared directly beside Tang San the next second, his voice still powerful and robust. "Little San, with your father here, no one can take anything from you. This is what I, Hao Qiandoa Tang Hao, say, and I can certainly do it." Looking at the man in front of him, who was now drenched in sweat and had several wounds, Tang San's eyes reddened slightly. Then he quickly suppressed the emotions in his heart, shook his head to stop Tang Hao from continuing, and turned to look at the title Douluo, Yu Yuanjin, and others, who had also appeared nearby, their eyes fixed on him. Taking a deep breath, he respectfully said, "Respected seniors, as I just said, I will copy the Xiantian treasure record shortly, one copy for each of you. Surely, what you truly care about is the Xiantian treasure record, rather than me, a mere thief in your eyes." While saying this, Tang San's expression remained extremely respectful, as if the thief he mentioned was not referring to himself at all. Not far away, Chun Xian, seeing Tang San's current demeanor, couldn't help but exclaim, "Although I don't know what Tang San is planning now, just based on the composure he is showing, it is clear he is not a simple character, even without the so-called past life." Hearing this, Xue Qinghe, who had the most authority to speak beside him, silently nodded in agreement, his eyes flashing with a different color as he thought. If there is hatred, it must either be eliminated early or extinguished early, and I can only choose the latter. Blame it on your father. 073 Zhu Zhuqing's killing intent. A reversal of the situation? Similarly, Yu Yuanjin and others, seeing Tang San's young age yet such composure, felt a slight astonishment in their hearts, but also developed a faint sense of vigilance and killing intent towards this originally inconspicuous ant. Such a person, being the son of the enemy Tang Hao, it's better to kill him off as well. After all, a dead enemy is a good enemy. For a moment, Yu Yuanjin and the three from a Mad Lion all looked at Tang Hao and his son with murderous intent. As for the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, having long established a deadly grudge with Tang Hao, their goal from the very beginning was very consistent: to eradicate Tang Hao's family completely. What a clever little guy. I almost feel reluctant to kill your little brother. With his left hand crossed over his chest and his right hand holding a blooming golden chrysanthemum, Yueguan's face, more beautiful than that of a woman, wore a charming smile, as if a lovely neighborly big sister was complimenting him. Tang San, who was confused, had just begun to show a hint of a smile, as if he had already seen the scene where he would control the situation next. However, Yueguan's next words made Tang San feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "So, how about we shatter your little brother's bones and use your blood as fertilizer for the little treasures in our garden?" Beside him, the ghostly ghost also let out a hee laugh, saying, Yueguan, that's really a good idea. Remember to pick a flower to send to Tang Hao's grave as a tribute." The people around, hearing Yueguan and Ghost Douluo's words, couldn't help but shiver all over, scared to the point of retreating continuously. Even the people from the spirit hall, who were also watching from the edge of the battlefield, couldn't help but show fear, vowing in their hearts never to offend these two titled Douluo, or it would be better to end their lives sooner. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanjin, listening to their words, turned his head away in disgust. If it weren't for the need to deal with Tang Hao today and obtain the Xiantian treasure record from Tang San, Yu Yuanjin would have wanted to leave here with his family. Turning his head, Yu Yunjin's gaze swept towards Tang San, who was not far from Tang Hao, first revealing a hint of appreciation, but then turning into disgust. Calm and composed, with deep scheming, he could be said to live up to the name of Xiao Jiang. However, knowing that the Xiantian treasure record contains cultivation techniques that can improve one's aptitude, he didn't reveal any information to Xiao Jiang, who had supported him for 6 years. Now that his own safety was at stake, he decisively took out the Xiantian treasure record. As expected, he was just like the ungrateful, white-eyed wolf from his previous life. Thinking this, Yu Yunjin made up his mind that even if he obtained the Xiantian treasure record, he would still completely exterminate Tang Hao and his son. Opposite, Tang Hao's soul power surged within him, gripping the Haoqian hammer tightly, his eyes sharp as blades, staring at Yu Egwan and Ghost Douluo, with killing intent raging all over his body. A mere chrysanthemum, a little ghost, dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Tang Hao, have you forgotten the lessons I taught you? If it weren't for the need to protect Tang San at this moment, Tang Hao would have rushed up and given the 2 lackeys of the spirit hall in front of him a blast from the Haoqian hammer. Beside him, Tang San, who had regained his composure, took a deep breath and stood up again, his voice still respectful, as if he had not been affected at all. Everyone, I understand your concerns, so I have a solution. The Xiantian treasure record is a gift from me to you, so there will be no conflict between us. As long as you agree to prove my sincerity, my father and I are even willing to swear by our martial souls that we will never harbor hatred against you for this, nor seek revenge. How about it? Saying this, Tang San suddenly took out a dagger coated with deadly poison and pressed it against his throat. Upon seeing this, Tang Hao was shocked, but after seeing Tang San's subtle shake of his head, he did not speak further. The onlookers were somewhat bewildered by Tang San's sudden action. Only Zhu Zhuqing, behind Chun Xian, understood what Tang San was trying to do at this moment. Damn, it seems that I can only try to fully stimulate the origin of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame later, if that doesn't work. But at that time, you must die. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang San in the center of the arena, and the golden flames and orange-red fire lotus flickered and vanished. At this moment, Tang San, who had no idea that he was on someone's death list, continued to speak. If everyone agrees to my suggestion, then please swear by your martial souls that you will not harm us, father and son, today. If you disagree, I will immediately stab this dagger, which is infused with deadly poison, into my neck and die instantly. At that time, not only will you not obtain the Xiantian treasure record from me, but you will also face my father Tang Hao's relentless revenge. Now, please make your choice, seniors. At this moment, everyone around was shocked, feeling a strong sense of vigilance towards the child named Tang San. Hiss. Is this the Tang San exposed on the Heavenly Dao list? No wonder he was such a ruthless person in his past life, jumping off a cliff without hesitation. He actually bets his own life to create an opportunity in such a desperate situation. This guy is too scheming. It's better to have less contact with him in the future. If this guy survives today, with Tang Hao protecting him in the future, he will definitely grow stronger. And there will be another ruthless character on the continent. In comparison, the people from the major forces were feeling quite conflicted internally, weren't they? Indeed, at this moment, whether it was a Yunjin or the 3 from the Mad Lion Douluo, they were actually more inclined to directly kill Tang Hao, obtain the Xiantian treasure record, and then eliminate Tang San to prevent future troubles. However, now that Tang San had made such a move for the sake of the Xiantian treasure record, they could only follow the first choice given by Tang San. On the other side, Chun Xian, after seeing that Tang Hao had not only become a 96th level title Douluo, but could also battle 6th title Douluo without falling behind, had already given up on the idea of capturing Tang San. Moreover, one of the targets given by Ning Fengji before coming was just to obtain the Xiantian treasure record. So Chun Xian did not want to completely offend and create enmity with Tang Hao. Now, hearing Tang San's solution, Chun Xian naturally chose to accept, seeing that Yu Yunjin, the 3 from the Mad Lion Douluo, and Chun Xian, 5 title Douluo, successively expressed their stance. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief, while also casting his gaze towards the last 2, Zhu and Ghost Douluo. Seemingly sensing Tang San's gaze, Zhu Yuan's beautiful face was still full of sweet smiles. Hee. Little guy, we will never swear. I believe your father feels the same way. In this case, what will you do? As she said this, although Yuan's face was still smiling, she let out a regretful sigh inside. It seemed that it was impossible to rely on Yu Yunjin and this group to encircle and kill Tang Hao. Then, Recalling the backup plan that Bibi Dong had mentioned earlier, Yu Egwan's gaze glanced at someone behind Chen Xian. Sure enough, in the end, it would still fall to my spirit hall to personally eliminate Tang Hao and his son. After a brief silence, Tang Hao's voice was low yet filled with killing intent. Little San, I wasn't planning to tell you this so soon, but now it has become necessary for you to know. As he said this, Tang Hao placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder, his weathered face showing a genuine tenderness, which then transformed into boundless killing intent. Those rotten chrysanthemums and little ghosts in front of you were accomplices in killing your mother, and the mastermind is none other than the Spirit Hall. So, Little San, you must remember, even if it costs you your life, you must avenge your mother. Tang San fell silent. The first time he learned about his mother's news was in such a situation. His eyes fixed intensely on the still-smiling Douluo Yuan and the proud-looking ghost Douluo. Without a hint of regard for the ghostly figure beneath them, he silently swore by his martial soul, fulfilling the conditions he had just stated. Of course, during this process, the content of the oath did not mention Spirit Hall or Ju and Ghost Douluo in any way. Seeing his son do this, Tang Hao also followed suit and swore by his martial soul. On the opposite side, Yu Engine, the three from the Mad Lion Douluo, and Chen Xian also swore by their respective martial souls upon witnessing Tang Hao and his son's actions. After both sides made their oaths, Tang San immediately reached for the 24-bridge Mingyue knight at his waist, and a long table, a stack of papers, a pen, and a pile of ink appeared on the scene. Then, Tang San directly began to write, seemingly unconcerned about being attacked by the people from Spirit Hall, Yu Egwan, and Ghost. In fact, since both sides had sworn by their martial souls just now, Yu Engine and the three who were originally surrounding Tang Hao had now quietly taken up guard against Yu Egwan and Ghost. Even Chen Xian's sword-like eyes occasionally swept over Yu Egwan and Ghost, with a warning that was unspoken yet clear. The purpose of all the forces coming here was to obtain the Xiantian treasure record, now that they were about to get their hands on it. How could they allow others to disrupt it? They also did not want to turn against the major forces at this moment, so Yu Egwan and Ghost, leading the people from Spirit Hall, made no unnecessary moves and quietly waited for Tang San to finish copying. When Tang San put down his pen, the forces such as the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and the 8 hidden families who had just sworn by their martial souls received the handwritten copy of the Xiantian treasure record. It was then time for Spirit Hall to eliminate Tang Hao and his son. The scene instantly quieted down, and the atmosphere eased a bit. On the edge of the battlefield in the crowd, Tang Hu's eyes lit up upon seeing this, and he whispered to Tang Long beside him, "Big brother, it seems that this kid Tang San is not as strict with the Tang sect rules as what was said on the Heavenly Dao list. He is actively writing it out for others. Do you think if we secretly follow Uncle and them later, and when there are no people around, we can directly ask for a copy? Uncle should give us one out of respect for the sect, right? If that's the case, wouldn't we easily complete the task assigned by the sect master and the elders?" Pushing away Tang, who was leaning in close, Tang Long rolled his eyes at him, too lazy to bother with his foolish second brother. Things are not that simple. On the other side, Flanders, with messy hair, sat directly on the ground, expressionless as he watched everything happening on site, looking at the Soul Master Academy he had built with his lifelong efforts. It was now already non-existent after the recent battle of titled Douluo's. His close friend Yu Xiaojiang had been incapacitated by someone, and was now in emergency care at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Zhao Wujia had disappeared after being pierced by a ray of light from Chen Xian at the beginning and falling into the original bamboo forest. Xiao Xian, Li Yusong, and other academy teachers had not been seen since the beginning. Students were either lying unconscious nearby or standing in the center, confronting each other with hostility. Most importantly, just now, the Platinum Bishop from the Spirit Hall had announced the punishment results for him and Shrek Academy. Disband Shrek, and it can never be rebuilt in this lifetime. At the same time, a fine of 100,000 gold soul coins. At this moment, Flander felt as if his heart had turned to ashes. Tears streamed down both sides of his face like raindrops, thinking of his 100,000 gold soul coins. This was all the savings he had. What Flander didn't know was that this leniency was a result of Salus, who had a certain status in the Spirit Hall and was aware of the past between Pope Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang, trying to please Bibi Dong and showing favor to Flander because of Yu Xiaojiang. Otherwise, Flander might not even have had the chance to cry. Time passed quickly, and 3 hours slipped away in such an atmosphere. With a snap, as the pen dropped onto the table, The previously impatient crowd suddenly brightened up, all eyes turning towards the long table where Tang San was sitting. Tang San laid out the copied Xiantian treasure record on the long table, then stood up and raised his head, looking at everyone with a respectful attitude. Mr. Yu Yuan Jun, the 3 senior members of the Mad Lion, Senior Chun Xian, and Your Highness, the Xiantian treasure record is ready. You can all come over to read and inspect it and personally try to confirm it. After saying this, Tang San stepped back 2 steps to show that he had no other actions. Then he cast a few fierce glances at Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes filled with ruthlessness and malice. In the next moment, several figures had already rushed to the long table, picking up a copy of the Xiantian treasure record and opening it to try out the cultivation methods immediately. Even Chen Xian was doing the same. Feeling Tang San's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing gritted her silver teeth. This guy was indeed going to make a move. Unfortunately, with the flying soul skill from the Douluo inheritance, I couldn't use it with my current soul power. If I don't leave now, I might implicate Rongrong and her 7-treasure glazed tile school later. However, just as Zhu Zhuqing was in turmoil, a pale hand suddenly patted her shoulder. You must be Zhu Zhuqing, right? Although I don't know what grudges you have with Tang San, I want to remind you, since you were Rongrong's friend, be careful. His gaze toward you just now was very strange. Following the voice instinctively, she saw Xue Qinghe was talking to her, his hand still resting on her shoulder, frowning slightly. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to brush off that hand, she saw Xue Qinghe voluntarily retract it, still looking elegant and amiable, his eyes clear. Thank you. Understanding that Xue Qinghe didn't mean to take advantage, Zhu Zhuqing still spoke coldly to express her gratitude. In response, Xue Qinghe waved his hand dismissively, then looked towards Tang San with approving eyes. This Tang San has a deep mind. Since I came here, although I have never shown hostility towards both father and son, and have not made a move, everyone already knows that I am also here for the Xiantian treasure record. However, at this moment, the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, and the 8 hidden families are about to leave, and the only remaining titled Douluo from the spirit hall, Zhu Gui, is very likely unable to defeat Tang Hao. And the 500 knights I brought pose no threat to titled Douluo. Yet, even in such a situation, Tang San is still willing to use a copy of the Xiantian treasure record to curry favor with me and the Tiando royal family I represent. And I must accept this goodwill from Tang San. TSK. Such tactics are not much different from those politicians who have studied this path for decades. 075 Tang San's conspiracy exposed. The 5th soul skill shocks the world. As he spoke, Xue Qinghe remained so elegant and amiable, walking towards the long table not far away with his hands behind his back. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze shifted slightly, and then she pulled her attention back from Xue Qinghe's back, realizing that although the Tiando prince Xue Qinghe praised Tang San verbally, he seemed to harbor animosity towards the Tang family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reminded me like that. But why? Just as Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow in thought, analyzing Xue Qinghe's previous actions, Ning Rongrong leaned in. Zhuqing, what do you think that Brother Qinghe meant by his words just now? Does he want to befriend Tang San? She seems to have a good impression of that guy. Seeing Ning Rongrong's pretty brow furrowed and her cheeks puffed up, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, hesitating for a moment before focusing her gaze on Ning Rongrong, her expression serious. Rongrong, no matter what happens later, remember to listen to Senior Sword Douluo's words. Do not act recklessly. Ning Rongrong, who originally felt dissatisfied with Xue Qinghe praising Tang San, secretly cursing in her heart, was stunned by Zhu Zhuqing's serious expression, but still nodded in confusion under Zhu Zhuqing's watchful gaze. On the other side, when Tang San saw that the Tiando prince Xue Qinghe had also left Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, a flicker of malice flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly shouted loudly, "Everyone, I have a secret to tell you. The value of this secret far exceeds that of the Xiantian treasure record. Zhu Zhuqing, the girl over there in the leather jacket. She is also one of the exposers from the same day as me. She has countless cultivation techniques and skills, each of which is even stronger than the Xiantian gong in the Xiantian treasure record. Whoever can capture her will gain the heritage of a Douluo expert." As soon as these words came out, the entire Shrek Academy fell completely silent, and everyone looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was standing with Ning Rongrong, with shock on their faces. Even the titled Douluo who had been trying to operate the Xiantian gong suddenly opened their eyes and turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing. Even Xue Qinghe, who had been walking halfway, turned around in surprise, looking at the cold girl he had just kindly warned, his eyes flickering. This girl named Zhu Zhuqing is actually one of the three exposers. This is really... Oh no. The expression of Sword Douluo Continent changed dramatically as he collected the Xiantian treasure record into his storage soul guide, instantly appearing in front of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, looking at Tang San with a cold face. What a scheming kid. What a clever tactic. At this moment, everyone around also came to their senses, and they couldn't help but exclaim, "What? That girl is actually an exposer, and she is the one who inherited the cultivation knowledge and experience of the former Douluo expert." Hiss. I heard that there is a Douluo exposer in the Kailang City Castle Academy, and considering that one who has already inherited everything from the Douluo expert, this little girl is the last one among the three Douluo exposers. My goodness, I thought today would be a big deal just to get the Xiantian treasure record from Tang San, but I didn't expect there to be an even bigger surprise waiting for us. As they spoke, the desire and excitement in the eyes of the crowd grew stronger, and many people even showed a mad look on their faces. If it weren't for the legendary sword Douluo Continent guarding in front of Zhu Zhuqing, they would have definitely started to take action by now. On the other side, as Tang San's words fell, Jian Dao Qinxin immediately reacted and stood in front of Zhu Zhuqing. While feeling a sense of regret in his heart, he ignored Qinxin's cold gaze and praise, and once again raised his voice. Under the sword Douluo's crown, the heavenly tribulation martial arts technique in Zhu Zhuqing's hands can directly lead to godhood. When the Heavenly Dao Rankings were revealed, a title Douluo could determine the rise and fall of the world with a wave of their hand. Everyone has witnessed such power. Sword Douluo, you surely cannot allow the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to monopolize such divine arts, right? Tang San deliberately raised his tone to evoke the greed in more people's hearts. While shouting, his gaze quickly swept across the eyes of the titled Douluos present, hoping they would treat Zhu Zhuqing the same way they treated him, recreating the earlier scene. This is the revenge from Tang San. Grudges are never held overnight. However, what disappointed Tang San, even left him dumbfounded, was that at this moment, neither Yu Yuanjun nor the three from the fierce lion Douluo showed any action despite their eager expressions. Even the Jew from the Spirit Hall, not far away, and the Ghost Hall only displayed surprise, as if shocked by Zhu Zhuqing's identity as the exposer. Without any further actions, for a moment, Tang San couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking as if he couldn't accept the situation. What? What is happening? Why aren't they trying to seize Zhu Zhuqing? Behind him, Tang Hao's deep voice came, because beside Zhu Zhuqing stands the sword Douluo Continent, representing the attitude of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. At the same time, there's also that Do Emperor expert, whose identity is unknown and whereabouts unclear. Offending as father and son, these people would only be entangled with us, and at most have a fight resulting in a few deaths. The consequences are within their capacity and that of the forces behind them. But if they offend a Do Emperor expert, their entire sect or family could be annihilated, with no power to resist. Therefore, even if there is only this possibility, they do not dare to take the risk. This is the true respect for the strong. At that moment, Tang San seemed to once again witness the true rules of this continent. What does it mean to be strong? A Do Emperor level strong person? No. At this time, Tang Hao stepped forward, saying it's someone like me. As soon as the words fell, Tang Hao directly summoned the Hao Ian Hammer martial soul, then swung the Hao Ian Hammer violently towards sword Douluo Continent. Hao Ian Hammer, chaotic wind, Hao Ian 9 absolutes. Shocked, seeing that Tang Hao actually dared to make a move, Yu Yuanjin and the others also felt a surge of excitement. After all, the temptation was too great. The onlookers around, witnessing someone really attacking Zhu Zhuqing, were all consumed by greed, and they suddenly jumped out of the crowd, their faces filled with greed and ferocity as they rushed towards Zhu Zhuqing. Of course, many people chose to watch the show, staying in place with their eyes fixed on the unfolding chaos. On the spot, Chun Xin glanced at the miscellaneous fish rushing in from all directions and at Tang Hao charging from the opposite side. His eyes turned cold as he directly summoned the 7 killing domain. In an instant, centered around Chun Xin, within a radius of 30 meters. All Soul Masters suddenly realized that their attack power was reduced by 90%, their defense was weakened by 70%, and their speed was also diminished by 70%. Everyone was taken aback. Then, the next moment, an even more despairing scene occurred for these people. In the very center of the domain, 9 soul rings appeared beneath Chun Xin, summoning the 7 killing sword, and then the 5th black soul ring lit up. 5th soul skill, shocking the 4 directions. 076 Bone Yong appears. The hidden old 6. In an instant, countless powerful sword energies erupted from the position where Chun Xian stood, slashing in all directions. Ah, I was wrong. Let go. Chun Xian, you old bastard. Afterwards, Chun Xian didn't even look at those miscellaneous fish, his gaze fixed solely on Tang Hao, who was hammering towards him. Boom! At that moment, a blood-red domain filled with the aura of bloodshed and slaughter also unfolded, directly counteracting the negative suppression effect of the 7-killing domain on Tang Hao. Facing his 5th soul skill, the chaotic wind hammer method, which was merely a combination of 2 hammers, was easily broken through. Moreover, the violent aura on Tang Hao intensified. It seemed as if he wanted to completely hammer Chun Xian to death, right there. Afraid you won't succeed. Seeing Tang Hao attack like this, Chun Xian showed no fear at all. Instead, his sword brows slightly chilled as he met Tang Hao's Haotian hammerhead on 10,000 swords concealed edge. Do not disturb the red dust. First soul skill. Sword out the edge. Sword energy crisscrossed. Cold light for thousands of miles. Furious slash of gods and demons. 9th soul skill. Dual slashes of gods and demons. With Chun X leaping into the air, his 1st and 9th soul rings shone brightly, and he suddenly slashed out with his sword. In an instant, a massive space was released in the sky, shooting out countless sword lights, capable of destroying heaven and earth, possessing extremely strong attack power, even directly killing title Douluo of the same rank. The sky-covering sword light was heading straight towards Tang Hao, who was hammering down from above. Before the 2 attacks collided, it seemed that the sound of exploding rings could be faintly heard. Boom! With a sound that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. The entire town where Shrek Academy was located shook violently several times, and an invisible shockwave flattened all the buildings, trees, and bamboo groves within Shrek. In the next moment, both figures stepped back 3 paces, standing in the void. After wiping the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, Swordmaster Chun Xian crossed his arms and looked at the now gray Tang Hao not far away, as well as the destruction around, secretly cursing in his heart. Tang Hao, and that Yuanjin and his gang of bastards actually held back during that battle. No wonder Tang Hao was able to take on 6 at that time. However, this guy was now stubbornly clashing with me over Zhu Qing, truly showing that only in the face of absolute interests would one spare no effort and use any means. In the next moment, the 2 engaged in battle again in midair. Below, the onlookers who were originally intimidated by the slaughter caused by Swordlaw Chun Xian were now seeing that Chun Xian was being held back by Tang Hao, and their ambitions surged again, looking at Zhu Qing, who was standing with Ning Rongrong like hungry wolves. In the next moment, swish, 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 with the sound of breaking wind, several figures that looked like ghosts rapidly approached. In the center of the scene, Zhu Qing, the target, showed no signs of panic at this moment, even comforting Ning Rongrong, who was standing closely beside her. Then, turning around, her cold face was filled with vigilance, and a flash of golden flames flickered in her eyes. However, at that moment, a cheerful laugh suddenly echoed in the void. How could I let you bunch of miscellaneous fish make my little Rongrong and her friends cry? As the voice fell, a crack suddenly appeared in the void in front of Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong, quickly expanding into a passageway that could accommodate a person. Immediately after, a tall figure with messy hair stepped out from within. Grandpa Bone. Seeing this figure, the originally tense Ning Rongrong instantly cheered with joy. The newcomer was none other than Bone Douluo, Guyong. Turning around, Guyong faced the incoming figures with his back, warmly stroking Ning Rongrong's little head, his smile kind. Little Rongrong, in these days since leaving the sect, have you missed your Grandpa Bone? Ning Rongrong's little face was full of happiness and joy, nodding her little head repeatedly. If it weren't for the fact that they were still in the middle of the battlefield at this moment, afraid of dragging Guyong down, Ning Rongrong might have directly rushed over to hug Guyong and act cute. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing noticed that the attackers around, upon seeing the appearance of the old senior Guyong, immediately stopped in their tracks and turned to flee rapidly. Similarly, as if sensing the actions of those people, Bone Douluo Guyong, while rubbing Ning Rongrong's little head, turned to look at the backs of those few people dare to bully my Rongrong. Then all of you must stay. Boom! As a tidal Douluo, his aura erupted, and a bone dragon phantom appeared behind Guyong, followed by 9 soul rings emerging around him. 4th soul skill, Bone Prison. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with eerie energy, with ghostly howls. At the same time, Bones that seemed to come from hell erupted from the ground, densely surrounding the fleeing figures, followed by a series of miserable howls that made the listeners' scalps tingle. At this moment, the various forces finally witnessed the might of the second sect in the world today. In the distance, at the location of the spirit hall, the ghost of Ame, with arms crossed, looked at the scene before him, and an awkward expression appeared on his cold and sinister face. This scene looks even more ghostly than I do. Beside him, Yuguan watched the scene and couldn't help but click his tongue. Unexpectedly, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School actually sent Jian Dao Qinshin and the continent's #1 defense. Gurong. It seems that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School already knew the identity of that little girl, named Zhu Zhuqing, as the exposer. Their intelligence capability is truly frightening. Perhaps we at the Spirit Hall have previously underestimated this Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Not far away, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, with Yu Luomian still haunted by the rankings of the top 3 sects, heard the Spirit Hall praise the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and couldn't help but sneer in rebuttal. Ha! Don't be fooled by the current impressive display of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, once that little girl named Zhu Zhuqing is captured by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and that Dou Emperor learns of it, I wonder if the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will still exist by then. Upon hearing Yu Luomian use the term captured, the others exchanged glances, their expressions showing signs of contemplation. In the center of the battlefield, just as Gu Duo was about to turn around to take a good look at his precious Rongrong, a figure wrapped in black clothing and wearing a mask suddenly appeared, with 9 soul rings flickering all over his body, and charged fiercely towards Gu Duo. This is actually another title Douluo. The onlookers around were somewhat numb. It was their first time realizing that this continent actually hides so many title Douluo powerhouses. Bone Rong also noticed this person and solemnly approached him, engaging in battle mid-air, perhaps to prevent the battle's aftermath from injuring Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing below. Bone Douluo consciously defended against the aftermath generated with each clash, not allowing the battle's shockwaves to leak out. Therefore, Bone Douluo had to respond with all his strength. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the battle between the 2 title Douluos, a shadow emerged from the crowd, transforming into a fine line, creeping along the ground towards Zhu Zhuqing's feet in the center of the battlefield. Silent, Ning Rongrong, who was willing to die for friendship. The blossoming Golden Emperor burning heaven flame, until the shadow, like a thread, crept to within 10 meters of Zhu Zhuqing. Bone Rong in the air finally sensed something. Damn it, you're seeking death. With a loud shout, just as Bone Rong was about to rush down to intercept that shadow, a mysterious masked title Douluo in black appeared right before Bone Rong, blocking his path. You are in cahoots. At this moment, even if Bone Rong was slow, he had realized. Which faction are you from? The masked mysterious title Douluo didn't answer, launching another full-force attack. Bone Rong had no choice but to fight back. On the ground below, upon hearing Bone Rong shout, the shadow knew it could no longer hide, so it leaped out from the ground like a thread, also masked and dressed in black. Boom! An aura not belonging to the ongoing battle in the sky erupted from this shadow. This person was actually another title Douluo powerhouse. Perhaps seeing that Zhu Zhuqing was just a little girl with the cultivation of a soul master. This person didn't even bother to summon their martial soul and spirit rings, rushing forward rapidly, wanting to capture her and leave immediately. The onlookers also came to their senses, seeing this person about to succeed, gasping in shock. Meanwhile, those from the major powers stared intently at the developments on the scene. If this person really succeeded, wouldn't they also? In the center of the battlefield, Ning Rongrong, regaining her senses, saw the black-clad person had already reached in front of them, her face turning pale from fear. Beside her, Zhu Zhuqing, who had already sensed something was wrong when the first black-clad person appeared and drew Bone Douluo away, now saw the second black-clad person charging toward her. A faint sneer appeared on her cold, beautiful face, and golden flames suddenly appeared in her eyes. Golden Emperor burning heaven flame. It's time for the people of this continent to know your reputation. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to take action, she heard Ning Rongrong's terrified scream. In the next moment, she saw Ning Rongrong's trembling body suddenly appear, opening her frail arms to block in front of her. It was as if the scene of herself blocking in front of Ning Rongrong on that day was being replayed. Only this time, the roles of both parties had reversed. Right in front of them, the black-clad person who had rushed to them, preparing to capture Zhu Zhuqing, was momentarily stunned to see the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School suddenly leap out with her eyes closed to shield the target. After realizing it, the black-clad person's eyes under the mask gleamed coldly, and their raised right hand glinted with sharp cold light, then fiercely aimed downwards, the air being sliced apart. In the sky, Bone Rong and Chen Xen, still engaged in battle, noticed this scene and were both frightened out of their wits. Damn it! If you dare to harm Rong Rong, my 7-treasure glazed tile school will never let you go. Stop! How dare you? Do you believe I will go to the heavens and the underworld to make you pay the price? In the center of the battlefield, trembling and with closed eyes, Ning Rongrong heard the shouts of Chun Xin and Bone Rong, and she could also sense the sharp aura in front of her. I'm sorry, Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone. This time, little Rongrong might really die. I hope that old man, that grumpy old man, won't be too sad when he hears the news. But Rongrong has no regrets. I hope my life can give Zhu Qing a glimmer of hope. Just as Ning Rongrong awaited the arrival of death, she suddenly felt a pair of arms wrapping around her neck from behind, and warmth enveloped her. Instinctively opening her eyes, she was greeted by a sea of golden flames. Magnificent, as if in a dream. For the first time seeing such a scene, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but widen her eyes and slightly part her lips, somewhat entranced. However, unlike Ning Rongrong, who was wrapped in the golden flames, admiring the beautiful scenery, everyone else in the sky and around the edges of the battlefield stared blankly at the golden flames in the center of the battlefield and the two girls within, their eyes filled with indescribable fear and horror. The scene fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Dead. A dignified title Douluo powerhouse. In just a moment of reaction, when his palm touched the golden flames, he was instantly burned to ashes. How terrifying. Gulp. Someone, frightened, swallowed hard, and the sound reached everyone's ears. Yet, at this moment, no one laughed at him. Instead, they all regained their senses and hurriedly retreated a few steps. Is this the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame exposed on the Heavenly Dao Rankings? It's truly terrifying. Hiss. A title Douluo powerhouse was burned to ashes just by touching the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame? How terrifying is that? I remember now, the one who possesses the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame seems to be that woman Dou Emperor called Gu Sun in her past life. In other words, this little girl named Zhu Zhuqing is the reincarnation of Gu Suner. Hiss. Now that you mention it, I remember that Gu Sun on the heavenly rankings seemed to be very clever aside from her identity and means. And this Zhu Zhuqing clearly had the means to kill a title Douluo from the very beginning, but she kept hiding it until that black-clad person got close. Then she unleashed this means to eliminate the enemy. Truly clever as always. In midair, the other black-clad person, seeing their companion meet such a fate, was already having second thoughts. But just as he was about to escape, he was intercepted by Bone Rong, who had also regained his senses. His face filled with a mix of luck and anger, and the two engaged in battle once more. On the other side, Tang Hao saw that Zhu Zhuqing not only hadn't been captured, but also possessed the means to counterkill a title Douluo, and alarms went off in his heart. Immediately, he transformed into an even more intense killing intent. His eyes shot cold light as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Today, this girl must be eradicated. Otherwise, my son and I will truly be in danger. I must find an opportunity to strike decisively. Just as Tang Hao was about to take action, he was intercepted by Chun Xin, who had also reacted. Tang Hao, your opponent is me. With no choice, Tang Hao could only engage in battle with Chun Xin once more. Below, Ning Rongrong, who was originally admiring the beautiful scene of golden flames filling the sky, suddenly saw the flames dissipate in an instant, and the beautiful view vanished. At the same time, she felt a heaviness on her back. Instinctively turning her head, she saw Zhu Zhuqing, pale and leaning against her back. Her expression changed, and just as she was about to speak, she realized and quickly covered her mouth, whispering, Zhuqing, what's wrong? 078, the sixth one reappears. The three seals combine. Zhuqing, are you okay? Ning Rongrong's voice was filled with urgency. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, with a pale face, opened and closed her mouth as if she was saying something, but aside from Ning Rongrong, no one else could hear her. However, those with keen eyes around noticed Zhu Zhuqing's pale complexion and began to discuss among themselves. It seemed that Zhu Zhuqing, who had only reached the Soul Master level, was still too strained to summon the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. Indeed, it appeared that she could only muster a single strike. As a result, The terrifying threat posed by this young girl would greatly diminish until she fully matured. In the sky, Tang Hao, who was in the midst of battle, also noticed Zhu Zhuqing's current state and couldn't help but feel happy. Then his expression turned fierce. The 7th black soul ring and the 9th red soul ring on his body suddenly shone brightly. 7th soul skill, Hao Yan's true self. 9th soul skill, sky-piercing strike. Seeing this, Chun Xen, not daring to be careless, immediately unleashed his 7th soul skill, 7 killing true body, and his 9th soul skill, God Demon 2 cuts, attacking Tang Hao. However, unexpectedly, Tang Hao's massive phantom suddenly threw the Hao Yan hammer phantom, but the target was not Chun Xen's 7 killing true body, but Zhu Zhuqing and the other girl in the center of the battlefield below. Meanwhile, Tang Hao himself quickly dodged Chun Xen's 9th soul skill with the support of the 2nd soul bone skill from the blue-silver emperor's right leg. Oh no, old bone. Upon seeing this, Chun Xen shouted loudly. On the other side, the bone Douluo Gurong, who was preparing to kill the masked man in black, instinctively reacted to Chun Xen's shout, using years of tacit understanding to flash his body through space teleportation directly to the air between the Hao Yan hammer phantom and Zhu Zhuqing. His 7th soul ring and 9th soul ring began to flicker. 7th soul skill, Ancient Dragon True Body. 9th soul skill, Bone Transformation Divine Dragon. Roar. In the next moment, a gigantic bone dragon soared into the sky, roaring at the heavens, its voice reverberating, and even Soto City could hear it. At that moment, the overwhelming Hao Yan hammer phantom finally came crashing down. Bang! A thunderous sound suddenly echoed through heaven and earth. Just as everyone was nervously focused on the outcome of the strongest powers and defenses clashing on the Douluo Continent, a masked man in black stealthily approached the ground and then suddenly charged towards the pale-faced Zhu Zhuqing, who could only lie on Ning Rongrong's back. At this moment, the eyes peeking from under the masked man's mask gleamed with a triumphant light. It turned out that in the sky, the black-clad masked man, who had already shown signs of fatigue under the Bone Douluo's attack and was looking for an opportunity to escape, saw the Bone Douluo rush to take on Tang Hao's fierce attack and abandoned the plan to escape, turning his attention back to Zhu Zhuqing on the ground. When the clam and the snipe fight, it is the fisherman who benefits. Now, even that reborn Dou Emperor had exhausted his last resort and was left powerless. I wonder who can stop me this time. Ha ha ha. In midair, Bone Douluo Gurong had just withstood the immense power of the Hao Yan hammer's attack when he suddenly sensed that familiar aura approaching again. The moment he turned his head to look down at the ground, Gurong's face filled with anger as he shouted, "Bastard! Stop it!" But unfortunately, at this moment, he still had to withstand the residual force from the recent Hao Yan hammer attack. Otherwise, even if Zhu Zhuqing, with her Dou Emperor heritage, might not be injured, his little Rongrong would definitely be left with nothing. There was simply no way to withdraw. At this moment, Bone Douluo Bonrong was almost exploding with anger. Damn it! Which force raised this bastard? He is already a titled Douluo powerhouse, yet acts so insidiously. Is there no self-respect as a strong person left? Above, Sword Douluo Chun Xen also noticed the sudden change below and immediately stepped on the 7 killing sword, activating his 2nd soul skill to dive down. However, the man in the black cloak, also a titled Douluo powerhouse, was equally fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed to within about 10 meters of Zhu Zhuqing and the other girl. For some reason, as soon as he reached this distance, the man in the black cloak suddenly felt a strange sense of panic. It's fine. With Chun Xen's speed, he can't catch up to me at all. Besides, as long as I capture this little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, even if Bone Rong can teleport, it won't matter. The feeling of unease grew stronger in his heart, and the man in the black cloak began to secretly murmur to comfort himself. But just then, the man in the black cloak suddenly seemed to see something that terrified him, and his expression changed. Martial soul possession, with 2 crisp girl voices as 7-layered, 7-colored glazed pagoda martial soul, and a shadow that was ethereal, refreshing, with an extraordinary temperament and stunning beauty, like a celestial fairy, emerged. Looking at the panicked eyes and flustered movements of the man in the black cloak trying to stop his forward momentum, Ning Rongrong revealed a playful smile on her cute face, stuck out her little tongue, successfully baited him. Congratulations, you've fallen for it. Then, without hesitation, 2 yellow soul rings instantly lit up around her, and the 7 treasures turned out to be glazed. First power, 2nd speed. In an instant, 2 beams of light surged directly into Zhu Zhuqing, who had a cold expression and was no longer pale as before, looking as if she was about to die. In an instant, the goddess shadow behind Zhu Zhuqing seemed to gaze with a hint of intensity. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, without saying a word, had golden light flickering in her eyes, her hair suddenly grew longer, and her entire aura surged. With Zhu Zhuqing's transformation, the goddess shadow martial soul behind her also had golden flames and a strange orange fire lotus appear in its eyes. At this moment, when Zhu Zhuqing's hands began to form 3 special seals continuously, the dual-colored flames in the eyes of the goddess shadow, martial soul, dimmed slightly. But the right-hand shadow solidified directly, containing seemingly world-destroying energy. All of this happened in less than half a second. In front of him, the man in the black cloak had already stopped, but upon sensing the energy in the right hand of the goddess shadow behind Zhu Zhuqing, he abandoned the thought of escape, knowing he absolutely could not run out of the explosion range of that energy. Instantly summoning his martial soul, 9 soul rings gleamed brightly, just as the man in the black cloak prepared to resist and attempted to see if he could kill Zhu Zhuqing before that energy exploded to stop her. Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice rang out. Mountain opening seal, ocean turning seal, earth covering seal. 3 seals combined. In an instant, the right palm of the goddess shadow behind Zhu Zhuqing suddenly pushed towards the man in the black cloak several meters away. With the appearance of a blinding golden giant palm, the entire Shrek ground began to tremble and tear apart. With a giant palm passed, cracks appeared in the surrounding space. The seemingly harmless Zhu Zhuqing, Emperor Tian, appears. A 4,000-word chapter is presented. Boom! With a golden giant palm passed, the man in the black cloak didn't even have time to resist and was turned into powder. In the next moment, the golden giant palm directly struck a nearby mountain of considerable size, and then, with a thunderous roar and earth-shattering tremors, the entire mountain was erased before everyone's eyes by the golden giant palm, whether it was the tidal Douluo powerhouses or the other onlookers. Everyone felt a chill throughout their bodies stiffening as if frozen by an immense cold. They stared wide-eyed, unable to regain their senses for a long time. After a while, some soul masters with ordinary strength could no longer control their bodies and collapsed directly to the ground. At this moment, it seemed as if a switch had been activated, and the entire Shrek Academy was filled with countless sharp inhalations. Hiss! Hiss! What kind of technique is this? How terrifying! Hiss! The entire mountain just vanished without a trace. Is this power something that humans can truly control? At this moment, in the direction of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, Yu Yuanjin was still in a daze, his forehead covered in cold sweat. In a hidden family position, the 3 tidal Douluo couldn't help but glance at each other, trembling uncontrollably. In the spirit hall, Ghost Douluo, who had originally been crossing his arms, had unknowingly let them drop, his pale face now drenched in cold sweat. Next to him, Judo Yuan was so frightened that his face turned pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, as the tidal Douluo came back to their senses and looked towards the center of the original battlefield along with everyone else, especially when they saw the culprit behind the scene that had caused everyone's worldview to collapse, now looking pale and panting as she was supported by Ning Rongrong, their mouths twitched. Could it be that this sly little girl thought that killing 2 tidal Douluo was not enough and planned to continue luring a few more over to kill? Especially when looking at Zhu Zhuqing's clear and bright eyes, as well as her seemingly harmless weak appearance, everyone felt a chill down their spines, as if they saw the grim reaper beckoning to them. Gulp! Everyone swallowed hard and then collectively retreated several steps, as if only by doing so could they feel a sense of security. She should have really used her trump card, right? Someone whispered, only to be met with countless eye rolls from those around. In the center of the battlefield, supporting the pale-faced Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong was so excited that her little face was flushed red. Zhuqing, you're amazing. You actually anticipated that someone would come to ambush us. And you've already killed 2 tidal Douluo strongmen with your hands. That's incredible. They are tidal Douluo strongmen, after all. Hee. And unexpectedly, this young lady actually participated in the action of killing tidal Douluo strongmen too. I must tell my dad when I get back. It will definitely shock him. Looking at the delighted and excited Ning Rongrong, a faint smile emerged on Zhu Zhuqing's cold and pale face. However, recalling the tidal Douluo that had attacked one after another just moments ago, Zhu Zhuqing's heartbeat had not yet calmed down. When she first encountered the ambush from a tidal Douluo, Zhu Zhuqing merely activated the source of the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame within her body to summon the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame to incinerate her enemies. However, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had already realized how powerful her allure was to title Douluo strongmen, so she became even more cautious. She never expected that a second title Douluo would actually appear to ambush her. This time, Zhu Zhuqing directly drew on part of the power of the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame and the pure Lotus Demon Fire to activate the Imperial Seal technique, simultaneously infusing all her soul power into it. While achieving astonishing results, she had indeed almost drained all her power. This meant that at this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was not fishing but was truly incredibly weak. However, if another title Douluo came to ambush her now, he might witness the terrifying power of the pure Lotus Demon Fire, which was even more fearsome than the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame. Swish! Standing on the 7-killing sword, the sword Douluo, Chen Xn was also staring in shock at the half-squatting Zhu Zhuqing, unable to hide the astonishment in his eyes. You! At this moment, Chen Xin seemed to want to say something, but he couldn't get the words out. He didn't even know what he wanted to say. On the other side, a passage for one person opened up in the space, and then Bon Douluo Guron walked out from it. Haha! As expected of a reborn Dou Emperor, Miss Zhuqing can easily kill a title Dou even with just a fraction of her previous strength. Truly, it has opened my eyes. Looking at the sword Douluo and Bon Douluo who appeared, Zhu Zhuqing, who had already recovered somewhat, immediately stood up with a grateful expression. Thank you, seniors, for saving me multiple times. Chen Xin and Gu Rong both silently nodded in their hearts upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing express her gratitude. Ha, it's no trouble at all. Gu Rong raised his hand to touch the few precious strands of hair left on his head, laughing heartily. Miss Zhuqing is a good friend of our little Rong, and she has even protected little Rong before. So as elders, we should repay her kindness. Speaking of which, even we old men didn't expect that little Zhuqing would have such hidden abilities. Otherwise, with just the two of us old fellows, we really wouldn't be able to protect Miss Zhuqing and little Rong. So, it really is thanks to little Zhuqing. The sword Douluo, Chen Xin, also nodded, agreeing with Gu Rong's words. On the side, Ning Rong saw that her two grandfathers were ignoring her and immediately pouted. Humph. I also helped kill that title Douluo, okay? Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Sword. How could you ignore me? I'm angry. Seeing the jealous Ning Rong, a smile appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's cold and beautiful face. Yes. It's also thanks to Rong's cooperation that we were able to successfully kill that title Douluo. Hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Ning Rong immediately beamed with joy, hugging Zhu Zhuqing's arm tightly. Seeing Ning Rong being so close to Zhu Zhuqing, Chen Xin and Gu Rong exchanged glances, both thinking at the same time. Is this still the little witch from the sect? When did she become so amiable? The two, puzzled, temporarily set aside their doubts and turned to look at Tang Hao, who had already landed beside Tang San in the distance, their faces full of cold smiles. At this moment, Tang Hao, standing next to Tang San, ignored the gazes of Chen Xin and Gu Rong and instead fixed his eyes on Zhu Zhuqing. Secretly signed himself, damn it. It seems I won't be able to kill this girl named Zhu Zhuqing today. The future might be troublesome. He thought, forget it. Let's talk about future matters later. This place is not suitable for staying long. We should retreat. Just as Tang Hao was pondering in his heart. In a certain place high in the sky, Di Tian looked at Gu Yuna beside him with surprise and respect, his golden eyes filled with admiration. No wonder the master just stopped his subordinates from taking action. It turns out he already knew that the girl named Zhu Zhuqing had such a terrifying trump card. The master truly has a keen eye. Hearing Di Tian's praise, Gu Yuna's calm and beautiful face showed a hint of emotional fluctuation for the first time, her lips twitching slightly. Gu Yuna had merely guessed that a reborn Dou Emperor would have some means to defend against enemies. She just wanted to see for herself. Who would have thought it would be such a terrifying trump card? In fact, even if Zhu Zhuqing had no trump cards, with Gu Yuna's strength, she could still save her at the last moment. Therefore, in some ways, Zhu Zhuqing had never been in any real danger. Unable to bear Di Tian's admiring gaze, Gu Yuna glanced down at the fleeing Tang Hao and his son and spoke directly. Di Tian, do you remember the task I gave you before? Now that the show is over, you should be getting ready to take action. Otherwise, that guy's going to escape. Hearing Gu Yuna's words, Di Tian immediately looked down at Tang Hao, and sure enough, he saw him grabbing Tang San's shoulder, preparing to flee. Oomph. How can I let you leave so easily? Leave me your right leg. Divine ability. Dragon God Claw. Suddenly, the sky became overcast, lightning flashed, and the wind howled. On the ground, Tang Hao, who had just grabbed Tang San's shoulder and was ready to flee, felt his heart suddenly race as if a great terror was about to descend upon him. Especially when he sensed the familiar aura from a few days ago that had nearly killed him. Tang Hao's face changed instantly, and without a word, he dragged Tang San and fled toward Shrek. Around the battlefield, everyone was initially curious about why the weather had suddenly changed and why the once invincible Tang Hao was now fleeing, discussing it among themselves. When a cold snort suddenly echoed from the sky. Oof. On the ground, as Tang Hao was running, he heard that familiar cold snort again, and his rough, dark face instantly turned pale, making his feet move even faster. But just at that moment, a massive black dragon claw appeared out of nowhere. And under the stunned gaze of everyone below, it reached out towards the direction Tang Hao was fleeing. Immediately after, people only faintly heard terms like explosion ring, great Sumeru hammer, followed by a huge booming sound and Tang Hao's miserable scream. On the ground, Xue Qinghe, who had also been shocked by this sudden turn of events, snapped back to reality upon hearing Tang Hao's scream. He immediately signaled to two figures in the crowd behind him, and then, feeling it wasn't secure enough, he directly turned to look at the direction of the spirit hall's Zhu Gue Douluo and sent a message. Instantly, four figures disappeared without anyone noticing. Only then did Xue Qinghe let out a sigh of relief and look up at the sky, wanting to know which powerful beings had descended this time. In the sky, Di Tian, holding a blood-soaked human thigh, looked confused and turned to Gu Yuna beside him. Master, why did you not let me kill that Tang San and his son directly? At this moment, Gu Yuna's expression returned to its previous indifference as she looked up at the starry sky, as if she could see the divine realm. For some reason, the moment you were about to kill Tang San and his son, I suddenly felt a sense of dread in my heart. It seems that if we kill them now, we will face great terror. I think it must be that Azuragai has done something to Tang San. Even that Tang Hao has issues. He also cannot die at our hands. Otherwise, it will immediately attract Azura's attention, and it might also draw the attention of the entire divine realm. Hearing this, Di Tian's heart shuddered, and just as he was about to ask more, he saw Gu Yuna had already retracted her gaze and was looking down. Let's go. Di Tian, we should go meet this reborn Do Emperor below. As she spoke, Gu Yuna raised her white, jade-like hand and gently grasped at the space in front of her, and in an instant, a spatial passage was formed. With graceful steps, Gu Yuna walked directly into it. Beside her, Di Tian, seeing this, swallowed his doubts and also followed, holding the bloodied thigh. As the two figures disappeared, the spatial passage closed and blended into the space. On the ground, in the center of the battlefield, not far in front of Zhu Zhuqing and the others, a spatial passage suddenly appeared, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Is this a spatial passage? Isn't that the skill of Bon Douluo? Another powerful being that controls space must have descended. Is a battle about to happen again? Even Chun Xian and Ning Rongrong looked at Bon Douluo Gu Rong beside them in surprise. After seeing Gu Rong's serious expression, they confirmed it wasn't Gu Rong's doing, and immediately, the few of them went on high alert. At that moment, under everyone's gaze, two figures, one tall and one short, walked out from the spatial passage. Looking at these two figures, everyone was filled with confusion. Who are they? Does anyone recognize them? No. They should be from some hidden sect or power, right? How many more powerful beings are hidden on this continent? Is this still the continent I'm familiar with? Wait, look at that black-clothed man holding that leg. It seems to be Tang Hao's right leg. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the large leg in the black-clothed man's hands, followed by gasps of shock. It's true. Look at that clothing. It really is Tang Hao's leg. In other words, that heavenly black dragon claw earlier was this person's attack. Just then, Di Tian, standing not far in front of Zhu Zhuqing and the others, suddenly unleashed his full aura. In an instant, everyone except Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Chun Xian, and Gu Rong, who were intentionally bypassed, was pressed to the ground by this aura. Everyone, the good show of today ends here. You may leave. After speaking, Di Tian then retracted the aura belonging to a top demigod. 080 transaction. Shifting blame. 5,000-word chapter. Powerful. Unparalleled power. At this moment, everyone around had expressions of shock and disbelief, and they immediately turned to leave, not daring to linger. Even those titled Douluo powerhouses were no exception. The cavalry of the Tiando royal family returned in full force once again. In the center of the cavalry formation, inside the special carriage of the Tiando prince. Xueqinghe poured himself several cups of tea one after another, drinking each one in one go. Only then did he put down the teacup, his brow still tightly furrowed, and the shock in his eyes had not dissipated. I originally thought that on this continent, aside from that guy who inherited the title of Dou Emperor a few days ago, the strongest should be my grandfather. But the aura that just erupted from that big man is clearly much stronger than my grandfather. Could it be that this big man is a god descended to the world? But there are no signs of divine power on him that I have ever sensed. He clearly still belongs to the realm of mortal beings. On the other hand, the woman who appeared alongside the black-clothed man was becoming increasingly troubling for Xueqinghe. The more he thought about it, the deeper his frown became, and he felt an inexplicable irritation in his heart. So, he immediately took out paper and pen to write down in detail what happened at Shrek today, along with his speculations. After hesitating for a moment, he copied it again, then knocked on the carriage door. Immediately, one of the coachmen driving the carriage came in, kneeling on one knee and awaiting orders. Deliver these 2 letters to the worship hall and the Pope hall. Xueqinghe's voice echoed in the coachman's mind. The coachman showed no surprise, directly taking the letters with both hands and then retreating until the carriage door closed again. Xueqinghe rubbed his brow, his expression revealing a fleeting moment of weakness. Lowering his arm, he gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery, unable to help but murmur with the exposure of the Heavenly Dao Ranking and the appearance of the exposer. This continent is no longer the same as before. All kinds of monsters and hidden powers are emerging, and chaos is about to arrive. Now, what I need to do most is to quickly increase my strength. Perhaps only by inheriting the divine position can I lead the spirit hall to suppress this continent and restore the peace of the past. With this thought, a fierce light flickered in Xueqinghe's eyes. No, I can't continue to play this role-playing game with those old fellows. I need to speed up my actions. A few minutes earlier, just as Di Tian was preparing to face Tang Hao and his son, in another small world, in mid-air, a figure clad in blood-red armor suddenly swung the blood-red longsword in his hand. In an instant, a piercingly sharp blood-red sword light swept toward the countless despairing faces below. Shura, you shy Di. How could scum like you become a god? Heaven is unjust. I hate it. In the sky, the blood-red figure remained indifferent, not caring about the wails of the people below before their deaths. Defying the rule of the gods, not believing in the gods, you deserve to die. I, Shura, sentence you to death. As the words of the Shura god fell, the cries and curses from below had all vanished, and the entire land was enveloped in a thick smell of blood. In the sky, watching all the sinners below perish, the Shura god was about to move to execute judgment elsewhere when suddenly his body paused. Did something happen to Tang San on Douluo Continent? In an instant, the Shura god closed his eyes, carefully sensing the residual connection left on Tang San. After a moment, his eyes suddenly opened wide. What is going on? The luck on Tang San is already diminished by a third. Damn it. Even with my backup plan, I can't ascertain the specific situation across different worlds. Tang San must not have any accidents. It seems I must hurry and complete the judgment task on this group of sinners in this world. With this thought, the blood-red aura around the Shura god grew even denser, and he suddenly flew in a certain direction. Wherever he passed, the sky left behind a streak of blood, as if this world were being wounded. On Douluo Continent, outside Soto City, at the back mountain of Shrek Academy, once everyone had left, Chun Xian and Gu Rong protected Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing behind them, looking at the back of the black-clothed man as if facing a great enemy. When he was young, Chun Xian followed his father, the Shili Sword Master, to challenge the Spirit Hall's grand offering, Qian Daolu, who held a series of titles such as Sky, Invincible, and Demigod. As a 98th level supreme Douluo, therefore, Chun Xian always remembered the aura of a powerhouse like Qian Daolu. However, the aura that the black-clothed man in front of him just unleashed was even stronger than the aura he remembered from Qian Daolu's full-force battle. Knowing that he and Gu Rong were no match for such a powerhouse, Chun Xian subtly exchanged glances with Gu Rong. Years of close friendship allowed Gu Rong to instantly understand the meaning expressed in Chun Xian's eyes. If a battle breaks out later, I will unleash my full power to create an opportunity for you to open a spatial passage and take little Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing away. Gu Rong hesitated for a moment, then his expression firmed, and he slightly nodded in agreement with Chun Xian's plan. After exchanging glances, Gu Rong steeled himself and stepped forward. I wonder what brings you here, senior? Perhaps hearing the voice of Bon Yong, Gu Yuna and Di Tian turned around at the same time, looking at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who were hiding behind, as well as Chun Xian and Bonyong, who were on guard in front. All of them looked at him with solemn expressions. Di Tian raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing on his dignified face. Then, under the shocked gazes of the four, Di Tian turned to the side and bowed to Gu Yuna, saying, "Master." In an instant, the shock in Chun Xian and the others' hearts was beyond measure, all of them casting incredulous glances at the figure beside Di Tian, with silver long hair casually draped behind, an incredibly beautiful face with purple eyes that seemed to see into one's heart, a cold expression in a white dress gently fluttering. She looked like a girl of only 11 or 12 years old. To be respectfully referred to as master by such a terrifyingly powerful being as Di Tian. What is the true identity of this girl? Could it be that there are indeed soul master forces on this continent that are even more powerful than the spirit hall? At this moment, under the astonished gazes of Chun Xian and the others, Gu Yuna waved her small hand, signaling Di Tian to rise. Her pair of purple eyes directly looked at Zhu Zhuqing behind Chun Xian and Gu Rong, her voice cold and devoid of any emotion. "Miss Zhuqing, hello. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gu Yuna, and I'm the sovereign of all soul beasts on this continent. This beside me is the beast god Di Tian of the Star Doe Forest, with an 80,000-year cultivation. As for his strength level, there's no need to introduce it." Upon hearing Gu Yuna's words, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat, and their expressions changed instantly. 100,000-year soul beast can rival a tidal Douluo, and an 80,000-year beast god Di Tian must be able to match a deity, right? No wonder the aura that just erupted was so terrifyingly overwhelming. Moreover, this girl who looks to be only 11 or 12 years old is actually the master of all soul beasts. To be able to dominate all soul beasts, a group that truly embodies the law of the jungle, Gu Yuna's strength must surely surpass that of the beast god Di Tian. At this moment, Gu Rong and Chun Xian couldn't help but glance at each other again, directly abandoning their previous plan. In front of such a strong opponent, running away is completely meaningless. Moreover, in this situation, aside from fleeing to that Doe Emperor powerhouse, even running to the spirit hall might not change the outcome at all. The two exchanged wry smiles. However, behind them, Zhu Zhuqing, having recovered from the initial shock, regained her composure and her expression returned to normal. After all, although the 800,000-year beast god sounds terrifying, when compared to the overwhelming aura he just unleashed and the various levels of power she had experienced from Doe emperors, Zhu Zhuqing realized that it was only comparable to a high-level Doe Huang. Thinking this way, she felt that the soul beast next to her, named Gu Yuna, was not that strong either. As long as she activated the pure lotus demon fire within her body, her mindset became even more calm. But aren't soul beasts only at the 100,000-year level? After reaching the 100,000-year level, aren't they supposed to either die or transform into humans? Perhaps seeing the calmness on her best friend Zhu Zhuqing's face, Ning Rongrong, who was initially startled, quickly regained her composure and then couldn't suppress her curiosity, directly asking, moreover, "I've heard that after transforming into humans, they have to start their cultivation over. So, do you still count as soul beasts in your current forms?" In front of them, Chun Xian and Gu Rong listened to their little witch speaking out of curiosity, and their expressions turned tense, fearing that these two soul beasts with god-level power would suddenly make a move. They might not be able to defeat these two beasts, but they absolutely wouldn't let their little witch die in front of them. Under the nervous gazes of the two, Gu Yuna slightly furrowed her brows, and in that instant, Gu Rong and Chun Xian felt their hearts leap to their throats. Then, perhaps considering that Ning Rongrong was Zhu Zhuqing's close friend, Gu Yuna turned to look at Di Tian beside her and gave him a hint, meaning for him to explain. Seeing this, Di Tian, who understood his master's intention, stepped forward and said, "We soul beasts, upon reaching 100,000 years, do not necessarily die after transforming. As long as we survive the 100,000-year thunder tribulation, we can continue to cultivate. Therefore, we soul beasts that have passed the thunder tribulation are called fierce beasts. And fierce beasts possess the ability to freely switch between human and fierce beast forms, just like me." In fact, Di Tian was hiding many important pieces of information, such as fierce beasts having to undergo a thunder tribulation every 100,000 years, which would become increasingly terrifying with the enhancement of their cultivation. And also, Gu Yuna was actually a divine beast. Naturally, Dition could not reveal these secrets. On the other side, Chun Xin and the others also wore expressions of shock and bewilderment, clearly learning about such secrets for the first time. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who had long seen that the two opponents were targeting her, stepped forward with a similarly cold expression. Is your target me? Could it be that you soul beasts and fierce beasts also want to capture me and obtain the techniques and skills from the legacy of the Dao emperors through me? As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Rongrong behind her instinctively summoned the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Seeing this, Chun Xin and Gu Rong exchanged glances in silence, and then also summoned their respective martial spirits, completing the martial spirit possession. Upon seeing Chun Xin and Gu Rong daring to show hostility towards their master, a strong killing intent emerged in Dition's golden eyes, just as he was about to unleash his aura to crush the two opponents. He saw Gu Yuna raise her hand again to stop him. Seeing this, Dition retracted his killing intent. Miss Zhuqing, please rest assured. Although we are also interested in those so-called heavenly rank techniques and skills, our purpose for this trip is not them. Moreover, with that Dao Emperor expert watching, no living being on this continent, including the gods of the divine realm, can harm you. The Dao Emperor experts watch, meaning that expert has been observing the other two from the beginning. Isn't this the lie spread by that brat named Ye by to deceive everyone? At this moment, Chun Xin and Gu Rong felt completely stunned by what had happened today. As for Gu Yuna's words, Zhu Zhuqing was slightly shocked, but not particularly surprised. After all, the other two individuals from the previous life exposed by the Heavenly Dao ranking, whether it was Yin or Queen Medusa, were truly loyal and righteous people. Regardless of how they became in this life, as long as they inherited all the memories and emotions from their past lives, they would always be influenced by their previous existence. Zhu Zhuqing had long suspected this. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was even more curious about why the other party was looking for her if they were not coveting her Dao Emperor heritage. What was their purpose in seeking her? Suddenly, Gu Yuna raised her hand, and a powerful divine force enveloped everyone present, preventing anyone who did not exceed Gu Yuna's strength or was not specifically focused on her from hearing the content of the conversation inside. We have come here to ask you for a favor, or rather, to make a transaction with you. Surely, as someone who has inherited the Dao Emperor heritage, you have also noticed the issues within the cultivation system of this continent. There are shackles within your soul, master's martial souls. And the so-called soul power cultivated seems to be like a rootless weed, lacking any foundation, making it almost impossible to advance beyond the title Douluo level. The soul rings generated within our soul beasts are the keys to unlocking the shackles in your martial souls. Moreover, the time spent on cultivation by a soul beast does not equate to the power we gain. All of this is actually orchestrated by a hidden mastermind, whose purpose is to completely eradicate us soul beasts while also blocking your human cultivation talents, cutting off your path to advancement. Without his permission, humans reaching title Douluo would be the limit. Becoming a god at level 100 would merely be a distant and beautiful dream. And this hidden mastermind is the gods of the divine realm. Humans are merely tools for them to harvest faith and annihilate us soul beasts. They will never allow you to stand on equal footing with them. The reason for exterminating soul beasts is that they fear the emergence of divine beasts among us that could rival the divine kings and overthrow their rule. After explaining the relationship between the gods of the divine realm, the soul beasts of Douluo Continent, and humans, Gu Yuna continued, therefore, we hope that once Miss Zhuqing, the reincarnated Dao Emperor, and young friend Yubai grow up, you can create a cultivation method that can break the shackles of your martial souls for humans and develop a method to accelerate the cultivation of our soul beasts. As a transaction, both Dition and I are willing to personally protect your safety, and if you need soul rings, I can also offer sacrifices from soul beasts beyond their lifespan until you grow into soul saint powerhouses. How about it? Stunned, Chun Xin and Gu Rong were now completely numb from the shocking revelations about the gods of the divine realm and the issues with the soul master cultivation system mentioned by Gu Yuna. Although they had vaguely sensed that there were some problems with their cultivation to title Douluo, they had never imagined that it was due to the interference of the gods of the divine realm, aimed at completely cutting off their paths as soul masters. At this moment, the image and status of the gods in the hearts of the two shattered completely. Next to them, Ning Rongrong's little face was puffed up with anger. HMPF. No wonder our 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul can only cultivate to soul sage. It turns out to be the trick of the gods in the divine realm. HMPF. What kind of gods are these? Don't let me encounter those so-called gods. Otherwise, I'll smash your heads with the 7-treasure glaze tile. HMPF. Opposite them, Dtion looked at the cute little human girl in front of him with a strange expression, secretly giving her a thumbs up. At the same time, he thought to himself, good ambition. However, although the gods in the divine realm modified the martial soul cultivation system and added a shackle to human martial souls, the inherent problems of the martial souls themselves seemed not to be caused by the gods. Is this what humans call shifting blame? However, as long as the target is the gods of the divine realm, then such shifting of blame is truly beneficial. Next to Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing. After listening to Gu Yuan's narration, firmly remembered a name. Yubai? Is this the reincarnation of that Xiao Yan? According to Gu Yuan, he seems to be quite young. I wonder what he looks like. Her earlobes turned slightly red, and Zhu Zhuqing quickly discarded those nonsensical thoughts in her mind. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly nodded in agreement. With these two guardians, those powerful figures should not sneak attack me again, right? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing nodding in agreement, a hint of joy appeared in Gu Yuan's indifferent eyes, and she said, in that case, let's go. We will first meet the last reincarnator, who is the reincarnation of the Flame Emperor, Yubai. 081 Qianrenshua. HMPF. One of them is destined to be mine. 5,000-word chapter. Hearing Gu Yuan mention going to meet you by right now, Zhu Zhuqing, who had originally looked cold, suddenly became flustered inside, feeling a bit lost. Next to her, Ning Rongrong heard Gu Yuan's words, and her beautiful big eyes immediately started rolling. Yu Bai is the reincarnation of that Flame Emperor, and Zhu Qing is the reincarnation of that Gu Suner. In their previous lives, they were not only childhood sweethearts, but eventually became a real couple. So, if Zhu Qing goes to meet that Yu Bai, isn't it just to rekindle their past romance? Wow, is the fate of crossing time and space reappearing? Wait a minute. If that's the case, won't Dai Mu Bai, that great playboy, be greened? Should we change his name to Green Tiger? That's just what he deserves. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but chuckle out loud. Seeing everyone looking at her, Ning Rongrong quickly suppressed her laughter and looked at Zhu Zhuqing beside her, her little face full of pleading, saying pitifully, Zhuqing, I can't bear to be separated from you. Please take me with you. Originally, Zhu Zhuqing, who was inexplicably flustered about meeting Yu Bai, wanted to find someone familiar to accompany her, and upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, the two immediately hit it off. Gu Yuan had no objections to bringing one more person along. Only Chan Xin and Gu Rong both showed helpless expressions at this moment. Their little witch really was so eager to join in the fun that she forgot about the two grandfathers. At the same time, Chan Xin also had no intention of taking out the letter Ning Fengji wrote to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Given the current situation, if he dared to mention transferring to the Castle Academy or something, these two might directly tear him and old Gu apart, perhaps not fully prepared to meet that Yu Bai. Zhu Zhuqing directly stopped Gu Yuan from opening the spatial passage and instead called for a carriage in Soto City to head there. Before leaving, Zhu Zhuqing even specially found the original Shrek Academy's dean, Flinder, and took back the tuition fee of 100 gold soul coins that she had originally paid, while the other registration fee of 10 gold soul coins was treated as her living expenses in Shrek over the past few days. From this, Flinder's already not rich family was further burdened. In the martial soul city, in the Pope's palace, at this moment Bibi Dong was reclining on a soft bed. Appearing noble yet somewhat lazy, her long, beautiful legs crossed, accentuating her charm. Suddenly, a captivating smile appeared on Bibi Dong's stunningly cold face, and her enchanting eyes opened. Softly laughing and talking to herself. Hee, in the last life as Gu Suner, you little vixen prided yourself on being that brat's childhood sweetheart, didn't you? Didn't you have a good and close relationship since you were little? Now that you're going to meet that stinky brat, I didn't expect you to be nervous, While talking to herself, a hint of shyness and anticipation appeared on Bibi Dong's beautiful face. However, you should be grateful for this emperor's grace, for in this life, this emperor still allows you, little vixen, to meet that stinky brat first. Proud Bibi Dong would naturally not admit that, having inherited all the emotions from her previous life, she was now even more nervous than Zhu Zhuqing. She had no idea how to face that stinky brat Yu Bai. Therefore, she was waiting for Zhu Zhuqing to meet Yu Bai first, and, after watching their encounter, she would decide how to meet Yu Bai. Just at this moment, the door of the palace was gently pushed open. The only one who could come here without asking for permission was Bibi Dong's direct disciple, Hulaina. Sure enough, as footsteps approached, Hulaina's voice rang out. Teacher, as per your instructions. I have notified all the sub-palaces of the Wuhuan Hall that the mysterious Dao Emperor Powerhouse has become a special worshipper of our Wuhuan Hall, holding equal status with the Pope. At the same time, as you instructed, I have established the Scripture Pavilion, and all the cultivation methods and fighting techniques you gave to your disciples have been included in it. A decree has also been issued that only geniuses who obtain the purple Lu medal and are recognized by the Pope can enter to browse. After listening to Huaina's report, Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction and smiled. I believe that at this moment, Xiaoyu and Yin have already been searching for suitable cultivation methods and fighting techniques in the Scripture Pavilion. Thank you for your hard work, Huaina. Hearing the teacher's praise, a hint of joy appeared on Huaina's enchanting face. Being able to complete the tasks assigned by the teacher and not disappoint you makes me very happy. Seeing this, Bibi Dong grew even more satisfied with this disciple. After thinking for a moment, she directly took out a recently copied high-level Earth-grade cultivation method, Soul Morning Charm, from the head of the bed and handed it to Huaina. The Scripture Pavilion contains all the mysterious and below-level cultivation methods and fighting techniques. Originally, I wanted you to first practice the easier mysterious level techniques to get familiar with another cultivation system, and then I would give you this high-level Earth-grade cultivation method. However, now the teacher has decided to give it to you all at once. How to choose, you can decide for yourself. Seeing that Bibi Dong had considered her so thoroughly, Huaina was deeply moved. Thank you for your cultivation, teacher. For Huaina, Bibi Dong treated her like a daughter. Looking at the touched Huaina, Bibi Dong smiled and pulled her close. We don't need to be like this between teacher and disciple. As she spoke, Bibi Dong seemed to think of something and her expression became serious. By the way, Huaina, there is something I need to inform you in advance. The main reason why low-level cultivation methods are distinguished from mysterious-level cultivation methods is that they can significantly purify and reshape the soul power cultivated during practice, laying a stronger foundation for the future and allowing for further progress in cultivation. However, this means that the soul power originally cultivated through meditation will inevitably be reprocessed, which means the level of soul power may drop. At the same time, the time and resources required for future cultivation will be several times or even dozens of times more than before. Saying this, Bibi Dong showed a hint of regret on her face. Unfortunately, Nana, you don't have the bloodline of a Dao Emperor, and I also lack the ability to refine pills. After a sigh, Bibi Dong turned to Huaina beside her, her expression serious. So, now, I offer you two cultivation options. The first is to directly cultivate the Soul Morning Charm Cannon to build a stronger foundation. But the downside is that the level of soul power will drop, and the cultivation speed will be slow. The second is to go to the Scripture Pavilion and choose a suitable advanced mysterious level cultivation method for you, which will greatly increase your cultivation speed and slightly improve the quality of your soul power. Then, seek a divine inheritance place and complete the first 8 trials of the divine exam, using divine power to reshape your foundation. The downside is that the foundation built by divine power may not be as strong as what you refined yourself. As for the divine punishment faced if you fail the divine exam, if it dares to come down, I'll destroy that god along with it. When she said this, Bibi Dong exuded an indescribable majesty and dominance, making Huaina beside her feel a surge of admiration. Seeing this, Bibi Dong humorously raised her long right hand and tapped Huaina on the head, bringing her back to her senses. After apologetically sticking out her pink tongue, Huaina steadied her mind and seriously looked at Bibi Dong. Teacher, I choose the second option. In 2 years, it will be the 5-year Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, and I don't want to rely on the cultivation of a great soul master or soul respect to compete at that time. It would tarnish the prestige of our spirit hall. Even if we win in the end, it would still attract unnecessary remarks. As for strength in this world, with you, a Dao Emperor protecting me, it's enough for me to barely be a divine king. Hearing Huaina's words, Bibi Dong shot her a displeased glance, but chose not to say anything further. After all, as Huaina said, with her Dao Emperor protection, living as an immortal divine king without needing to care about others' opinions is quite good. Meanwhile, the events at Shrek Academy had finally spread out completely as the surrounding onlookers left. Hey, have you all heard about that incident at Shrek Academy? It really shocked me. For an entire year. Who could say otherwise? The 2 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall. The 2 titled Douluos from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Engine, and 3 unfamiliar titled Douluos sent by the 8 hidden families behind the Soul Arena, plus the Hao Yin Duo Tang Hao. It was a complete chaos of titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall, the 8 hidden families, and the 3 upper sects. The lower 4 sects didn't even have the qualification to participate. I heard the battle was absolutely earth-shattering. That's right. I heard it was all because the identity of the thief Tang San was exposed, and all those powerful forces went for the Xintian treasure record he held. It seems that in the end, only the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, and the families behind the great soul arena, as well as the Tiando prince, obtained the Xintian treasure record, right? And who would have thought that that so-called Shrek Academy, besides the exposer Tang San, also hit another Do Emperor exposer? TSK. They say the scene that followed even lured out the hidden 99th level titled Douluo. While ordinary people and soul masters across the continent were discussing this, the situation on the continent subtly began to change, especially after hearing that the Spirit Hall did not obtain the Xintian treasure record. The lower 4 sects that had secretly leaned towards the Spirit Hall began to get closer to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, and the Tiando royal family. Many small forces and small soul master families openly sided with the Tiando royal family. However, at this moment, another piece of news came from the Spirit Hall. The reincarnation of Queen Medusa as a Do Emperor became a special offering of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall established a new scripture pavilion containing cultivation methods and fighting techniques, which can only be learned by those with the purple spirit medal in the Spirit Hall. The news spread, and the entire continent was in an uproar. The lower 4 sects that had originally contacted the 3 upper sects immediately turned back and returned to the embrace of the Spirit Hall. Countless talents and some hidden powerhouses across the continent rushed towards the Spirit Hall just to catch a glimpse of the necessary cultivation methods from other worlds, along with various fighting techniques similar to self-created soul skills. Additionally, even the Star Luo royal family, far away in Star Luo, sent people in conjunction with the Zhu family to the Tiando Empire after hearing news about Zhu Zhuqing. The entire continent's situation suddenly surged. In such an atmosphere, 2 days slowly passed. A team of cavalry escorted a luxurious carriage rapidly into Tiando City. At the prince's mansion, Xue Qinghe, who had just returned, didn't even have time to wash up and rest when 2 middle-aged figures appeared. Raising an eyebrow, Xue Qinghe's eyes lit up with anticipation. Uncle Cuttlefish, Uncle Snake Spear. What was the result? Did Tang Hao and Tang San die? Seeing this, both Cuttlefish Duo and Snake Spear Duo lowered their heads in shame. Sorry, young master. When we arrived, there was only a deep pit and a pool of blood left at the scene. We found nothing else. To prevent Tang Hao and his son from hiding nearby, we have searched the area within hundreds of miles in detail with the 4 of us, including the Cuttlefish and Ghost Douluos, but still found no trace of Tang Hao and his son. The Cuttlefish Douluo and Ghost Douluo are now reporting to the Spirit Hall. Hearing this, the smile in Xue Qinghe's eyes gradually faded, but he still feigned nonchalance and comforted the 2. Since that's the case, then forget it. It can only be said that Tang Hao and his son are meant to survive. You 2 uncles have worked hard. You may go rest now. Cuttlefish Douluo and Snake Spear Douluo hurriedly withdrew upon hearing this. Taking a long breath, Xue Qinghe finally suppressed the unwillingness in his heart. Just after washing up, he was about to head to the Tiando Imperial Palace to report to Emperor Shuiyi about this journey when another figure in black suddenly appeared beside him. Kneeling on one knee and directly reporting, "Young master, the person you asked us to keep an eye on, Douluo, has news. A few days ago, shortly after you set off for the Bala Kingdom's Soto City, Douluo brought 2 young men to Tiando City in a carriage. According to our investigation, Douluo's goal for this trip is to purchase a large batch of medicinal materials, of which toxic materials account for 70%. Moreover, 2 days ago, Douluo went to the Tiando Royal Academy to pick up his granddaughter, Douluyen. The reason they have not left yet is that they learned from the Tiando City auction house that a special herb they need will be auctioned tonight." After hearing the report, Xue Qinghe's eyes brightened, and he quickly turned around, looking at the intelligence officer kneeling in front of him, and hurriedly asked, "What do those 2 young men look like? Is Yu Bai among them?" "Sorry," the intelligence officer quickly said upon seeing Xue Qinghe so concerned. "The 2 boys wore masks from beginning to end, and we couldn't know. However, one of the boys' figures is about 80% similar to what we know of Yu Bai." After hearing the report, Xue Qinghe's expression turned joyful, and after waving for the intelligence officer to leave, a smile appeared on his lips. "Yu Bai, you finally showed up." He chuckled. 3 reincarnated Do Emperors. One of them is destined to be mine. And you, Douluo, you old man. You actually plan to use your granddaughter to win over Yu Bai? If I hadn't returned in time, you might have succeeded. But since I've run into you, it's none of your business now. Hee hee. You buy, little guy. See you at the grand auction tonight. With that thought, Xue Qinghe quickly tidied up his attire and headed towards the Tiando Palace, to the study of Emperor Xue Yi. On the other side, in the food street of Tiando City, a girl with short, deep purple hair, looking spirited and exuding an enchanting charm, was frantically sweeping up various snacks from the vendors. Each time she tasted a favorite snack, her green eyes would squint in delight, as if savoring the flavor. Boss, this one, and this one. The girl pointed at several snacks on the stall, commanding, give me 10 of each. Seeing the girl so generous, the stall owner smiled with squinted eyes and quickly responded. All right, little girl, you sit down first. Just wait a moment, and I'll prepare it for you. Hearing this, the girl happily sat down at a nearby wooden table, then waved her hand behind her, shouting, Hey, little fox, little fatty, what are you doing? Hurry up and come over. Your sister Yanzi is treating you to delicious food. Not far away, two boys wearing masks, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old, were each carrying several large plastic bags filled with snacks and had a stick filled with candied fruits resting on their shoulders. They stumbled over, panting heavily. Anyone who saw them on the street couldn't help but show sympathetic expressions, especially some young men accompanying their girlfriends, who almost pulled these two boys to make a brotherly pact. Finally reaching the table where the girl was sitting, the two boys placed everything they were carrying on the table and then collapsed onto the ground, sweat covering their faces under their masks. The boy with the fox mask couldn't help but complain first. Huff, huff. I said, Sister Yanzi, didn't you say you would bring us to the food street? Why is it that in the end, we are the ones carrying everything? Beside him, the boy wearing a skull mask quickly followed up, exactly. And these snacks could obviously be put into the storage soul guide. Why we have to carry them? Hearing the boy's complaints, the girl sitting at the table casually took out a snack from the packed food and shot them a sideways glance. Then, with a wave of her other hand, 2 bags embroidered with unknown flowers were tossed in front of the 2 boys, 100 gold soul coins in each bag. Is there any problem? Upon hearing this, the 2 boys, who had been exhausted, immediately reached out like lightning to grab the bags in front of them, weighed them in their hands, and shouted in unison with full momentum, Report, Sister Yanzi, no problems at all. The 3 of them were naturally Yu Bai, Shi Zheng, and Dugabo's granddaughter. Duga Yin, feeling pleased with her ability to easily control Yu Bai and Shi Zheng, said with a proud expression, All right, since you 2 little guys are accompanying me today, consider my treat. Enjoy the food on the table. As soon as Dugu Yin finished speaking, Shi Zheng's figure shot like a whirlwind to the other side of the wooden table, directly leaning over it, eyes shining, then uncertainly turned to the Yin, who looked shocked. Sister Yanzi, can we really eat as much as we want? Meanwhile, Yu Bai, still sitting on the ground, looked at Shi Zheng's unrestrained demeanor and covered his face, muttering, I can't bear to look. Even though his physical training had succeeded, he couldn't resist the temptation of food. His self-control was too poor. This embarrassing display was truly hard to watch. Although he said that, Yu Bai's body was honest, and he quickly made his way to the wooden table, looking at Duga Yin with eyes sparkling just like Shi Zheng's. Heaven knows that during the recent time of training at the Ice and Fire Yangyi, he had been consuming the auxiliary liquids for body training every day, and his mouth had almost turned bland. The shock in his eyes was even greater. But at this moment, facing the gaze of Yu Bai and Shi Zheng, Duga Yin swallowed the question she was about to ask and instead smiled brightly, showcasing the charm of a neighborhood big sister, of course. Otherwise, do you think I could finish all this food by myself? Hurry up and eat. Long live Sister Yanzi, Shi Zheng exclaimed excitedly. Then his hands turned into a blur as he directly grabbed the snacks and started devouring them. Yu Bai watched his friend's embarrassing behavior and couldn't help but shake his head again, complaining, I can't bear to look. While speaking, Yu Bai's hands were also not slow. He repeatedly swept over the food on the table and elegantly stuffed them into his mouth, which was slightly revealed under his lifted mask. The food on the table visibly diminished. Dugu Yin didn't mind this at all. At this moment, her mind was filled with the speed that Yu Bai and Shi Zheng had just displayed. Even she, a level 38 soul master, couldn't see how they had instantly moved from several meters away to the table. It was known that Duga Yin had seen Yu Bai and Shi Zheng's true faces and knew that they were only 12 years old. Could it be that these 2 little guys are 12-year-old soul masters? Is there really such a genius in this world? Also, although these 2 little brothers are very interesting, why does their grandfather, dignified title Douluo, seem to value them so much, even giving off a feeling of being on equal footing? Yin subconsciously shook her head, dismissing this somewhat absurd thought from her mind. With her emerald green eyes, she looked at the two who were devouring their food and curiously asked, "Little fox, little fatty, what level are you two at now? Why does it feel like your speed is faster than mine? A 38th level soul sovereign." Zheng, who was eating like crazy, didn't think to hide anything. I think I'm already at level 29, about to break through to level 30, right? A bit uncertain, Zheng paused his eating to carefully sense his soul power level before nodding. "Oh no, wait, I'm already at level 30. After saying that, Zheng continued to eat. Just a few days ago, during the body refining and foundation building process, the various medicinal liquids that Yubai prepared contained a lot of energy. Coupled with the abundant first-level divine, Fire Dragon King's fire attribute energy in the Fire Ice Spring water, otherwise, it would be very difficult for the little fatty, who was cultivating the low-level, high-level skill Imu Ju, to even maintain his original level of 21, let alone reach level 30. Opposite Zheng, Yubai's hand paused slightly while taking food. "I was already at level 30. Alright, I almost forgot. I should go casually get a soul ring breakthrough." It was as if he was talking about something very ordinary. After finishing his sentence, Yubai noticed that Zheng was using both hands, and his own movement sped up a bit. Dumbfounded, Yin, who was originally savoring the food in small bites, was completely stunned by the casual tone of Yubai and the fact that they had already reached level 30. Their complete disregard for their own soul power levels made Yin doubt if they were really soul masters, especially since it seemed from Yubai's words that he had already broken through to level 30 but just forgot to hunt for a soul ring, which is why he was still just a soul master at level 30. To know that these two little brothers were only 12 years old, a 12-year-old with level 30 soul power, and as soon as they hunt for a soul ring, they would immediately become a soul sovereign. How shocking is that? Comparing with these two, Yin suddenly felt that being 21 years old and only having level 38 soul power, while still being called a genius in the entire Tiando Royal Academy's Royal Fighting Team, was so ridiculous. Even the captain of the Royal Fighting Team, Yu Tianheng, the grandson of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and future leader of the family, seemed so mediocre in front of these two. How did her grandfather come to know such two prodigies? The shock in her heart was overwhelming. After a long time, Yin gradually calmed down from her shock. But another doubt resurfaced in her mind. "But that's not right. Although you both are very talented, you're still only level 30 soul masters. How could your speed possibly be faster than me, a 38th level soul sovereign? Could it be that you two are following the pure agility soul master path? The so-called pure agility soul masters abandon all attacks, defenses, controls, and support, pursuing the ultimate speed." Hearing Yin's question, little fatty Zheng answered without thinking, "My martial soul is food type. As for speed." As he spoke, little fatty Zheng seemed to sense something unusual. His eating action paused, and he looked up at Yubai, signaling something with his gaze. At this moment, Yubai seemed to finally understand why Bo wanted Yin to spend these days getting familiar with him and Zheng, while he himself was nowhere to be found. It turns out that Bo didn't tell Yin about them, so he wanted to take advantage of these days for himself, the leader of the Other Shore sect, to clarify things with Yin and invite her to join their Other Shore sect. Thinking about Yin and Yu Tianheng's relationship, Yubai instantly understood everything. "Always calling me little fox. I see you're the real old fox. You actually plotted for this 12-year-old little comrade to help you bear the thunder. Old poison. You really are scheming." While cursing Bo's actions in his heart, Yubai rolled his eyes and then looked at Yin with a seemingly casual expression. "My martial soul is the eternal life sword, which should be considered a strong attack type, right? As for why our speed is so fast, it's of course because our Other Shore sect cultivation method is different from others. Coincidentally, after tonight's auction, we're going back, and we can take you, Sister Yin, along. I believe it will be soon." Wait. The more Yin listened, the more off it sounded, and she finally reacted, her pretty face filled with confusion. "Other Shore sect? What sect is this? Why have I never heard of it? Also, little fox, you just said we... Does that mean I'm also part of the Other Shore sect? How come I didn't know?" The bewilderment on Yubai's face deepened. "The Other Shore sect is a sect that I, little fatty, and your grandfather just established together. I'm the sect master. Little fatty and your grandfather are the sect elders. By the way, your grandfather also included you in the sect, so technically, you are now the first and only disciple of the sect." "How? Sister Yin, didn't you know?" After hearing this, Yin's pretty face visibly darkened, exuding a dangerous aura from within. To know that joining a sect or family force on the Douluo Continent is a very serious matter. It's somewhat similar to the martial arts world. Once you join a sect, you cannot easily withdraw. Otherwise, not only will you face punishment, but you will also be despised by everyone in the martial world. On the Douluo Continent, the rules are even stricter. Generally, those who actively request to leave a sect either die directly or are hunted to death, unless they possess an unassailable strength like Hao Yin Douluo Tang Hao. Once you join a sect, to prevent spies sent by the rival sect from stealing secrets and to prevent your own sect's secrets from being exposed, the major forces on the Douluo Continent strictly prohibit disciples from privately dating people from other sects, except for arranged marriages. In other words, her relationship with Yu Tianheng has been completely severed without her knowledge. Thinking of this, Dogu Yan's body temperature instantly dropped. She then looked at the two of them, who were quietly backing away, and forced a smile on her cold, dark face. Little fox, little fatty. You both take your time eating. Sister Yin has urgent matters to attend to, so I need to go home for a bit. I'll be leaving now. After saying that, she stood up, dropped a few gold soul coins to the busy owner beside her, and with an icy aura surrounding her, walked towards the direction of Dogu Mansion. On the originally crowded and lively road, wherever Dogu Yin passed, the crowd automatically parted to both sides, and everyone directly fell silent until Dogu Yin walked far away before they started discussing again. Soon, the street returned to its previous lively appearance. At the stall, Yubai watched as Dogu Yan's disappearing figure, then pulled out a string of candied hawthorns from the side and bit into one. After smacking his lips, he said, "Old poison, it's better for you to carry this thunder yourself." Next to him, the chubby Shizheng, who had picked up a string of candied hawthorns to eat, nodded in agreement. After all, with our small frames, we can't handle this thunder either. 083 Sister Shui, the strangely behaving Dogu Bo. Crunch, crunch, Xiaobai. I think we don't need to go back right now. After all, that kind of bloody scene isn't very pleasant to watch. What do you think? Crunch, crunch. The sect leader believes Elder Shur is right, so I suggest after we finish eating, we take a good stroll around Heavenly Dao City and wait for Elder Dogu before the auction starts. Crunch, crunch. Good idea. Sect leader, let's do that. Perhaps due to their body refining, Yubai and the chubby one had greatly increased their appetites. Then, under the stunned gaze of the stall owner, they not only finished all the delicious food they had, but also managed to stuff all the 10 servings of snacks just made into their stomachs. Finally, under the stall owner's gaze of disbelief, they swaggered away, each carrying a stick filled with candied hawthorns. Are these two reincarnated gluttons? Time slowly passed, and the sky gradually darkened. However, at this moment, the entire Heavenly Dao City not only did not quiet down, but the crowds surged onto the streets as if a nightlife had begun. Inside Heavenly Dao City, all the streets were brightly lit. Various vendors that were unseen during the day began to set up stalls on both sides of the streets, full of variety. Two masked figures approached 2 streets away from the Heavenly Dao auction house, carrying a stick with only a few candied hawthorns left on it. Turning to look at the lively, bustling streets and the continuous flow of people, the chubby one suddenly sighed, deeply sigh. We've been wandering around most of Heavenly Dao City all afternoon, yet we haven't encountered a single scene of a spoiled young master teasing a virtuous maiden. As a food system soul master, I've finally gained some combat power and want to try out the hero, saving the beauty plot from novels, and then stage a devoting myself scene. At that time, I wouldn't have to worry about the second half of my life. Such a pity. Beside him, Yubai scoffed, "If you ask me, chubby, you should thank me for helping you successfully build your foundation. Otherwise, with your original physique, even if you really went to save a beauty, you might only get a thank you from her, saying, 'Thank you, young master, for your rescue. I have no way to repay you, but I will serve you in my next life.'" As soon as he said this, a charming laugh came from behind the two. Hearing this laugh, Yubai and the chubby one turned around curiously, only to see a figure fully cloaked in a black robe, covering her mouth and laughing in a way that made her body tremble. Yubai quickly noticed that the woman's exposed hand was as white as jade, with slender and delicate fingers, leading him to deduce that she must be from a noble or soul master family. Before Yubai could ask anything, the woman in front stretched out her hands and pulled down her black robe. In the next moment, both of them revealed a look of astonishment behind their masks. The chubby one couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful sister." Yubai silently nodded in agreement. As the black robe was pulled down, an exquisitely beautiful face appeared before their eyes, flawless skin, a straight nose, and a pair of light blue eyes filled with exotic charm, with thin red lips that were incredibly tempting. However, Even though her stunning face was full of smiles, there was a hint of a noble and domineering aura about her. At the same time, her golden long hair glowed under the moonlight, looking like a goddess. At this moment, the street gradually quieted down, and everyone was mesmerized by the beauty before them. The woman seemed to be used to this and directly ignored the gazes around her, instead smiling brightly at Yubai and the chubby one. You two little brothers are quite amusing. I originally just saw you carrying candied hawthorns and wanted to come by a couple, but unexpectedly overheard your conversation. Watching the stunning woman laugh until her body shook before even saying 2 sentences, Yubai and the chubby one exchanged glances, their old faces behind the masks showing a hint of embarrassment. However, luckily they were both wearing masks, so they weren't afraid of being seen. Yubai casually took 2 strings of candied hawthorns from the stick carried by the chubby one and handed them to the woman. Since you're laughing so hard, these 2 strings of candied hawthorns are for you. Also, we're not selling candied hawthorns. Remember that. Forcing back her laughter, the beautiful woman extended her white, jade-like right hand to accept the candied hawthorns. When she saw the 2 little guys turning to leave, she quickly ran a couple of steps to catch up. You two are so interesting. My name is Schwer. You can call me Sister Schwer. May I have the honor of getting to know you? If you agree, Sister Schwer will take you to tonight's Heavenly Dao auction house, let you see the world. How about it? If you find something you like, I could buy it for you. How about it? Are you interested? Just call me Sister Schwer. As she spoke, she had already reached Yubai's side, slightly bending down and resting one hand on Yubai's head, looking like she was coaxing a child. Rolling his eyes, Yubai thought to himself, does she think we're 8-year-old kids? Just as he was about to say something, he heard the chubby one's voice coming. Sister Schwer? Just call me Chubby. Hiss. Yubai took a deep breath, turning to look at his buddy beside him, his eyes behind the mask revealing disbelief. What is wrong with you, Chubby? I've never seen you speak so sweetly before. Didn't you used to hide far away when seeing pretty girls? Could it be that this is the legendary truth that once the mask is worn, no one is loved? Directly exposing that lewd and shy true self. As Yubai looked at the chubby one in disbelief, he was met with a roll of the eyes from Shizhong, followed by a blink, as if saying, come on, don't hold back. Such a beauty, it's obvious she's interested in you. Hurry up and thank me for creating this opportunity. Understanding the meaning expressed in Shizhong's eyes, Yubai shot him a speechless glare. Just then, the woman who called herself Schwer's cheerful voice rang in Yubai's ear. Hee. Chubby, right? Sister Schwer recognizes you as my little brother. Later at the auction house, if you see anything you like, Sister Schwer will buy it for you. Yubai clearly saw the chubby one's eyes light up upon hearing this. Just as Yubai was about to scold little fatty for being useless and easily bribed, he felt a gentle force on his head, turning it to the side, and he was face to face with an exquisite face so close that he could even faintly smell a pleasant fragrance. Little fatty has already agreed. What about you, little brother? At this moment, looking at the smiling, beautiful face in front of him, a muffled voice came from under Yubai's mask. Hello, Sister Schwer. Just call me Little Fox. Hearing Yubai's words, a hint of pride flashed in Schwer's light blue eyes, and her beautiful face broke into an even brighter smile. All right, Little Fox, Little Fatty. Sister Schwer will take you to the Tiendo auction house now. Saying this, she took Yubai's hand, chatting and laughing as they walked towards the Tiendo auction house. Feeling the soft touch from her right hand, the corners of Yubai's mouth also slightly lifted under the mask, secretly thinking, in this Tiendo city, there are not many women in their 20s whose appearance, temperament, and soul power surpass that of Sister Yin, the noble and domineering Schwer with golden hair. Hee. Sister Schwer, I wonder what tricks you were planning. After about 10 minutes, the 3 arrived at a luxurious, grand, and brightly lit entrance, with 5 golden characters spelling out Tiendo auction house on the plaque. We're here. Just as the 3 of them were about to enter, Yubai's sharp eyes caught sight of a familiar figure standing not far away. Sister Schwer. Wait a moment, I think I saw an acquaintance. Let me go take a look. Saying this, Yubai broke free from Schwer's hand and walked towards the increasingly familiar figure. Beside him, Little Fatty also spotted the figure and couldn't help but exclaim, Oh, isn't that old man Douluo? Why is he standing there with his back to the auction house's entrance? If it weren't for Little Fox's sharp eyes, I might have missed it. Hearing Little Fatty's murmurs, Schwer's beautiful eyes flickered, thinking to herself, it seems that old man Douluo has a good relationship with these 2 little guys. It looks like I need to gain their trust and fondness more quickly, or even recruit old man Douluo as well. With this thought, Schwer's light blue eyes brightened, as if she found it to be a good idea. On the other side, at this moment, Yubai had approached Douluo from behind. Hey, old poison, what are you doing standing here? Can't you go wait inside the hall? Saying this, Yubai patted Douluo on the shoulder. Perhaps hearing Yubai's voice, Douluo turned around. It's nothing. I just found tonight's starry sky to be particularly beautiful, and for a moment, I was lost in the scenery. Upon hearing this, Yubai couldn't help but scratch his head, then looked up at the dark starry sky, aside from the round moon, unable to make sense of it. Moreover, seeing Douluo with his right hand pressed against his brow, perfectly covering his right eye, his actions looked like some sort of performance art, increasing his confusion. But there are no stars in tonight's sky. And what's this posture of yours, old poison? You seem a bit odd tonight. Douluo, filled with anger, retorted. You little brat. You really know how to play around. During their conversation, Yubai looked around and, not seeing Douluo's figure, his confusion deepened. He turned back to Douluo. And where's Sister Yin? Didn't we agree to come to the auction house together tonight? Why isn't she here? Perhaps recalling something troubling. Douluo's right hand, which was originally pressed against his brow, shot out and slapped Yubai's shoulder hard. The sound was filled with grief and indignation. Where is Yin Yin? How dare you ask me where she is? You little brat. Do you not understand what it means that I've asked you to help take care of my granddaughter these past few days? I just wanted you, this little brat, to properly explain the situation to Yin Yin and personally invite her to join our other shore sect. How did you explain it to her? First, you didn't team mention that you could remove the toxins from her body. Second, you didn't team mention your identity. Third, you didn't talk about the benefits of joining our sect. You little brat only emphasized that our other shore sect currently has only one sect master and 2 elders. And including Yin Yin as the only disciple, there are only 4 people in total. What are you trying to do? Most importantly, you actually sold me out. Looking at the furious Douluo, Yubai suddenly remembered what happened during the day. Just as a hint of guilt appeared on his face, he inadvertently caught sight of Douluo's right eye, which had a small bruise resembling a panda eye, like the size of a girl's fist. Wait, could it be? As if realizing something, Yubai's smile could no longer be contained, and he burst into laughter. Ha ha, old poison you. Ha ha, you crack me up. Ha ha ha. In an instant, Yubai's laughter not only attracted the attention of Schwerer and Little Fatty, but also caught the notice of many people who were about to enter the auction house. Except for Little Fatty and Schwerer, who already knew Douluo's identity. The others saw only an old man with white hair who seemed to have been punched in the right eye by a little girl. Some lewd-minded individuals immediately started laughing lewdly. Oh ho ho, so he was hit by a little girl, this old man isn't doing well. Ha ha, at such an old age, still playing around like this. TSK, impressive. Ha ha ha, old pervert. Hearing the voices of the people behind him, Little Fatty, who was also laughing, suddenly froze, his heart sinking. Damn it, damn it. Sure enough, having already been made a fool of by in front of everyone. Douluo was somewhat humiliated and angry, and upon hearing the lewd remarks from the group near the entrance, an aura belonging to a 95th level title Douluo spread out, bypassing Little Fatty and Schwerer beside him, and pressed toward the group mocking at the auction house entrance. In an instant, all laughter vanished, and everyone turned pale, trembling in fear as they looked at Douluo. Seeing this, Douluo's anger subsided considerably. As he withdrew the pressure of his title Douluo, he coldly shouted, "Get lost!" Instantly, the crowd that had been standing at the entrance of the auction house, ready to enter, scattered like birds and beasts. At this moment, Yubai finally managed to control his laughter. All right, I won't laugh anymore. Puffed. Speaking of which, old poison as a title Douluo powerhouse. With that bruise from Sister Yan's punch, should you be able to recover in no time with your strength? Hearing Yubai's words, Douluo's previously calmed anger surged once more. You little brat still have the face to ask. Oomph. As he spoke, Douluo couldn't help but lift his hand to touch the bruise around his right eye, letting out a sigh. Ah, Yin is really angry. She said that if this dark circle doesn't disappear in 3 days, she won't pay any attention to me anymore. What can I do? Seeing Douluo, a title Douluo, showing such a look, Yubai couldn't help but chuckle softly, then quickly covered his mouth and changed the subject. Cough. Let's hurry into the auction house. If we miss that treasure herb, it would be a huge loss. Saying this, he hurried towards Xiao Pangdun and Schwerer, afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would burst out laughing again. Behind Yubai, Douluo followed with a dark expression, one hand still pressed against his right eye. At the same time, seeing Yubai's back, which occasionally twitched with suppressed laughter, Douluo thought fiercely, "Kid, if you want to laugh, just laugh now. When the time comes and I give you and Yin Yin some medicine, and things are set in motion, I want to see if you can still laugh." Just as Douluo was brewing these sinister thoughts, the two had already arrived in front of Xiao Pangdun and Schwerer. the moment he saw Shui Er's beauty. Even Douluo, who had seen countless beauties over the past century, couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "What a beautiful girl." Perhaps due to the keen sense of a strong person, Douluo narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing Shui Er. "What a beautiful young lady, I wonder who you are?" As he spoke, Douluo subtly glanced at Yubai beside him and secretly transmitted his voice, "Kid, this girl is not simple. I can't even detect her strength. Be careful." Then, he saw Yubai wink at him, leaving Douluo somewhat confused. At this moment, Shui Er suddenly took a step forward and actively bowed to Douluo. "Greetings, Lord Poison Douluo. You can call me Shui Er." Shui Er was the newly acknowledged sister of the little fox and Xiaopeng Dun, and she originally planned to take them to the auction house to see the world and buy them some things they liked. However, Shui Er did not expect that her two younger brothers were already familiar with Lord Poison Douluo and had agreed to meet here. Since that was the case, Shui Er boldly suggested, "Why don't we all go together?" As she spoke, a strong shock appeared in her light blue eyes hidden beneath her lowered eyelids, and she thought to herself, "Isn't it said that Lord Poison Douluo only has level 91 soul power, the weakest title Douluo? Why does this person now feel stronger than some level 95 title Douluo?" With this thought, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed through her mind, and under her slightly lowered eyelids, her light blue eyes glanced at Yubai beside her, feeling extremely shaken. Although Douluo didn't understand what Yubai's wink meant, he knew that this little fox had already noticed something unusual about the girl in front of them, but had not directly exposed it, likely for his own reasons. Therefore, regarding Shui Er's bow, Douluo nodded and allowed her to rise. "Then let's go in quickly." At this moment, Yubai directly led Xiaopeng Dun towards the entrance of the auction house. If they didn't participate in the auction soon, the items might really be gone. Seeing this, Douluo and Shui Er also said nothing more and followed suit. Upon entering the hall, Douluo initially wanted to show his identity's purple gold card, but thinking of the bruise around his right eye, he randomly switched to a regular gold card that stored 10,000 gold soul coins. After passing the auction house's financial verification, he was led to the second-floor auction center by the staff. The auction center's architectural style resembled a grand auditorium. The layout was similar to the Battle Spirit platform, with a circular platform in the center surrounded by concentric rings of seats. It was divided into 5 major sections, with the 3 rows closest to the platform being red, followed by black, purple, yellow, and white. Those who passed the asset verification with 10,000 gold soul coins naturally could only sit in the outermost, most ordinary white VIP seats. Perhaps to avoid attracting everyone's attention during the auction, Douluo directly tossed his purple gold card, which symbolized his identity and held at least tens of millions of gold soul coins, to Yubai and then hid in a corner. Amused by Douluo, this stubborn old man who cared about his image, Yubai then shifted his gaze to the auction scene on the circular platform below. Friends, esteemed guests, the next item to be presented is the weapon, the tail feather holy spear, personally designed and crafted by one of the 3 great master craftsmen, Master Lu Gao. As he watched the auctioneer explain and promote the item, the people in the front rows had already bid a terrifying price of 150,000 gold soul coins. Yubai couldn't help but click his tongue, feeling somewhat emotional. No wonder the wealthy are so terrible. They casually bid millions of gold soul coins. They really don't care. Beside him, Xiaopeng Dun also looked dumbfounded, nodding repeatedly. "Exactly. Just think about us. We nearly exhausted ourselves for 500 gold soul coins just to accompany Sister Yinzi shopping. And these people are throwing out several million gold soul coins in one go." TSK, a bold thought suddenly popped in my mind. You better suppress that thought. Yubai shot a glance at Xiaopeng Dun. "With our current strength, that bold thought is not very practical for us." As he spoke, Yubai changed the subject, shaking the purple gold card in his hand before smiling. "However, with Old Poison's purple gold card backing us today, once we buy that treasure herb and go back to properly utilize it to enhance our strength, we can then consider that bold thought." Listening to the conversation between these two little ones, Shui Er couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless, then reached out to ruffle Yubai's silver hair. "Can't you two be a bit more upright? Why are you always thinking such nonsensical things? Also, don't think about letting Lord Poison Douluo spend money. Didn't I tell you before we came? As long as you call me Sister Shui Er, you can have whatever you want at the auction today. I'll cover the bill." Buying aphrodisiacs? 4th Prince Avalanche. After 2 more rounds of bidding, seeing that they still hadn't found the items they wanted, Shui Er and Yubai started talking again. "By the way, little fox, from your aura, you should also be a soul master, right? A big event happened in the soul master world a couple of days ago, and the power dynamics across the entire Douluo Continent have started to change because of it. I wonder if you've heard about it? As soon as she said this, not only did Yu Bai beside Shui Er cast a curious glance, but even Douluo Bo, who was crouching in the corner not far away, perked up his ears. Sister Shui Er, we've been busy cultivating these past few days and haven't paid attention to the outside world. We don't know what big event happened. Xiao Pang Dun and Shi Zheng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Sister Shui Er, please tell us. So, Shui Er began to recount the events that had occurred in Shrek a couple of days prior, and when she reached a tense point, Yu Bai instinctively felt a chill for Zhu Zhuqing. After all, not to mention that Zhu Zhuqing was someone he admired in his previous life. But now that Zhu Zhuqing was associated with him under the title of former couple, it would be unreasonable not to feel nervous. In the end, all the forces withdrew. However, according to the information I received in the past couple of days, the major forces that possess the Xiantian treasure record, besides using it to win over other forces, are more importantly researching the cultivation methods recorded in the Xiantian treasure record, perhaps seeing the terror of Zhu Zhuqing using combat skills. These forces are now also attempting to cultivate and rewrite the Xiantian art, enhancing its level and creating new techniques. It has been heard that some forces have already succeeded, significantly increasing the speed of soul power cultivation. They have already allocated some of their strength to attempt improvements on techniques, such as the Xianyu hand and the Ghost I'm Mysterious Trace. Additionally, with the Queen Medusa's reincarnation serving as a special offering to the Spirit Hall, directly providing combat techniques, the power of soul masters across the continent has surged. At the same time, the geniuses of various forces are also growing rapidly. The next high-level soul master competition in 2 years will be unprecedentedly intense. After hearing Shui Er's account, everyone was taken aback, clearly not expecting such significant developments on the continent to happen in just 2 or 3 days. Suddenly, the chubby Shizheng thought of something and turned to Yu Bai with a series of eyebrow raises. After understanding the meaning expressed in his gaze, Yu Bai rolled his eyes in exasperation and chose to ignore it, beginning to contemplate. It seems that Zhu Zhuqing must have inherited the legacy of Gu Suner. As for the one in the Spirit Hall who inherited everything from Queen Medusa, who knows who it is, and the father-son duo, with Tang Hao's current state. The most likely scenario is that he took Tang San to the Blue-Silver Forest to awaken the Blue-Silver King bloodline, thus transforming and enhancing his talent before participating in the upcoming grand battle. There's also the Black Dragon Claw, and the last appearances of the silver-haired, purple-eyed girl and the black-clothed man. Could they be the Silver Dragon King and Beast God Emperor Tian combination? Have they emerged as well? And the various forces will likely use the Xiantian treasure record as a base to create all sorts of combat techniques in the next 2 years, right? It seems that the age of great chaos on this continent is about to arrive. With this thought, a hint of worry inevitably flickered in Yu Bai's eyes. He wondered how those 2 unreliable couples were doing now. Just as Yu Bai was lost in thought, the chubby Shizheng turned around and said, "Hey little fox, how about our Bienin sect participates in the next high-level Soul Master Academy competition? It will be a great opportunity to make our name known at that grand event." Stunned for a moment, Yu Bai's eyes also brightened. At this moment, Shuer's voice came from beside them. "Is the Bienin sect the sect where you little foxes belong? Can you tell me what your sect's main purpose is?" Seeing Shuer take the initiative to ask, Yu Bai gave a wink to the little chubby one. Although the little chubby one didn't quite understand, he still began to introduce with a proud expression, "Our Bienin sect, derived from under the 3 life stone, the Nether Fairy. By the Yellow Springs, the Bienin flower seeks to possess unparalleled strength that transcends reincarnation and to watch the Bienin flower bloom with a smile. We aspire to gather a group of like-minded partners who are equally dedicated to pursuing strength, cultivating into gods, and even surpassing gods." As he spoke, the little chubby one looked at Shuer with eager eyes and invited, "How about it, Sister Shua? Why don't you join our sect? You only need to swear by your martial soul." Originally somewhat tempted, Shuer's expression stiffened upon hearing the words "swear by martial soul," and she began to decline. "No, little chubby, thank you for your kind offer, but your sister Shuer is burdened with worldly matters and simply doesn't have the time to focus on cultivation like you do." Hearing this, the little chubby one looked regretful. At that moment, the auctioneer on the stage finally revealed the item Yu Bai had been waiting for. The auctioneer lifted the red cloth covering the tray, exposing a blood-red vine about 3 feet long, with a white flower blooming at one end, resembling a white chrysanthemum with a dozen petals. At this moment, the auctioneer knocked on the wooden hammer in his hand and excitedly began to introduce it. "Ladies and gentlemen, Especially our male guests, please pay attention. This item is called the red vine, but today we are particularly highlighting the flower that grows on the red vine, which looks just like a white chrysanthemum. The reason for introducing this item today is not just because of its appearance, but rather its effects. As he spoke, a lewd smile appeared on the auctioneer's face. According to our appraisers, any man who consumes a petal from this flower will experience a permanent enhancement of virility. I believe that with this flower, our male guests will enjoy a colorful life ahead. Upon hearing this, most of the men in the audience revealed a look of desire, and they urged the auctioneer to start the bidding quickly. Seeing the atmosphere so lively, the auctioneer was also delighted and directly began the bidding. All right, since that's the case, I won't delay everyone's excitement any longer. This medicinal herb, red vine flower, will start at a low price of 100,000 gold soul coins, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 10,000 gold soul coins. Now let the bidding begin. As the auctioneer's voice fell, the entire audience erupted in a flurry of bids. I bid 120,000 gold soul coins, 150,000, 200,000 at the back of the white VIP seats. Upon hearing the auctioneer's enthusiastic talk about the red vine flower, especially upon seeing the lewd expression on his face, Yubai, who had just taken a sip of tea, immediately sprayed it out. Fortunately, Yubai reacted quickly and lowered his head to lift the little fox mask on his face, spraying the tea onto the ground instead. Even so, he still coughed repeatedly from the tea. After a fit of coughing, when Yubai looked up again, he was met with 3 strange gazes. The little fox, ultimately, saw a faint blush rising on Shuer's beautiful face, and after several moments of hesitation, she finally spoke. "You're still young. Take care of your health, and don't overdo it." As she spoke, Shuner's fair and delicate earlobes turned completely red, resembling red jade. Beside her, the little chubby one exclaimed, "You little fox, you said it was for our alchemy needs, but it turns out you're actually for bang." Before the little chubby one could finish, he was punched hard on the head by Yubai and immediately shut up. Then, Yubai glared fiercely at the disdainful Divibo not far away before looking at the auctioneer below and angrily said, "Bastard, watered vine and red vine flower. That thing is clearly called blood dragon vine. It's an immortal-grade medicinal herb. Moreover, its medicinal essence is not in those white flowers, but in the blood-red vine. When combined with some auxiliary herbs, it can fully stimulate the medicinal properties of the blood dragon vine, thoroughly activating the fire attribute within the human body, thus enhancing physical strength and soul power. For fire and dragon attribute soul masters, it can even cleanse bloodlines, enhance talent, and evolve martial souls. Such an immortal-grade medicinal herb being sold as an aphrodisiac by this auction house is simply an insult to this magical herb." Listening to Yubai's explanation, the little chubby one gasped in shock and then looked at the blood dragon vine below, his eyes shining with excitement. Meanwhile, Shuer was gazing at the boy next to her with glistening eyes, her desire to claim Yubai as her own growing stronger than ever. If she could get the assistance of this little guy, even without considering the future potential of possessing Do Emperor strength, conquering the entire Douluo Continent wouldn't be a difficult task. At this moment, Yubai was still unaware of what the person beside him was thinking. Instead, he looked below where the bidding had reached a terrifying price of 650,000 gold soul coins. The auctioneer seemed ready to strike the hammer, and Yubai could no longer sit still. The thought of such a precious medicinal herb being used by these ignorant people as an aphrodisiac made Yubai feel a bit sad. So he directly shouted, 1,000,000 gold soul coins. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire auction hall erupted, and everyone turned to look back. TSK, spending 1,000,000 gold soul coins on this red vine flower? This kid seems to be quite the young wastrel. Wow, look at the beauty next to the masked kid. Such beauty I've never seen before. No wonder that kid needs to buy red vine flower. Huh. I'm just afraid he has the money to buy it, but won't live to use it. How dare he compete with the 4th Prince Schweb Bing for this item? He's finished. Just as everyone was discussing, a loud and raucous voice rang out. "You bastard. How dare you steal something that this prince wants? Do you want to die?" As the voice fell, a disheveled young man in the front row of the red VIP seats suddenly turned around, his fierce gaze directly aimed at Yubai and the others. This person was none other than the 4th Prince of Tiando, Schweb Bing, known as a notorious wastrel throughout the Tiando Empire. As everyone saw the furious Schweb Bing turn around and direct his gaze at Yubai and the others, the glee in their eyes was almost spilling over. However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. The originally furious Shui Bing, who seemed ready to curse at Yu Bai and the others, suddenly turned into a foolish expression when his gaze met Shuer's stunningly beautiful face. As soon as Shui Bing's eyes met Shuer's light blue ones, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and after a shiver from the depths of his heart, he immediately turned around and fell silent. In just a few seconds, the stunning performance by Avalanche left everyone dumbfounded. Originally, Yu Bai thought they were going to witness the glitch drama of an auction house with a spoiled rich kid getting entangled in a mess, but unexpectedly, before he could even speak, Avalanche wilted, leaving Yu Bai, who had come to experience the thrill of playing the pig, to eat the tiger, greatly disappointed. TSK. Casually glancing at the slightly squinting eyes of Shui Er beside him, Yu Bai couldn't help but click his tongue in his heart. At the other VIP seats, everyone immediately withdrew their gazes, no longer daring to look back at Yu Bai and the others. Soon, the auction house staff respectfully brought over the dragon bloodvine, and after Shui Er hastily paid, just as everyone was preparing to leave the auction house, they saw that the auction house had taken out a rather good quality cauldron. Considering the upcoming alchemy needs, they also decided to bid on it. Upon exiting the auction house, Douluo was nowhere to be seen. That old poison master still cared so much about his reputation. Knowing where Douluo was hiding, Yu Bai shook his head and chuckled, then looked at Shui Er, who appeared to be hesitant to speak. Sister Shui Er, do you have something to say? The chubby Shizheng beside him also cast a puzzled glance. Seeing the looks from these two little guys, Shui Er's beautiful face twitched, and she felt a surge of anger in her heart. You two little rascals. I spent over 1 million gold soul coins on you, and neither of you even has the intention of treating me to a meal. How am I supposed to build a closer relationship and tame this little brat Yu Bai? Shui Er cursed in her heart. But as she faced the gazes of Yu Bai and the others, a sudden idea struck her. A difficult expression immediately appeared on her stunning face. You guys are buying medicinal materials and cauldrons, and with the little fox's knowledge of medicinal materials just now, you wouldn't be preparing to refine pills, would you? Don't be nervous. I'm just asking if you would be interested in collaborating with me. After saying this, Shui Er looked at Yu Bai with anticipation, thinking to herself, as long as we have more contact, this lady will definitely be able to tame this little brat. At this moment, no one knew the expression hidden beneath Yu Bai's fox mask. He spoke with a hint of caution. Sister Shui Er, what exactly is your identity? Not only do you have such a terrifying intelligence network, but you can also analyze our plans, and you casually took out 1 million gold soul coins. You can't be an ordinary person, can you? Hearing the words of this little fox in front of her, Shui Er secretly admired his vigilance, then showed a hesitant expression, as if contemplating something. Moments later, she seemed to reveal her hand. All right, since you're my younger brothers, there's no harm in telling you too. I am Li Shui Er from a Leaf family, one of the hidden families supporting all the major soul fighting arenas on the continent. As you soul masters should know, if we can do alchemy business there, we will definitely make a fortune. Moreover, as one of the families behind the soul fighting arena, our Li family has the capability to open a department specifically to acquire various medicinal materials for your sex alchemy needs. How does that sound for a win-win business? Li Shui Er. Yu Bai blinked in confusion, but quickly reacted, his eyes narrowing beneath the mask, and he immediately became enthusiastic. So Sister Shui Er is from a family behind the soul fighting arena. No wonder she is so wealthy and has such outstanding intelligence capabilities. Moreover, Sister Shui Er's proposal seems quite good. We will bring the news back to the sect. I'm sure the elders and the sect leader will agree to such a win-win business. Seeing Yu Bai say this, a charming smile appeared on Li Shui Er's exquisite face. After agreeing to contact and complete the subsequent transactions at the Great Soul Fighting Arena in Tiando City, Yu Bai left with the chubby Shizheng. On the spot, until Yu Bai and the others completely left, Li Shui Er's smile began to fade, and she scolded with a laugh. Sure enough, just a little fox. He can lie without even drafting a script, and his face doesn't even turn red. A sect elder, a sect leader. Don't think I don't know. Your broken sect has only 4 people, including Douluo. After scolding, Li Shui Er's face regained its pride and satisfaction, with a hint of confidence in her light blue eyes. Humph. After all, a little brat is still a little brat. Even with the inheritance of the Flame Emperor from the previous life, he is still just a little brat. He is no match for me at all. Humph, humph, humph. The next time we meet will be when I tame you. Just wait. After a series of mutterings, Li Shui Er put away her smile, her entire being exuding an air of nobility and dominance. Uncle Cuttlefish, go to the Leaf family among the hidden families. On the other side, also heading towards the Douluo residence, A smile appeared at the corner of Yu Bai's mouth beneath the mask, secretly thinking, this really is a fun game. At this moment, they had arrived in the residential area, and the roads had become quiet. Hey, little fox, that woman should have already figured out your true identity. Do you want me to go and eliminate her now? As the voice fell, Douluo's figure appeared beside Yu Bai and Shizhong, exuding a fierce aura. The chubby Shizhong's expression also changed upon hearing this, turning to look at Yu Bai, and a faint killing intent appeared on him. Completely different from his previous innocent demeanor when calling Shui Air Sister. That's right, Xiao Bai, your identity cannot be exposed. Valley Shui Air just mentioned your previous wife. Gu Suner, and the scene after Zhu Zhuqing's exposure. That guy, with 7 or 8 titled Douluos in a chaotic battle. Even the old poison master couldn't protect us back then. Seeing the fierce demeanor of the old and young, Yu Bai's face twitched. Kill her? Are you joking? Is she someone we can deal with right now? Besides, I'm very interested in the business that Li Shui'er mentioned. So he immediately shook his head, stopping their plans. Are you really planning to do alchemy business with that woman? Understanding Yu Bai's meaning, Douluo couldn't help but ask, smiling, isn't this a win-win situation? Yu Bai didn't look back and continued. As for the so-called crisis, old poison master, if even Zhu Zhuqing has inherited the, then what about me, the so-called flame emperor? Have I not inherited thee as well? As he spoke, Yu Bai turned around, and a green fire lotus slowly rotated in his eyes. Hearing Yu Bai's words, both Douluo and the chubby Shizhong were stunned, especially when they saw the rotating green fire lotus in Yu Bai's eyes. They were all astonished. On the other side, in the Wuhuan Hall, in the Pope's sleeping quarters, Bibi Dong suddenly opened her eyes, a complex expression in her gaze. Shui'er, you mustn't. Although Bibi Dong had not looked favorably upon her daughter in the past 20 years, she had secretly kept an eye on her. Therefore, Bibi Dong herself might understand her better than Qianren Xue. Through the power of her soul, Bibi Dong observed everything that happened today at the auction house in Heavenly Dao City clearly, and she was somewhat worried. On the other side, Yu Bai the chubby one, Douluo, and the still angry Yin had already returned to the Eye of Ice and Fire under the cover of night. The first thing they did upon arrival was to address the soul ring issue for Yu Bai and the chubby one. Before hunting for soul rings, Yu Bai took out the large cauldron he had bought at the auction house and casually tossed it near the fire eye. Then, from the many rare herbs growing at the Eye of Ice and Fire, he found Wangchuan Qiushuan, the 9th grade spiritual material Ninghun flower, and combined these with the herbs he had just bought in Heavenly Dao City, tossing them into the cauldron. Under the curious gazes of the others, he began his first alchemy journey. Boom! Yu Bai directly completed the attachment of his second martial soul fire burning eye. A small cluster of blue lotus hellfire ignited fiercely in the cauldron under the gaze of the fire-burning eye. At the same time, Yu Bai's spiritual power reached out, enveloping the entire cauldron, and one by one, the herbs were sent into the cauldron smoothly, as he recalled all the steps of alchemy in his mind, perfectly executing each step according to his memory. After more than 10 minutes, as Yu Bai executed the final alchemical seal, a tempting medicinal fragrance wafted from the cauldron. The others felt their spirits lift as if they had suddenly become much clearer. Smelling this medicinal aroma, Yu Bai smirked, and with the final hand gesture, 8 green pills flew directly from the cauldron into Yu Bai's hands. Looking at the 7 or 8 alchemical patterns on each pill, Yu Bai couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that his strength was still too weak, resulting in poor control over the alchemical process. With the inheritance of the Flame Emperor, he had only managed to produce 8 alchemical patterns for a mere 2nd grade Ning Shindan, falling short of the pinnacle of 9 patterns. It seemed he needed to practice alchemy techniques more in the future. After a sigh, Yu Bai directly tossed 2 of the pills to the chubby one, Shizhong, while Douluo and his grandson each took 2, leaving 2 for himself. These were 2nd grade Ning Hundan that could enhance soul power. Chubby, after you take them, you'll have a good chance of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring for your 3rd soul ring. Chubby, what? Why has my soul ring lost its color? A 10,000-year 3rd ring. Hearing Yu Bai's casual words, both the chubby one, Shizhong, and Douluo, who was observing and learning from Yu Bai's alchemy, as well as Yin, who was examining the 2 pills in her hands that looked nice with 9 patterns, were all taken aback. They clenched their hands around the Ning Shun Dan instinctively, as if afraid of dropping them. Xiao Bai, you're not lying to me, are you? The chubby one still had a look of disbelief on his face. I know that only a soul king can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Can my 100-pound body really absorb a 10,000-year 3rd ring? What if I explode? Beside him, Douluo, who had come back to his senses, also looked serious. Little fox, this is not a joke. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring requires not only the body strength to match or surpass that of a soul king, but also, most importantly, the residual soul containing resentment from the soul beast that died before will be stored in the soul ring. If a soul master absorbs it, they will face the impact of soul turbulence. If not handled properly, it could lead to failure in absorption, preventing them from ever stepping into the soul king realm. Worse, it could cause their soul to collapse and their head to explode, resulting in immediate death. Upon hearing this, the chubby one turned pale. Dugian beside them also looked worriedly at Yubai. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, Yubai glanced at the chubby one. Chubby, do you think I had you practice body strengthening for nothing? If you don't use soul power and just rely on your body for combat experience and other factors with your current body strength, defeating any soul king head-on is not a difficult task. Saying this, Yubai shifted his gaze to Douluo. As for what you said about absorbing soul rings resulting in residual souls causing soul turbulence, old poison, do you think that among your 9 soul rings, there is not a single one containing residual souls? This is something Yubai discovered only after inheriting Xiao Yan's cultivation experience. In fact, every soul beast that dies has its remnant soul residing within the soul ring it produces. However, the souls of soul beasts under 10,000 years are not very solid. The remnant souls that form after death merely exist in a dormant energy form within the soul ring, unable to awaken like those of soul beasts over 10,000 years old. The latter not only have powerful soul energy that can awaken them, but can even launch impacts on the spiritual sea when absorbing the soul ring. Whenever a soul master absorbs a soul ring, their own martial soul comes into contact with the remnant soul energy of the soul beast in that soul ring, which is why the resulting soul skills combine both the characteristics of the soul master's martial soul and those of the soul beast. Yubai even speculated that this might be a method of the divine realm. In the Douluo Continent, in any major cultivation world, beings like soul masters would either have their souls taken over by soul beasts or be struck dead by lightning during the tribulation. There would be no possibility of survival. Of course, Yubai would not share this last thought with Xiaopangdan and the others. After hearing Yubai's explanation of soul beasts and soul rings, Douluo, Xiaopangdan, and Dugian were all greatly astonished, and then they felt a chill in their bodies. After all, who would have thought that each soul ring on them still housed the remnant soul of a soul beast, constantly following them? In response, Yubai chuckled and clapped his hands, reassuring them that since they were all members of his Bianzong, he would naturally resolve these troubles for them. Saying this, Yubai looked at Xiaopangdan and signaled him to summon his martial soul. Without any hesitation, Xiaopangdan directly summoned his martial soul, Jerky. At the same time, 2 white to transparent soul rings rose brightly. Wow, why did my soul ring lose its color? Yubai covered his ears and looked at the shocked Xiaopangdan, as well as the astonished and curious Douluo and Dugian beside him, saying, "Don't worry, Xiaopangdan, the current color of your soul ring is actually its true original color. This is the result of refining the remnant soul in the soul ring with the fire, ice, spring water during the foundation building days a few days ago. As for the effect of the soul skills, it is no longer limited to consuming a fixed amount of soul power to release skills of fixed effect size. Instead, the effect of the soul skill can now explode based on the amount of soul power used. Of course, the limit of this effect is the original effect of the soul skill. This means that in the future, when releasing soul skills, you can save a lot of unnecessary soul power based on the specific situation. Manipulating soul skills will also be much more adept. Listening to Yubai's explanation, the 3 in front of him all showed expressions of joy, especially Douluo, the titled Douluo, who has the most authority in combat. If it weren't for the fixed power and soul power consumption of soul skills each time they were used, they wouldn't need to engage in close combat first to conserve soul power before finding the right moment to use their soul skills. The 8th and 9th soul skills, except in life and death situations, were not to be used lightly for fear of exhausting soul power and waiting to die. If they could control the soul power consumption for activating soul skills, wouldn't that mean they could directly bombard their opponents with soul skills during combat? At this moment, Douluo and Dugian both looked at the little fat boy with great envy. The little fat boy himself was overjoyed. Seeing the reactions of Douluo and Dugian, Yubai smiled faintly and said, "Old Poison, and Sister Yin, you can rest assured. After I complete the forging of the evil poison body for you, I will help you refine it and clear the residual souls in the soul rings." Good. Douluo immediately stroked his goatee with satisfaction, while Yin beside him pouted, seemingly wanting to say something. However, upon seeing the smile and happiness in her grandfather's eyes, she ultimately said nothing. At this moment, Yubai picked up a concentration pill and began to explain it to the 3 natives of the Douluo Continent in front of him. This 8-ring second-grade concentration pill serves to enhance soul power, making a person's soul more solid. Although it is only a second-grade pill, due to its 8 rings, its efficacy is comparable to that of a peak third-grade pill, capable of elevating a person's soul level to the high stage of the mortal realm, just a step away from the peak of the mortal realm. It is important to note that the soul power at the high stage of the mortal realm is the strongest below the divine level in this world. In this situation, let alone a 10,000-year soul beast, even the soul shock of a 100,000-year soul beast can be easily blocked. Upon hearing Yubai's introduction, the chubby boy put away one of the 2 concentration pills in his hand and directly swallowed one. Seeing this, Douluo and Yin also did the same. The moment they took the pill, the 3 of them felt their minds instantly clear, as if a cool breeze was swirling in their brains. At the same time, their 5 senses became sharper, and even their control over their internal soul power became more adept. At this moment, the entire world appeared different in the eyes of the 3. It's truly amazing. Wait, I can actually see the energy in the air. Grandpa, me too. It seems like this world has become so clear now. Is this the soul of a high-level mortal realm? It's really incredible. Hearing the exclamations of the 3, Yubai was not surprised at all. Now that everyone has experienced it, let us find a suitable spirit beast for the little fatty. Upon hearing this, the others nodded and walked toward the edge of the poison array. After about 10 minutes, they had arrived outside the poison array. With their greatly increased soul power, they immediately found dozens of spirit beasts suitable for the little fatty deep within the sunset forest. A 13,000-year-old Shintian Kuanyo, an 11,000-year-old 9-part tiger, a 19,000-year-old Hao bamboo swallow. Sensing these spirit beasts, the little fatty pondered for a moment, and his gaze gradually became resolute. I want to add speed attributes to my martial soul this time. Old Poison, can you help me catch that 19,000-year-old Hao bamboo swallow? Hearing the little fatty's choice, Douluo adjusted his goat beard and said, the Hao bamboo swallow is said to have a short-distance flying speed comparable to that of a swift, without falling behind. It's indeed a good choice. Wait. Saying this, Douluo's figure instantly vanished. A few minutes later, a huge rumble came from 3 kilometers away, and Douluo returned. In his hand was a bird that looked as large as a peacock, which was a 19,000-year-old Hao bamboo swallow. However, at this moment, the nearly 20,000-year-old Hao bamboo swallow was in a disheveled state, with many spots of blood, and the entire spirit beast was on the verge of death. Slap! Here you go. Douluo threw the spirit beast on the ground, looked at the little fatty, and urged, I've had a surge in soul power these past few days, and I didn't pay attention to my strength. It's a bit heavy. Little fatty, hurry up and take action, or this Hao bamboo swallow will die. Seeing this, the little fatty quickly took out a dagger from his soul guide and swiftly dealt with it. Looking at the black soul ring rising from the corpse of the Hao bamboo swallow, he directly summoned his martial soul, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb it. Seeing this, Yubai did not delay and directly summoned the eternal life sword, casually cutting off a 10-year-old purple void bamboo beside him. He then raised his hand and beckoned to the white soul ring floating above the purple void bamboo, and the white soul ring directly wrapped around the eternal life sword. After sensing his soul power had increased to level 34, Yubai found a cleaner spot and sat down. The entire action was fluid, without any pause. It left Douluo dumbfounded. Even Yin, who had originally been complaining that both Yubai and Grandpa Douluo were teaming up to bully him, now couldn't care less about the remaining annoyance in her heart. She quickly jogged to Yubai's side, pinched his ear, and whispered angrily, Bai, have you gone mad? You casually absorbed a 10-year soul ring as your 3rd soul ring. Have you become foolish from alchemy? Yubai, looking at Yin, who was beside him, pinching his ear with worry and anger barely concealed in her emerald green eyes, had no doubt that if it weren't for the fact that the little fatty was absorbing the soul ring and couldn't be disturbed, Yin's voice would have been much louder just now. Don't worry, Sister Yin, I know what I'm doing. Seeing Yin's caring look that resembled that of a sister towards him, Yubai didn't dare to break free from the pinched ear and quickly wave his hand. You have to listen to my explanation. Seeing the expression on Yu Bai's face that didn't seem like someone who was in a bad mood, Yin finally released her grip, stood up, crossed her arms, and looked at Yu Bai sitting on the ground with a sideways glance, as if saying that he'd better explain clearly or he would be properly lectured. At this moment, Yu Bai rubbed his ear while signaling Yin to look at the little fatty beside them, and then spoke, just like I told you before. The spirit ring containing residual souls needs to be refined once to obtain the purest spirit ring. Also, when absorbing the spirit ring to break through levels, the energy contained in the spirit ring, or the soul power belonging to the spirit beast itself, should also be refined once. Seeing Yin's serious expression as she listened, while Bo appeared to be lost in thought, without waiting for them to ask, Yu Bai continued, the energy contained in the spirit ring is violent and chaotic, and when absorbed by the soul master, it can also cause instability in the soul master's foundation. Previously, on the way to Tiando City, I told Old Poison and the little fatty that the soul power absorbed through meditation is like the body synchronizing with heaven and earth. And then the soul power from the heavens and earth flows into the soul master's body like calm water and gentle wind stored in the meridians. Therefore, in some aspects, the soul power obtained through meditation is quite unstable. Absorbing energy through the spirit ring is more like injecting turbulent waves into the human body's meridians, like a raging wind. It makes the meridians inside the soul master feel as if they have absorbed a lot of soul power. Thus, the soul power obtained after absorbing the spirit ring may allow one to instantly increase at least one level, or even 2 or 3 levels of soul power. But at least half of that soul power is illusory, and this leads to further instability and weakness in the soul master's foundation and strength. Therefore, in order to progress further in cultivation, after each absorption of a spirit ring, refining is necessary, and the higher the age of the spirit ring, the more difficult the refining becomes and the more time it requires. At this point, Yu Bai paused for a moment, secretly thinking, it's thanks to the spring water of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, which not only possesses extreme attributes, but also contains the divine power of the ice and fire dragon king, that I can refine the residual souls and soul power of the spirit beasts in the spirit rings. Otherwise, I would have to painstakingly use different fires to refine them. The most precious aspect of the ice and fire yin-yang lies in these 2 springs of ice and fire. Tang San in the original work was indeed just a little native from a martial arts world. He had vision, but not much. He wasted the greatest treasure. Thinking of Tang San's actions in the original work regarding the ice and fire body refinement, a smirk involuntarily appeared on Yu Bai's lips, revealing a trace of mockery. Then, Yu Bai directly lay on the ground, comfortably stretched, looked up at the sky of the sunset forest, and with a hint of emotion in his voice, continued. And all this effort leads to soul skills that still have limits in power, which is below the divine level. In some ways, it's not even as good as any random yellow level fighting skill I remember. After all, if my strength exceeds the divine level in the future, I can still use yellow level fighting skills, and their power at that time could surpass all 10,000 year or 100,000 year soul skills, even divine skills. So, do you think it's worth it for me to spend so much effort hunting high-age spirit beasts to obtain high-level spirit rings, only to waste more time refining them to get a garbage skill? If I had that time, I might as well operate my cultivation method and improve my strength through my own training. After listening to Yu Bai's explanation, Bo beside him looked bewildered. Meanwhile, for Yin, who was still somewhat early in her understanding of things like 10,000-year soul skills and even god-level skills she had never heard of, her expression was one of confusion. She then sat down next to Yu Bai, her emerald green eyes drifting to the little chubby one who was absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring, and a question arose in her heart. What about that little chubby one? Why did you let him absorb the 10,000-year soul ring? The little chubby one is an accident. Yu Bai closed his eyes, feeling the aura of the sunset forest. In fact, all food system soul masters are kind of accident, because their martial souls possess life and the path of creation. These things are still too early for you now. It's not suitable for you to come into contact with them. You just need to know that now the little chubby one is trying to absorb soul rings that exceed the normal age limit. Although it will take more time to refine, it will also provide an additional option on the future path of cultivation. As Yu Bai spoke, he turned his head and saw Yin sitting beside him, still looking dazed, and couldn't help but smile. After the little chubby one absorbed the soul ring, his soul power level immediately rose to 33. The reason it was still not as high as Yu Bai's soul power level was that before the body refining foundation establishment, in the past few days. Yubai's soul power level had already reached 30. During these days of refining, he had been operating the burning technique, continuously cultivating his soul power while also absorbing some energy from the fire eye. Absorbing the soul ring was merely unlocking the restrictions on his martial soul. The fourth level of soul power was the result of the elixir refined from the immortal herbs and the achievements of his foundation establishment in the past few days. On the other hand, the little chubby one jumped directly from level 21 to 30, almost absorbing all the medicinal effects from the elixir into his soul power level, simultaneously completing his foundation establishment. Likewise, after completing the foundation establishment, the meridians in the little chubby one's body could withstand and accommodate more soul power. Therefore, the 19,000-year black soul ring only increased his soul power by 3 levels. And this 3-level soul power, being derived from the energy absorbed from the soul ring, was still somewhat insubstantial. After refining, it would definitely shrink. As expected, upon entering the poison array and returning to the ice and fire 2-element eye, Yubai and the others immediately began the second medicinal bath refining. This time, the concentration of the fire ice spring water in the stone barrel had reached a terrifying 50%. Not long after starting the refining, the little chubby one's third soul ring also began to fade, and his soul power level started to drop to 32. In the following 2 days, the 4 members of the Other Shore sect spent their mornings with Douluo soaking in the bizarrely colored liquid prepared by Yubai, continuing the transformation into the artificial calamity poison body, while Yubai and the little chubby one took turns guarding and cultivating their soul power. In the afternoons, the 2 of them soaked in the medicinal liquid to complete the second round of body tempering, and this time, the addition of the blood dragon vine juice gave them a faint dragon aura to better refine their bodies and absorb the medicinal effects. Douluo frequently used a whip condensed from soul power to strike their bodies, leaving them covered in scars. During these 2 days, Douluo was also shocked by the cultivation methods of Yubai and the little chubby one. Reflecting on how she used to look exhausted after just half a day of meditation, she felt a sense of shame. Now that she had joined the Other Shore sect and realized that she could no longer be with Yu Tianhong, a desperate desire for strength arose in her heart for the first time. Thus, she resolved to find a time to seek Yubai's guidance. On the evening of the 3rd day, Yubai had just gotten out of the stone barrel, casually grabbed a cloak to cover his body, and hurried back to his wooden house. After rinsing off again, he put on his clothes. Then, scratching his silver hair, he wore a puzzled expression and murmured, "I don't know why, but it feels like I've forgotten something." At that moment, in a private room of the Great Soul Arena in Tiando City, a stunning figure radiated a murderous aura, her delicate hand crushing the cup in her grasp. "Yubai, you little rascal. How dare you stand me up? Ashu." In the sunset forest, at the ice and fire 2-element eye, Yubai rubbed his nose and couldn't help but mutter, "Why am I sneezing? Could it be that I caught a cold? How could I catch a cold?" Shaking his head with a chuckle, Yubai was too lazy to think about it anymore. Just as he was about to open the door of the wooden house to call everyone to catch some prey for dinner, he heard a series of knocks coming from outside. Curiously, he opened the door to find Douluo Yin standing at the entrance, dressed in a green, fitted long dress, her pretty face showing hesitation and uncertainty. Sister Yin?" Yubai's face showed a hint of surprise. "Are you looking for me for something?" Then he saw the usually confident and sisterly Douluo Yin biting her red lips, seemingly hesitating about something. Finally, her hesitation turned into determination as she nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Yubai felt a curiosity arise in his heart. Just as he was about to invite Douluo Yin in for a detailed discussion, his expression stiffened when he thought of the bath bucket he had just used in the wooden house and the clothes scattered everywhere. He naturally walked out of the wooden house, leading Douluo Yin to sit on the wooden steps outside. "All right, now let's talk. Sister Yin, what is it that you want to discuss? If you need my help, I will never refuse. After all, I am the sect leader of our Other Shore sect." 089. How dare you touch my man? Tang Chun has emerged. Because of the ice and fire 2-element eye, the entire canyon not only nurtured rare immortal medicinal herbs, but the ordinary plants living here also thrived under its influence, growing several times, or even dozens of times larger than ordinary plants outside. In the lush green grass beside Yubai's wooden house, 2 figures appeared unnoticed, crouching in the grass and remaining silent, only their bright eyes visible, watching the 2 people sitting side by side on the steps. After Yubai finished speaking, Douluo Yin bit her red lips, and finally, her expression relaxed. "Xiaobai, I want to become strong like you and the little chubby one, but I actually don't really like dealing with poison. After all, I think no girl likes to be close to poison. But because of my martial soul, I have to deal with all kinds of toxic substances, which made it so that very few of my peers dare to play with me when I was young. So, I want to ask you to help me, so I can break free from my current situation and continue to grow stronger. Listening to Douluo Yan's words, Yubai raised an eyebrow, carefully considering Douluo Yan's first 3 soul skills. First soul skill, green phosphor red poison. Excitement poison stimulates nerves. Increases attack power and speed by 20. Second soul skill, green phosphor blue poison. Paralysis poison eliminates pain. Increases defense by 30. Third soul skill, green phosphor purple poison aside from the third soul skill, which has a range of poisonous attacks. The first 2 soul skills are purely auxiliary. From this, it can be seen that Douluo Yan fundamentally dislikes various toxins, especially the insidious and deadly ones. Yubai finally understood why Douluo Yan had been subtly refusing to enhance her strength through the artificial calamity poison body over the past 2 days. With a light chuckle, a smile appeared on Yubai's handsome face as he looked at the anxious Douluo Yan and said, "It's just a small matter. Follow me." With that, he stood up and walked toward the ice and fire yin-yang ice spring. Seeing Yubai's straightforward response, Douluo Yan's expression relaxed, and she hurriedly followed him. In the grass, watching Yubai and Douluo Yan walk toward the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Douluo Bo and the chubby boy slowly got up. After exchanging glances, they both sighed. "I thought we could see a good show between Xiao Bai and Sister Yan, but it turns out to be this." Saying this, the chubby boy shook his head and walked out of the grass, wanting to see what good stuff Yubai was going to pull out. "Oomph." Douluo Bo snorted coldly and chose to follow as well, secretly thinking, "It seems I'll have to secretly slip some medicine to both of them. Yin Yan, I'm doing this for your sake." A few seconds later, when Douluo Bo and the chubby boy arrived beside the ice and fire yin-yang eye, they saw a large cauldron next to Yubai, surrounded by dozens of medicinal materials. At that moment, Yubai was summoning the martial soul, the eternal sword, into his hand. Then Yubai's second white soul ring flashed, and the second soul skill, sword control technique, was activated. The sword automatically flew over the spring water of the ice eye and disappeared in a flash. When the eternal sword returned to Yubai's side, it was carrying a leaf of the octagonal ice grass, and the sword body was already covered with a thick layer of cold ice. Carefully placing the leaf of the octagonal ice grass aside, Yubai immediately put away the eternal sword, and his entire body shivered. Then, under Douluo Yan's eager gaze and the curious looks of Douluo Bo and the chubby boy, he summoned a trace of strange fire contained in his second martial soul, the fire-burning eye, specifically the 12th-ranked bone spirit cold fire, and began to refine the pills. After a full 2 hours, as a chill spread from the cauldron, coating the entire ground with a thin layer of ice, Yubai finally put away the strange fire. With the pill formula executed, a pale blue pill appeared in Yubai's hand, adorned with 8 patterns that looked like pieces of snowflakes. A 5th-grade pill, the Xianbing transformation pill. The pill patterns were still 8, not bad. Saying this, Yubai handed the pill to the eagerly waiting Douluo Yan, Sister Yan. "Take this pill. Your martial soul will not only evolve, but the soul power and soul rings you've absorbed through meditation will also be refined by ice, re-establishing your foundation. Moreover, it can invigorate your blood and enhance your talent. And additionally, the energy that cannot be directly absorbed will be stored in your body, accelerating your cultivation speed. According to my estimation, to fully absorb the effects of this Xianbing transformation pill, at least you need to become a titled Douluo, Sister Yan, and later, the benefits you receive from taking the Xianbing transformation pill will depend on how long you can endure." Listening to Yubai's explanation, the chubby boy and Douluo Bo couldn't help but be amazed again, their eyes fixed on the ice blue pill in Douluo Yan's hand. It was hard to imagine that such a small pill could have such miraculous effects. After hearing Yubai's description of the effects of the Xianbing transformation pill, the shock on Douluo Yan's pretty face was hard to hide, which quickly turned into overwhelming joy. She directly approached Yubai and kissed him on the cheek. At this moment, Yubai was stunned, and beside him, both the amazed Douluo Bo and the little chubby boy were also taken aback. Even the previously proactive Douluo Yan was slightly startled. After realizing what she had just done, her pretty face turned bright red, and like a frightened little rabbit, she fled to the side, directly sitting cross-legged and swallowing the Xianbing Hua Long Dan in her hand without even looking at it. In an instant, the redness on Douluo Yan's face disappeared, turning pale, and her body seemed to tremble slightly, as if frozen. Seeing the scene, Douluo Bo, who had just felt gratified by his granddaughter's proactive behavior, turned pale with worry and quickly looked at Yubai, asking, "What happened to Yin Yan?" "Nothing." Yubai replied calmly, as if nothing had happened just now. This is the Xian Bing Hua Long Dan taking effect in Sister Yan's body. The benefits she can gain next depend on her own endurance. Meanwhile, the little chubby boy, who was very familiar with Yu Bai, had a sly smile flashing in his eyes. Hey, wait a minute, Xiao Bai. Just now, Sister Yin did that to you. And you aren't going to say anything to her grandpa? That is a bit unreasonable, right? Don't you think so, old poison master? As he spoke, the little chubby boy desperately gestured to Douluo Bo, as if to say, you should say something, otherwise this guy Xiao Bai might just slip away. This time, Douluo Bo unusually and rarely understood the true meaning of the little fatty's gaze. He immediately coughed, stroked his goatee, and looked at Yu Bai, saying ahem, the little fatty is asking, little fox, when will you and Yin Yin take care of this matter? Before Douluo Bo could finish his words, he was met with a roll of Yu Bai's eyes. Go away. Don't mess around. I'm just a 12-year-old boy. What are you thinking? After that, Yu Bai turned away without looking back, putting away the alchemy cauldron, and walked towards the poisonous fog array, preparing to hunt a soul beast for dinner. Douluo Bo, seeing that the little brat didn't want to look at Yu Bai, sighed helplessly, and then his expression turned fierce as he muttered, it seems I must use some medicine. I'll go prepare it now. With that, Douluo Bo disappeared in a flash, leaving the little fatty stunned. At this moment, in the Pope's palace of Wuhuan City, Bibi Dong, who was originally handling matters, suddenly gripped her pen tightly, breaking it into two. Her beautiful face turned frosty, filled with anger. You, Douluo Yin, actually dared to get close to me. And you, Douluo Bo, old fool, actually planned to drug him and match him with your granddaughter. How shameless. At that time, the Spirit Hall should have hunted you down to death. Otherwise, this old bastard wouldn't be preparing to commit such vile deeds. Oof. As she spoke, Bibi Dong gritted her silver teeth, and her right hand felt a bit itchy, having the impulse to slap someone. Calm down, calm down. After a while, Bibi Dong took a deep breath and thought to herself, it's fine, it's fine. Zhu Zhuqing and their group are already close to the Sunset Forest. They will meet soon. Once I see Yu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing meet, I will go find him. After comforting herself, Bibi Dong picked up another pen and continued to handle matters while observing him. Meanwhile, in the Haotian sect, how is it? Did you get the Xiantian treasure record from Tang San? I heard that both the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family have a copy each. The Grand Elder of Haotian sect looked nervously at Tang Long and Tang, who's standing in the hall. The others were similarly anxious, facing the eager gazes of the crowd. Tang, who couldn't help but swallow hard, shrinking his head and saying nothing. Seeing his brother like this, Tang Long could only sigh inwardly and then smiled bitterly. Reporting to the Grand Elder, I will recount the specific events that happened that day. After telling what happened, Tang Long continued, later, when we wanted to follow the Spirit Hall's Ju Ghost Doa towards the direction where our second uncle left, there was already no one in sight. Hearing Tang Long's report, the elders of Haotian sect and others all looked regretful, but only the sect master, Tang Xiao, felt a bit happy in his heart. That's good. As long as they weren't caught, he thought to himself, wondering where his second brother took his nephew. At this moment, Tang Xiao had to stand up. All right, since they are gone, let's all focus on cultivating our own unique skills and techniques. But don't let the old ancestor know about this, otherwise. I fear you all have something to hide from me. Before Tang Xiao could finish his sentence, an old man walked in from outside the door. Is there something that I don't know? Tang Chun, Spirit Hall. I'm here for revenge. 4,000-word chapter. Seeing the old ancestor Tang Chun finally coming out of seclusion, everyone in Haotian sect stood up, their faces filled with joy as they greeted him. Tang Xiao looked particularly expectant. Old ancestor, how is your health now? For everyone's greetings, Tang Chun only waved his hand, then looked at his eldest grandson, the current sect master of Haotian sect, the 97th ranked titled Daw Tang Xiao, patted Tang Xiao's shoulder, and laughed heartily. You kid are not bad. The injuries I sustained during the Shura God-S trial caused by the Rakshasa god, as well as the physical damage caused by the nine-headed golden bat king occupying my body in the city of slaughter, have all fully recovered now. The only small issue is that the nine-headed golden bat king is inexplicably sleeping in my body, and I have no way to expel it. But as long as I complete the last trial of the Shura god and inherit the position of the deity under the power of the Shura god, that beast is destined to die. Hearing that their old ancestor not only recovered his health, but also strengthened his power, even about to become a god, the high-ranking members of Haotian sect all became excited. Congratulations, old ancestor. We can finally emerge again with the old ancestor in the world. Ha ha ha. Hearing the laughter of the high-ranking members of Haotian sect, Tang Chun looked around and noticed that 5 elders had already become titled Douluos. His satisfaction increased. Then, Tang Chun looked at Tang Xiao. By the way, what were you discussing just now? Why didn't you want to know? Also, where is Tang Hao and the other elders? Upon hearing Tang Chun mention Tang Hao, the originally lively hall fell silent in an instant. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The atmosphere became tense. Seeing this scene, the smile on Tang Chen's face gradually faded, and he fixed his gaze on Tang Xiao. Xiao, you speak. His voice was domineering and cold, filled with undeniable authority. Seeing this, Tang Xiao knew he could no longer hide, so he sighed and recounted the events that had transpired in Hao Yian's sect over the years. From a moment he heard that the spirit hall was chasing after Tang Hao and his wife, Tang Chen's expression became grim. Later, as he listened to the spirit hall forcing Tang Hao's wife to death, and then attacking Hao Yian's sect, even forcing Hao Yian's sect to seal itself for self-protection, Tang Chun was already furious, especially when he heard that a few days ago, the spirit hall once again sent people to hunt down Tang Hao and his son, leading to their disappearance. Tang Chun could no longer contain his overwhelming rage. Bastards! How dare you bully my Hao Yian sect to this extent? My poor Haoer! In an instant, Tang Chen's almost godlike power erupted without reservation, and at that moment, all titled Douluos and above in the entire Douluo Continent, including the surrounding seas and Sea God Island, felt this terrifying aura. At this moment, in the spirit hall, within the worship hall, the tall and youthful-looking angel Douluo Daolu suddenly opened his eyes. Filled with nostalgia and disbelief, Tang Chun, you old man really didn't die. Moreover, your strength seems to have improved further. It seems you are indeed the only one among us 3 with a chance to become a god. But, unfortunately, this era is no longer suitable for you and me. Qian Doulu's voice was soft, yet it echoed throughout the empty worship hall. On Sea God Island, in the Sea God High Priest Palace, this aura belongs to Tang Chun. Poseidon's gaze momentarily lost focus, and tears gradually welled up in his eyes. You stubborn head really didn't die. At the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Chun Xian and Gu Rong, who were originally discussing the future trajectories of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, as well as the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, suddenly stood up in unison, looking in one direction. Seeing this, Ning Fengji also looked curious, standing up to look at the two, puzzled. Sir Uncle? Bone Uncle? What is going on? Hearing Ning Fengji's voice, the two with serious expressions finally withdrew their gazes. Chen Xian began to explain to Ning Fengji. Another top-tier powerhouse has emerged. Judging by the intensity of their aura, they're at least at the level of Qian Daolu. This continent is becoming increasingly chaotic. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The entire atmosphere erupted, and the main hall of the Hao Yian sect was thrown into disarray. Tang Chun glanced at the crowd, who were all in disarray, expressing his dissatisfaction, then turned around and vanished in an instant. Only after a long while did Tang Chen's voice echo, Spirit Hall, you all wait for me. In the Hao Yian sect hall, as everyone just stood up, hearing their ancestor's voice, they were momentarily stunned, then erupted with joy. Ha ha, our ancestor is finally going to seek revenge on the Spirit Hall. I want to go too. The blood feud that the Spirit Hall brought upon our Hao Yian sect over a decade ago is finally going to be settled today. Go. Let all the young men of the Hao Yian sect be called to attack the Spirit Hall. At this moment, even Tang Xiao, the sect master of the Hao Yian sect, had a flushed face filled with excitement, secretly thinking, second brother, today I shall avenge you. With that thought, Tang Xiao was about to issue orders for the entire Hao Yian sect to rise again and follow their ancestor Tang Chun to attack the Spirit Hall when a slightly tearful shout came from behind the crowd. Master, elders, hurry, stop the ancestor. We must not let him seek trouble with the Spirit Hall. That's a path to certain death. On my way back, I secretly visited Seaside City, and I heard everyone in the city saying that the Spirit Hall announced that the Do Emperor Powerhouse is now a special worshiper of the Spirit Hall, holding a status equal to that of the Pope. Boom! At this moment, the originally fierce members of the Hao Yian sect felt a loud rumbling in their minds. Even Tang Xiao staggered, his body uncontrollably retreating 2 steps. That Do Emperor Powerhouse actually chose to join the Spirit Hall. If that's the case, how could the Hao Yian sect ever hope for revenge in this lifetime? Just thinking about this left the entire upper echelon of the Hao Yian sect slumped in their chairs, as if their strength had been drained. At this moment, Tang Hu's somewhat timid and silly voice rang out again. Sect Master, Great Elder, do we really not need to chase after the ancestor? At this moment, deep in the sunset forest, boom, 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 continuous loud noises erupted, as if two colossal beings were clashing. Roar. Suddenly, with a gust of fierce wind, a gigantic figure nearly 10 meters tall lunged out, crashing through ancient trees along the way. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a terrifying black bear. Stopping its charge, the terrifying creature resembling a black bear turned its body. Its massive black paw capable of snapping a giant tree with a single slap, its sharp claws glinting with cold light, as if they could tear everything apart. Its fierce and angry eyes fixed on the direction it had just lunged from. It let out another sky-shattering roar, roar. At this moment, a not-so-tall figure emerged from the line of sight of the terrifying black bear, casually digging into his ears. Tiske, tiske, this is truly the black moon howling sky bear, second only to the dark golden claw bear among bear-type soul beasts. With only 1,000 years of cultivation, yet able to battle with my soul emperor's strongest body for so long, Yubai remarked as he walked out. However, you just happened to allow me to familiarize myself with the power of combat skills. With that, Yubai's eyes narrowed, and he whispered, "Thunder flash." Immediately, a flash of lightning appeared around Yubai, and the next moment, he had already appeared in midair beside the black moon howling sky bear. 8 extremes burst. The next moment, Yubai's elbow, charged with lightning, slammed fiercely into the bear's armpit ribs. Boom! The nearly 10-meter-tall body of the black moon howling sky bear was directly sent flying by the strike, crashing through more giant trees before landing in the grass with a series of mournful howls. Seeing this, Yubai did not let his guard down in the slightest. Sure enough, the next moment, the black moon howling sky bear suddenly stood up, and under the illumination of the moonlight, its size gradually increased, and its aura instantaneously strengthened nearly tenfold. This is a skill similar to a berserk state. Yubai did not dare to be careless at this moment, his expression on high alert. The next moment, both sides charged at each other, clashing once again. The powerful and violent aura released caused a huge disturbance, making the surrounding soul beasts that had gathered flee in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a group of people entered the outskirts of the sunset forest. Is this the sunset forest? Ning Rongrong asked, holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand, her face full of curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Why haven't we seen many soul beasts along the way? Shaking her head, Zhu Zhuqing indicated for Ning Rongrong to look at the tall man in black ahead. With the beast god, DT on here, even the 10,000-year soul beast would probably choose to flee upon sensing his aura, let alone the fact that there are no 10,000-year soul beasts in this sunset forest. Next to Zhu Zhuqing, the usually quiet silver dragon king, Guyuna, spoke faintly. No, there are actually several 10,000-year soul beasts, or even those above 10,000 years, in this forest. However, they either reside underground, in volcanoes, or even beneath the abyss, so you humans cannot detect them. As she spoke, Guyuna seemed to sense something, her purple eyes slightly brightening, her pace quickening. Let us go. I have already sensed the aura of that human named Yubai. Moreover, there are actually other surprises here. At this point, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong clearly saw a look on Guyuna's cool face that they hadn't seen in days, and both girls could understand that emotion, joy. Subconsciously following Guyuna's pace, Zhu Zhuqing's heart began to race again, her earlobes slightly reddening. Hee, are we finally going to see Zhuqing's husband from her previous life? Ning Rongrong said, pulling Zhu Zhuqing's hand, her pretty face full of anticipation. I wonder how he looks in this life. I'm so excited. Listening to Ning Rongrong's playful voice, Zhu Zhuqing's originally cool expression also flushed with a faint rosy hue, her eyes carrying a hint of panic. Under such rapid travel, within just half an hour, they had already arrived deep in the sunset forest. Hearing the sounds of battle not far away, they all walked in the direction of the noise. A few minutes later, when they reached the edge of the battlefield, their eyes fell upon a grove of trees within a radius of several dozen meters, where broken tree stumps were scattered everywhere, and the ground was covered with broken branches and leaves. In the center of the battlefield, a silver-haired boy looking about 11 or 12 years old was flashing with lightning, engaged in a direct battle with a bear-type soul beast over 1,000 years old. Wow, what soul beast is that? Its aura is so strong. Ningrongrong. This little novice was intimidated by the powerful and violent aura emanating from the black moon howling sky bear, instinctively squeezing closer to Zhu Zhuqing and clutching her arm tightly. That is the black moon howling sky bear. Its bloodline is only beneath the top-tier king soul beasts like the dark golden claw bear and the titan giant ape. Looking at its current state, it should have activated its talent howling moon, boosting its strength tenfold across the board. It's almost on par with a typical 10,000-year soul beast. The price is losing its rationality. As he spoke, Dition had no intention of making a move. Just as he had not intervened when he saw several soul master teams hunting soul beasts on the way into the sunset forest. In fact, they only pay attention to and recognize beings that possess intelligence or have ascended to 10,000-year soul beasts. To them, other soul beasts are merely groups that nurture 10,000-year soul beasts. At this moment, whether it was Dition or Guyuna, their gazes were focused on the various combat skills Yu Bai was demonstrating. While Zhu Zhuqing's eyes had been fixed on the silver-haired boy in the center of the battlefield, directly fighting the nearly 15-meter-tall, giant bear-type soul beast. Is he the reincarnation of the Flame Emperor? Watching Yu Bai's incredibly beautiful and unparalleled face, which revealed such confidence and dominance in the midst of such a fierce and violent battle, Zhu Zhuqing's heart, which had been frozen for years, trembled for the first time. At this moment, in the heat of battle, Yu Bai raised his arm to block the giant paw coming down from the black moon howling sky bear, and a cracking sound rang out from his arm. However, Yu Bai ignored the bone-breaking pain, his heart roaring, profound rank advanced combat skill, lion tiger shattering gold chant. Then, Yu Bai suddenly took a deep breath, his entire chest and abdomen swelling. The next second, roar, a terrifying roar reminiscent of a lion and a tiger, resonating as if it could shatter souls, was unleashed at the black moon howling sky bear right in front of him, causing the entire space to ripple from that immense roar. The forest behind the black moon howling sky bear seemed to be ravaged by some kind of fierce wind at this moment, all of it destroyed. Even the black moon howling sky bear itself was shaken to its core by this roar, involuntarily retreating from its howl of the moon state. Seeing this, a hint of joy appeared on Yu Bai's face, and then his figure flickered with thunder and disappeared from his original position, reappearing behind the black moon howling sky bear. 8th level burst. 092 Tang Chen's ancestor gone. The violent power combined with the 8th level dark energy struck the back of the black moon howling sky bear's head. And then, under everyone's gaze, this black moon howling sky bear collapsed to the ground with a loud crash. So strong. At this moment, Ning Rongrong looked astonished. It seemed that he was even stronger than the usual soul kings in our sect. Advanced Shin level fighting technique, 8 extreme burst, movement technique, thunder flash, and also advanced Shin level sound wave technique, lion tiger shattering gold chant. When mentioning lion tiger shattering gold chant, Zhu Zhuqing also recalled the training method of this technique in her mind. According to the footage exposed by the Heavenly Dao Ranking, it seemed that this fighting technique was obtained when she and her previous life entered the inner court of the Jianan Academy. Next to her, Gina also commented lightly, "These few fighting techniques are indeed very strong. Just using over 30 levels of soul power, the explosive power can already rival that of ordinary 10,000-year soul rings. If his soul power reaches level 50 and he uses these 3 fighting techniques again, the power might increase several times, even dozens of times." At this point, Guyuna's light purple eyes also showed intense shock and a hint of complexity, secretly thinking that such fighting techniques are not much inferior to true divine techniques or even divine king skills, right? And this is merely a very ordinary fighting technique from another continent. Is the cultivation system of Douluo Continent too weak? Or is the cultivation system of another Do Chi continent too powerful? Just as the girls were lost in thought, a young voice suddenly came from not far away. "Everyone, after watching for so long, it's time to leave, right?" On the other side, a few minutes earlier, inside the spirit hall, Bibi Dong quietly put down the pen in her hand when she saw Zhu Zhuqing and the others had arrived at the edge of the battlefield where Yu Bai and the black moon howling sky bear were fighting, preparing to focus all her attention on the upcoming developments, when she sensed a powerful aura charging towards the spirit hall without any concealment. Her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. A trace of displeasure flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. However, as her soul power focused on the battle between Yu Bai and the black moon howling sky bear in the sunset forest, which was about to end, the key moment when Yu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing were about to recognize each other was approaching. Bibi Dong then suppressed her displeasure and did not pay attention to who was rapidly flying towards Spirit City. "As long as you don't attack the Pope's palace, I will not trouble you for the sake of important matters. I hope you know what's good for you." With her alluring red lips slightly parted, Bibi Dong softly murmured, then withdrew all her attention and seriously observed the events happening in the sunset forest through her soul power. At this moment, Tang Chun was enveloped in overwhelming killing intent, releasing an aura close to that of a demigod without reservation, causing chaos and screams wherever he went. Just as he was about to enter Spirit City, as the massive angel statue in the center of Spirit City illuminated with golden light, a gentle aura enveloped Spirit City, preventing the people within from being severely injured or killed by Tang Chun's demigod-like aura. In response, Tang Chun, who had already reached the sky above the Spirit Hall, disregarded it completely and directly shouted, "Qian Daolu, get out here." The sound wave mixed with demigod power resonated in the minds of everyone within 10 miles. It shook everyone's mind, making them feel nauseous. Inside the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong was also startled by this explosive shout, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. However, seeing that the Black Moon Howling Sky Bear had already been killed by Yu Bai, the scene she had been anticipating for several days was finally about to unfold. Bibi Dong then suppressed her anger, dividing a strand of mental power to envelop the entire Pope's palace, ensuring that no other sounds would come after this. And only then did she continue to watch with eager anticipation. Outside, with a sigh, Qian Oliu's figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Spirit Hall. Looking at the powerful, imposing man before him, Tang Chun, you bastard, you really didn't die, and if I'm not mistaken, it seems you're just a step away from becoming a god. Seeing Qian Daolu appear, Tang Chun finally restrained his aura. Humph. If it weren't for being ambushed back then, I would have already become a god, instead of being occupied by a beast, wasting 20 years in the Slaughter City. Allowing your Spirit Hall to take this opportunity to bully my grandson and attack my Haotian sect, forcing my Haotian sect to hide in the mountains for 20 years. Back then, you promised me. Qian Daolu, shouldn't you give me an explanation? At this point, Qian Daolu also understood that this guy was here for revenge. Explanation? Qian Oliu's expression turned cold. Waving his sleeve, your precious grandson severely injured my son, resulting in his death from ineffective treatment. The dignified Pope of the Spirit Hall was killed. Should I let my Spirit Hall play ostrich? The Pope represents the dignity of my Spirit Hall, and no one can harm him. Otherwise, it's death without a doubt. This is the iron law of my Spirit Hall. Tang Chen, you should be thankful that I've kept my promise all these years and didn't act against you. Otherwise, your Haotian sect would have been wiped out long ago. Listening to Qian Daolu's words, Tang Chen's anger surged even more, laughing in fury. Good for you, Qian Daolu. Good for you, Spirit Hall. Since the Pope is your Spirit Hall's dignity, then today I will make your Spirit Hall's dignity be trampled underfoot again. Saying this, a blood-red sword suddenly appeared in Tang Chen's hand, instantly dyeing the entire sky blood-red, the air filled with a strong smell of blood. Shura, God technique, Shura judgment. In an instant, 6 blood-red pillars of light shot straight down towards the Grand Pope's palace halfway up the mountain, each beam of blood carrying a thick aura of death. Beside him, seeing Tang Chun focus his attention on the Pope, Qian Oliu's expression changed slightly, and before he could stop him, he saw Tang Chun summon the legendary Shura God King's super artifact to attack the Pope's palace below. Seeing this, Qian Daolu shook his head, his body retreating a kilometer away in an instant, then looking at Tang Chun with a gaze full of pity, as if looking at a long-lost old friend. However, Tang Chun did not notice this scene. Instead, he looked with delight at the Pope's palace and the Pope inside, which was about to be completely destroyed. Spirit Hall, today you shall pay such a price. However, at the moment when the 6 beams of red light attacked the Pope's palace, they were directly dispersed by a force that made the souls of everyone in Spirit City tremble, as if flowers were blooming. Tang Chun suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face filled with disbelief. This power. At this moment, a sharp roar echoed in Tang Chen's mind. Tang Chun, you bastard. Laozi returned the body to you to avoid the possible encounter with the reincarnation of the Flame Emperor in the future, who might take Laozi's wings to practice flying combat skills. But just a few days after returning the body to you, you actually brought Laozi to provoke another Dou Emperor powerhouse who has already inherited the cultivation from a previous life. I can't believe it. Listening to this familiar voice in his mind, Tang Chun was stunned. It was the first time he had seen the 9-headed Golden Bat King show such fear towards someone. Also, who is the Flame Emperor? What kind of cultivation is a Dou Emperor? Just as Tang Chun was filled with doubts, as if sensing something, he didn't bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and suddenly looked up. Then, He saw a huge crack appear in the sky, and violent winds were raging within the crack. Anything that came out could directly kill him. At this moment, the terrified voice of the nine-headed golden bat king in his mind had somewhat changed in tone. It's coming, it's coming. The attack of the Dou Emperor powerhouse is about to arrive. Tang Chun, this bastard is all your fault. In my next life, I will definitely cling to you. However, at this moment, Tang Chun couldn't care less about the nine-headed golden bat king's frantic screams in his mind. Instead, he stared in shock as a long, white, tender giant hand reached out through the crack in the sky above him, suppressing him. To his horror, Tang Chun discovered that under this hand, his body was unable to move a single inch. He could only wait in despair for death to arrive. Just as the giant hand was about to land on Tang Chun, the Azura blood sword in his hand suddenly burst forth with a dazzling blood-red light. Seeing this, a strong sense of joy suddenly arose in Tang Chun's heart. Could it be that this super artifact still holds a backup plan from the Azura god? Does this mean he might not have to die? Then, under Tang Chun's tense gaze, a blood-red phantom appeared, releasing an aura that was dozens of times stronger than Tang Chun's. I am the Azura god. Who dares to move? The blood-red phantom hadn't finished speaking when the giant hand in the sky had already descended. In an instant, both Tang Chun and the blood-red phantom were obliterated. Even the Azura blood sword, this super artifact, was seized by the giant hand. Then, the giant hand vanished, and the crack in the sky gradually healed, until it disappeared completely. The entire process was silent. Only Qian Daolu, 1,000 meters away, witnessed this scene unfold. A chill wind blew, and Qian Daolu couldn't help but shiver. It seemed that she had really held back against the old man that day. Thinking of this, Qian Daolu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this what a Dou Emperor powerhouse is like? Truly terrifying. After a moment of reflection, Qian Daolu then looked towards the spot where Tang Chun had been and murmured, "Old friend, this time you are truly dead." After that, shaking his head, Qian Daolu's figure also vanished. In the sky outside the martial Soul City, Tang Xiao, who had just arrived, witnessed the last scene of Tang Chun's annihilation and was instantly stunned. His own ancestor, who was about to become a god, had just vanished in such a short time? Encounter, recognition, acquaintance. Nailandong. Inside the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong glanced at the Azura blood sword in her hand, then casually tossed it aside, focusing her mind back on the movements in the sunset forest. At this moment, in another world, after dealing with the rebellious army and preparing to return to the divine realm to investigate what had happened to Tang San, the Azura god suddenly changed his expression. Puffed. With a mouthful of fresh blood spewing out, the Azura god's entire aura weakened a bit, and his face turned pale. Immediately sitting cross-legged, after a moment of recovery, the Azura god regained a bit of normal color in his face. Opening his eyes, the Azura god immediately stood up, his entire aura extremely cold. How dare someone kill Tang Chun? Although he was a god candidate that this god had long given up on, he was not someone anyone could kill at will. Moreover, how dare they even attempt to seize the body of the Azura god sword, even obliterating the divine consciousness that this god had entrusted to it in search of a successor. Truly audacious. After saying this, the Azura god shot up into the sky, carrying an aura of malice and blood that was 1,000,000 times denser than Tang Chun's, heading back to the divine realm. On the other side, in the sunset forest, everyone, you've been watching for so long. It's time to leave, right? As Yu Bai's gentle voice came, Gu Yuna, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others all turned their gazes towards the small boy standing 10 meters away in front of the corpse of the black moon howling sky bear. At this moment, under the faint moonlight, the boy's silver hair shone in harmony with the moonlight, his handsome face calmly gazing at them, creating a striking visual impact against the enormous corpse of the black moon howling sky bear lying behind him, coupled with the purple soul rings rising from the bear's corpse. It formed a stunning dark-themed picture that deeply shocked the hearts of the women. At this moment, the man in black, Emperor Tian, stepped forward and said, "Mr. Yu Bai, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Emperor Tian, and this beside me is my master, Gu Yuna. We are here to negotiate a deal with you, Mr. Yu Bai. However, before that, please allow me to introduce another young lady to you. Once you have taken care of your personal matters, we can discuss our transaction in detail." Saying this, Emperor Tian stepped aside and gestured with his right hand towards Zhu Zhuqing before looking back at Yu Bai. Continuing, this young lady is named Zhu Zhuqing. According to the Heavenly Dao Rankings, she should be the reincarnation of your wife from your previous life, Gu Suner. After saying this, Emperor Tian took 2 steps back and stood behind Gu Yuna, quietly observing the development of the situation. Originally, when Yubai heard Emperor Tian call out his name, his vigilance spiked, and a trace of killing intent even surfaced in his heart. However, upon hearing the names Emperor Tian and Gu Yuna, a look of astonishment appeared on Yubai's handsome face. Emperor Tian, the beast god of the ferocious beasts for 800,000 years. Gu Yuna, one of the dragon god-s incarnations, the Silver Dragon King? How could they be here? Just as Yubai was internally shocked, he saw Emperor Tian point to a slender girl with long black hair cascading down her back, who was stunningly beautiful and had a cold expression. Particularly after hearing Emperor Tian's introduction, Yubai was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. Especially when he looked into the girl's clear, bright eyes filled with curiosity, a faint smile appeared on Yubai's handsome face. Then, with a flash of lightning, Yubai had already appeared 3 meters away from the girl. I had once imagined the scene of our meeting, even thought about the awkwardness that would ensue. But I never expected that when this moment truly arrived, my heart would be so calm. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the silver-haired boy in front of her, whose handsome face was filled with a sunny smile, and the shyness and uncertainty she felt earlier also disappeared. A charming smile appeared on her cold face, and her voice was clear and pleasant, like a stream flowing through a cold ravine. So am I. Just half an hour ago, when I first stepped into the sunset forest, my heart was racing. However, at this moment of our encounter, my heartbeat was exceptionally calm. So, let us get to know each other again. My name is Zhu Zhuqing. As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing extended her delicate, jade-like hand. In front of her, Yubai also reached out, and their hands clasped together. Soft and cool, Yubai also spoke. My name is Yubai. After saying this, Yubai released her hand and invited, recently, I have established a sect called Bianan Sect. Are you interested in joining? Looking at Yubai's sincere and comfortable smile, Zhu Zhuqing placed her hands behind her back, and a playful smile flashed across her cold face. Sure, I'll join. From now on, I'll be a disciple of the Bianan Sect. So please take care of me, Sect Master. Beside them, Ning Rongrong, who was seeing such a Zhu Zhuqing for the first time, was completely stunned, her mouth agape. All right. Yubai nodded, his smile growing broader, then looked at the others. Everyone, it's just about dinner time. Regardless of what matters you have to discuss, why don't we head back to our sect base and talk while we eat? To this, the others had no objections. Seeing this, Yubai turned and walked toward the nearby corpse of the black moon howling sky bear. Watching Yubai's back, Zhu Zhuqing's cold and stunning face bore a charming smile, and her beautiful eyes revealed a deep joy. The onlookers were dumbfounded, and even the burly man, Emperor Tian, was scratching his head in confusion. The conversation and scene between the two just now had nothing to do with what they had imagined. Zhuqing, shouldn't you two embrace each other joyfully upon realizing who the other is and rekindle your past life connection? Why did you only shake hands? Ning Rongrong was filled with questions, looking at Zhu Zhuqing with a confused expression. And how can you still be so happy with just that? The silent Emperor Tian and Gu Yuna also cast curious glances at her. Because I finally understand, he is just like me. Zhu Zhuqing withdrew her gaze from Yubai's back, one hand resting on her heart, as if she had found someone who truly understands her. The joy on her delicate face was hard to conceal. Seeing the confusion deepen on Ning Rongrong's face, Zhu Zhuqing smiled brightly, and in that instant, it was as if all the flowers around them bloomed simultaneously. The past is like a mirror reflecting the water. We only compete for the moonlight and flowers of this present moment. Perhaps, one day, Rongrong will also become an exposer, and when she encounters a situation like mine, she will understand my thoughts. Blinking her bewildered big eyes, Ning Rongrong then gave up trying to understand Zhu Zhuqing's words and instead said with hope, if one day I also become an exposer, I hope to meet a boyfriend as handsome and dashing as Zhuqing's, a romance spanning 2 lifetimes. How romantic that would be. This time, upon hearing Ning Rongrong refer to you by as her boyfriend, Zhu Zhuqing surprisingly did not refute it. Her intuition sensed a calm heartstring vibrating, as if it possessed magical power, bringing Zhu Zhuqing a strange feeling she had never experienced before. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna, who had been silently observing everything, noticed the change in Zhu Zhuqing's gaze and couldn't help but murmur to herself, is this what human emotions are like? Such a complex and strange thing. Before long, Yubai finished processing the corpse of the black moon howling sky bear, then dragged it to the nearby riverside to clean it. He returned holding it with one hand and distributed a special detox pill made by Douluo to each person. Then, He wrapped the meat of the black moon howling sky bear with his soul power and, carrying over 2,000 pounds of meat, led Zhu Zhuqing and the others into the poison array, heading towards the Eye of Ice and Fire. On the other side, inside the Pope's palace, after carefully observing the scene where Yu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing met through her soul power, a complex and difficult-to-read expression appeared on Bibi Dong's exquisite and beautiful face. Past memories are like water reflected in a mirror. Only the present moment under the moonlight matters. So, the memories and emotions of the past life are just illusions? Perhaps the two of you have not yet inherited the emotions of your past lives and cannot truly understand how precious and beautiful they are. For me now, they are so desirable and nostalgic. With a bitter smile, Bibi Dong seemed to think of something, and a hint of loneliness appeared on her delicate face. Indeed, you have already met now, and before awakening the emotions and memories of your past lives, you can still gain a pure emotion. Later, when you inherit the emotions of your past lives, it will only add more beautiful emotional memories. Is it just about seizing the moment? As she murmured, a hint of determination appeared in Bibi Dong's eyes. Taking a deep breath, she ordered, "Come here." In the next moment, a figure appeared below the main hall, bowing and saluting. "Your Holiness the Pope, please command." The visitor was Zhu Douluo. At this moment, Bibi Dong exuded the Pope's authority, her expression cold. Does this remind you that a few years ago, one of the hidden 8 great families behind the Great Soul Arena, the Leaf family, secretly allied with my Spirit Hall? Although puzzled as to why the Pope suddenly brought up this matter, Yuan quickly responded, "Yes, Your Holiness. In fact, it's not just the Leaf family. Through our interactions in recent years, another family, the Nalen family, is also now on our side." Hearing that another family had also allied with the Spirit Hall, a hint of joy appeared on Bibi Dong's face. I thought I would have to let Shuer down again, but it turns out there is a new option. While thinking this, Bibi Dong looked at Yu Guan below and ordered, "Tell the Nalen family that a direct descendant will appear in a few days. Let them prepare various identity information in advance. As for the name, let it be Nalen Dong." After a few minutes at the Eye of Ice and Fire, seeing Yu Bai carrying a mountain of meat while 4 unfamiliar figures followed behind him, Douluo and the chubby boy both stood up, their eyes filled with curiosity, especially when they saw that among the 4 strangers, apart from the big man in black at the back, the other 3 were remarkable. One had waist-length silver hair and a stunning face with captivating purple eyes. Another had long black hair like a waterfall, equally stunning and enchanting. The last one was dressed luxuriously, hued in appearance, especially with a pair of lively and curious big eyes that attracted attention, with 3 rare beauties gathered together. Especially since their ages were comparable to that of the little fox Yu Bai, it was hard not to make Douluo think more. The newcomers did not seem friendly. While lamenting in his heart, Douluo couldn't help but turn to look at his granddaughter, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, fully absorbed in refining the effects of the mysterious ice transformation pill. "Granddaughter, your great rivals have appeared, and all at once. It seemed he needed to prepare in advance. Grandpa is doing this for your lifelong happiness. Yin Yin, you must understand." Just as Douluo was having his internal monologue, Yu Bai placed the clean bear meat directly onto the grill that the chubby boy had already prepared with a tacit understanding. Then he came before everyone, first introducing the chubby boy and Douluo to Zhu Zhuqing and the others, and then explaining Yan's identity and her current state. During this process, the solitary Bo, stroking his goat beard, noticed that when Yu Bai introduced his title Daw strength and title, apart from the lively and cute little girl who showed a hint of surprise in her eyes before adopting a nonchalant expression, the other 3 remained expressionless throughout. At this moment, Douluo's eyes narrowed unconsciously, and his curiosity about these 4 people grew. At this moment, Yu Bai came to Zhu Zhuqing's side and lightly smiled as he introduced to the little chubby one and Douluo, "This is Zhu Zhuqing, who has now joined our other shore sect and is one of us." Zhu Zhuqing, the little chubby one's eyes lit up, and he quickly pushed Douluo aside, taking a step forward with a face full of flattery as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. "So, it's sister-in-law, hello." Yu Bai quickly covered the little chubby one's mouth and pulled him aside with his arm, giving Zhu Zhuqing an apologetic smile. "Sorry, this guy has no filter." Shaking her head, Zhu Zhuqing smiled generously, her gaze lingering on Yu Bai's face for a moment, before signaling that it was nothing to worry about. At this moment, Ning Rongrong, who was beside Zhu Zhuqing, also poked her little head out and said with a smile, there's me. I'm Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Yu Bai, who had already suspected the identity of this lively and adorable girl who had been holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand and was obviously very close to her, displayed an expression of expected understanding upon hearing her self-introduction. Then Yubai turned his gaze to Ditian and Guyuna. Guyuna's purple eyes flashed, and after understanding the meaning behind Yubai's gaze, she spoke in her usual cold and indifferent tone. My name is Guyuna, the Soul Bee Sovereign. Ditian beside her also chimed in. I am Ditian, an 800,000-year-old fierce beast. My true form is the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. Soul Bee Sovereign, 800,000-year-old fierce beast. Both the struggling little chubby boy and Douluo, who was secretly planning how to concoct medicine beside him, were taken aback. In response, Yubai released the little chubby boy and smiled at Douluo. No need to worry, they are here to trade with me. As he gradually became familiar with his second martial soul, the Eye of Fire, Yubai's wariness and fear of the outside world also began to fade. Once Douluo's expression of shock disappeared, Yubai turned to Guyuna and Ditian with curiosity. So, what exactly is this trade you mentioned? Upon hearing Yubai finally mention this matter, Ditian, with Guyuna's consent, hurriedly repeated what he had told Zhu Zhuqing a few days ago. After Ditian finished speaking, Guyuna continued, Originally, I wanted to ask you to refine a pill for me to heal my injuries. As she spoke, Guyuna's purple eyes moved away from Yubai and looked towards the ice and fire yin-yang eye in the distance. Her gaze seemingly able to penetrate the surfaces of the ice eye and fire eye to see the depths below. However, I didn't expect there to be an unexpected surprise here. Saying this, Guyuna began to walk towards the ice and fire yin-yang eye. But just before taking her second step, she recalled that this was not her own territory and turned back to Yubai. I want to use this treasure land to recover from my injuries, but please rest assured, I will not damage this treasure land in the slightest. Is that okay? Seeing Guyuna's purple eyes looking at him, Yubai first glanced at Douluo. After seeing Douluo's expression of you decide, Yubai then nodded in agreement, meeting Guyuna's gaze. At the same time, a different thought arose in Yubai's mind. After taking advantage of our treasure land, she still wants to maintain a trading partnership with our other shore sect? Dream on. Oblivious to the fact that she had already caught the attention of a certain sunny and friendly guy, Guyuna, under the curious gazes of everyone, arrived at the spring of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Her purple eyes fixed on the spring, filled with an indescribable complexity and nostalgia. I never expected that after the battle back then, you would actually fall in such a place. After a slight sigh, Guyuna put her hands together and parted her red lips. Yubai and the others looked at each other, appearing completely bewildered. At this moment, Ditian beside him looked shocked. Is this the oldest dragon language? Moreover, this place turned out to be the burial ground of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, who were once first-level divine beasts. Although he didn't know what the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King were, Xiao Pao Dun, Ning Rongrong, and Du Gu Bo understood what a first-level divine beast represented. According to legends, they were beings equivalent to first-level deities. Who would have thought that beneath this small spring, two terrifying beings had actually perished? Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained curious and showed no interest in so-called first-level gods or beasts. Instead, she was more curious about how Guyuna would restore her physical injuries. Yubai was more direct, looking at Ditian beside him. Ditian, can you understand dragon language? Can you translate what Guyuna is saying for us? Hearing this, Ditian thought for a moment, found no problem with it, and directly explained, Master is using the oldest dragon language to communicate with the last remnant soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings sleeping in the corpses below, preparing to awaken them, and then use the remaining divine power in their souls to help Master fully recover from the injuries in his body. As soon as Ditian's voice fell, the spring at the Ice and Fire 2 element I boiled violently, and then two phantoms, one cold and one hot, flew directly out and soared into the sky. Roar! Kill! In an instant, a huge roar erupted, scaring all soul beasts in the setting sun forest to prostrate on the ground, trembling. Seeing this, Guyuna quickly used her divine power to seal off the space within 100 miles and simultaneously sent a message to the two Dragon King phantoms filled with killing intent. Ice Dragon King, Fire Dragon King, this is not the divine battlefield of the past. The Dragon God war has ended. Stop. Do not release divine power anymore. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of the divine realm, and everything will be over. Perhaps hearing the familiar ancient dragon language, the phantoms of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings finally calmed down, then looked down at Guyuna. Are you the Dragon God's avatar? Following this, the three of them exchanged messages telepathically, and no one knew what they were saying at that moment. After more than 10 minutes, everyone saw the phantoms of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings nodding at Guyuna. However, Just then, the Ice Dragon King seemed to sense something, and the phantom's gaze turned to the ground not far away, where Du Guyan was meditating and refining the Xian Bing Hua Long Dan. Since that's the case, let me make a good connection for our beast race one last time. When saying this, the Ice Dragon King used not the previous dragon language, but the common language of humans on Douluo Continent. Just as everyone was puzzled, a wave of energy exuding extreme cold split from the Ice Dragon King's body and rushed towards Du Guyan. Meanwhile, the Ice Dragon King itself became even more illusory and immediately rushed into Guyuna's body, while beside her, the phantom of the Fire Dragon King also transformed into a stream of light and drilled into Guyuna's body. In an instant, the surface of Guyuna's body was entwined with ice blue and fire red colors, blowing her silver hair, swirling with the two colors of ice and fire. Guyuna's aura soared rapidly. However, at this moment, whether it was Du Gubo, Yubai Xiaopao Dun, or Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, all their gazes were fixed on Du Guyan, especially Du Gubo and Xiaopao Dun, their expressions showing a hint of urgency, while Yubai's face changed slightly. Just as he was about to get angry, Guyuna's cold voice suddenly came from behind everyone. Don't worry, the human girl named Du Guyan is fine. In a sense, she is experiencing a great fortune. Hearing Guyuna's voice, everyone turned around in unison. Yubai also calmed his anger and asked, "What do you mean?" Listening to the lingering anger in Yubai's tone, Guyuna wasn't angry and continued, "If I'm not mistaken, that little girl's martial soul is evolving, right?" Martial soul evolution. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaim, quickly covering her mouth, her eyes shining brightly. Martial soul evolution. This is something our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has been pursuing for decades. Who would have thought we'd see it here today? Everyone paid no attention to Ning Rongrong's exclamation and continued to look at Guyuna, especially Yubai, whose anger had completely dissipated. At the same time, as if he thought of something, his eyes lit up. "Are you saying?" Guyuna nodded, a hint of sadness flashing in her purple eyes. Normally, with that little girl's talent, her martial soul would at most evolve from a snake to an ice python, with a very low probability of evolving into an ice dragon. But after merging with the residual Ice Dragon attributes energy from the Ice Dragon King, her martial soul will definitely evolve into an Ice Dragon. Moreover, after that, she won't need to hunt soul beasts. Once her level is sufficient, soul rings will automatically generate until the 9th soul ring appears. After hearing Guyuna's explanation, Du Gubo let out a heavy sigh of relief, and a look of deep joy appeared on his old face. An Ice Dragon. One could tell just by hearing the name that it was a divine-level martial soul. Although he had already witnessed the methods of powerful beings from a world stronger than Douluo Continent through Yubai, as a person from Douluo Continent, Du Gubo still couldn't give up the pursuit of martial soul quality. Xiaopao Dun also cast a blessing look at this Sister Yen, whom he had known for less than 10 days. Yubai nodded, then invited everyone to sit down by the barbecue. Interestingly, Ning Rongrong, Xiaopao Dun, and the others tacitly squeezed together to sit next to Yubai and Zhu Zhuqing, while Guyuna sat on the other side of Yubai. Xiaopao Dun, who was near the grill, turned the skewers on the grill, and suddenly, the entire ice and fire two-element I was filled with the aroma of roasted meat. He got up, took out a small sharp dagger and several plates from his storage soul guide, and swiftly sliced off the surface of the already cooked meat, placing it in the plates, which he then handed to Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Guyuna. He then chopped off 4 bear paws, each as thick as an adult's thigh, and tossed them to Du Gubo, Xiaopao Dun, and Tion. Afterward, Yubai took the last bear paw and sat back down, eating while discussing previous transactions with Tion. In the end, after finishing all the bear paws and washing up, Yubai directly invited Guyuna and Tion to join the Bian sect. During this process, Zhu Zhuqing sat quietly, nibbling on the roasted meat on her plate, while occasionally glancing at Yubai beside her, her eyes filled with laughter and relaxation. On the other side, Du Gubo, who was also not in a hurry and was savoring the taste of bear paw, took this scene in and thought to himself, "A great enemy. This is truly the nemesis of my granddaughter, Yin Yin. Speaking of which, it seems that I have a technique in mind suitable for your spirit beasts, especially the heavenly level cultivation method that Guyuna practices. I will write it down for you later, and then you can make the necessary adjustments to suit the training of your spirit beasts." As he spoke, a strange color appeared in Yubai's eyes. However, to be honest, I believe that the biggest problem facing your spirit beasts and us humans today is not actually survival or cultivation, but the severance of the path ahead. If we do not solve this problem, Even if you pass down the modified cultivation method suitable for spirit beasts, and we pass down the cultivation method suitable for humans, the final outcome will still not change. That is, the extinction of spirit beasts and the disappearance of human spirit masters. Once again, painting a bleak picture. The biggest prodigal of Douluo Continent. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Yubai in shock, rendered speechless. They found it hard to imagine what Douluo Continent would be like then, only a group of ordinary people and ordinary beasts. What excitement could there be? What joy could there be? After a long while, Guyana turned her purple eyes towards the boy beside her, a thoughtful look appearing on her otherwise cold and indifferent face. The path ahead? Are you referring to gods? On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing, who had already inherited Gu Suno life experiences, moved her beautiful eyes slightly, as if she'd guessed something. Yubai's implication should not only involve the gods, but also this world. Though it was a question, Zhu Zhuqing's tone was filled with certainty. However, after saying this, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze remained fixed on Yubai's eyes. Her beautiful eyes filled with a knowing yet playful look. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing had seen through his thoughts, Yubai felt no embarrassment. Instead, he turned his head and blinked repeatedly, signaling her to cooperate well. Upon witnessing Yubai's playful actions, a hint of amusement appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's cold face, and she nodded in agreement with Yubai's gaze. Seeing this scene, Yubai finally relaxed, then turned his attention back to the confused Guyuna and began to explain, indeed, if it were only the main gods. The ultimate solution would be, as I just mentioned. On the other side, Ditan, who had been listening, could not help but speak up at this moment. However, our master has now fully restored his cultivation, and with the help of the Ice Fire Dragon King's residual soul energy, his strength has even surpassed the past, having reached the level of a god king. Moreover, Yubai, Zhu Zhuqing, since you're also humans, you wouldn't want humanity to be toyed with by the gods like our spirit beasts, right? When you grow stronger, we spirit beasts and humans can join forces to break into the divine realm and overthrow the gods. Wouldn't that be easy? In such a situation, how could one say that the path ahead is severed? Looking at Di Tian's defiant expression, Yubai merely retorted, so, above the God King realm, is there still a level of strength that can be improved for your spirit beasts? Di Tian was somewhat dumbfounded, but how does that relate to our spirit beast future? Sitting beside Yubai, Guyana had already reacted, especially when she thought of the different worlds exposed by the Heavenly Dao Ranking. Guyana's purple eyes fixed on Yubai, so, the second outcome is that our spirit beasts are trapped in this world or completely exterminated, while your human powerhouses can roam the heavens and grow stronger endlessly. Thinking of that scene, a strong sense of unwillingness surged in Guyuna's heart. To this, Yubai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the purpose of our Beyond sect is before the Three Live Stone, ferrying the underworld, by the river of Yellow Springs. The flower of the other shore. Our sect pursues not only the disregard for the passage of time, but also seeks powerful strength, strong enough not to be sent to reincarnation by any existence. And the God King level in this universe is too weak. This universe is also far too small. So small that it does not deserve my efforts. As he spoke these words, Yubai's face was filled with confident arrogance. Moreover, in these days, having gradually become familiar with the power of the Eye of the Burning Fire and the experiences of the Flame Emperor, my instincts told me that when I advance to Soul Sage and inherit all the cultivation of the Flame Emperor, I will be able to break through the barriers of this world and open a passage to other worlds. At that time, all disciples of our Beyond sect, upon reaching the God King realm, can travel to other worlds to continue their cultivation. While speaking, Yubai's gaze discreetly observed the changes in Guyuna's expression, especially when he saw a hint of subtle desire appear on Guyuna's always cold and indifferent face when he spoke the last sentence. Yubai immediately seized the opportunity to invite. So, Guyuna, why don't you and Ditian and the other fierce beasts simply join my Beyond sect? Then, as members of the Beyond sect, you won't be confined to this world, but can witness the splendor of the myriad worlds? Upon hearing this, even Ditian's golden pupils revealed a strong desire. He nervously looked at Guyuna, waiting for his master's decision. On the other side, Dugabo, sitting with the chubby boy, looked at the scene before him and felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. He couldn't help but tap the head of the chubby boy, who was devouring food, and said, "Hey, Chubby, don't you think this scene looks a bit familiar?" Originally, he was enjoying his meal and secretly amused, admiring Yubai for trying to persuade people to join the Beyond sect, when he suddenly heard Dugabo's puzzled voice. He trembled and muttered indistinctly, "What the hell?" Douluo glanced at the still-eating chubby boy, his expression displeased, and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I won't ask you anymore. Can't you just speak properly? At this moment, Guyuna, who was the invited party, had also reacted and finally understood why Yu Bai went around in circles. His ultimate goal was still to invite the spirit beast to join their beyond sect. However, Guyuna was not angry at this moment. Instead, she thought for a moment, but what about the other spirit beasts? Seeing Guyuna's interest, Yu Bai directly began to paint a beautiful picture. What's the big deal? When the time comes, I will use my Do Emperor power to create a new world as large as Douluo Continent for your other spirit beast clans. On Yu Bai's other side, Zhu Zhuqing held a plate, a faint smile gracing her cold and delicate face as she elegantly enjoyed her dinner. As for Ning Rongrong, at this moment, she was also captivated by Yu Bai's words. Her lively big eyes were filled with curiosity and hope, as if she could already envision the scene of roaming through the heavens. On the other side, watching Yu Bai speak eloquently, Douluo, who was also tasting the bear paw, finally understood why this scene felt so familiar. Isn't this the scene of that little fox tricking me back then? Thinking of this, Douluo suddenly felt that the bear paw in his hand was no longer appetizing and glared fiercely at the chubby boy beside him. Back then, this guy was also involved. In the end, after a round of persuasion, making grand promises from Yu Bai, Guyuna ultimately agreed to bring all the fierce beasts into the Bind sect. She also agreed that in the future, any soul beast that survives the 100,000-year soul beast thunder tribulation and gains the ability to transform can join the Bind sect. Due to the agreement from Guyuna and others, Yu Bai finally made the decision to add a new hall in the Bind sect, named the Divine Beast Hall. At this moment, even Guyuna's cool and indifferent beautiful face broke into a faint smile, and a sense of security that she had never felt before suddenly arose in her heart, just as everyone was celebrating the joining of Guyuna and others, as well as the establishment of the Divine Beast Hall of the Other Shore sect. Ning Rongrong, who was sitting beside Zhu Zhuqing, couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up directly and looked at Yu Bai, saying, "What about me? Why didn't you invite me? I also want to join your Other Shore sect." At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the standing Ning Rongrong and Yu Bai on the ground next to her. They wanted to see if today would bring another joyful event, adding one more person to the originally 4-member Bind sect. Even the old man, Douluo, who was usually indifferent, was affected by this atmosphere and suddenly began to take the sect that had seemed like a joke before more seriously. Meanwhile, Yu Bai, holding a wine glass filled with the fine wine Douluo had brought out, looked at Ning Rongrong's sudden action with some hesitation. "But aren't you the young lady of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the future soul heir? How can you join our Bind sect?" Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong waved her sleeve and with an unconcerned expression on her pretty face said, "What's the big deal? When my dad steps down, I can directly merge the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school into the Bind sect. At that time, wouldn't it just be adding a 7-treasure hall to the Bind sect?" As soon as these words came out, not only was Yu Bai stunned, but even the others looked in shock at the indifferent Ning Rongrong in the center of the scene. At this moment, Douluo suddenly wanted to ask Ning Rongrong, "Do you want to listen to what you're saying? The 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Ever since the Hao Ian sect retired back then, it has become the #1 sect in the continent, and you casually merged it with other sects with just a light sentence? The problem is, as the only heir of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, Ning Rongrong really has that qualification." At this moment, a sudden feeling of relief surged in Douluo's heart. He was thankful that the little fox and the chubby kid had blocked the initial invitation for him to join the Other Shore sect. Otherwise, Douluo had a premonition that if things continued like this, it might not be so easy for him and Yin Yin to join the Other Shore sect in a few days. Thinking of this, Douluo couldn't help but pat the chubby kid's shoulder, a look of gratitude rising on his old face, causing the chubby kid to shudder and move a bit further away from Douluo, his face pale. At the same time, the dazed Yu Bai finally snapped back to reality, looking up at the young master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school before him. After a twitch of his lips, he attempted to persuade, "Why not reconsider?" However, Ning Rongrong directly replied with a decisive tone, looking down at Yu Bai with a firm expression, hands on her hips, her small face full of dominance. "Reconsider what? Whatever this young lady decides, who in the 7-treasure glazed tile school dares to disagree? If they do, I'll have my grandfather Jian and grandfather Gugo teach them a lesson." Seeing Ning Rongrong say this, Yu Bai's eyelids twitched, but he ultimately agreed. "All right, the sect master agrees to your joining." Similarly, a new hall was added to the sect, named 7-treasure hall. Hearing that Yu Bai The little sect master of the other shore sect finally agreed to her joining. Ning Rongrong directly cheered happily on the spot. At the same time, she felt secretly proud. Oof, did they really think this young lady is foolish? Why not hold onto the other shore sect, a future strong ally? With the current turbulent situation on the continent, it won't be long before everything turns upside down. As long as I hold onto the other shore sect tightly with the 7 treasure glazed tile school, not only can I survive the upcoming chaotic times, but I can also experience the grandeur of the myriad worlds as we discussed. Oomph. This young lady is indeed the smartest. For an entire night, the group celebrated and cheered for the growth of the other shore sect. Until the next day, when Douluo Yin woke up, not only had her martial soul successfully evolved into the Ice God Dragon martial soul, but her strength also broke through to level 40. After her 4th spirit ring automatically condensed successfully, her spirit power level increased further, stopping at level 46. This meant that Douluo Yin had raised her spirit power level by a full 8 levels in just one night. However, it is worth mentioning that Douluo Yin's 4th spirit ring glowed with a shimmering white light, indicating it was a white spirit ring. This further validated Ye Bai's previous hypothesis. At the same time, the strange green color in Douluo Yin's eyes disappeared, replaced by ice blue eyes. Her appearance and aura had also improved several levels, almost on par with Zhu Zhuqing and Guyu. Just as Douluo Yin was about to express her surprise, she was startled by the onlookers around her. After the crowd explained, she quickly accepted the news and soon began to play with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Even not long after, the cold and indifferent Guyu was pulled into the girls' group. This left Di Tian stunned. In the following period, Ye Bai first handed over the ancient family's high-level cultivation technique, the Heavenly Grey Dragon Emperor ancient scripture, to Guyu, allowing her and Di Tian to try cultivating and improving it to create a suitable ordinary cultivation method for spirit beasts. Then, using the celestial herb Chua Tulip as the main material and some other rare treasures as auxiliary herbs, he refined 3 4th-grade pills, 7 pattern soul elevation pills. The main effect was similar to directly swallowing the fragrant Chua celestial product, but the results were several times better. The specific situation varied from person to person. Ye Bai's intention was for Ning Rongrong to take 1 pill herself to enhance her martial soul quality, and then take the other 2 to the 7 treasure glazed tile school to persuade Ning Fengji to directly merge the 7 treasure glazed tile school into the other shore sect. However, Ning Rongrong directly refused and instead wrote a letter to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, informing Ning Fengji of her decision and the effects of the 7 pattern soul elevation pills. According to Ning Rongrong, she would let her father know her decision first, then use the 7 pattern soul elevation pills to entice him, making it easier for her father to agree to merge the 7 treasure glazed tile school into the other shore sect. After all, they didn't know where this young lady was now. Goodness, what a truly ambitious daughter Ning Fengji has. Then, Zhu Zhuqing also passed on a high-level ancient family technique to Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin, as well as a few mysterious level combat skills to start their training. As for Douluo, the chubby kid, and Ye Bai, they continued to follow their original plan, steadily cultivating. Along the way, Ye Bai also wrote a few combat techniques for the 2 to practice together. For a time,